just aren't enough points to score. There aren't enough members of Now. 4, 3, 2, 1. Black Hand is your world champion of Pokémon UNITE.
इन पोकेमॉन को पूरी तरीके से
की मास्टर 닥치마 그로만
भी हरूटा क्योंकि उन्होंने चार्ज कर सके स्टार्ट कर सके क्योंकि जवाब
전투 기다리고 있습니다. 자, 일단 거를 양 선수가 썬더를 마무리하면서
Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Regional Finals. Yes, I maybe have said welcome back, but today is a special day because today we are going to find out who is going to be qualifying to participate in the Yokohama offline finals later this month. My name is Danelie, and of course joining me is the wonderful Husskkiee as we jump into what's going to be a crazy action-packed day.
Oh, 100%. We have the special. It's not only special because we're looking for 3 representatives to go to Yokohama. We are looking for 3 representatives out of a pool of 16 teams instead of 8.
Yes, so things have kind of changed in our region, in particular APAC West, because we originally were going to have only 8 teams participate in the regional qualifiers, but we bumped it up to 16, so we've doubled the competition, but the slots are the same. It's still going to be those 3 slots. So competition is fierce, and it's already technically begun. So I'm kind of wondering what's going to be the storyline for today. Like, we've got a lot of heavy hitters still participating in the competition. It's a double elimination format as well. So even though some of the teams have been knocked out already, they still have that second chance and are currently fighting for their lives in the lower bracket.
I think when we look at the bracket, you know, as the day progresses, just in a bit, you get to see how crazy it is, right? The series that we are going to get, the teams that are matched up against each other in this second round of the upper bracket, because we did get done with the first round of broadcast. But even then, we still have so many teams who I personally want to see make it further, but we might have to wave goodbye to them very early on.
Yeah, I mean, we don't really get a choice on who we do and don't get to see, right?
Yeah.
Like, their fates are in their hands. It's going to be in the Pokemon that they pick, the strategies that they deploy, and ultimately it's going to come down to skill. You know, Pokemon, sometimes people say like, oh, it's a case of luck, but ultimately, it really is going to come down to how you manipulate the game in your favor, right? Is it going to come down to getting that final hit on the Rayquaza? Is it going to come down to back caps? Is it going to come down to pulling off a cheese strategy, you know, like pulling out some crazy stuff? I know people are like, you know, what kind of Pokemon are considered cheese? I'd say Greedent might be a pretty interesting one if you want to come out with something really whack. It's happened in the past. It could happen again. We kind of don't know. But what we do know is the roster of Pokemon that are going to be playable for today. And I think some people are wondering, is Umbreon going to be playable today? And unfortunately, I'm going to have to remind all of you that Umbreon will not be playable today, and Zacian will also be the second Pokemon that is banned. So only these 2 Pokemon will not be pickable. Everything else is on the table.
Yeah, everything else. It's a free-for-all, it's a buffet, but we want to refresh you guys on the number of slots for all regions that is going to be heading into Yokohama. So for Asia Pacific East and West, we both get 3 teams each, and we will find out who those 3 teams are today. Out of a pool of 16 teams, with some teams getting the bye from the April and the May qualifiers. We did address that in, I think, 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
About kind of a bit of that miscalculation in the stats. So these teams, they get a second chance in the last chance qualifiers. We've already said how crazy having 8 of the best teams in APAC West playing today is going to be. Now we add 8 more to that pool.
16, yeah.
And honestly, I feel like the 8 teams that get the bye, they're in for a rough ride because they are facing off against the cream of the crop.
Exactly. Now, just a quick recap on the road to WCS, the World Championship Series, which is going to be held in Yokohama. What's happened is we have had 3 qualifiers. We had the April tournament, May tournament, and the last chance qualifier happen. The top teams from these tournaments qualified for the Pokemon UNITE regional playoffs. And then, of course, the teams from the regional playoffs will have to play for the top 3 spots, because only top 3 is going to be flying over to WCS to represent APAC West. Now, I want to reiterate, because some people are thinking like, oh, is it only top 3 that matters? Technically, you still want the top 1 spot. Now, the difference between top 1 and the remaining 2 slots is that the top 1 team from the regional playoffs gets a fully sponsored ticket to Yokohama, whereas the remaining 2 slots, they are considered unsponsored, and the teams they'll qualify, but they'll have to fund their own trip to Yokohama. So the ultimate goal is, sure, you want top 3, but it's really going to come down to that top 1.
Yeah, the ultimate goal is to get the VIP treatment.
Exactly.
Towards the birthplace of Pokemon Unite itself. And you know, for those who might have been following the rules, rule set of qualifiers, you might think that, wait, why do we have 3 teams instead of 2? We addressed that also, right? Because the team No Lucario from April, due to unfortunate circumstances, had to give up the slot. So we looked for 3 teams yesterday in the LCQ. This is going to be the format for today. As usual, we have a double elimination format. First to win 2 games wins the series. We have 16 teams instead of 8. And because it's a double elimination, if you lose 2 series, you are out. The top 3 teams qualify for Yokohama, WCS 2023.
Yes, it's going to be super exciting. I know the teams are currently, maybe stressed is not really the right word, I guess motivated is a better descriptor here, because there is so much on the line for these teams. Like, they have been practicing and practicing for today. Now, very quickly, just a recap of the match rules. It's going to be pretty standard across the board. Our standard 10-minute match timer. It's going to be a 5v5 tournament mode. Of course, we're playing on Thea Sky Ruins with draft pick. There are no limits for held items. Emblems, unfortunately, are going to be disabled. And then the only 2 Pokemon banned are Zacian and Umbreon. But everything else from Chandelure and before Chandelure's release is playable.
We unfortunately didn't get to see Chandelure last month.
Hopefully, I'm expecting to see Chandelure. I think that Pokemon just needed someone to tinker around with it.
I hope we get to see it this month, because in other regions, Chandelure was picked every now and then. You know, I think, was it EU, Talibobos, and now that the eternal rivalry, right, in the Western region. We have seen some examples of that. Hopefully that will be the case today. We have so many games to go through.
Exactly. I mean, I'm expecting Chandelure to make an appearance, because I felt that it was, in essence, a great replacement for Espeon. Like, the 2 Pokemon function very, very similarly. But again, just a quick reminder how the draft pick works. If you are new to watching competitive Pokemon Unite, both teams are going to be given a chance to ban a single Pokemon. If a Pokemon is banned, neither team can pick it. It is removed completely from the pool. After the banned Pokemon have been selected, teams are going to take turns to pick their Pokemon that they're going to play for that round. And then once you've picked their Pokemon and they have their full roster of 5, we'll have a final phase called the preparation phase, where the players are allowed to swap amongst the Pokemon that they have chosen between themselves. So if, for example, they have decided to pick, let's say, crazy stuff. Let's say we've got a team that's picked Gengar. You know, in most cases, Gengar is going to go into that central lane. But what if a team wants to come and say, hey, but let's chuck our Gengar in the central lane. We're going to throw them off with this pick. You can absolutely do that with the preparation phase.
And it allows teams to prioritize certain Pokemons, right? Because you get to swap around. If you really like Urshifu, you can get Urshifu first without worrying that it gets stuck with you. But of course, the teams are also playing for something called a prize pool. And for this one, well, we finally have something to show you guys and offer to the team. Winner walks away with $15,000 all the way down to 5th place for 1,500.
Yeah, so top 5, I think if you're looking just for that monetary prize for actually making it to the regional playoffs, 5th is going to be your minimum cutoff. But at the end of the day, you know, that $15,000 prize pool for first, I mean, that's a trip to Yokohama. This is money you could use to actually fund a trip.
This is money for you to spend a holiday there if you want to.
You can upgrade your hotel. Maybe you can just stay at the Pokemon Center. Spend everything at the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, that is true as well. And this is our current tournament bracket. Again, we have 16 teams coming into today, and you can see as of now the result is you know, we're in upper round 2 at least. In the lower bracket, you have teams like Play Unite and LVD waiting there. But for the upper bracket, we have a banger of 4 series: MYS against Unity Bond, Kakalot against Outwit, Zerfig Gaming against Moon Knight, and Rex Dragon Kion against Levo Lavatien. I learned learned that today.
Yes,
So
we both
for,
did.
for this broadcast, we will be focusing on Team MYS against Unity Bond, and I know you guys would have loved to watch the other series, but don't worry, they are all in the upper bracket. We will get to watch them down the road, but MYS against Unity Bond is what we'll be watching.
Yes, so we are unfortunately only going to be able to focus on one, right? Like we've got one pair of eyes, we can't auxiliary all of these different games. I mean, we'll try next time, but I think this is going to be a pretty interesting one though, because if you have been following APAC West, I think a lot of people are looking at MYS as the unrenowned kings of the region. Like they are the creme de la creme. They are the strongest team in APAC West, and I kind of agree with that sentiment as well. Like they've proven themselves at the Asia Champions League earlier this year, and for them to be able to get the first spot to the regional finals, like again, that's another statement from this team.
Yeah, you look at the April run, they have so many things that they've shown us in the finals. But before we talk more about the teams, you guys like holowares, right? We have some holowares we want to introduce to you guys for the upcoming video, so do enjoy. And there is your assortment of holoware for Glaceon, Mr. Mime, Scissor, and Scyther. It caters to everyone for all shapes and sizes. Personally, for me, you know
Just
who I'm
for
going
you.
for. I'm going for Mr. Mime.
Just for you,
Looks
actually.
like a very. It looks like when I was a kid and I wear an oversized shirt, but I look good in it. Mr. Mime, that is going to be my go-to. If I'm not annoying enough in game, no, I'm about to be more annoying with that aristocrat holoware.
The aristocrat, yeah,
100%.
exactly. So if you want some more details on the existing holoware, so for the Glaceon holoware, which I believe is called the Graceful Style holoware, that is available in game right now, and I think it's currently sitting on a discount for the next 3 weeks. So if you are looking to pick up that holoware, it's available in-game right now. Make sure you check the discount tab in the top right-hand corner of the screen, and then it should show you what your discounted price is going to be, which I think for me, because I already had Glaceon, it's about 1,700 EOS gems. So that's the pricing for Glaceon, but the Battle Pass, I think that's going to be coming in the next week. And that's going to be your standard Battle Pass pricing. But again, if you want to get it, next week, it's not in-game as of yet. But again, you know, exciting times. Like, I was looking at this Glaceon holoware for the longest time and I was thinking, do I need it? Is this something that's going to make me a better Glaceon player? And I kind of feel like...
With the state Glaceon is in right now,
I'd lower
yes.
the win rate of Glaceon, to be fair.
It is a want, but now it's to figure out whether you need it or not.
I know. I'm still thinking, do I need it?
For me, Mr. Mime is a need. Mr. Mime is a need. It's a necessity. Like, so I think I told you about this. There was this one random game that we were playing, and I was on Mr. Mime, and it got clipped because I somehow was accidentally smashing someone while the person was streaming. I apologize that you lost the game, but I hope we can be friends in the future. Now let's talk about two teams who are about to go head to head against each other. We're about to butt horse. We start with Team MYS, Rebongs, Yang, Nightmew, Foxy, Froggy, and Yamu. These guys need no introduction. Best team in APAC West, second placement in ACL finals, and the first seed of the May qualifiers, April qualifiers.
And the challenger today is going to be Unity Bond. This is one of the teams that actually made it through to the regional qualifiers because of the point miscalculation. So it's going to be Kazuna, we have Robin, TND, Stygian, Moshi, and Momo. And this has got to be such a nerve-wracking matchup for this team because you've suddenly been pit against the Goliath of APAC West.
It's like the worst matchup possible,
The
right?
scariest matchup, I think that's probably the better way to describe it. Like,
It's like your first series you play against Talibobo.
yeah, like
And
you're up against the best of the region. You're just like, you're sweating bullets. You know, you're in the lobby, you're sweating bullets. You're like, oh god, guys, I'm blacking out playing against my senpai because I think a lot of people do look up to MYS, and I wouldn't be surprised with some of the players from Unity Unbond. Unity Bond, maybe they get influenced and inspired by these players.
Yeah, and there are a lot of things that you can look at from Team MYS that could give you a different outlook onto how to play Pokemon Unite. When you look at the Pokemon picks in general, Mew 100% pick rate thanks to Nightmew Foxy himself.
Oh yeah.
You have Urshifu, you have Clefable, Mamoswine, Dojo, and Blissey. These stats are just for context from the April qualifiers itself. And I think, you know, the outlier is definitely going to be just the Mew and Mamoswine. And Mamoswine has been like that pocket pick.
That's Rebongs.
Yeah, just Rebong's pocket
It's
picks.
Rebong's boy, you know? Like if you see the Mamoswine come up, firstly, you know who's going to play that Pokemon, and you know he means business.
Yeah, you know it's getting real.
Exactly.
That was the pick that I would say, you know, that gave us one of the best historical moments during ACL, right? They started playing Mamoswine, and that was against T2, and it became one of the best sort of reverse sweep in that semi-final. So
Yeah.
if you guys haven't checked out ACL yet, rewind the time, rewind and go back to watch the VOS because Rebound plays a slick Mamoswine.
It was a great time back then, but for now, you know, I think everyone's got their eyes on the prize right now. They really want to win this best of 3. They want to continue in the upper bracket because this is such an intense matchup. Now, we're going to take a look at Unity Bond's stats. Now, I know for Husskkiee and I, we really don't have a lot of information to work with for Unity Bond. There's not a lot of public information, so this is going to be a great introduction for us and for you guys as well to see how Unity Bond play. And I'm curious, like, can they take games off of MYS? Like, that's the biggest question.
Even just one game, I think, would be a good confidence boost because they do have a lower bracket gauntlet that they can run, or just make it as close as possible. Because we have seen Team MYS when they play against teams that are, you know, not up to their par, they gap you insanely hard. When we watched them play against Revenant in ACL, they set a world record, more than 1,000 points difference by the end of the game. I sure hope it doesn't happen for any of the games today, especially against Unity Bond. But you know, that was like what, few patches ago.
Yeah.
Maybe things have changed. Maybe teams have really stepped up to the plate and, you know, evolved their playstyle, and Unity Bond will be the litmus test for Team MYS.
Actually, this is going to be a really interesting case for us too, not just the casters, us casters, but you guys as viewers, because these players, we haven't seen them play before the latest patch.
Since April.
Yes, so this is going to be a true test for us and them as well to see how well they've adapted to the newest patch. Like, is this favorable for them? Are they happy with the buffs or nerfs to their Pokemon? Like, does it impact them that much? Because the meta back then was vastly different. It was like very, very tank oriented. It was the sustain meta, like so many supports, so many defenders. But we're seeing a lot of mages pop up. You know, Glaceon is a heavy hitter. Urshifu's still running around, you know, doing what he does best.
Yeah.
So I'm really keen to see what's going to happen, and the draft has begun. So let's see what Pokemon are going to be chosen for both of these teams in game number 1.
We're going to be starting with the ban phase as always. There's a team that I think you can draw a case study from, right? It was Leviathan, because they play in April and May.
Yeah.
But when you compare the results, they got knocked out in May almost instantaneously, and they barely scraped by as the second from the second stage from the LCQ yesterday. So the meta change, I think, did affect some of the teams. We get the Glaceon and the Lapras ban out. Thank goodness people are looking at the Glaceon, because no one looked at Glaceon in May, which was crazy. So we see the Hoopa picked up. That is most likely going to be a Rebound's Pokemon right now. And for Unity Bond, they're looking at the Slowbro, which is not a surprise. The Clefable is also being considered.
Yeah, actually, this is not a surprise on the side of MYS too, right? Because they are so good at running that Hooper. And Hooper, he doesn't function like your standard support. He's able to apply a lot of damage himself. The ability to teleport all over the map is also very key because you can go for back caps, you can save your teammates, you can reposition your team if necessary. And to pair it up with a heavy hitter such as this Urshifu, that means you're going to have resets available. And the question I have right now for Unity is, do you have the burst to deal with the Hooper composition? Because that's one of the best ways to deal with Hooper, right? Blow Pokemon up before they can reset with the heals. And right now, the only Pokemon I'm seeing on Unity that can kind of do this is actually this Alolan Ninetales on Robin. They have sustain damage, they have health sustain as well, but they're just kind of lacking that burst damage.
They just don't have that kind of one-shot gimmick, right? It just gets rid of you before the fight starts.
You want to delete somebody before the resets happen.
I mean, we see the Chandelier.
Yes.
Look, we are being graced by Unity Bond at the opening game, but also we get to see the Froggy Mr. Mime. So it's hard for me to pick a side because on one end I want the Chandelier, but Froggy knows how to captivate my heart with the Mr. Mime. I was actually thinking that maybe MYS would go for the Hoopa Dojo. That has been a very popular duo.
Sure,
but
yeah.
in this case, you have Yang on the Urshifu. I can live with that. It's equally good.
Yeah, I think it may have been because Clefable was picked up on the side of Unity, right? Like Clefable was one of the hardest counters to a Dodrio. So that kind of made sense to me. If there was no room for a Clefable, then I think, yeah, maybe Dodrio could have been picked up. But Urshifu, I mean, is pretty good. And his role, Yang's role this game, is to basically bypass Robin and Kitsuna and just gun for Stygian and Moshi, right? Like his job is to dive into the backline. He's got full heal as well, which means he's going to have that moment of just no hindrances are going to stop him. You have to unite him with the Slowbro. Like if you don't slow beam the Urshifu, you cannot save your backline. Like that's my concern right now.
And even that, you have multiple ways for MYS to get to the backlines of Unity, right? You have the Blastoise, just rapid spin
Rapid spin,
You have the eject button, Hydro Typhoon, the Hoopa, you have the Mew to snipe you with the Solar Beam. So many avenues for MYS to explore, but Unity Bond, if anything, I think this is their best chance for to show us what they're capable of, right? Can they draw blood against MYS? Can they give us at least a close game?
I think it's going to come down to lanes really, Husskkiee, right? Because they have a really early peaking composition. If they can get their levels and they're not highly contested by Team MYS, they do have a pretty good shot in that mid game. We are looking at a couple of, essentially one late game timing here on MYS, and that is going to be that Blastoise, right? Blastoise is going to be the latest evolving Pokemon in this game, and we know how influential that Pokemon is once he gets those levels. But with the KO there onto the Squirvet, I mean, that's going to be a big boon for MYS because what's a Clefairy going to do to you?
And, credits to Unity Bond, they do have the Chandelier, well, eventually a Chandelier. You have the, I believe, what's the passive called? Infiltrator. So you do get to reduce the special defense of targets you damage, right? So there are some ways to sort of like burst through the squishier targets on the side of MYS. You have the Mew, the Mr. Mime. Not exactly the most durable Pokemon, but Team MYS, we have this minor 3v3 contesting for the Altaria village, and most of them actually, I believe, goes over to the side of Unity Bond.
So that's actually a pretty big win there for Unity because they even committed the Urshifu into the bottom lane. So Yang not really able to make much happen there, but so far we see Yang heading into that central area. Lots of support for MYS, maybe expecting a fight to happen, but no! The jungle invades are going to start beginning as we see the Urshifu going into the Lampent's central lane. Now, Chandelure is a strong Pokemon, but until he's a Chandelure, he's just not going to be able to deal with an Urshifu by himself.
And just see what Rebounds is doing, right? If we can get the Pokemon, then sure. If you can't, you can't take us out either. And Unity Bond, they will have to deal with these pressures every now and then. And I would say that when you have a Hoopa and an Urshifu who is in this case, not snowballing yet, thankfully, but once he gets those gears grinding, Unity Bond will have a lot of problems to do with.
Yeah, unfortunately though, MYS, they're able to just assert complete map control so far. They've taken all of the Swablu in the central area. They are dominating the majority of their lanes. They have a Mr. Mime soloing down the bottom lane. That shouldn't be happening.
No.
So they're taking all the experience away, and I am a little bit concerned here because the snowball, I feel, is starting to kick in here for MYS, right? They've got all the experience, they're ramping up this aggression, and with the Hooper as well, sure they can make these aggressive plays happen, but look at this though, MYS reinforcing that bottom lane. They've only caught out this Slowbro so far. They don't quite have the damage to finish him off. They will Solar Beam, and Slowbro may have stuck around for a bit too long. Oh, the boosted attack from Mew. Not enough to take him down. Very, very lucky there for the Slowbro.
Yeah, and the wall from Mimos, the barrier, just a bit short in terms of range. Can't really get the confusion pushback. But overall, Unity Bond, they did recognize an opportunity, right? They focused a lot of their manpower on the bottom side because it was only a mime, and that goal is about to get broken. But Team MYS doing the same to the top side. I think Yemu might be looking to just crash this one. They also secure the Registeel for themselves. And Yemu does open up the top side, and Unity Bond don't really have a way to deal with this Grotto.
Yeah, now we are seeing on the other side of the map, though, Slowbro actually getting knocked out there, so both teams locking horns in that bottom lane, and with MYS getting both of the buffs, and then for Unity to not be able to retaliate successfully and get a knockout. So far, MYS, they are just continuing to get this experience, deny these objectives from Unity Bond. And this, again, the snowball, it's not stopping at all. It's just going to keep on rolling until we see Unity Bond pull out a brick wall and say, it's time to stop.
The slowball went for Surf, so there is a way, I think, in the later stage of the game, when he gets that upgrade to Surf, you have a tad more ways to deal with MYS, right? You get to keep them away from the fights. Regieleki does get taken by MYS. I think they are considering to escort it, but Unity Bond, they're doing a great job with the Greedon. You know, the Greedon is...
Yeah. I mean, for MYS, they're not really pressured to push the objectives, right? Like, just go into Unity Bond central area, steal away all the wild Pokemon, reinforcements coming in, eject Unite by the Alola Ninetales, instantly gets KO'd, and they are going to continue that battle on the goal zone. Bottom lane, though, another defense here from Unity Bond. They do successfully defend the bottom lane, but I do believe the Regieleki walked in up top, which means free scores for MYS. And look at the point gap so far. We've got 5 minutes to go, 214 to 102. This game is looking really good for MYS.
I believe they even used the Rings Unbound to get to the top side. So not only did they crash the Regieleki thanks to them KOing the Alola Ninetales, but they also were able to get a couple of KOs. Froggy just a casual Unite move, no contact on any Unity Bond members, but it really doesn't matter too much. MYS, now they have a sizable lead.
Yeah, and both teams are actually getting prepped for that bottom objective as well. It's going to be a 5-on-5 as everyone comes in, but so far MYS, they're putting themselves right on top of that Regice, and Unity Bond, they need a way into this objective. Hydro Typhoon catches the entirety of Unity Bond, and Mew locks in the objective. Regice going into the pockets of MYS, and they just clean up Unity Bond.
Yeah, wipe the floor clean, in fact. There was no signs of resistance from Unity Bond. Not that they could do much.
It's a Hydro Typhoon, like you can't really stop that.
Yeah, this composition from MYS is just built for these big fights. You compare to what Unity Bond has, a lot of single target abilities, but not much skills that can allow you to kind of hit into a fight and hit multiple targets.
Yeah.
It does play true to the nature of what they want to achieve. You want to burst down maybe Yang in these fights with the slow beam. But aside from that, if you don't get that done in the first like 3 to 5 seconds, and somehow Yemu finds his way to your backline, then it's a disaster.
Yeah, it's just such a difficult game here, but Unity Bond, regardless, they're going to keep on trying. They all got hit by the Solar Beam and Mr. Mime with the Unite as well. Just catching everybody out. So far, it's going to be one down on the side of Unity Bond. They're still going to continue. Greed at the next one to fall. Along with Ninetales, even using the Unite as well. 4 Pokemon down. It's just going to be the Chandelure on their own, but look at this. Mew, boosted attack, knocks them out. It's a 5 wipe on the side of Unity Bond. And again, MYS, they are just dominating these team fights. And if, you know, I really think it's that Hooper pick.
Yeah,
the teleportation is just so annoying.
That's also, what, 2 Hydro Typhoons in the span of under 2 minutes? They are
Insane.
racking up that Unite move charge really fast. And I even saw Yang use his Unite move I'm not really sure if it was intended because there was no reason to use it.
Yeah,
Either way,
he's fine.
they have a decent, decent lead.
Yeah.
And the problem is not over yet for Unity Bond, right? I believe the struggle has just begun. They've realized that we can't go for these big team fights. We're getting rolled over by the dives. And now we have a Rayquaza that we need to deal with. And there's a Mime on the other team.
Yeah, there is a Mime. God, the Mime pick I think was genius because it just runs into the back line. You want to get on top of the Chandelure, the Alolan Ninetales, because if you get caught in that Unite, that's going to basically set up for Yang to finish you off.
Oh, we've seen that, like, what, in May?
Yeah, we've seen it
It was a
multiple
gotcha
times.
pick, you know, the team didn't win the whole thing, but it did give us a pretty good game against RRQ, right? That was a lower bracket reset, a fantastic series, and still fresh in our minds. Regieleki getting sent towards the goal zone on Unity Bond.
You know, this is actually terrible for Unity Bond, right?
8 seconds before Rayquaza.
Yeah, yes, I can understand that play for MYS. You give up the Reg Ice because you want a really good Regieleki timing, because now Unity Bond cannot fight with their Slowbro. If Slowbro lets it in, MYS just scores.
They gotta try and flip this, right?
Yeah, they really have to flip it. I mean, they've got two great Pokemon to do this, Ninetales and Chandelure. I think they do have a lot of last hitting potential, but it's just a case of can they even get in there to steal away that last hit. And both teams, they are trying to gun for the Rayquaza, but Mew gets the final hit. MYS denying the buffs to Unity Bond. And with 3 Pokemon down, MYS, they're just going to go in, they're going to score those points, they're going to lock in this game 1. And for Unity Bond, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board. I think the idea behind their composition, it was there. They just weren't able to execute it this game. But going into the next game, like, what kind of things are you thinking about when you're playing into game 2 against MYS? Because I felt like there were so many things that happened that led to this outcome.
I think as MYS, you cannot let them dictate these crucial moments, right? They're dictating when we're taking objectives, they're dictating when the fight starts, they're dictating basically the tempo of the entire lane. And you even pointed it out very early on. At one point, Froggy as the Mime was solo holding a lane, which should not have been legal in the sense.
Illegal.
So Unity Bond, I think they have a decent idea. They did rotate members to deal with the Mime to put pressure on that bot side, but they're letting MYS take the first move. And when you have a comp that essentially has a weak weak backline that can be dove, you don't want to let MYS get to you first.
Yeah, yeah.
It has to start with the draft also, right? 4-man Hydro Typhoon in front of the base. That is too brutal for us to show, but we're gonna do it anyway. The tail end of this battle. MYS is rolling through. We already mentioned this. If MYS realizes that they are leaps and bounds ahead of you, they're gonna try and break a world record. And I believe that they might have done it again with more than 1,000 points in this game 1, which I would ask MYS to calm down because we have so much more series to go. You can't just do this in the opening.
Okay, hang on. Technically, you can, because for MYS, I mean for everyone here, right, Yokohama is on the line. And you can see these guys are not messing around. They are trying hard. They've got all of their favorite Pokemon. Like but like the Blastoise, the Hooper, the Mime, the Urshifu, like these are all signature Pokemon for these players. For anyone that doesn't know, like the players right now, the Pokemon that they're playing, these are their best. So
I would swap out like Yemu for Garchomp, but it's
that's fine.
No. Potato.
He played so much Blastoise during ACL. I'm pretty sure it is one of his best Pokemon now. So just to have them be on their best Pokemon, and then for Unity, we don't know if these are Unity's best Pokemon either. But I think if you are familiar with MYS and you see these Pokemon, you got to be thinking like, oh gosh, how do we stop this? Because there's only one ban available for both teams.
Craziest thing that we didn't even see Unity Bond consider the Trevenant, right? Which was one of the one of the more premier, I would say premier frontliners. They went for the Greedent over the Trevenant. In this case, in those fights, you just lack so much of those crowd control, those hindrances that Trevenant could have perhaps provide against Pokemons like the Urshifu who wants to dive you, against the Mr. Mime who wants to stay in the backline. The Trevenant has a way to get in.
And then you've got like the Mew that's just so elusive and difficult to catch.
Yeah.
So I mean, we've seen MYS's draft. These are Pokemon that they really know how to play. I guess we've got to take a look at the drawing board here for Unity, right? Like, what sort of went wrong in this matchup, and how can they maybe compensate going into the next game? I think I'll ask myself first, I guess. I think one of the biggest issues is that you cannot let MYS just snowball from the lanes, right?
Oh, yes.
They were uncontested in lanes. They got the first knockout onto the Squirvet in that top lane, which sped up Yemu's farm. They didn't contest the Urshifu Central area. I feel like that's one of the biggest things you have to do if you're up against that Urshifu. You've got to stop him or slow him down from that level 5. And you had a Squirvet that could have done that, actually.
And we also saw, like what, MYS, they were actively infiltrating the central area of Unity Bond because they know that Hoopa and Urshifu is just way stronger than any duo that Unity Bond
and
can
if you
bring
want to
in, right?
leave, it's just like, see ya, teleport back to base. And you can't do anything unless you have, I think we said this earlier, that burst to knock them out before they can teleport back.
It is definitely a rough start for Unity Bond, but again, this I believe is a litmus test. I feel like if you are coming into the series with an open mind, at least you would be fine if Team 1 and MYS just roll through the series. We're just looking at what Unity Bond has to offer, right? Because let's be very fair, you're looking at a team that got the bye from the qualifiers against the second best team the region has to offer, which in of itself is a big, big ask.
Yeah, it's a very big ask, and who knows, it could be nerves as well. Maybe the play, because it's very early in the morning for gamers, okay? I know it's 12 o'clock in the afternoon, but it's pretty early for us gamers. Maybe this is a bit of a warm-up match for Unity as well. They want to get a feel of how MYS play. They're starting to already talk about what they want to do in that next game, what Pokemon that they are okay to deal with, and others that maybe they're going to have to snatch away. I think that is something that you really need to consider going up against MYS. Like, what Pokemon can you say, this is fine, we can deal with this?
I do wonder what, how much does Unity Bond understand about MYS's Pokemon pool, right? Because when you look at the draft sequence, I believe they went Fable into Alolan Ninetales, which in this case is not really the most ideal pick, especially the Alolan Ninetales. You just do not have enough damage to consistently dish out against MYS. A better replacement could have maybe been the Delphox. I would even take the Cinderace over the Alolan Ninetales.
Well, going off of the stats, because we did have a couple stats for Unity Bond, right? A couple of other special attackers that they do like to play were Cramorant, Gardevoir, and was it Delphox?
I think it was Delphox.
Yeah, so they do play other special attackers. I still want to see Chandelure. I do think this Pokemon still has potential. To be fair, Alolan Ninetales is also one of the most meta special attackers right now. Like the Avalanche Blizzard combination, if you can land it, it does so much burst damage and it does a lot of tick damage. But I kind of think like Chandelure and Alolan Ninetales together, I think you might need to separate somebody. You got to swap someone out. Like you need a more mobile special attacker rather than two
kind of back like glass cannons.
Yeah, I kind of think you need a zoner. Maybe that's what I'm looking for. Like someone that can sort of zip around and poke, right? Like that's what Delphox does. You can zip around in the front with your tanks. You can poke. That's what Glaceon does as well. You don't want two passive special attackers. I guess that's, maybe that's what I'm looking for. Like they had two passive special attackers that couldn't afford to be in the front lines. Like you need someone that can dish damage whilst playing aggressive.
That could be a Trevenant, right? It just fulfills some of
I
that
love how
role.
we're talking about special attackers. Could be Trevenant.
Well, if you say frontline and damage, any starting Trevenant could be a decent pick.
And we do have stats, right? We've got Moshi on the screen right now. Like this guy averages 81,000 damage. And his two best Pokemon are Delphox and Guardian. So maybe one of these two is going to make an appearance in this next upcoming game.
And if it does, I think you might have to put the Chandelure away and have someone to supplement that frontline a bit more.
Yeah.
Because they do have a lot of damage, but they didn't get to use it much, right? They didn't get to dish out that damage. And at the end of the day, if you go down first, it doesn't really matter how much damage you have. And in game 1, we saw kind of double attackers. That didn't really work out because they were just getting dove. So hopefully maybe they go for Delphox and they swap out the other attacker for something else.
I think I'd be fine with, I'm just thinking, maybe Gardevoir would be too much of an investment because this is also like one of the more resource intensive Pokemon. But its Unite move is just so tempting for me as well, right? Like the Fairy Singularity, just having that big, you know, black hole that you can cast that to threaten the enemy, right? Like sometimes you also have to think about the mind games when you're drafting your Pokemon. And having big Unites like Hydro Typhoon, Fairy Singularity, like any AoE crowd control is going to make the opponents think twice before they engage into a battle, right? You want that hesitation. You want them to think rather than just being like, okay, let's go. You know, like you're not afraid of anything.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Yemu does kind of give you the example. Please do not be confused with the Dojo and the Lucario. He might have picked them often enough, but overall, he definitely doesn't play these two, at least not in high-stakes series. But he did play the Blastoise, which again, right, Blastoise is one of his most played Pokemon.
Yeah, I believe the stats that we're looking at for MYS were from April. So they are kind of outdated, unfortunately. Yeah. But, I mean, to be fair, it just goes to show, like, the variety of Pokemon that these players can play. Like, they're not locked into, like, oh, you're top lane, you're just going to play Defenders, Trevenant, Blastoise, go, you know? It's like, oh, I can play Lucario, I can even pivot to Dodrio.
It's the most flexible team. MYS is the most flexible team, right? They have, like, multiple flex
APAC
players.
West, yes, I think so, yeah.
They have, like, multiple flex players, like, what Yemo can play from Blastoise to the Trevenant to Garchomp.
Aegislash in the past
and
as well.
Aegislash,
Yeah,
you know, like Rebongs can play Hoopa, Mamoswine.
Tyranitar, I still remember his Tyranitar games. Yeah, I want to see some more Tyranitar.
I think he even plays Speedster at one point, right? Like
Dodrio.
They're just one of the most flexible
and
teams.
Absol. Now that you bring it up, he also played Absol at ACL. I think it was just one game, but it's like, I still remember.
I think that was like a, was it a win and loss? Doesn't matter. It was a great Absol game.
I think in that game, I think it was against High Five.
Was it against High Five? I think it is, right?
I think it was the first day finals. But anyways, like again, like, the point we're trying to sort of bring up is like this team is flexible. Yeah. So, you know, as much as we're saying like you can't give them certain Pokemon, at the same time it's like, well, what are you really going to deny from them unless we suddenly can ban 3 Pokemon a team? So,
like I do hope that, you know, in the near future, maybe after Yokohama, we get more bans per team. Right? I think it really, I think we're at a point that we have enough Pokemons to have a variety in team comps. That
I'd say like 2 bans.
2 bans per team.
Yeah, 2 makes sense right now. But you know my prediction? I think we're gonna get a new map.
I hope so.
I think it'll be pretty interesting.
I hope so.
But we are in Game 2 here for Team MYS and Unity Bond, and we are going to look at the exact same bans here. So Glaceon and Lapras taken off the field. First pick going in favor of MYS, and of course they go back for Rebong's Hooper. But we do have a bit of a change up here for Unity. So it looks like they are going to deny the Urshifu pickup for MYS, where they got it during the second rounds of picks. I thought that was the robbery, you know, to give them away that Urshifu, you have to deny it, and I think this is probably the next best thing.
Yeah, so you take the Urshifu, we still have kind of the Hoopa Dodrio, but Urshifu is a Pokemon that can snowball the Dodrio early on, so you're less concerned. We get the Mime and the Mew again. I mean, Mew is, honestly, when you look at Team MYS, you only need to worry about 4 Pokemon instead of 5, because as long as Mew is available, that is an instant pick.
Yeah, I'm wondering what Yang plays now because he's lost his Urshifu. Are they just going to go back for Dodrio? Because if Clefable isn't the choice yet, it's going to be the Blissey.
There's still the Trevenant also, right?
Yeah, I guess. No, I'm thinking Dodrio because they don't have to worry about the gravity anymore. Like, look at Unity Bond. They don't have the best crowd control for a speedster, and the Zoroark is
very tempting.
It's very tempting because there's no crowd control. They are not worried about anything. Yes. And Yamu goes for the Dodrio. So
very straightforward.
Very straightforward. This last pick, they have to have something to control the Dodrio. Like, they can't just let Yamu get away with this. And Buzzwole is going to be the lock-in here for Moshi. So I think that's really going to be their source of crowd control along with that Slowbro. But my question, is it going to be enough?
It's definitely more solid than Game 1, right? You have more ways to, you know, apply hindrances to MYS Pokemon. You have more ways to take on these big team fights. You have the Delphox. That in of itself is so much better compared to what they previously have.
Was it Moshi in the central lane?
He was on the Chandelure, yes.
Okay, so either we're going to look at Kizuna or Moshi in that central lane. I'm not sure if this team flexes, so I'm just going to assume one of these 2 Pokemon's going central lane.
You put I think like you just put Kizuna in the central lane.
I was going to say Kizuna.
Because you just get bullied out if you're in the side lanes.
Yeah, look at the laning partners, right? Like, the side lanes are going to be a nightmare.
There's no way that the Urshifu, or not, before it becomes Urshifu when he was a mini bear, there's no way you survive the side lanes. The Kung Fu. It's so hard to survive the side lanes.
So it's tough. It's really hard being a Kung Fu. But you get the level 5, like you're kind of okay. But the question I have is, can they get the level 5? And I mean, what are the lanes going to be? Because I feel like this team might be static and it's going to be the Delphox in the central lane. It could work too.
I hope not. I mean, the Kung Fu has the full heal, right? So you just go to central area in game 2, you hit that level 5, you get Water Bear.
We'll find out.
And you attack the lane where the Buzzwole is. There it is.
Yes, we are
central
seeing the
Kung
swap.
Fu. I think you want to head towards where the Buzzwole is because you have a couple of hindrances to work with.
And it's against a Squirtle lane, right? If you can punish the Squirtle early, you are going to slow down the progress of that lane. You really don't want to deal with Blastoise, right? Deny the level 9 for as long as you can.
One thing what High Five Orangutan taught us is if you're against a Blastoise, it's either the Buzzwole or the Machamp, right? You have ways to just ignore the rapid spin.
Yeah.
So I
submission, right?
The submission.
Machamp.
I think you still can go through the rapid spin with Buzzwole's abilities, so you get to be more oppressive in the lane. The Blissey is going to keep you topped up. Just wait for the Kung Fu to show up at level 5.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll have to see what the lanes are going to be. It looks like he's heading towards the bottom lane. We do have a Water Bear as well, so it's going to be Surging Strikes. Dodrio going to assist that bottom lane, and Urshifu going up top. And with the Hooper there, I mean, they're going to be sending you up top too, so I guess they're more than happy to swap these lanes if necessary. It's going to be a 3-on-3 up here. Water Bear shows his face, going to apply some pressure here, doing quite a bit of damage though. Using this to heal the Buzzwole though, very, very low. And oh my goodness, Husskkiee.
Wow.
How did that even happen?
That is the worst case scenario. I mean, Foxy got 2 KOs off of that. There was a bit of a disconnect with Unity Bond, right? Because we clearly saw that Waterbat dove straight for the back, but the other 2 teammates were getting zoned away by a Mew.
Yeah.
And against a Hoopa, it's more imperative that you start putting pressure on the first go zone because you don't want him to keep moving his teammates. You want to create space on the map, and that was a major setback.
That's just the annoying thing about Hyperspace Hall. Like, if you need reinforcements, they're like, all right, guys, ring the alarm. We need assistance in that top lane. And all of a sudden,
the militia.
all of a sudden, you've got 4 players up top. I mean, I really think teams are going to have to think about banning or just swiping away that Hooper from MYS. Like, this Pokemon is just doing too much against Unity Bond right now. But the game isn't over as of yet, right? It was just one small battle that was lost. We still have the major objectives coming back up. But we are seeing the Slowbro getting knocked out there by the Dodrio, unfortunately. So the game's not looking that great for Unity Bond. And even with the Water Urshifu, we aren't really seeing too much go in favor of Unity Bond. Like, they're hiding in the bush, but nothing's happening.
Yeah, like, as the Water Bear, you don't want to have a static moment. You always want to be moving around the map.
Literally like a river, right? You want to keep going.
Flow like water. You want to create pressure. You want to be taking Aeos energy, leveling up. They're going to be fighting in that bottom side also. And Unity Bond, again, getting pushed right back. But thankfully, this time, there's no KOs for Team MYS. But once more, for Unity Bond, they will need to contest the objective. They need to contest this Registeel, and it needs to work out.
Yeah, so we'll have to see if this first objective can go in favor of Unity Bond, right? Like, if they can get this burst of experience and the attack boost, maybe they can turn things around. And this is a very delicate battle here as Urshifu tries to knock out Mr. Mime, but we'll go back from the hyperspace hole. So far, Blissey getting caught there by the wall, and Hooper goes down. That's a pretty big one as well because they've lost the teleportation, and they do get the final hit on the Registeel as well. So Unity Bond now going on the offense, looking to push Team MYS's bottom goal zone, but it looks like they're going to go back. They want to play ultra safe. You know what? I'm okay with this. Do not overextend.
And it's hard to play into the Mew. He has been just using the Solar Beam and sniping the members of Unity Bond. All things considered, thankfully they still got the Registeel. They will have to give the Regieleki away. That will be handled by the Buzzwole as the rest of Unity Bond. They can take control of the central area. And Team MYS are just not giving them any room. Maybe they can at least punish Froggy. That's the least that they need to achieve. Meanwhile, top side, and Buzzwole is already gone. And for Robin, He's up against Batman, and there's 4 of them.
Yeah, and it's not even the 5-minute mark, so they can't even use the jump pad to protect that top lane. So with Reggie going in, points are being scored, the goal's now broken, and they're going to continue with this assault. But MYS, you know, even though they lost that bottom fight, they were still able to take the objectives that they're looking for.
Yeah, it's 5 points for Unity Bond. I mean, MYS, they are giving Unity Bond an absolute beatdown.
Well, I think it's also a case of maybe Unity Bond just wanting to play ultra safe because there was an opening for them to try and fight in that bottom lane. But they chose to try and keep the advantage that they had. They were scared of overextending. Like, I can understand this play coming from Unity Bond.
And that's kind of what MYS is taking advantage of, right? You let them make the first move, they gladly, you know, take it a mile. I think the Blastoise rep has been dead like, what, half of Urshifu's health? That is not fair at all.
No, it's not fair at all.
That is not fair at all.
All right, we've got the next bottom objective coming up, but there is a big difference in this upcoming fight because Yang is now going to participate. He's fully evolved, so Hydro Typhoon is going to be on the table. The only thing that's going to stop this is going to be a slow beam, and it's currently on cooldown.
Yeah. Or the Buzzwole, right? That is your second best option.
Oh, I don't know.
How do you find the opening though?
Buzzwole can get cancelled. Like, that's the only thing I'm worried about. You really have to wait for that slow beam if you can get it. But so far, they're actually popping the Unite there from the Delphox onto the main objective. Both teams are fighting, and so far, looks like the Blastoise goes down first. Doesn't even get the Hydro Typhoon off. They continue with the assault. They Mr. Mime deep in enemy territory, but the second Pokemon to get knocked out for MYS. But Unity Bond are also very injured. They lose the Blissey. The Mew just doing too much damage with the Electro Ball, and that's going to be the objective taken by MYS. It was a pretty close one, but MYS, they hung on with the skin of their teeth.
Hey, you thought that Yamu is going to be the one, well, Yang is going to be the one diving the backline? No, Foxy dove the backline all on his own, on this Mew. Now, we have passed 5-minute mark, thankfully, so there are the jump pads. Not that is useful for the top side anymore. There's no more goal zone to work with. And Team MYS, now you can just create this push and pull, right? You can even stall out the Regieleki until we're close to Rayquaza spawn, and then you send it over to Unity Bond's side. This is a very, very bad spot to be in.
It's a very scary spot to be in. So we are sitting at the 3.5-minute mark here as we are seeing some points being deployed there from the Blastoise. Now this is a pretty aggressive play. He will rapid spin out, and luckily the barrier will protect him as well. Water Urshifu is there trying to do some damage. A little bit scared to go in. A Buzzwole tried to go in as well. And even the Delphox is committing a Unite for this as well. They've even fully committed to Mr. Mime out of the picture. Blastoise, sorry, the Buzzwole continuing to dive into the backlines. MYS, they are reeling. They're playing defensive. The Water Urshifu gets the Blastoise. Going to continue on, trying to catch the Dodrio. Hides in the bush, doesn't get caught by the boosted attack. Is going to continue on. Can they finish him off? There is the shielding from Liquidation, keeping him alive, but they just couldn't latch on. He really needed to get that final connection onto Dodrio.
Yeah, he needed that one last Surging Strike to get... It's even upgraded, yeah, level 12? I don't think so. So not much health regeneration from the Surging Strikes, which these minor details are really starting to hurt Unity Bond. But good news, they were able to force open that bottom goal zone, and now they get to alleviate somewhat that pressure heading into Rayquaza. And they also get to somewhat contest this Regieleki. I'm not sure if it's going to be successful, though they will try.
They didn't get it.
But it's going to be Nightmare Foxy once more, taking
did they
the objective away.
They used the slow beam.
They used the slow beam, and they didn't get it. So no slow beam for Rayquaza. This is going from bad to worse for Unity Bond. They might even lose the Buzzwole in this case, who is trying to deal with the Regieleki and gets drowned by Yang with the rapid spin.
This is massive because they're out of the picture for another 10 seconds each. No slow beam coming in for this Rayquaza fight, and that basically means the front line on the Unity Bond is gone. They're diving for the Delphox, almost gets taken out. Will manage to hide onto the goal zone. Hydro Typhoon connecting onto the only support. This Blissey trying to survive with the safeguard. They will continue, but Dodrio finishing off the Blissey. There's no more support there for that Urshifu, meaning only 3 Pokemon. And yeah, Rings Unbound, they're just going to score points because Regieleki got into the goal zone.
Who needs the Rayquaza? Their little friend Regieleki is there, so they score some extra points, and Rayquaza is still available. I mean, if MLS wants to get another 1,000-point game, I think they have a very good chance of doing so.
Gosh, that multi-prong attack by Team MYS. Like, this is the second time Unity has done this, right?
Oh,
like,
yes.
Last game, MYS, they took a timing for the Aleki so that it was going to push in whilst Rayquaza was up. They did it again for this next game. Yes, there was reinforcements for Unity, but because they didn't get the last hit, they couldn't stop it from happening. Or Burst is there. They will get the Blastoise, though. 30 seconds out of the picture. Do they have the burst to take this Rayquaza. Hoopa is still there. Mew is there as well. These are two amazing Pokemon that can steal this last hit away. Slowbro gonna try and commit to stop Foxy from getting that Solar Beam last hit. Dullfox gets it. The shields are there, but
I don't think they have enough points,
I
right?
don't think they do either. You need 600 points.
All right, so they are going to be able to score at least 500.
They need more.
They
Can
need
they
more
get
than
the
that.
points?
They're farming that central area, but Team NYS, they're also dunking in minuscule points just to get them ahead. They're going to be back in the base and still not enough.
20 seconds to go and their shields are breaking. Husskkiee, time is running out for Unity Bond with 15 seconds to go and a Dodrio that they just can't stop. They have to unite to stop him from scoring. For NYS though, amazing execution for that late game. Again, they understand that Unity Bond were just not prepared to deal with that multi-prong attack. And unfortunately, I think that just really unraveled the team there.
Yeah, it's just a macro masterclass from NYS. They kept that bottom first goal zone up, so that even if Unity Bond brings the entire team to deal with the Husskkiee, the bottom side gets threatened. And towards the end, it was just a very tough series for Team NYS to kind of play into, for Unity Bond, excuse me, to kind of play into. Credits to them, they did have a slightly cleaner final stretch, but they just were too far behind to make anything out of it.
Yeah, but I have to say though, the recovery for Unity Bond after that first game against NYS, big improvements,
Oh,
right?
yes.
I think their execution was much better. They had a better understanding of NYS's general play style. It was just, they just didn't seem like they were fully prepared for that late game objective on NYS, which was basically that Husskkiee, right?
Yeah.
Losing both Stygian and Robin there, that really hurt them when Rayquaza scored.
And the slow beam.
Yeah, yes,
They
yes.
committed everything and didn't get. I feel like it's kind of the coin toss that you just have to give it up and contest for the bigger objective, right? Because you lost very important resources and the Husskkiee still crashed into your goal zone.
Yeah.
It's
But
assault on top of injury.
it's such a difficult balance, and teams watching NYS, like, you've got to go into this series. You have to watch the VOD, you're going to have to hyper-analyze, but if there's one big takeaway for me, you got to get rid of the Hooper. You cannot give Rebongs the Hooper. I think it gives NYS just too much map control and too much mobility as
You
a
can
team.
even argue that the Mew was a big problem, right? You look back at ACL, teams were actively banning the Mew against NYS
Yeah.
because of how effective Night Mew Foxy is on this Pokemon. And even in games against, like, in High Five, where they decided to, no, we're going to ban Blastoise, we are going to let the Mew through, they also had to sweat for a win. So overall, I mean,
Yeah.
NYS, the flexibility that these guys bring to the table makes it so hard to draft against them.
Exactly. So, of course, what this means is that Team NYS, they are going to continue on with their upper bracket run. Whereas for Unity, yes, they may have lost this best of 3, but they are going to have another chance in that lower bracket. But this also means that Unity Bond, they're going to have to win every single game in that lower bracket if they want to continue with their tournament live. So it's going to be a big ask. The pressure is on, but it's not over for Unity. So I hope this team, after this very tough matchup, they recoup, they talk, they try to work things out and just get ready for their next matchup.
I don't know about that one, Danny, because apparently I received a royal decree yesterday
A royal decree.
that one of the kings have returned. Cameroon is in the lower bracket.
Oh my god.
I mean, even if they get through, I'm not trying to be a pessimist, but you look at the bracket
tough.
assignments, right?
Yeah.
They eventually will have to face off against that man.
Well, I'd love to see what the brackets look like after this, right? So we are going to take a look at the brackets after these highlights, but I think, just seeing these clips, this was the fight that I think it was.
Foxy. Look
Yeah.
at this man.
This is why you banned the Mew.
Why was he there?
But I think this was the closest fight we really saw between NYS and Unity Bond. Like, again, we saw the recovery. It was just in a full 5-on-5, and both of these teams are going in with fully farmed Pokemon, leveled up as much as they can with their Unites. Execution-wise, like, NYS are just so crisp. They understand when they're supposed to use their Unites, they understand their positioning, targeting, right? Some teams get lost when it comes to prioritizing certain targets, but you can see NYS, they know who their key targets are.
Yeah. I think the best part is that we get to see more of Rebong's Hooper. 2 months ago, when you look at ACL, April qualifiers, Hoopa was left open a lot of the times, but he prefers to go for the Mammoth Swine, sometimes for the Dodrio. But now I think teams are more accustomed and they have found more ways to utilize the Hoopa. We can definitely expect to see more of that Pokemon down the road.
Yeah, I do think we're going to be seeing a lot more of the Hoopa because so far, I mean, we've just seen one best of 3, but it's been left unchecked, untouched, and unless someone has a solution for it, I just don't see them swapping this Pokemon off at all.
Yeah, for PU enthusiasts, PU addicts, whatever you call yourselves, trainers, we have, what, a potential of 9 total series today. We just got done with 1. So 9 includes the Grand Finals reset, which if we get there, we will explain a bit more, but we have a minimum of 7 more best of 3s coming up. I cannot believe it. This reminds me of my grind back then when I would play 30 games in a single day. I'm getting the feelings again.
Well, I mean, the difference is that we're watching the best of the best in the region play. So the games are even more intense, higher quality than ours. Okay, our games are pretty terrible. Don't watch our games. But I do enjoy watching these guys play, right? Seeing like, what's the maximum ability for this particular Pokemon, that Pokemon? Because I know some Pokemon don't really shine until the competitive scene, and Hoopa is one of them. It is so hard to play Hoopa in a setting when you have a team that is not actively communicating with each other, right? Like you don't have voice comms, you don't have if you're not playing with someone that you play with frequently, you don't know their tendencies. So you're not able to maximize the playstyle at Hoopa.
Yeah, Hoopa, I think Sableye is also another good example.
Lots of coordination required.
Lots of coordination.
Yeah.
So I just...
Actually, I think it's the opposite for Sableye because coordinated play ruins this Pokemon.
That is true. Now that you put it into perspective, yeah, Sableye likes to be alone.
You want to be, it's not so much alone. I think it's more like you want to catch a team that's not coordinated, right? Like if someone's out of place, they can't scream for help when a Sableye is on top of them.
It's like you just come from behind and you just cover their mouth.
Oh my gosh, no.
That's what Sableye is like.
No, I didn't mean it like that. Oh my goodness. All right, we're going to take a look at the updated brackets here. So as we saw, MYS, they were able to get a 2-0 victory in their matchup. So they will continue on. And their opponent is going to be Kakalok. It is 2-1. So that's going to be a very interesting next matchup, Husskkiee.
Oh yeah, and you know, for this case, we are going to have Zerific Gaming. They did drop 0-2 to Moon Knight, and RRQ, they also 2-0 Evos Levatine. So you look at the lower bracket, right? It's going to be very interesting as well because we talked about, you know, having the Kings come back, LVD, Camaro is going to be there, and they are going to be facing off against Evos Levatine, which is a team that has participated in all of the qualifiers but never really made it too far. And in this case, Outwit, they're going to be playing up against Play Unite, but for Zerific Gaming and Unity Bond, they will have, they're going to wait a little bit more. Upper bracket though, the journey for Team MYS continues, and I cannot wait to see how that is going to pan out.
Wow, sounds like interesting stuff happening here for the day.
Danny, yes. what happened, Danny? Did they pump hormones into you or what?
It's the time of the month. Stop judging, all right? Anyways, coming back to all this, the number bracket looks exceptionally amazing right here. I'm really looking forward to Moon Knight because they've been around for quite a while and still looking for that, but we're moving forward to the next round itself. And we see quite some amazing matches coming up very, very soon. Quite curious to see which one that we're going to be able to actually feature for all our viewers out there. Unfortunately, we're not able to actually cover all rounds. Hopefully, we get to cover some of the good ones just for you.
Oh, we get MYS against Kakalok. We're going to follow MYS until the ends of the earth, right? We are an MYS fan club. Not really a fan club, but we were just informed that we will continue to look at MYS. Now they take on Kakalok. The stakes are increasing. The teams are getting stronger. Kakalok is one of the few teams that we looked at them in the May qualifiers. They look sublime. One of the teams that the unknown names now have made an impression. Can they draw blood against the best we have?
Well, they've already had some really good openings so far, and right now they're still crawling through the upper bracket, looking bright for them, and we'll see if it gets even brighter after the upcoming match over here itself. And of course, just highlight to you guys that it's a double elimination for those who actually gets knocked down in the upper bracket. They still have one more life to actually hold on to, and hopefully the best teams manage to actually go through the brackets safely, and we'll see who gets to the grand finals at the end of the day.
Yeah, let's take a look at the rosters of both teams. This time we'll be focusing on Team MYS against Kakalog. MYS, we have just introduced them, but we'll do it again. Rebongs, Yang, Nightmew Foxy, Froggy, and Yemu. On the side of Kakalog, PSL9, Sunzage, Notiza, Mark God, and Levies. And remember, Mark God, I believe, was like what, top 10 in the local rank, one of the highest ranking players that we have in the local server, and here they are again.
Wow, and it's really refreshing to actually see them back again. We saw them previously, and of course, we'll see how they go up against Team MYS, who recently just had a very clean 2-0 victory against their opponents previously just now, and convincingly, I would say. And Kakalog, they have some stuff to bring to the table, but are they able to actually make a win against Team MYS? We will get to know very, very soon. But fresh off the box, we get to see how Team MYS played just a while ago in a best of 3 series. We'll get to see, I think, Kakalog, knowing that they have this information based on what they have just observed. I'm not sure if even if they had time to observe, but I would assume that probably one of the analysts at the back end did provide them some sort of information for them to actually come into this upcoming match. But this is the information card that we have on Team MYS. So probably, Husskkiee, you can actually do a breakdown on this. No surprise. I mean, just by looking at it, no surprise on that most left.
Not at all. I mean, this is why, right? I mean, when we have two bands for each team, maybe down the road, maybe you have more space for the Mew. But now it's just there's not much space to accommodate a Mew band unless you really think it's the biggest problem. But in this meta right now, Mew isn't really the biggest problem. In fact, you have the Hoopa, which has been soaring in popularity, and teams who have already been playing the Hoopa very well are now bringing the Hoopa back into the fray more often than usual. And you also saw MYS, when they get their hands on the momentum in the game, they just roll over. They got another 1,000 point game to open up the day. It's an MYS special, but I do have faith in Kakalog because they are the second seed from the May qualifiers, and it's still a long shot from the first seed of April, which is MYS, but the chances are definitely not as slim.
Yep, and of course, we're looking at the information card for Team Kakalog right here. One of the highest pick rate is actually revolving around Clefable, Delphox, and Urshifu. No surprise coming on over there. And I do agree that it's very unfortunate. I believe that before WCS even happened for all the regions itself, I think that there's a very high chance that Mew will be banned every time you actually go up against MYF. I believe that there's more other priority bans.
There's just way too much.
Yeah, way too much on the plate right here. So they're not able to actually do any bans on the Mew. Like, even if you do, then probably you let go some of the top meta mons available in the game itself. So it's kind of tough. So you just have to deal with it, let it go, and just play around with whatever that's actually available and see whether or not you can go up against the draft coming out from Team MYS. Kakalog not looking too shabby as well. They're still playing around the metas right here. I would assume that probably, I mean, it's very rare we get to see one of the supports being actually one of the highest pick rates, but because probably it's also one of the mons that actually doesn't get much attention when it comes to bans, therefore highest pick rate coming over here.
It's one of the premier counters to a Dodrio, right? If you want to go down that route. But MYS, they have been banning Glaceon for both their games earlier on, and Glaceon in its current state is just overwhelming, right? Shreds through beefy Pokemons like it is hot knife through butter, and MYS, they get rid of that threat, and that's how you get this very robust front line that is diving your attackers in team fights. But I think Kakalog, they definitely must have done a lot of that preparation, and I just can't wait to see how it's going to unfold in a little bit. But before all that, I just want to remind you guys that you are watching a lot of these things happening on screen, but you can also participate in some of them, and the one that's going on right now is the EV Festival that I bet you could definitely would appreciate being a part of. Umbreon and Leafeon again are making their debut. Umbreon has already been released, just not available for this regional playoffs. Leafeon though, oh, this baby is coming very soon.
Yep, it's coming very, very soon. You get to actually play it and try it out in the EV Festival itself, but it's very unfortunate that we're not able to actually have Umbreon. When the news came out, I was like, okay. I saw the conversation. You were expecting, like, I think everybody got this idea, like, hey, if if the opponents get to actually have that Rayquaza,
You actually take it away.
yeah, you just take away all those shields all for yourself when you're using that Umbreon. But unfortunately, we're not be able to actually see. And if there's probably is a very high chance that we might just see this at Yokohama itself.
Oh,
And
100%.
100%.
I can't wait to see what it's also kind of a soft counter to Hoopa. You prevent people from rejoining the fight after they take the hyperspace bow back to the Pokemon Center. So there are a lot of things that you can do, and it's good to see an evolution that is not an attacker, right? This one is a defender. Again, we just have to wait until Yokohama to see Umbreon kind of show up in game. For now, you get to enjoy it in your ranked games, in your
Yes.
classics. You get to kind of try out what this Pokemon is available. There's even sneak peeks of Leafeon abilities that you can find on social media, right? So check that out. And also, if you guys want to get a taste of what it's like to play in a team, in a semi-competitive setting, well, we have the Pokemon UNITE Challenge Day just for you.
Wow, this is going to be a very interesting challenge day itself. For those who don't know, we've actually featured this before. But just a recap to everyone, now it's going to be a Swiss-style event. And all the matches are going to be in a best-of-1 series, up to 4 rounds in total, and held in each supported language. So we actually have 2 languages, I believe?
Yeah,
Yep.
we have English and Japanese. You have both 2 time sessions, AM and PM sessions. You can choose to enter alone or up to a trio. We will match you up with other players, and you get to enjoy Pokemon UNITE. Against people who share the same passion. Just remember that all the time that you see on screen are based on JST, which is Japan Standard Time. So do make sure that you kind of tweak your time zone a little bit so that you don't miss out on this. Happening on 17th of June, which is a Saturday.
Yeah, make sure you don't miss out on this. I believe that there were a few issues, but some people do miss out on the standard time where they thought that it's actually a different one. So make sure you check your timings and don't miss out on any of the sessions that you just it's either the AM session or the PM session. The AM session will be checking in at 12 noon to 12:30, and for the PM session, it's going to be at 5 p.m. to 5:30 p.m., which is for Japan only for that one. And of course, the check-in for the English only will also be more or less the same time as well.
I believe that JST is an hour behind us. So if you are in Malaysia or Singapore, just remember that you want to be joining in 1 p.m. for AM session and 6 p.m. for PM session. You can do it. You can do it. The calculations on your own when you are free. We also have something that is magnificent for you guys who missed out our pre-show. New holowares are about to be released. Some of them are already in the game, but in case you haven't watched it yet, here's the video.
Wow, things just keeps getting better in Pokemon Unite. Now, following up to that amazing holowear for Glaceon, we're going to be having one for the Scizor family. Of course, we have decided to Scizor together with Mr. Mime. And of course, for those who are wondering, yes, it does not just apply to Scizor, it also applies to Cider as well. But I do believe that it applies a little bit better on Scizor than Paizo.
Don't worry, I'm biased towards Mr. Mime.
Oh.
Like, if there's a Mr. Mime holowear, that's all I care about. Alright? But of course, we have something also equally important at hand. It is the next upper bracket series, another banger of a best of 3 Team MYS. They'll be taking on Kakalot this time. And I'm very excited to see what Kakalot can bring to the table. They did finish second. They only, I believe, dropped to RRQ in last month's qualify, and that was a lower bracket. Oh, that was a grand finals reset, reverse sweep, right? So Kakalot, they definitely have something up their sleeves that I believe that they can bring out against Team MYS. And the best part is they also had a match where they played the Mr. Mime. So you're just sharing some of the common Pokemons. The Hoopa does get banned out by Kakalot. Team MYS still banning the Glaceon.
Yep, that's a respect banner, but then of course we're not surprised by that ban coming on from Team MYS. Now, since Lapras is not being banned out, it allows Team MYS to pick up that Lapras as the first pick. Now, this is going to be followed up by a 1-2 coming on from Kakalot, and to no time being wasted, they're going to be picking up probably this Blastoise as well as this Blissey. Oh no, probably. Oh no, they're going straight for the Urshifu instead, and the Blastoise gets locked in for Team Kakalot.
Yeah, I love this opening, right? Lapras was banned out in the previous series overall, and now it's open. I think it kind of like it's a premier must first pick, right? So you take the Urshifu away from MYS, you take the Blastoise as well. These are the two biggest picks that MYS have gone with in the past series, and just overall as a team. But they still get their hands on the Mew, which is no surprise. They still get the Clefable for themselves, but you do get to kind of dig deeper into MYS's Pokemon pool and see what else they have left. There's still the Trevenant that is still available. The Slowbro is still on the table.
Yep, and of course, picking up that Mew over there, making it quite interesting.
Do it? That's
Yeah,
a Reborn Zora, right? It has to be a Reborn Zora.
Yeah, I think they're going for the Zoroark right here.
Yeah,
And of course, it's a really good mon, especially when it has some really good buffs as well. You want to capitalize it as much as possible for a match like this.
It could be a Reborn Zora or Yemu, so I think Yang most likely would be on the Lapras, Yemu would be on the Clefable most likely. This is a Reborn Zoroark, if memory serves me correctly, because this is a team full of flex players, right? Like, there's no quote-unquote defined roles. The Elder Gods and the Alolan Ninetales to kind of finish off the draft for Kakalot. There it is, the Reborn Zoroark. I believe we've just talked about this a little bit this morning before the show. We'll get to see it in action.
Yeah, and hopefully this is going to be the winning draft coming on from Team Kakalot going up against Team MYS. Seems that draft is complete. Both of them have some interesting picks right here. Now, very convincingly looking at Team MYF, they actually has that Zoroark there, which can actually go over on backlines, catching out mons like the Ninetales. I believe that among all, he is actually the Squishes. And then we look at Team Kakalot, they also have that Urshifu right there. Also the ability to actually catch mons coming up from back as well, so got to be a little bit careful. So they have a little bit of mobility, they have a little bit of tankiness coming up from both ends as well. Quite balanced, and we'll see who's going to come out on top here on game number 1. It's the best of 3 series, and of course, if you lose out in the first game, there's still an opportunity for you to actually get back up in the next 2 games and forcing a game number 3.
I can't wait to see how this is going to play out, because at the same time, Zoroark has one of the coolest holowares in the game right now. I think we might be able to see that from Reborns, and if we do, I think my heart has already been captivated. They have my favorite Pokemon there, my favorite holoware. Here we are, game 1 in this upper bracket, Team MYS against Kakalot. Again, we're looking at the second best team from best team in APAC West, second best team in Asia Pacific overall, and the first seed from April against the second seed from May. So there are a lot of, I would say, layers of kind of storyline coming into this, but I do expect Kakalot to put up a better fight.
Yeah, there's layers and layers of achievements right here and coming up on everything, and it's going to be quite interesting. Now, a really good opening here coming off from the Squirtle. It's going to take a while before he gets online to becoming that Blastoise and going through double evolutions, the Wartortle. Now, Now, the thing is, we're looking at jungle. Now, we all know that the Zoroark as well as Urshifu is going to come on soon. And of course, looking at Team MYS, I believe that Zoroark will be going to that top lane, trying to capitalize on punishing the enemy as much as they can. And of course, I think for the opponents, Urshifu is already online, tries to go to the bot lane to actually provide a little bit of assistance.
Yeah, just water bear stuff, right? You want to hit level 5, get your surging strike, and try to create as much pressure as possible, because the more time you spend idle as an Urshifu, the more you lose. They might be able to find Foxy. This is a very important KO if they can find it. They get slow, and Flava is finding the very first KO. This is what you want to see.
Yeah, Mew gets a little bit more nice right there, getting screened out on his own and gets taken down. It's very unfortunate. Zoroark decides to actually rotate into the top lane. Instead, it's coming up from the back, and let's see if you guys is able to actually catch up anyone here. War Total trying to make an escape into base and gets a little vision for himself. Oh, unable to actually take one of the citrus berries, and Zoroark a little bit in trouble right here. But he managed to actually make an escape from the War Turtle as well as Eldegoss as well.
I mean, the Eldegoss, it does do quite a lot of damage in these early levels that can catch you by surprise, but you can see Kakalot, they're trying to continue putting on the pressure. Rebound is going to get invaded, but they get bursted. Unfortunate, as Foxy was there to provide the backup that Rebounds needed. Now you can alleviate some of the pressure, head into the mid side for the Altaria camps, and Rebounds, just gets away once more with the support of the Moonlight. Team MYS making a good recovery.
Wow, not having a really good start, but then catches up by having that really good takedown through the middle right there. Zoroark is trying to do something right here from the top. Probably another citrus berry save right here for Team Kakalot, and they're still surviving despite having only 2 months defending this top lane. And meanwhile, I think right now Urshifu's just going back to just getting a little bit of buff for himself and coming back into the action in just a bit.
I mean, War Turtle and Eldegoss does quite a amount of damage. Urshifu shows up top. They want to contest the camp, and they do get a considerable amount of it. Team MYS are losing in the health department, forced to back off once more. Kakalot doing a pretty good job at just keeping Team MYS suppressed, but now first set objective spawns.
Yeah, it feels a little bit weird that I think without having the ability to actually just teleport quickly to the other lane, I think it's a little bit slow, the playstyle that MYS is bringing for this match in the upper bracket of 21 previously. Right now, coming on with them, Urshifu takes down Zoroark, a massive advantage coming off from Team Kakalot right here, and see what's going to happen. It seems that the Registeel goes down.
Watch out for Mew though, he does have that distance to work with. Team MYS forced to abandon this tier 1 goal zone. Kakalot will break it. And this is a good start. They continue to snowball because they see that the Lapras is on the top side. There's no one that can effectively stop them. And they get to cash in another 80 points in this bottom tier 2 zone, and even take some of the wild Pokemons away from Team MYS.
Well, seems like a different kind of game right here when you're going up against one of the top teams in the competition. Kakalot seems to be taking in the lead. 180 points right now against 98 to Team MYS. Zoroark manages to actually destroy that goalpost at the top lane from Team Kakalot. But this time, it seems to be a Reggie-Lecky attempt. 4 months coming on from Design, and easy takedown on that. Reggie-Lecky making its way down to the top path. We'll see whether if they're able to capitalize on this or just focus on to the bottom lane instead to take that goalpost.
Yeah, a lot of value for Kakalot. They should be able to deal with the Reggie-Lecky without much contest from Team MYS, as MYS are moving the whole team towards the bot side. There's an Alola 9 is going to eject button in, even with the Unite move, but it's up against the entire team of Team MYS, who will quickly take care of 2 Kakalot members, but this Urshifu is going to try and defend the goal zone, which is a futile attempt, pushed away by the confusion and taken out. Rebounds, even using the Unite move, based out the Hydro Typhoon from the Blastoise, and can't even find Nightmew Foxy. 4 for MYS.
Yeah, that was a quick turnaround right there. Team MYS taking things on their hands right now, unable to actually score. Unfortunately, some good defenders coming back to that bottom lane, but still, they're waiting for that Reggie coming back at the bottom lane and giving them a little bit of edge in the upcoming match. Right now, things are looking quite neck to neck. Husskkiee 179 to 184. They seem to be no definite winner from the side, and this time it's going to be a Regice at the bottom lane, and we'll see who gets to actually have this health regen amplification from this Reggie. Oh, Blastoise manages to take down the Zoro again. And this time, that's a double takedown on him.
Yeah, NY is just trying to stall time because Froggy will try to score some points on the top side to regain back that point lead. It's not much, but it does put MYS in a slightly more comfortable position, right? You're forcing some sort of response from Takealot, who will now rotate towards the top side. As Team MYS, they are going to be looking for that potential Regieleki once that spawns in 10 seconds. All things considered, Team MYS, they didn't really have the Unite moves for that Regice fight, so they are not too bothered about contesting it. But this one, oh, they do have the Unite moves now.
They do, and it's most likely here, it is going to be yet another Regieleki attempt at the top lane. It's very unfortunate that the Zoroark gets taken down early in both recent team fights that we saw between these two teams, and so basically they lost one of the big four attackers in the game, and it's time about, it seems that they're trying to go in and attempt on this top post, and they're going to get it with help of Regieleki at the top, easy dunking in their faces of Team MYS.
Yeah, MYS, they are fine with letting it crash, give that tier 1 away. They can't defend it anyways, but they do keep the tier 2 gold zone safe, right? That's the more important part.
Yeah, 228 to 28. It doesn't look much. There's still opportunity for both teams to actually win against one another. And I believe that it's all about mind game series. Either you want to bait the enemy into taking this Rayquaza, which is going to be coming up in the next 1 more minute, or you actually try to be a little bit sneaky and try to score on your own while people are just busy to attend to that Rayquaza over here.
Do have the gravity for the Clefable also, so you get to kind of slow down the Urshifu if he tries to dive you. You look at the levels, Urshifu and Zoroark are at level 13 respectively, so all things considered, Team MYS is still keeping up close. This is the closest game we have so far, right? When we say that Kakalot will have a better chance against Team MYS, just judging by their performance overall, and they are giving MYS a run for their money.
I think they'll be watching.
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely be watching.
Last Reggie is going to be the Regirock. MYS have already shown up, but they do have one last member. Yang isn't there with the team, so Rebound needs to be very careful to not get caught out. Kakalot bringing the Regice down to less than health, and Team MYS, they are just poking and prodding at Kakalot. Not going to be looking for any full commitment, but this slowly reaching damage, forcing the Hydro type eject button on a tree, but Kakalot, they get the Regirock. But they did have to use a lot of resources, and now Team MYS, they have all they need for this Rayquaza flip.
I think they kind of force Kakalot their hand over there, and I believe that Kakalot is not ready for this Rayquaza attempt. Team MYS is more ready on their end. They have
Unite move
right here.
To the back. The Froggy hitting all 5 of them. Massive solar beam from Nightmute Foxy, chipping away at the health of Kakalot. They're getting healed up, but they did lose. They did lose, I believe, their Alolan Ninetales. MYS down by 3 members, but Foxy is still alive. The Solar Beam snipe can still happen. Foxy looking for an angle as Kakalot tries to slowly but surely whittle down the Rayquaza. They now see where Nightmute Foxy trying to keep him away. The barrier will keep Foxy in a distance, but Team MYS, they're respawn in time, and this Rayquaza is at a dangerously low health. MYS, they can look to steal it away. Rebounds back in the fight again. The Blastoise doesn't have much health to work with. Instantly KO. Big avalanche, but not enough to keep Team MYS at bay. They still have the Moonlight from this Blizzy, from this Clefable. Now they're gonna try to work in Rayquaza heal back up as well.
Yep, now it looks like it's a 4v5 situation. Still winning on 12 more seconds before they can actually get a full lineup here. Can they able to
Rebound dive.
do this? Oh, actually goes in.
Solar Beam!
Oh, the actually goes down as well. They lost out 3 in addition to the previous one. They lost out 4. It is going to be a 5v2 situation right here at the Rayquaza pit, and we'll see who's going to be getting.
Wow! What?
Kakalot gets it, and they're going to be scoring on that Rayquaza. Unfortunately, they actually have to lose on this Blissey, and see the Blastoise still surviving.
There's a chance to defend this though. They're respawning. They just gotta jump to the top side. Can EMS cap it in time? They might make a cap it in time. The 40 at the end. They broke the zone. Are you kidding me? At the very end, Team MYS. I cannot believe it.
There's been a lot of I can't believe it going on here.
I
mean, okay,
hold on.
Kakalot getting Rayquaza, and in Team MYS still being able to actually cap over them.
Holy, what a game, what a series we have on our hands, Flava. I mean, Danelie is missing out on this action for sure. Kakalot, I don't know how Nautisa did it. Stole the Rayquaza at the very end, and Team MYS just barely able to cap. Wait, did Yamo have the go-getter? Like, you have to have the go-getter to be able to cap like 40 points within a short time frame, right? Well, we need to confirm that in a bit because I didn't see what they were carrying, but I mean overall it was just what a performance from Kakalog. This was a win for MYS, but Kakalog made it extremely hard.
They got by the skin of their teeth. They gotta admit that I think it was very surprising. Despite it being a 5v2 situation at the Rayquaza pit, Kakalog did manage to actually get that last hit in on Rayquaza, but unfortunately they lost. Basically, they lost the Blissey. They only have the Blastoise. He's not able to actually defend that. Basically both of the goalposts at the same time as well, and Team Moya that gives them an opening. Unfortunately, Kakalog, the team members were not able to actually spawn quick enough for them to actually stop that attempt from Team MYS, and they managed to just win the game for themselves.
Absolute crazy game number 1, but I want to commend MYS also, right? The team fight that they won at the very end that led up to the Rayquaza. It was a perfect team fight because Yemu in the midst of thing with the water pulse got, I believe, what? The bubble beam got like 3 members of Kakalog kind of trapped in the bubble, and they also got a 3-man solar beam from Foxy, and all these layering of damage was able to take out members of Kakalog. It was just very unfortunate that Kakalog was not able to close this game out. I think it's a steal for MYS. They stole it. They stole it from Kakalog.
Yeah, I think if that team fight actually turned out really bad and basically Kakalog still managed to actually get that Rayquaza, it would have been a different outcome for sure for this game number 1.
I just realized there's no go-getter, right? I was tripping. There's no go-getter for the side of MYS. They just had enough time, just barely enough to crack the goal zone. That is crazy.
Wow.
The smallest of margin. It was another case of like 1 second difference, right? We've seen so many half a second, 1 second differences that decided a game. This game was definitely one of it.
Yep, most definitely. Of course, if you look at a bubble beam, right, coming from Lapras, the duration itself is not that long. You want to compare, and actually, MYS actually had a really good set for a team fight at the Rayquaza because during that time they know that there's no Hydro Typhoon, so that's a huge Unite move to actually go inside. But despite all that, they were actually losing out in the first team fight of the pit, and then they won it back again right after. So this is actually the Hydro Typhoon that was used by Blastoise. Knowing this, basically Team YY knows that Kakalog does not have Unite on the Blastoise anymore, and things are looking good for them. Look at this, 3 months down coming on from Team MYS, so it looks really, really good for them. Unfortunately, at this point in time,
yeah, look at this. Rebounds dives to the back, Solar Beam hitting 3 guys and the Bubble Beam.
Yeah, that Bubble Beam. Yeah, it's not that easy to align Bubble Beam like that because you have to ensure that the opponent is all lined up in a line because it doesn't spread out that much from the Bubble Beam from Lapras. So yeah, and then that plus the Solar Beam, as you mentioned just now, from the Mew itself. Definitely a good layer coming on from Team MYS.
I tell you the craziest part about this last play, which I just noticed. I know there might be some clippers out there, people who want to look at, who want to clip moments and say that, oh, this guy didn't notice anything, but I noticed what happened at the very end. You remember we mentioned that Pokemon Unite is all about mathematics? Team MOS decided to let the 2 members with the lowest amount of points to go for the dunk.
Yep,
Speeds up the dunk, doubles the point, wins the game. Oh my god, they are smarter than me for sure.
No, actually, during that time, all of them was already in place at a top goalpost, right? But of course, if you had 50, it's gonna take a while. You don't have the shields, and you basically just looking at how far along is the opponent going to be spawned out. So Blastoise was alone, right?
Yeah, I mean,
so basically, the only guy who has the lead is like, hey, I'm the only guy who can dunk in time before I actually get CC'd by the opponents after they jump from that platform. So
yeah, I mean, these guys, they have done their calculations for sure. I didn't even think of that. I am the dum-dum.
If all of them had 50, that would have been troublesome. Now, here's the thing. Like, you may think like, hey, it's a good thing for you to actually get a lot of points on yourself, but you have to remember, the more points you have, the longer it takes for you to actually dunk on your opponent itself. So
what a game 1. I hope this goes the full distance. I think it would be a shame if it ends 2-0. That was just game 1. Let's take a look at some stats. We're gonna zone in on Yang from Team MYS. Of course, most frequently used Pokemon. Enough said, the Urshifu and the Blastoise.
Wow, that's quite a big difference in percentage from 57 to 40. Yeah, so it's either you get yourself playing here an Urshifu or your secondary one is going to be a Blastoise here. Urshifu really having a really good start because I think that the opponents didn't manage to cap on Team MYS as the Zoro was not doing so well. Unfortunately, we do not get to see the Urshifu being played for Team MYS this time about. We will see. We will see, depending on how the draft is going to be played out for the upcoming matches itself. But so far, MYS having a one-game win, one-game lead here in the best of 3 series, meaning that one more game away from winning this best of 3 series in the upper bracket match and making their way to the next round. Or will the opponents K-Clock make a surprising turnover, making it a reverse sweep over Team MYS, making a win for them and kicking MYS down to the lower bracket itself? And here we are, information card for Team K-Clock. We're looking at PSL 9. Cliffable and Blissey, yeah. I think these are the two supports to play around. Very straightforward.
Very straightforward. I mean, it's a support player, the support player for K-Clock. You can only be surprised if you're looking at Team MYS's player card because they all flex around, but for PSL 9, he's the dedicated support for the team. So Clefable and Blissey, not a surprise there. And honestly, you know, I look back at game 1 and I'm like, K-Clock, they basically were able to achieve a lot of the things that, you know, we wanted to see from Unity Bond, and it's not to say that Unity Bond didn't perform well, but there is a big skill gap, right? So K-Clock, they kind of gave us what we want when you're up against Team MYS. Don't give them space, don't let them snowball, and you take the initiative. You also take away their comfort Pokemon. You see the Urshifu getting snatched out, you see the Hoopa getting banned, and you force them to play a normal game of Pokemon Unite.
Yep, of course. And I really want to credit this Blessey because he outflipped a Rayquaza.
I had no idea how he did that.
He outflipped a Rayquaza from, okay, if we look at the draft result.
Against 5 members.
5 members, plus there's a Mew on the other side, which has an Electro Ball, right? So you literally outlasted Rayquaza using a Blissey out of all the mons you could actually have in the game.
Do you notice how PSL now he just walked in and got the Rayquaza? It's like, hey, I got the Rayquaza, it's mine now. So game 2 draft is going to be ready right now. Let's jump in and see what the teams have planned. I just want to see K-Clock. I just want to see 3 games so that we can have more of these two.
But we need to have more of this. I think the viewers are there. Don't get enough from this too. I mean, by observing that game number 1, it is apparent that K-Clock has what it takes to actually take down Team MYS right here. But Team MYS still holding on to the clean win streak here. 3 wins so far in the upper bracket so far is on the live stream, and we'll see if they're able to actually continue on this win streak here in the playoffs. And of course, the ban is complete, and of course, yet another. This time.
Yeah, this one. I like it.
They banned the Mew. Respect.
Yeah.
Mad respect on the Mew.
And it just happens that Hoopa was also banned by MYS themselves, right? So
that's a double ban.
That means that Glaceon is now open.
Correct? Yeah.
Glaceon is finally open for the first time on this broadcast and instantly gets picked up by MYS. That's going to go over to Foxy for sure. I think most of that is going to be on Foxy. You see the Clefable being hovered over, and Lapras goes over to K-Clock. But that also means that K-Clock can go for the Urshifu, right? The Lapras, Urshifu, if you want to. The Blastoise is also a very good option. They can also go for the... Was it Dojo? I don't think you go for Dojo. You just go for the Urshifu right now.
Yeah, they're going for the Urshifu here. And of course, they locked in that Blastoise as well for themselves. I believe that they're very comfortable with playing these kind of mons. I'm surprised, despite having the first pick, they're very comfortable in still picking up that Lapras. Yes, of course, as
Chandelure.
Chandelure and, whoa,
Wigglytuff.
This is different? Okay.
Okay, funnily enough, because Wigglytuff, I believe you go Sing, right? So there are certain Pokemons that want to be in your face. And for example, the Lapras, for example, the Urshifu, the Blastoise to a certain extent. And aside from having the Clefable which has the gravity, you also have the Wigglytuff that can sing to sleep. So not only do you get bogged down as gravity increases exponentially, you also fall asleep at the wheel. So you have very decent brick walls from Team MYS to kind of stop the dive from K-Clock, but you also have a Bust Roll that can kind of punt them away like a ragdoll. You have incredible long-range damage, special attackers, Chandelure and Glaceon that can cut right through the front lines of K-Clock.
Yeah, and of course with Yemu over there having that Buzzwole, you have physical damage as well adding into that. All this damage coming on from Team MYS is ready to rumble in this game number 2. And of course K-Clock has a more balanced draft, I would say, compared to Team MYS. But we'll see how they actually played it out. They picked out that Sylveon this time about, so it's going to be a Sylveon versus the Glaceon battle for game number 2.
Yeah, I do wonder what this... is the Sylveon going to go for the what was it? Was it the Draining Kiss? We haven't seen Sylveon for a long time. I believe the last time we saw Sylveon was in April. I
Yeah,
believe,
it was April.
Yeah, it was
We
in
didn't see
April,
much on-
right?
we
Yeah, it
didn't
was
see
in
much in
April.
May.
And afterwards, we never really saw Sylveon. It's one of the more underwhelming evolutions even up to this point. But no, it's always a treat when you get to see him.
It's still viable. I think that people were just in between having an Espeon versus a Glaceon. But anyways, let's jump into the game. Ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 2 in the best of 2 series in the upper bracket match in between Team Kakalok on the purple side versus with Team MYS on the orange side. This is the upper bracket semifinals, and only one of them will be moving forward to the finals of the upper bracket.
You know the craziest part, Flava? Whoever wins this guarantees Yokohama.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Whoever wins the
Guarantees.
series guarantees Yokohama, which is absurd, right? Because that's upper bracket finals. That is top 3. Like if my memory serves me right with the brackets, they just make it to Yokohama just by winning this series. The stakes are incredibly high.
Yep, and of course, right now, this is going to be the best time ever to actually look at the top lane. Knowing that you have a Buzzwole at the top, so probably when this Channeler gets online, you wanna get that Buzzwole fighting because you want to capitalize on all his abilities. And of course, right here, still at level 5, and this gives an opportunity for the Urshifu to actually rotate out that top lane, provide a little bit of support, and with hope they can actually get a takedown from team.
Oh yes. You want the Urshifu to start snowballing, and that's kind of always like the modus operandi. You're also contesting the Altaria family, but you do have the Lampert there. Massive amount of damage, but the Urshifu was able to get a big chunk of that AO's energy and XP. That's always great if you're an Urshifu.
Yep, of course, right now it seems that it's the calm before the storm at the top lane. Bottom seems more exciting, of course, because you have that Glaceon riding off from the back. Shardo being able to actually dunk it at the top lane. It is going to be the Eldegoss as well as Urshifu, but still no takedowns from anyone yet from both ends right now.
And it's a Hyper Voice Draining Kiss. Sylveon, I think it's quite interesting. I thought that we might see the Mythical Fire, but overall, I mean, for the Sylveon, you just want to be staying in the fight for as long as possible, right? You want to be kiting out with the Draining Kiss and keeping everyone basically at an arm's length with the Hyper Voice.
Oh no.
Team MYS just get a couple of dunks in, but Kakalok focusing on that mid side to get the Altaria camp, and they lose out. And they lose a bit of momentum on the bottom side. Now they're going to converge. Without the cool power, Team MYS cannot bring in any backup, and that means that they are going to lose complete control of this bottom goal zone.
Wow, it's very unfortunate that Glaceon did manage to scout out and saw that the whole village from Kakalog is actually at the middle and decided to beat it out to the bottom and didn't get takedown right over there by the whole team. Right now, they didn't manage to destroy the bottom goal post coming from Team MYS, and by having a short lead of 34 points so far. Still too early to tell. 7 minutes and 20 more seconds to go, and of course, it's going to be an easy takedown of the Swablu family here at the top lane.
See the focus for MYS, focusing on the Regieleki instead of the Regis on the bottom side. They're gonna get the punt back, just keep Margot away with a super power also included. Margot ends up falling first, getting KO'd as Team MYS. They still want to brute force through this top goal zone, but Kakalok was able to arrive in time, and that means that Kakalok, they are gonna get this Registeel without any contest, but they would also be able to defend that second goal post against this Regieleki.
Yep, and of course, yes, this is going to be giving them an edge in terms of attack and also special attack here. And it seems that Team MYS is keen on babysitting this Regieleki and going in for the push at the top lane. Still waiting for the Sylveon to rotate
Look at the
through
Glaceon.
the middle. Glaceon damage still not enough to take down that Blastoise over here. So they have the Hydro type.
5 of them!
Based on hitting off on all of them, is the damage going to be enough? A Blastoise getting out first right here by the Chandelier. And of all, it's going to be the Buzzwole take on the Sylveon. Very unfortunate, despite having not in the Glaceon. Takes out the Lapras this time about. It is a 5v4 situation right now with Lapras coming back into the match. Down goes the Urshifu as well as the Eldegoss this time about. They need to recover from this. They can't afford to actually use out more Mons coming on from Team Kakalok, and they need to recover.
This is a big snowball effect for Team MYS. It is an avalanche. First of all, Glaceon damage, absolutely illegal. Almost 100 to 0. A full health Blastoise. And second of all, the team fight started out good. I think 4-5-man Hydro Typhoon. You have Sunzage coming in from behind on the flank with the Hyper Voice on the Sylveon. Bad news is that Yang basically melted through them with the Chandelier Unite. They cut right through Kakalok. I mean, you would think that after all that engage, Kakalot would at least get a single KO, but guess what? They got none. They got none, and they lost 7 KOs in a row and a second goalpost. Absolutely absurd from Team MIS.
Yep, nada. Zero. No takedowns. Reggie, they were just running down Reggie. Like, despite having the advantage with the base and you actually have
You look
shields,
at the level of Snowball, right? Team MIS are at least 1 to 2 levels on average above Kakalot off of that one team fight.
Yep, and of course here we're looking at 3 Mons coming on from Team MYS at level 11, which none of the Kakalot Mons is actually at right now. Blast points, despite you being a defender here. Oh, he's using some Hydro Typhoon to save himself, and down goes the Clefable. Hydro Typhoon is down. Oh, Menchi used on the surf. It's on tree. Is gonna fall from behind. Glaceon uses on Unite. Here comes the dunk from the Buzzwole. Unfortunately, Menchi can't come from anyone.
He just cuts right through Kakalot again, right?
Oh,
all the damage they're getting out through. They're all getting sang to sleep. Froggy is putting them to bed. Tuck them in with the blanket also. And it's a chilly night for Kakalot. Team MYS is another win, and I tell you the worst part is that goes on stays up.
Oh, these guys are monsters. That's what you get for letting on that Glaceon to be the hand of MYS. Insane amount of damage. And still, yet another no return coming on from Team Kakalot. MYS has a clean takedown on their enemies here. And of course, they're going for the Reggie Steel attempt here. Sylveon, gotta be a little bit careful of the opposition. Blastoise is over there. They have the edge in terms of attack as well as special attack right now. Not really the best time for them to actually go for any counter engagement. WrestleMania happening here with the Buzzwole. They managed to actually take down on the Lapras. It's going to be back 2 more seconds. Rapid spin coming from behind. Will it be able to take down? Oh, it's still not mission, and the Blastoise gets taken down instead in the hands of the Glaceon as well. Chandelier dealing on damage from behind. They're still committed. Kakalot's trying to do something over here. Buzzwole bashing, hitting, and of course back down in the face is still able. They did manage to get on the table here. They got the Sylveon as well. Very unfortunate hit, and Buzzwole gets the Eldegoss.
I mean, the Moonlight from Rebonks is just disgusting, keeping MYS topped out. Well, they lost 2 of their members, but it's not a big deal. They've done massive damage to Kakalot. Silver lining for Kakalot is that first goal zone is still standing. MYS was not able to break it, was not able to get any dunks in, so we still have a game on our hands. But Team MYS, they have shown that in these big team fights, the amount of ridiculous numbers coming out from both Yang and Foxy, it cannot be underestimated. You cannot let them get these 3 hits, especially Yang. He has been landing some very nasty Unite moves.
Yeah, I have to agree on that. Despite them not having a Mew on their end, they're still supposed to be reckoned with over here. And of course, next up is going to be the Regieleki Tam. At the top lane, it seems that both sides are ready to rumble. Blastoise, despite you being a defender, seems to melt down really, really easy with all the damage up there coming on from Team MYS. Over here, Glaceon doing its job, trying to take down Regieleki, who's going to be getting first information at the hands of Chandelier. It seems that Team Kakalot has to retreat right now. There's no takedowns. It is still looking good for them. And Rayquaza is out right
Bad news. Really bad news.
Really bad news.
They gotta deal with the Regieleki, but you also are dealing with a Chandelier and a Glaceon that can destroy the Rayquaza easily, right? They're gonna try and take this fight. The Urshifu completely controlled by Yamo. Hydro Typhoon this time only knocking on the 2 members. But look at the damage! Foxy just absolutely slicing Mark got apart. He's definitely immortal in this situation. And Kakalot down to his 2 members. Can PSL9 do another miracle steal? Noctiza, he also wants to try, but not this time, buddy. Not this time. No Ray flip for you. And Team YS, with the blessing of Ray, he's about to close this out and secure that ticket to Yokohama.
Wow, this Glaceon is literally illegal.
Yeah, you gotta ban that thing, man.
Yeah, you gotta ban that thing, man. But you have so little bans on your hands. But right now, letting go of Glaceon is also not a really good idea. This is utter dominance coming on from MYS. Look at them. They have points to score, but they're not really in the position where they have to force themselves to actually go for the score at all. And they're sitting comfortably at 314 points right now. They just have to hold on, and the victory will be theirs right here. Look at this Glaceon doing its beautiful work together with the Clefable at the bottom lane, and probably going for a little bit score here. Easy peasy 100 points in the face of Kakalot. And of course, Sylveon did manage to take down the Buzzwole, and of course, look at this
Yeah,
Wigglytuff score.
there's not enough points, right, for Kakalok to score. I mean, they break the goal zone finally, but now you gotta deal with this defense from MYS. They just gotta hold on for 20 more seconds. This Lapras losing all of his HP, and again, it's just, I mean, Rebound is just dunked on them. 4 KOs for MYS. Time is gonna tick out Kakalok. They gotta go for the lower bracket run, and MYS just a clean 2-0 victory in this upper bracket. A shaky game 1, but utter dominance in game 2. And that means Team MYS, one of the first teams from APAC West to head towards Yokohama. Guaranteed.
Wow. If I were to go up against Team MYS, I'll be having difficulties in the draft stage because things are just, despite losing out one of their pioneer, I mean, Nami Fox being one of the best Mew players in the world. Wow, not able to actually get his hands on that Mon. He's still able to actually show some other dominance here with that Glaceon. Of course, he's our MVP here with 89 points. Really good score coming out from everyone so far. Gotta hand it to him that this is a very, very clean game coming from Team MYS.
Just squeaky clean.
Squeaky
It's
clean.
like you brought your car to a car wash. That's how clean it is.
Oh wow, this is premium cleaning service.
This-
Wow, this is
Premium cleaning service. This is the ultimate deluxe package, right? They just clean house. They make sure the interiors are sparkling. They make sure the exterior reflect light so much that you just blind anyone who looks at you. Team MIS are on another level for sure. Job is not done yet. You still want to go for that first place finish. You still want to be the first seed of APAC West, but securing top 3. That is the bare minimum, and I think a lot of people would definitely be looking forward to Team MYS heading onto the world stage. You have players from X Renaissance who finished 3rd in London last year. Oh, now they're back, baby. They're back better and stronger with another team.
Yep, and of course, securing this slot in Yokohama shows that they're just one of the best Pokemon Unite teams in the world. And of course, we want to talk a little bit about Team Kakalok here. They did exceptionally well. They're able to actually be neck to neck against Team MYS in that game number, which shows that they're also a really good Unite team as well. But unfortunately, since they lost here at the upper bracket semifinals 1, they'll be dropping down to the lower bracket with 1 lifeline line, with hopes that they're able to actually crawl through that lower bracket and making it to the finals or the grand finals to actually meet up together with MYS, depending on the whole situation. And a few short moments, we're going to be looking at the bracket and see what has happened in the other matches that we are not able to actually showcase here on the live stream. But here are the highlights on this game number 2.
Yeah, I just want to also prefix that you look at kind of like the lower bracket, right? They are way too many names in the lower bracket that I wish to see in Yokohama, but it's just not possible. So hopefully when we get to see updated bracket later, we still get to see some of the names that there are a lot of teams in danger, right? For example, EVO's Levatine, that is also a team in the lower bracket. LVD, the team with Kamiru, they're also in the lower bracket. So there's a lot to be desired, but you look back at MYS's journey, it really felt like them finishing 2nd in ACL and bringing High 5, the best team in APAC, to a 5-game series was not a fluke at all. These guys, they are not onto something, they are something.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, I like that one. Yeah, they are definitely something over here. And they're showing all the fans from all around the world, and of course, specifically the APAC West here, together all the viewers out there, that how much of a force to be reckoned with they are here at this competition, and they are ready to bring it all back home. They're aiming for that first place finish here today.
You know what I miss? You know what I'm going to see today? I want to see Yang back on the Decidueye.
Oh no! Okay, if you was that April?
That was April.
Oh,
yes.
that was April.
So
okay, if you witness, all right, APAC West April, you would know about the whole Decidueye situation.
So so the thing is, I heard the backstory of how Decidueye came to be for MYS.
Okay.
So apparently, they were just messing around one day, I think in a scrim or something, and Yang. So when you pick Decidueye, I believe he makes the voice line, right? Like or something like that.
Okay.
And no, they were just constantly doing it. I think Yang was doing it a lot, and it got stuck with him, and that's how you saw a ton of Decidueye in April. I hope it's still stuck. Maybe we will see one game of it. I don't know. I don't want to ruin their chances of winning, but it would be nice. It would be very nice.
Honestly, that Decidueye situation in April was just mind games. Honestly, it was literal mind games. I feel bad for their opponents because they couldn't read MYS at all. So Yeah, good luck to you guys. If you guys missed out on all the action, for those who are actually viewing the live stream, if you guys know what it's all about, then you can just drop it in the comment section. But anyways, if you guys don't know about it, you can just check it out, right?
Check it out.
Check it out. It was interesting.
It was interesting. I do feel I do feel a bit curious about, I believe, Sunzage's pick on the Sylveon, because I think the Delphox was also available, right? And we are looking at both the the Wigglytuff and the Clefable. So I kind of feel like if you have a bit more AoE with the Delphox, you get to have the healing reduction. Maybe some of these team fights would have been so much better for Kakalot, because they came really close, but they just couldn't outlast Team MYS because of that Moonlight that was from Rebounds healing everyone back up. Maybe the Delphox would have been a decent solution. I do want to hear what everyone else in the comments think. But it was still a very, very entertaining series overall.
Yeah, I feel bad for the Blast Boys, but despite him being a defender, I think everybody who was observing the match kind of forgot he was a defender, because he was melting through the whole thing.
Yeah, he was. he was getting absolutely pummeled. We will look at the updated bracket right now, the state of our regional playoffs, and some teams are about to hit the deck. Well, at least for the side of LVD, they have been eliminated. So our king Kamaru, his journey ends here, unfortunately. Zerfit Gaming, they do get the bye in their bracket, so they will be up against EVOS Levantine later on, which was also a series that we will be keeping an eye out for. Unity Bond, they get a bye, and they will be up against the winners between Playing Unite and Outwit. But MYS, Team MYS, your first team from APAC West that has secured the slot to Yokohama.
Wow, that's going to be interesting. And of course, we're still waiting for the result at the upper bracket semi-finals too, between Team Moon9 versus with Rex, Rigum, Keon, or the abbreviation for RRQ. Now, this is going to be something else. These two are some amazing teams. I would assume that the reason why the results are not out is because I would assume that they're going to Game 3. I think probably that's why the match has not concluded yet. Hopefully. We'll get to know it very, very soon. And hopefully we're able to actually show you this bracket after the conclusion or before the next match actually begins. We're not sure yet, but there's a very high chance it might just be.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Moon Knight, right? You also have players from, I think, X Renaissance, X No Lucario, Ruvis, and Wraith are in the team. I think Mevius, I believe. I forgive me if I pronounce it wrongly, but also in the team of Moon Knight, right? Against RRQ, X Team Rise, you know the drill. This has just gotten more and more intense. And look at Kakalot, they're slotted in the 4th round lower bracket, and to make it to Yokohama, they gotta at least make it to kind of the lower finals, right?
Yes, correct. Lower finals.
And, you know, I mean, Team MYS, they're already waiting there. It could be a error. They're in the upper bracket, right?
Wow, okay. Let's ignore that part.
Let's ignore that part. But
I think somebody accidentally predicted that CMI was going to drop.
Whoever
the outcome is,
I'm coming for you because they're in the upper finals. We'll be looking at Zerfit Gaming against EVOS Levantine later on, and I think EVOS Levantine is definitely going to be the dark horse in this case. They participated in April and May, didn't make it far, and they had to come through on the second stage of the Lashes qualifiers to be here, and they're up against the second seed from the April qualifiers.
Yeah, and of course, I believe that we don't have much information from them as well, but we'll get to see their matches very, very soon after this. Of course, for those who actually know EVOS, they're actually quite a big esports organization. Nice to see them to actually come up into Pokemon UNITE. We'll see how far they'll go here in this competition at the end of the day. It's going to be quite a tight one because you only have one more lifeline land into between those two teams. Only one of them will move forward and one of them will be eliminated from the competition, unfortunately.
You know, it's a very sweet story for EVOS Levantine because they it was a bunch of friends, 5 people. They were playing at the tier 2 level, and they were noticed by EVOS because EVOS saw the hard work that they put in. They were grinding a lot, they were attending a lot of scrims, and EVOS decided that this is the team that I want to invest in, right? It's just a very heartwarming story to see teams getting picked up by bigger organizations, but this is their toughest hurdle yet. Up against Zerfit Gaming, the second seed from the April qualifiers. A lot to be desired, and again, this is not going to be an easy one, but the teams, they will have some time to prepare as we go for a break. But when we come back, watch out, EVOS Levantine against Zerfit Gaming. We'll see you guys. Yeah,
A Wigglytuff score.
There's the kind of storyline coming into this, but I do expect Husskkiee to put up a better fight.
Yep, there's layers and layers of achievements right here and topping up on everything, and it's going to be quite interesting lock right here and see what's going to happen. It seems that the Registeel goes down.
Watch out for Mew though. He does have that distance to work with. Team NYS forced to abandon it, even with the Unite move, but it's up against the entire team of Team NYS who will quickly take care of 2 K-Long members, but this Urshifu is going to try and defend the goal zone, which is a futile attempt, pushed away by the confusion and taken out. Rebounds, even using the Unite move, based out the Hydro Typhoon from the Blastoise and can't just poking and prodding and K-Long. Not going to be looking for any full commitment, but this that slowly reaching damage, forcing the Hydro Typhoon eject button on a tree, but K-Long, they killed them. Massive solar beam from Naimu Foxy, chipping away at the help of K-Long. They're getting healed up, but they did lose It's
a 4v5 situation. Still winning on 12 more seconds before they can actually get a full lineup here. Can they able to
Rebounds dive.
do this? Oh, actually goes in.
Solar beam!
Rebounds actually goes down as well. A 5v2 situation right here at the Rayquaza pit. And we'll see who's going to be getting.
Wow! What?
K-Long gets it! And they're going to be scoring on that Rayquaza.
Spawning, they just gotta jump to the top side.
Jump.
Can EMS cap it in time? They might be the cap it in time. The 40 at the end, they broke the zone. Are you kidding me? At the very end, Team NYS. I cannot believe it. Yokohama, which is absurd, right? Because that's upper bracket finals. That is top 3. Like if my memory serves me right with the brackets, they just converged. Without the full power, Team NYS cannot bring in any backup, and that means that they are going to lose complete control of this bottom goal zone.
Wow, it's very unfortunate.
Reggie is on the bottom side. They're going to get the punt back, just keep
wow.
away with the super power also included. Margot ends up falling first, getting KO'd as Team M.
Sylveon, very unfortunate despite having not in the Glaceon, takes out the Lapras this time about. It is a 5v4 situation right now with Lapras coming back into the match. Down goes the Urshifu as well as the Eldegoss this time about. They need to recover from this. They can't afford to actually use out more Mons coming on from Team K-Clock, and they need to recover.
This is a
small. They managed to actually take down on the Lapras. It's going to be back 2 more seconds. Rapid spin coming from behind. Will it be able to take it down? Oh, it's still not mission, and the Blastoise gets taken down instead.
Throw by Yamu. Hydro Typhoon this time only knocking on the 2 members. But look at the damage. Foxy just absolutely slicing Margot apart.
Easy peasy 100 points in the face of K-Clock. And of course, Sylveon did manage to take down the Buzzwole. And of course, look at this. Wigglytuff score.
There's the kind of storyline coming into this, but I do expect Husskkiee to put up a better fight.
Yep, there's layers and layers of achievements right here and topping up on everything, and it's going to be quite interesting lock right here and see what's going to happen. It seems that the Registeel goes down.
Watch out for Mew though. He does have that distance to work with. Team NYS forced to abandon it, even with the Unite move, but it's up against the entire team of Team NYS who will quickly take care of 2 K-Long members, but this Urshifu is going to try and defend the goal zone, which is a futile attempt, pushed away by the confusion and taken out. Rebounds, even using the Unite move, based out the Hydro Typhoon from the Blastoise and can't just poking and prodding and K-Long. Not going to be looking for any full commitment, but this that slowly reaching damage, forcing the Hydro Typhoon eject button on a tree, but K-Long, they killed them. Massive solar beam from Naimu Foxy, chipping away at the help of K-Long. They're getting healed up, but they did lose It's
a 4v5 situation. Still winning on 12 more seconds before they can actually get a full lineup here. Can they able to
Rebounds dive.
do this? Oh, actually goes in.
Solar beam!
Rebounds actually goes down as well. A 5v2 situation right here at the Rayquaza pit. And we'll see who's going to be getting.
Wow! What?
K-Long gets it! And they're going to be scoring on that Rayquaza.
Spawning, they just gotta jump to the top side.
Jump.
Can EMS cap it in time? They might be the cap it in time. The 40 at the end, they broke the zone. Are you kidding me? At the very end, Team NYS. I cannot believe it. Yokohama, which is absurd, right? Because that's upper bracket finals. That is top 3. Like if my memory serves me right with the brackets, they just converged. Without the full power, Team NYS cannot bring in any backup, and that means that they are going to lose complete control of this bottom goal zone.
Wow, it's very unfortunate.
Reggie is on the bottom side. They're going to get the punt back, just keep away with the super power also included. Margot ends up falling first, getting KO'd as Team M.
Sylveon, very unfortunate, despite having not in the Glaceon, takes out the Lapras this time about. It is a 5v4 situation right now with Lapras coming back into the match. Down goes the Urshifu as well as the Eldegoss this time about. They need to recover from this. They can't afford to actually use out more Mons coming on from Team K-Clock, and they need to recover.
This is a
Small. They managed to actually take down on the Lapras. It's going to be within back 2 more seconds. Rapid spin coming up from behind. Will it be able to take it down? Oh, it's still not vision, and the Plasmos gets taken down instead in
throw by Yamo. Hydro Typhoon this time only knocking on the 2 members. But look at the damage! Foxy just absolutely slicing. Mark got a part.
Easy peasy 100 points in the face of K-Clock. And of course, Sylveon did manage to take down the Buzzwole. And of course, look at this. Wigglytuff score.
There's the kind of storyline coming into this, but I do expect K-Clock to put up a better fight.
Yeah, there's layers and layers of achievements right here and topping up on everything, and it's going to be quite interesting. Lock right here and see what's going to happen. It seems that the Registeel goes down.
Watch out for Mew though. He does have that distance to work with. Team NY is forced to abandon it, even with the Unite move, but it's up against the entire team of Team MYS, who will quickly take care of 2 K-Clock members, but this Urshifu is going to show and try and defend the goal zone, which is a futile attempt, pushed away by the confusion and taken out. Rebounds, even using the Unite move, based out the Hydro Typhoon from the Blastoise, and can't just poking and prodding at K-Clock. Not going to be looking for any full commitment, but there's that slowly reaching damage.
Hello Pokemon trainers and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Regional Finals here for APAC West. My name is Danelie and of course joining me is going to be Flava as we jump into our third best of 3 of today. But one thing we do already know right off the bat from that previous series that we just witnessed is that Team MYS have basically locked their position in to fly to Yokohama. But it's not over for them. They still need to play. They still need to try and make it to the grand final.
They still want that win, for sure.
Well, yes, you want the ultimate prize, right? The $15,000 prize pool for first place and the paid trip to Yokohama, right? Because only first place gets a fully funded trip. The other 2 spots, yes, you're qualified to play at Yokohama, but you have to fund your own trip. So
Wow,
number one,
interesting.
Aim for number 1.
Yeah, so you can, so you don't just get a ticket like ticket to play at Yokohama, but say you can get your plane tickets as well.
Oh my gosh.
Wow, okay, if you put it that way, great. I think it's very important for you to win first place. It's not so much about the money anymore. It's also with additional stuff over there. But anyways, congratulations to Team MYS, and we're still waiting to see who is our next team from the semifinals too in the upper bracket, which makes it to Yokohama as well. So I think previously when we actually do it, the commentaries together with Husskkiee, we presume that probably they're currently in their game number 3, therefore the results not out in the bracket. And hopefully we're able to actually show you the bracket in just a short moment with the updated results from all the matches which we have just concluded just a while ago.
I mean, I'm kind of wanting to see where everyone is on the leaderboard as well, right? Like who's still fighting to stay in the competition, who is on their way to potentially qualifying for that grand final, and I think as well who's out of the running, right? Like what teams are no longer participating in the competition. So for now, before we take a look at the brackets, let's take a look at our next matchup of today. Now this is going to be a really exciting one actually because it's a new team we haven't seen on stream as of yet. I believe it's EVOS, Levitain and Xerafic Gaming. We haven't seen these guys on stream yet, but we know these teams overall, right?
Yes.
We've got EVOS Levitain, which is Kura, Rev, G, Finky, Z, Husskkiee, and ZK. This is one of the best teams in Indonesia alongside RRQ.
Yeah, which comes to no surprise that EVOS do pick them up to actually become their roster here for this Championship Series for APAC West. And of course, their opponent is none other than the April tournament second leg, which is Xerafic Gaming, which comprises NT, Darkhead, we have Lazel, Husskkiee, as well as Aries, and these 2 are going to go up against one another in the lower bracket. And knowing that's the lower bracket, they only have 1 lifeline left, and only 1 team will have to crawl through the competition in the lower bracket, and one of them will be unfortunately eliminated.
Yeah, it's a very scary feeling for these teams because everything is on the line, and I'm sort of expecting in this best of 3 that they're going to have to start pulling out all their shots. You got to pull out your signature Pokemon. You need to also be mindful of what Pokemon you need to be stealing away or banning away from your opponent. And I hope they've done their research on each other, because, you know, if there's a time to be most informed, it has to be right now.
Yes, this will be the right time to be. I believe that if you're partially ready for it, if you're still sitting in the upper bracket, you still do have a little bit of space for you to actually do a little bit of catching up. But right now, this is not the place for it, I would assume.
I would play, look, even if I was MYS, I think I would play assuming that if I lose, I'm out. You know, you've got to like do adrenaline mode all day, every day.
But right now, you're literally in that position. You are out. I mean, like, there's no thing like, oh, like, no thing to assume. But anyways, we're looking at information card here for Zerfit Gaming. One of the highest break rate is going to be that Slowbro. I would say, one of the best defenders in the game. Followed up together with a Blissey at 57%, a Delphox. They're not shy from filling out Delphox in the strats. So you got to be careful if you have any of those high regeneration mons in your game. Caesar, Trevenant, as well as a Buzzwole.
Yeah, actually, speaking of Delphox, we've only seen it once today, I believe. So
in the early series, yeah.
Yes, we only saw the Delphox once, and I'm kind of surprised that teams have moved away from, you know, this was actually one of the prime special attackers back in the day. And one of the big reasons why it really rose to fame is, as you said, right, it is amazing against sustain comps, healing comps, any compositions with Pokemon that have some kind of self-regeneration ability. And because teams have moved away from that, Delphox has sort of also fizzled out in popularity, but I still think this is a really fantastic Pokemon. Its Unite move has such a short cooldown. It's a really great zoning ability. Of course, you also get the healing reduction as well, but I just feel like the AoE and all the special attack damage that come out of it just makes Delphox still viable, and I'm just surprised that it's really fallen off.
Yeah, I guess I do agree on the part where you mentioned that on the reason why it falls off as well. It depends on how the opponent actually drafts up their mons. If they're actually revolving around those kind of mons, then probably Delphox will be the response to it. But in general, I do agree that it's also a really good mon without creating such kind of situation. But I guess right now we see that reduction in the Unite move as well, which gives you more opportunity to see more and more of the fireworks being used.
Look, the fireworks. I've seen games, and if this is assuming your Delphox is like on fire, you know, like it literally pops a Unite every single minute, and it's just like, when does it stop?
Yeah, and like, you're always ready for every team fight that is about to happen.
Yeah,
that's amazing. That's amazing.
And it's like, I just think teams are kind of sleeping on this Pokemon. Like, it got a couple of nerfs, but it wasn't to the degree where it really destroyed the Pokemon. It still fundamentally works as it did before. And I think, okay, here's my sort of feeling on this. I really think its Unite move is so good for pushing objectives, because teams just don't want to fight in the fireworks. Like, it literally gives you such a huge disadvantage to be in it, even if you're fighting on your own goal zone. So, I mean, I wish there was a little bit more love for Delphox. I think it's a fantastic Pokemon to watch as a spectator, and I do think people are sleeping on it. But to be fair, there are a lot of other Pokemon that are much more popular, and Glaceon's kind of one of them. It's popping off. It feels illegal, but it is a legal Pokemon.
It is legal. How do we explain this? It seems that Pokemon UNITE decides to legalize it for the purpose of competition. But yeah, people do feel that it's quite an illegal Pokemon to be right now. Damage output is insane. If you're able to actually just maximize the amount of shards you have up to 8, and then you actually pop it together with your eye shard as well, you actually add on an additional 2 amplification of movement speed as well as attack speed at the same time. It is insane amount of damage from that one particular mon. And I think that previously people were kind of in between him as well as the Espeon, but right now, since
Espeon, yeah,
slightly nerfed,
25%.
It's quite a lot. Yeah, but still hits hard. Gotta admit, it still hits hard. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that we are ready for our game number 1 here for our next series. Let's jump into the draft start, shall we? And let's begin with the banning phase.
Yes, what Pokemon are going to be banned? You know, I think Bannion, you know, Glaceon. Okay, that was terrible.
Please, no,
sorry. But look, to be fair, I would not be surprised if this Pokemon gets banned. I just think that you're giving away that Glaceon. It makes those team fights so much more difficult to navigate, because you have to be mindful of the Icicle Spears, you have to be mindful of the placement, you have to dive onto it. But we just got an update as well we are going to have to go through a lobby remake. So apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to get this fixed as soon as possible. I think we just had a bit of a technical issue going into that draft. So we are going to have that remade, and then we should be good to go. But again, to all of our viewers, firstly, thank you for joining us this weekend. It's going to be an amazing, action-packed weekend. We've already had a couple games so far. If you haven't watched them and you kind of want to, you can watch them on YouTube. You can rewind the live stream. You can go back and watch those games if you want. Otherwise, stick with us because we are just about ready to jump into this next game. It's our third best of 3 for today. And so far, we've only had two zeros. We haven't had a full 3-game series, Flava.
Yeah, so far it's been a clean win so far, and both clean wins are from MYS.
MYS,
Yeah, which still happens to be the team that actually goes out to Yokohama itself. Yes, congratulations to it. We're not able to actually witness the other matches, which is very unfortunate. I believe that a lot of other viewers out there are curious to see how the teams that they're rooting for here in the competition actually perform. And if they do win, if they do lose out in those matches, they want to see what has transpired, what actually happened, so they're actually able to witness all the action that's going on. But very unfortunately, we can always show you the results with hopes that the matches featured are the ones that you're actually on the lookout for, which is this time we're looking at 2 different teams.
Yeah, I mean, these are 2 new teams we haven't seen on stream at all, right? It's mostly been the Team MYS show up until this point.
Yeah.
So it's nice for us, right? It's a breath of fresh air. We get to see some new play styles.
No more new bands, okay? But we'll see.
Well,
We'll see.
Look, I think the bands would be more or less the same. I'm not expecting anything
I believe
different.
that it'll be more or less that we're looking at a Glaceon band, we're looking at a Lapras band.
Normal bands. We've seen
Normal
those
bands. Very straightforward, I would say.
Nothing
unless
like
it's
Chandelier.
respect bands.
Respect bands I can wholeheartedly agree with, right? I think sometimes you have to decide if it's better to ban a meta Pokemon or to ban a specialized Pokemon, right? Because let's say you're going up against a team and they've got a player on their roster that plays a absolutely wicked Zoro.
Ooh.
You would ban the Zoro.
You have to.
Yeah,
you would assume that 100% win rate if this guy gets his hand on that particular mon. Let's assume it's Zoro, right? So.
Yeah, so like in some cases, I can see you wanting to go for the specialized ban over the meta ban. In regards to these 2 teams, I'm not 100% sure how well they know each other because I do believe that I'm actually not sure if they've managed to play each other during
scrims,
April.
like scrims previously after the patch, which was for May.
Okay, one thing I do know about some of the teams in APAC West, which is this region, a lot of the teams in this region are not playing each other because they're saving strats. They're playing against teams in other regions. So they're playing against Taiwan, they're playing against Japan, Korea. So
it's within Asia as a whole, but really not within this region itself.
They're not playing each other because from what I understand or what I've been told, they're trying to save strats. They're preserving their strategies. So I can understand the idea, playing against teams outside of the region, but sometimes I wonder, is this maybe going to hurt certain teams in the long run? Because you also need to experience playing against teams here. You can't kind of just have it in the tournament itself because you've got like 1 best of 3, maybe even 2 best of 3s. That's it. You've only got 2 games maximum to adapt to your opponents.
I have to second this because in addition to that, if you do scrim with, I would say other regions or other countries within slightly outside the region, probably the playstyle that they play is a little bit different. For example, if you do compare,
different.
It's so different. If you compare between regions, right? Because we have so much regions been playing out at the same time. Right now, you're witnessing APAC West. You also have the APAC East. You have the EU. You have the NA. You have so much of the regions, and you'll realize that the way they draft things out, the way the playstyles are
favorable Pokemon as well.
Favorable Pokemon as well is slightly different from one another. I wouldn't say it's so far apart, but it's come to a point where you can actually tell the difference. It's
the meta
difference as well. Yeah, drafting, playstyles, and everything else, rotational wise. So basically, you got to be careful because you need to win matches in this region first. Like, it doesn't matter if you're good going up against other regions. You come back here and you're like, okay, I don't know how to play against these guys. I know how to counter other regions, but then I didn't play with these guys, So there's pros and cons. One is that you don't lose out on your strats. Yes, you're like, okay, you're keeping all the strats. But can you use these strats? Because you have not been practicing in your own region. And yeah, everybody's doing the same. So everybody's keeping their strats and nobody's focusing on winning 1 match at a time. I think that's one of the concerns we have.
Yeah, well, how quickly can you adapt? I think that's the big question for a lot of these teams. And, you know, some of them are really looking to adapt quickly, but some are just not able to do it fast enough to not get 2-0. You know, we saw that earlier today.
Especially in a competition of this caliber.
Exactly.
Yeah, you need to be quick. Like,
speaking of quick, the draft is ready. We tried to be
yes.
as quick as we could. So let's jump into the draft for our third best of 3 of the day. Who's going to take game number 1 of this best of 3 series? And I guess the big question, are we going to get 3 games?
oh yes, I think since there's a lot on the line right now, they only have 1 lifeline land. Only the first team that actually gets 2 wins in this best of 3 series move forward to the next round. So there's no more saving strats.
Yeah.
I believe that if they want to go meta draft, I think that any form of a respect bans will only come out in the second game or even the third game, I would say. And here we go. The first is going to be a Lapras and Zoroark.
Okay, so the Zoro ban I can understand because I'm not sure if you remember Flava, but Xerafic plays Zoro. I
Yes,
think
they
they
do.
played it in the grand final against MYS during the April qualifiers.
Yep.
And it was a very scary Zoro. So to have it banned, not surprised. I think EVOS, they are prepared for this. But interesting decision here for EVOS because this team is sort of giving me the Blast of the Past vibes because if they take Tree and Blastoise, this is giving me sustained comp vibes.
Yeah, it's giving the old school. I believe that this was the... What was it again?
It was
before
literally the meta before this one.
Yeah, it was literally...
This sustained comp, that's
it's
it.
way beyond April. It's way, way, way early beyond April. But
Yeah,
anyways,
yeah.
coming back to the whole draft, it's going to be a Dodrio. It's going to be a Slowbro. Oh, Husskkiee together. Oh, they also have the... 2 people as well? Wow.
So I kind of like this from Xerafic. Okay, so there's pros and cons to both of the teams so far. And so far, I think we'll just lock in the final 2 Pokemon before we talk about this. But Alola Ninetales and Urshifu to round out the draft here for EVOS. And interesting, we're going to be seeing a Buzzwole as that final pickup here for Xerafic Gaming. So I think the general consensus is that the Dodrio pick on Xerafic, this triggered EVOS to go for a bigger, tankier comp, right? Because Dodrio is amazing for shredding those very squishy Pokemon. Pokemon is going to be targeting will be Hooper and Alola Ninetales.
Yep.
His prime target is going to be the Alola Ninetales. Hooper is a little bit more difficult because you're sitting in the back line.
Yeah.
But the fact that you've got all these big, tanky Pokemon that want to run into Xerafic Gaming, it might end up having to be Xerafic to play on the defense to make sure Ken is well protected because there's so much on EVOS to just run at them, right?
Yeah.
Like they've got so much bulk. And if they can successfully get the resets with the Hyperspace Hole, I'm a bit worried that Xerafic doesn't have enough damage, right? Because their main damage dealers are Dodrio and Chandelure.
Chandelure, yeah.
Yeah.
Even the Buzzwole as well.
Buzzwole's more for crowd control. Like, you don't pick Buzzwole for damage.
Yeah, I think in terms of damage, those 2 will be our top ones. We'll see whether or not they're able to dish out those damages as well. Gotta be careful with the back cats as well. Now, here's the thing, right? Quite some tankies coming on from Xerafic right here. We'll see how well they actually fare up as well. Alola Ninetales, despite them having tanky mons that doesn't get one shot in any way towards the Dodrios, but I think that Dodrio also deals significant amount of damage because you need to find ways to actually take down all those HP coming on from mons like Blastoise. They even have the Fatum right here who's going to become Trevenant soon as well.
Well, I want to know what the build's going to be here for Dark Hit, right? Is it going to be like a Disruption Dodrio with Drill Peck, or are we going to go and just see the standard Tri-Attack? Like just poke from the outskirts and then come in for that final swoop. We'll find out in just a second though, but both of these teams are going into their lanes. And EVOS, they played ultra safe. They had Husskkiee just assist the Cubfu in the central area because you want to hit that Water Bear as soon as possible. And for Xerafic, they don't have a Invader themselves, but once Dodrio does hit the evolution, then I wouldn't be surprised if Xerafic do try to invade into EVOS's central area.
Yeah, I think that will be something that we'll see whether would they want to actually go for an invade or not. It seems that Dodrio is making its move towards the top lane, trying to see if we should catch up with anyone, trying to be on a standby. And of course, we look at the EVOS side. It seems that the Urshifu is everything towards the bot lane as well. But I think both sides are being extra careful, knowing that now is actually the right time for both our junglers to actually rotate towards one of these lanes. And I believe they do have information. Oh, look at that wood hammer in the face! Hitting off on the Claymores as well as the Buzzwole as soon as they're about to enter this time.
Yeah, and the fact that both central laners, they went for opposing lanes. Bottom lane, big damage done here for EVOS. Like, they just pushed out the bottom lane because, unfortunately, Litwick is a really soft Pokemon. It's very squishy, very easy to gank. You have to play so defensive up until you're Lampent, but even then, until you're a Chandelure, you're not really that threatening to a Water Bear as of yet. So Zerofik, they are playing a little bit more defensive for now, but I do expect this team to pick up once Chandelure hits that max evolutionary form. But for EVOS, I'm kind of thinking EVOS are going to start speeding it up, right? You've got Tree, you've got Urshifu. They're going to try and contest for all of the birds in the central area, and so far nobody that gets taken out. Big damage, but you can see everyone playing so respectfully.
Yeah, I think so far both teams have more or less the same ideas in terms of rotation, and they didn't manage to actually take out anyone in that engagement at the top right here. Slowbro coming on the base, you somehow hit someone here. Damage shot was still not enough right here. It seems that they're still surviving. Sure, still no takedowns coming up from both sides. Still poking one another as much as they can.
Yeah.
This Slowbro has done its job. Did manage to protect the Chandelure from actually being taken down at any point so that he can actually just sustain as much as he can until his final evolution. Oh, top lane. Gotta be careful, Buzzwole.
Yeah, they've got to be so careful. Jinkies is going to be a massive Pokemon, I feel, for EVOS, right? Because the Wood Hammer, the placement of that move is going to be so crucial. If you're able to land a multi-man Wood Hammer, that's going to be a huge setup for Urshifu, as well as the Alolan Ninetale to dish out that big damage. And of course, you've got the Hyperspace Hole if you need to quickly rotate Pokemon in to assist. But it looks like both teams, they are heading towards the bottom lane. No one fully committing yet, but we are seeing a bit of a battle here. Looks like the Tree is currently winning against the Buzzwole. They're not done yet.
It's a mano battle between the Crab as well as a Buzzwole here. He seems to manage to eject himself. And here goes a return surf from EVOS here from that War Turtle encounter against. That's it.
Oh, the combo!
Getting it down. There's no trio.
Husskkiee almost going down to the dot ticks from the Alolan Ninetales, but it looks like that's going to be it. The objective gets taken there by Zerofik Gaming. Chandelure just flexing its last hitting prowess. Another Pokemon goes down. It's the Alolan Ninetales getting caught on the side of EVOS Levitain and the Urshifu.
Wow.
I think Zerofik, they played that so patiently. Yep. And they were rewarded for it. I could totally see what EVOS was trying to do, right? They were trying to just push Zerofik back with the surf on this on the War Turtle, but it was a little bit early.
Yeah, it's a little bit early. I mean, they didn't manage to push them all the way to the goalpost.
And not
they
just
didn't manage
that.
to make their way back to Registeel.
And I also forgot to mention, so EVOS Levitain, right? They are playing their War Turtle in a more utility role this game. We're so used to seeing War Turtles, Blastoise really, run the Rapid Spin Water Spout build. They'll stay in the top lane, they'll farm their experience until they hit that level 9, and then they come in and fight. Whereas, you know, EVOS's War Turtle is really trying to play with the team. Now, I can understand you wanting to do this, but as we saw in that previous fight, if you whiff that initial team fight, that's really slowed down the potential of that War Turtle.
Yeah, I think you have to be careful in terms of the time of using it as well. I do agree that it was actually being used up so well. You pair that up together, you have the Ninetales, you have really good AoE at the same time. Look at that set. They managed to get, unfortunately, Trapinette gets taken down by the Dodrio at the top lane, and this full Mon movement in top lane secures that goalpost at the top. And of course, our Buzzwole's not done yet. It seems like he has situated himself in a really bad spot here, beating two of the Mons from EVOS, and he's gonna get taken down really easy. In return, Zerofik Gaming did manage to actually get that basically a Regieleki as well at the top lane.
Yeah, so that's going to be an objective denied to EVOS Levitain, but I think EVOS, they weren't really concerned about the Aleki, right? Like, they're not super behind where they need to assert complete map control. They've still got wild Pokemon to farm.
Alright. They're doing alright.
So I think they're holding the fort rather well. It's just they need to make sure that they are managing their macro, right? Their experience, their levels. Keep up with Zerofik. Like, that's the name of the game here. And it looks like Hooper Rings Unbound going to be popped to bring in the entire team. But, I mean, the Aleki already get used. And they even go for the slow beam onto the Hooper. So Hooper gets taken out. I mean, there's a couple Pokemon here. Okay, never mind. There's a full roster of EVOS Levitain. They're going to stick around. They're going to try and go for the fight. Beautiful pushback there onto the Slowbro. He isn't out. He isn't out as of yet. Dodrio did try to go onto the Alolan Ninetales. They did not get the connection onto A9. And actually, Zerofik, have they maybe overstayed their welcome welcome here because EVOS, they're slowly making that comeback. The Woodhammer combination on this Trevenant is just such a pain to deal with. And Zerafik get punished.
Yeah, it's all about who can actually hold out longer. It seems that EVOS won that fight, sustaining as long as they could and taking advantage of the situation over Team Zerafik Gaming. And it is well reflected in the points as well. 195 to Team EVOS as well as 99 for Zerafik Gaming. And both teams, they're not quite far apart in terms of level as well. We're looking at both the Urshifu as well, Lowland Ninetales and level 12 together with the Trevenant as well. And we're seeing in level 13, Dodrio on the other side of Zerafik Gaming here with quite really good levels from everybody else as well.
Yeah, we're not seeing a big lead by anybody, and I think especially for EVOS, I mean, I'm gonna say it, I think EVOS's late game is so threatening.
So
right?
threatening.
It is huge. You get caught by one of those big CC moves, and I think Zerafik just gets deleted, so they really need to be mindful of that late game. I mean, they're doing their best to try and slow it down, but there's only so much you can do until a 5-on-5 breaks loose.
Yeah.
So again, execution is much more difficult on the side of Zerafik, but they've made it work a few times. So we'll see what happens in this next upcoming fight, because so far they have the numbers advantage, and it looks like EVOS are just going to give away the Regieleki here. I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of this, because Zerafik, they're just going to time it to push when Rayquaza is just about to spawn. And we've seen what's happened when MYS did this in our first best of 3 of the day. Like, I really think this is a big mistake.
Oh no, but instead of doing so, EVOS lets out the Regieleki and giving them a little bit of space to take this
they're gonna let him walk in.
Registeel instead, and giving them a slight edge when coming into this Rayquaza attempt.
Dodrio can just score.
Dodrio is making its way big, a little bit sneaky, a little bit naughty here.
Okay.
So maybe he's gonna score a dunk, 800 point in the face of EVOS.
Yeah, it's going to be a break as well, but EVOS, are they looking to push into Zerafik? You want to push before Dodrio gets in here. They're taunting by hitting that Rayquaza. Yeah, Dodrio's in the back. Gets caught up by the Urshifu though. It's going to be a 1-on-1 in the back lines, but Slowbro catching out the Alolan Ninetales. Oh, the Typhoon catching out Zerafik. They're throwing all their Unites. 3 Pokemon down for Zerafik. They missed the mark, and the fact that Urshifu went back, caught out the Dodrio, prevented him from doing a triple trample disable. I think that may have been a game-winning move here for the team, but it's not over as of yet because Chandelure is coming into the battle. Dodrio's hiding in the bush. Can he steal it? He gets the steal! Zerafik Gaming! Oh my gosh, the fact that EVOS did not delete the bird, this might just cost them the game.
Oh gosh, this bird is causing trouble for EVOS right here. He did manage to get that last hit in despite it being a 5v2 situation in the Rayquaza pit. And this might be the turnover that Zerafik Gaming is looking for. Now they're still fighting a little bit speed. They don't have to rush it. 43 points in the hands of this Dodrio. He can actually score anytime. And you know that triple scoring system for this one's going to be amazing.
40 seconds.
Bro, in a bad situation, he's just going to hold on. All that is not going to be sustained. Dodrio tries to make it the same. Urshifu trying to hold his ground.
Okay, here's the big advantage of that Water Bear, right? He is so good at defending, even if you have the Rayquaza shields, because he actually does damage that pierces through the shield, stopping you from scoring. But look at this though, 32 points coming in from the Dodrio. He is scoring. He scored the full 100, so this is going to be massive for EVOS. Like, unless they can score all these points, which if you see on the screen, all their Pokemon are down and out.
I think that's it.
Oh my gosh. Again, the Dodrio. I'm just surprised that EVOS let the Dodrio just poke from the bush.
EVOS, they won the fight, but they lost the war here. Zerafik Gaming having the last laugh on this match. Look at that. High turnover rate, 419 points, 195. Man of the match, Dark hit with that last hit on that Ray was a naughty.
He can rename himself to Ray Hit at this point. I mean, he did God's work for the team though. Like, even though, first again, I want to give props to Rev for making the call in that first full team fight in the central area, right? He turned around and he just jumped on that Dodrio, preventing him from going for that surprise triple trample through the whole EVOS Leviatine lineup. And then you saw the stun stacks, right? We saw the Hydro Typhoon, we saw the Phantom Forest, insta-lock, like perma-locking Zerafik Gaming.
I think everybody was just ready to click on that one. That everybody was like, okay, everyone, we're gonna unite together. Like, we're gonna do one big one. So so that there's no way that Dokuni can actually respond.
Well, the timing was perfect,
yeah,
though.
the timing was good.
Yeah, the timing was
excellent.
perfect because NT, he really started that chain of events from happening. NT on the slow bro, right? He went for the slow beam onto Kurov. Xeravic were trying to get rid of that Alolan Ninetales, and then that's when the party started. You're seeing like balloons are coming from the ceiling, sparkles, glitter, fireworks, like you name it. And then Xeravic was back in the Pokemon Center. But it's just, again, you know, like the fact that Dark hit, no one was chasing him whilst EVOS was trying to go for that burn. And I just think like sometimes you really need to respect that last Pokemon that's biding their time to get the snip.
Yeah, I think they were having it tough because on the right, they were paying attention to the Chandelier. They knew the Chandelier does have significant amount of damage. You can actually go for the last hit as well. But then Dark hit with the Dodrio coming up from the left. I think that if Rev with the Urshifu did pay attention to Jojo coming up from the left, just like how the start of the Rayquaza attempt actually happened, this would have been prevented. Yeah, and unfortunate that things happen, and that's game one. I think Xeravic Gaming must be ecstatic with that Rayquaza flip takedown that time. Wow, that is insane. And I think all the viewers out there are very much entertained with what has transpired here in this game number one in the lower bracket matches.
You know what? I kind of have this like inkling of a feeling that Xeravic knew that they could trust Dark Hit to get that final hit. I don't think it was like a surprise, like, oh my gosh, we got the steal. We don't know what the situation is with the team, if they're playing in like the same room or if they're like
we
at
know,
their own houses. But I could imagine the voice comms just being like, hey, good job.
Really? That's it? That was so underwhelming. Like
this team,
for such an amazing pull-off over there.
We've seen this team play at such a high level, and I just feel like they feel like a really cool and collective team. I don't feel... So, the way that EVOS are, because I managed to meet some of the players on EVOS, like these guys, they are very energetic with each other. So like I can visualize, like, you know, something good happens, it's like they're screaming, they're jumping up and down. But then when it comes to Xeravic, from what I've seen, they're just like these cool guys.
Oh, they're the cool guys.
Yeah, they're the cool guys that you look up to. You know, like when you're a kid and when you watch anime, and then you want to be that cool dude that's like just in the corner, like he looks at somebody and you swoon.
Oh, so he doesn't over-excite over things. He's like, okay.
They're dripping with coolness. Like I kind of feel like that's the aura I get from Xeravic Gaming.
Ah.
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't surprised by the way you described it, boss, because when you mentioned that they were basically the best Indonesian team, now the Indonesians, they know how to celebrate, they know how to cheer and just hype everybody up in the team, like across all games, even for Unite. Wow, I mean no surprise. Yeah.
Look, I agree. You know, like my countrymen, okay, if anyone that doesn't know, so I am half Indonesian. So I'm speaking on behalf of all of us.
Oh, wow.
We do get a little bit excited.
Half behalf of Indonesian.
Okay, I'll speak behalf of the
Not wholly
population.
behalf of Indonesian, come on.
But to be fair, like we are pretty excitable. So I could absolutely see EVOS, you know. Even after that game, this team is very good when it comes to recovering from situations like this. Like they're a very communicative team from what they have told me. Okay, I mean maybe things are different.
Oh,
actually
that's based on what they told you.
Well, yeah, from what we understand, because
Okay.
I did speak to them, and they're a lovely bunch of gentlemen. You know, if you want a team to be a fan of, EVOS, Levitain, good guys. But they are really good at looking to improve, to find out how to make themselves better, how to fix their issues, and knowing this from EVOS, I imagine this next game, it's going to be them trying to play catch up to try and tie the series up. They could try to continue to play their general style, but I kind of think at the same time, they might want to take some Pokemon away.
Yeah,
from
I think I think we did have this conversation before that they wanna. I think we're gonna be seeing some changes on game number 2 and game number 3 as both teams don't really have solid information on each other. I think that game 1 tells a little bit of story about each other, and hopefully they're able to actually make enough adjustments to make it a win for both sides for this upcoming match itself. But so far, this is the information card here for EVOS Leviathan. We have Husskkiee here, frequently used Pokemon. You have the Clefable as well as the Adagos, as usual. Support. I mean, like, I wasn't expecting much. It's either you see this, it's like you will rotate around it, more or less the same supports.
Well, I mean, Hooper, we've seen some players specialize in Hooper
True,
as well,
true,
you know,
yeah.
So. But Eldegoss is one of the big ones in APAC West, from what I have seen. Like, teams really love to play the Eldegoss because it does a surprising amount of damage for a support. You know, little Gatling Goss, like with the basic attacks. Very, very surprising if you're not expecting it. But yeah, Clefable, I think, has really been the star, and Hooper as well. These two supports have been the star of the shows today, just because teams are either aiming to have the mobility and the reset capability of Hooper, or you want to have access to gravity, because this hard counters a lot of meta speedsters.
Yeah, people
Dodrio,
love capitalizing on this.
Yes,
a
yes.
lot, yeah.
It's such a great defensive Pokemon to sit next to your attacker / special attacker as a protector, right? Because you want to make sure that your special attacker is in safe hands. I think Clefable is one of the best Pokemon to do this for you as a supporter.
Yeah, as a supporter as well. I think that's one of the main objectives when you play together in Unite. You want to ensure that your main mon, obviously your main attacker in your team, survives. So the longer that mon survives, the more damage you're going to deal compared to that mon being taken out first. Therefore, you don't have sufficient damage to actually deal on your opponents, which becomes a hassle in the long run.
Exactly. We are going to switch on over to Husskkiee here for Xerific Gaming, and as you can see, this gentleman, he plays a lot of Slowbro. He also plays Hooper if the team needs to pick this Pokemon up. But I mean, what can we really say? This guy, he really set things up for the team in that previous matchup.
Yeah. I think the thing is, when he played out, people don't understand that during this kind of thing, how important it is to actually set it real well for your attackers, for all these balls coming from behind. But also, it's also important to ensure that you set it at the right time, because if your team is not in place and set it too early, then your team is not able to follow, and you might just miss out on a lot of opportunity, especially on missing out on takedowns, doing it at the wrong timing, and more. Yeah, so that's Xerific Gaming, and I believe that they're going to be bringing more action to us in a few short moments in game number 2. And not just us, I believe everybody's excited to see how Game 2 is going to be. It looks like quite a close game. Yes, very interesting. Rayquaza Pit action going on just now, and we'll see what Game 2 has to offer in just a bit as the draft is about to begin. That's it right now. It's in right now, okay? The draft is about to begin, and we're going to jump straight into the drafts.
Yeah, so just taking a look at the draft as it comes up onto the screen here, we are going to have first pick once again for EVOS Levitane. So in case anyone doesn't know, the loser of the previous match will choose if they want first pick or if they want last pick. And again, EVOS, they had first pick last game. They've decided to go again for first pick. Sometimes I feel like if you're denying Pokemon, you are forced to go to first pick, right? And I think I wouldn't be surprised if they steal away the Urshifu again on the side of EVOS Levitane, because Xerific also plays a really, really good Urshifu. But no, it's going to be the Hooper. So again, Husskkiee handling that Hooper for the team. I think this was also a pretty key Pokemon in their last series. Having the Hyperspace Hole to navigate the map, to have access to Rings Unbound for the teleportation, to bring your entire team and also do a little bit of extra damage. But this means Xerific get access to 2 big defenders. You've got the Blastoise and the Slowbro. So this is going to force EVOS into a different corner, because they've lost one of the cornerstones of their previous comp, which was Trevenant and Blastoise.
Yeah, and this time they're bringing a different game here with the Slowbro and the Blastoise game. Of course, Wigglytuff as well as Chandelure is going to be the response here. And Glaceon! Oh wait, they haven't locked it in yet. They're considering it. And they're going to be getting that Clefable and Glaceon very soon. We will see. Now we see how scary of a mon this Glaceon can be with its recent buff. I mean, like, I know a lot of people feels that Glaceon needs that nerf, because if you let this slide, even in the upcoming patch, people are still gonna be just abusing this mon as much as they want in competitions, in ranked games and more.
Wow,
Trevenant and Dodrio.
Now that's a deny pick. I think they were looking at Xerific and they said, if they get Dodrio, we kind of don't have the best options to deal with the Dodrio. So I do like the take themselves. I think the tree is a great pick. They still need that frontliner alongside the Wigglytuff. But most of the damage, it's going to be coming in the form of Kurov. Now, also, I want to mention this very quickly. So the fact that Wigglytuff is picked up on ZK, what are the benefits of this Wigglytuff? Depending on if you go for Sing or Rollout, if you go for Sing, you are going to be dishing out extra damage on the Chandelure. For people that don't know, Sing, Wigglytuff, yes, okay, you go to sleep. But for people that don't play a lot of Wigglytuff, you are also losing defensive stats.
Yes,
so
correct.
your defenses drop. And this is huge for Chandelure because Chandelure, if you didn't know as well, he also has built-in special attack shred. So these two together, if you combo Sing with a Chandelure's damage output, Pokemon just get incinerated. They are gone, they are deleted, they don't exist.
They don't exist.
So this is going to be the scary thing here for Xeraphit Gaming. They have to make sure that they are careful with their positioning. Do not stack, because if you're put to sleep by this Wigglytuff, you are in for probably the biggest ride of your life. You got to hands off the phone, fingers crossed, cross your toes. You have to hope you don't get one shot.
Yeah, I think knowing this, the opponents would ensure. I think a lot of people would actually understand this, that they want to ensure that they don't want to get locked in that situation. So you want to scatter around and not group up during that situation. So
Yeah.
that's a cool thing. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Game number 2. EVOS Leviathan. They have lost the previous match. If they lose out this one, Xeraphit Gaming will move forward and EVOS Leviathan will be eliminated from the competition.
Yes. So let's see if EVOS are going to be able to bring this back and pull it to a game 3, or is the 2-0 curse going to continue on the stream? Because so far it has been all 2-0 games. But so far, lanes to be expected, nothing too crazy. Glaceon has fully evolved in the central area here for Xeraphix, so expect some rotations very soon. I'm keen to see what lane they're actually looking to support, if it's going to be that bottom lane or the top lane here for Xeraphix.
I think
Looks like it's
I think for Glaceon it will go bottom, because you want to take down that Jigglypuff as well
And
as
the Litwick.
And the Litwick real quick, because they're super softies this early into the game. You want to take out as much as you can, screening them out, securing all these neutral mons here available. Of course, Dodrio going on this triple-headed bird, just scoring behind the backs of Xeraphit Gaming, being a little bit naughty.
Yeah, causing some issues. But this bottom lane is really difficult actually for EVOS Leviathan, because they don't have the best Pokemon to get the last hits on all these wild Pokemon. So big level advantage so far for Xeraphix bottom lane. Top lane though, it seems it's more or less even. We're not seeing too much action up there just because we haven't seen any rotations. Dodrio going to be going back into that central lane to get his buff. Same here with the Glaceon, but we do have the Hyperspace Hole here, and they're going to try and take out the Slowbro. They're going to continue to chase though onto that Clefable, and they will get it, and maybe even a Squirtle if they try to press the issue. Evolution though, dodging a lot of the damage, but we have 4 Pokemon here for EVOS. The Water Spout preventing them from scoring, and they just overstayed their welcome. I mean, the Hyperspace Hole sent a couple Pokemon home, but does it really matter if you've lost all these Pokemon?
Oh wow, very unfortunate. They're going to be losing out 2 here at the top lane. They did manage to save 2, but they lost out their Dodrio as well as the Trevenant here. Giving an opportunity for Xeraphit Gaming for you is not happy. Oh, down to happy speed. Squishy. Squishy Mon. Not surprised at all, yeah.
I mean, he's a speedster. He is a little on the soft side.
It's a literal speedster, a literal glass cannon, I would say.
He is probably a 3-headed glass cannon, the only one in the game.
Yeah.
But I think he's doing the best he can in this game, because it's not an easy matchup for him to just run at the Glaceon. Like, one combo is more or less enough to just automatically KO the bird. It just depends on whether...
It can go either way.
Yeah, it can go either. Again, it's going to come down to placement. Like, where are you putting yourself in the fight? Can your team follow up with you as well?
Yeah.
So again, you know, like, these teams are showing a lot of respect to each other. I think the only team that overextended a bit was EVOS in that last battle, just because when you fight on the enemy goal zone as well, you have to take into account the shields and the healing you get, like the enemy are getting. First objective fight here, Flava, and oh my gosh, the tree just gets bursted down. This is not what you want for EVOS. I mean, that's one of your frontliners gone. You've only got the Wigglytuff left. Although it is a 4 versus 3, and the beautiful Surf stopping the last hit steals there from EVOS, and that's going to be another Pokemon out of the picture. The Wigglytuff getting removed. We're seeing shards being thrown left, right, and center by that Glaceon. Like, again, it's without your Trevenant, it is actually so difficult for EVOS to even go into Xeraphix.
Yep, that's true as well, because when you don't have such front lines to actually just enter team fights and just provide cover for the ones on the back
Triple
end.
trample, big commitment, Unite.
For the eject, is he able to actually survive this one? Unfortunately, Dodrio gets taken down instead. backup and support from teammates from Zerfic Gaming. Really nice play right there.
I mean, again, it was a right place, right time situation for Zerfic. Like, the whole team was just right next door.
Yeah, hey, this guy's coming to us. But that was a close call for Glaceon. It would have been a really nice trade-off if Glaceon gets taken down. It gets taken down at the same time as well.
Okay, but the good news, there is some good news with this. Actually, maybe not so good. Both of these central laners have used their Unite moves, so they won't have it for this Reggie-Alecki fight.
Yeah.
So it is going to cut down on the utility there for the Dodrio, who almost goes down again.
Wow. He just entered back into the whole team fight, and then Glaceon just
He's like,
choose
oh,
that.
gosh, dang it. All right, send me home, coach. But this is a pretty interesting fight, though, because there is going to be no Mew for this battle. Hydro Typhoon. Interesting usage of that move there, but they will get the Dodrio for this. So again, EVOS, I am really surprised that they are fighting Zerfic on their goal zone.
Yeah.
I really think this is some misplays coming in from that team because they are not in a position to comfortably win these fights. I think it's too close.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, it shows when they actually lose out the Trevenant as well, Dodrio again at the same lane.
Oh, no.
And this time they lost the win
no.
itself. It's a 3-0 with no return coming on from EVOS Leviathan, giving up space for Zerfic Gaming to actually score more than 100 over them right now, which is 158. And of course, a Reggie-Alecki siding towards the orange side. Zerfic Gaming have the edge right here, and they're going to be babysitting this Reggie-Alecki to the top side. They want to score. They want to go even more.
Yeah, they're going to push if they can because so far they've won all of their fights, and especially with Glaceon, who's hitting a massive power spike, level 12. It's able to shred even the Trevenant. That just goes to show how much of a power spike or a power lead Zerfic currently have. Like, EVOS are not confident enough to take some of these fights. Now, the good news is that they do have a Hooper. Hooper has been camping that bottom lane, so if Zerfic try to go for the bottom objective, Rings Unbound, the whole team is there.
Yep.
I think I
so
really
you don't have to worry so much. You can still defend against the Reggie-Alecki attempt, and then you can still come back in time to go in for this. Reggie's still at the bottom lane. It seems that Dodrio is in the spot right now.
Follow me!
See? Oh, Mew gets that kill in Reggie-Alecki, jumping in. Will they be able? Oh, there goes the wood hammer hitting off on the wing top. Is the damage going to be sufficient? Still surviving, sure.
So much shielding!
They managed to go for the second on the weekly top here. Still chasing up from right wall. Hydra being used up as well. Going up for the chase from behind Hooper. A Chandelier gets taken down, then has a Mew. Hooper gets taken down as well. Has a Blastoise. And of course, the end of them is a whole team wipe from Team Zerfic Gaming.
Oh my gosh.
5-0, Danelie.
That
5-0.
That fight just it just went for too long. The fact that Zerfic was able to run on down and their whole team could make that team fight, EVOS just took too long to finish that fight. They needed to burst people and to leave. But for Hydro Typhoon to be there just locks the entire team. And again, like, EVOS, I really think, no offense, you gotta take a chill pill. You cannot fight on Zerfic's goal zone. I feel like they've been punished so many times for doing this. Like the extra shielding, the extra healing, the fact that because you keep fighting on this extra goal zone, like there's more effective health being given to Zerfic all the time.
I think Zerfic was quite surprised that, hey, they were willing to fight us at our own goalpost. At the same time as well, knowing that Zerfic was the one who actually won the Reggie Steal, giving them buffs. So basically, it was no surprise that the result was as such. And of course, here, Dodrio tries to make an escape. Mochi Surf was not able to connect to stop Dodrio in his tracks. And it's going to be an easy defend here from EVOS at the top lane against this Reggie-Alecki, which gives space for Zerfic Gaming to just farm up for their side. They're looking healthy. Looking at levels, it seems the highest is Glaceon level 14. 13 on Mew as well as Blastoise. They have the Slowbro at 12, and of course they actually have the people at 11. And the highest they actually have from EVOS is only that Dodrio level 13.
But EVOS, are they here? Like, I'm just wondering, is Zerfic going to go for the Rayquaza Shred? Because with Glaceon, it's one of the best Pokemon to solo this if they really want to. But he's keeping his Ice Shards up. He wants to make sure he's ready to throw a full volley. You know, EVOS, can they?
Needed, yeah.
I'm wondering, can EVOS even get into Zerfic? Like, look at the Trevenant. He is actually waiting at the bottom goal zone, trying to actually get that level 13. He hits the 13, so he is going to rejoin the team. It's up to EVOS, okay? Xerafic is not going to force the Rayquaza. It's going to be EVOS who is that primary target. They will miss that first Wood Hammer, and they are going to go for the first reset.
Yeah, gotta watch out. Really good set, really good CC
And
from Blastoise.
look at Aris as well. You have to be so careful.
He's staying away, but just within range, so you can actually set that Hydro Typhoon in the faces of EVOS, and they know this. They're just waiting for this. Oh, Trevenant is pushed out. Managed to score in. That snowball to the back, not able to actually do anything right here. Still no takedowns yet, and it seems that from the back, Blastoise gets taken down by the Dodrio.
But the Chandelure is down. Chandelure is gone, so EVOS have lost a big chunk of their damage. It's going to come down to the Dodrio flavor. I mean, this is almost like the same case as Xerafic in that last round.
Oh no, but is Dodrio in the spot right here to actually go in for this last takedown, and they're going to lose the Hoopa as well in the hands of the Glaceon.
Oh no, Rev.
Oh no, this is not situation you want to use overall.
Wigglytuff!
They lost. They lost
no.
it. And the Mew gets that last hit with using the Electro Ball.
And it's an instant surrender.
It's an instant surrender. I guess they knew that in that situation, there was no way for them to actually come back from the fight. And I guess we have our winners, ladies and gentlemen. Xerafic Gaming with a very convincing win in this game number 2.
This was such a difficult game for EVOS. They struggled to find those openings up against Xerafic Gaming, but again, we also need to give props to Xerafic. I feel like they took every team fight in the best way possible. And the fact that they constantly, I don't know how they managed to do it, but they constantly would bait EVOS to fight on Xerafic's goal zone.
I think anyone would have baited. It's just, it's still, I think everybody was questioning why would EVOS take that bait, knowing that, I believe they had a shot caller, they would say that, hey, I don't think we should pull out.
Look,
we shouldn't have committed to the goalpost.
I think, and again, this is because I think the fact that they're also playing the regional playoffs. This is essentially what could have been their last game, and it is ultimately the last game here for EVOS Levitain. So maybe they felt hard-pressed to make those really crazy calls. They said, guys, I think in a lot of games, people would expect us to back up. Let's go all in and try to catch them off guard. They did it a few times, and I don't think we had seen them successfully win any of those goal zone fights. Xerafic, they made the right calls. They punished them every single time that fight would happen. And the EVOS were just slowly falling off in their power spike, right? Like, you're running Dodrio, you're running Trevenant. Like, yeah, these Pokemon are great during the early to mid game. Late game, they're not as effective. Tree depends on whether or not you get the initiation of your life. And it was such a messy fight in that Rayquaza pit. Like, he almost got KO'd. He survived on a sliver of health from his leech.
He still got KO'd in the end.
Like he ultimately, you'd be looking to try and get like a 2 to 3 man Wood Hammer into Phantom Forest. Like, that's your dream initiation.
Yeah, especially in a pit where everybody is just trapped inside. I feel that Trevenant was having a really hard time in this game, because the thing about him is that to click on his passive, you need to ensure that you need to keep using your abilities so you can still regenerate, and still have shields up, and be able to tank up. Unfortunately, he didn't have such space to do any of that, so basically Xerafic was just punishing him over and over and over again.
Yeah, so I think this was one. Yeah, this was another fight.
This was the one, yeah.
There were multiple fights, but this was another one, right? Like, the fact that Blastoise had enough time to walk from the top lane to the bottom, Hydro Typhoon, and then just turn the team fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It must have been hard. Like, honestly, having a Hoopa is very helpful. Like, for Blastoise, I mean, you know how slow the movement speed of this monster. Yeah, being able to actually make it, he had to use a Hydro Typhoon right there and then.
I mean, it worked. They got the knockouts that they wanted to. And I think another thing I wanted to talk about, I'm not sure if we saw it already, but the fact that Rayquaza knocked up, I think, like 3 of EVOS's Pokemon whilst they were in the pit, that actually lined it up for Xerafic to just get some big KOs. Fighting around Rayquaza is so dangerous, because you don't know who's going to be targeted by the Whirlwind. And if you are not prepared to juke that Whirlwind,
oh yes,
you're going to be thrown in the air. You're going to be praying to whatever god you pray and hope that you are not deleted by the time you get thrown down onto the ground. And against a Glaceon, like, bye.
Yeah. I think animation for Whirlwind is also quite long, but
It's
you just have
very
to. Yeah,
long.
it's quite long, but you would realize that knowing this, because you can actually see where the Whirlwind's gonna be, and if the opponents actually reads this, they're gonna make sure that they want to lock you in right there and then, so that you're not able to actually escape.
Okay, you
fast
see,
enough.
as a plebeian, you know, us two, so we don't notice the whirlwind, so we get caught up in it.
Yeah, we
and,
got caught
and
up, yeah.
And sometimes in the fights as well, like there's so many skill animations, sometimes you don't even see
Yeah.
the whirlwind underneath
Correct.
you.
Yeah, I think it's also one of the tricks where you just want to throw in a phantom forest so that you can't see.
No,
you
no,
can't see that. Hey,
that's
here's
not
me.
how you use
I
the
can't
move.
tell. You can't tell. Therefore, but of course, it kind of backfires because you don't know and the enemy doesn't know. It's kind of like a. Okay, don't do that. Don't do that. My best.
We see the guy that doesn't play Trevenant on,
Yeah,
on the
that-
desk. So.
No, here's the-
All right, so
Okay, if I get my hands on Trevor, then we're gonna be in trouble. Honestly.
No, I'll surrender the game for you. All right, so here's the updated tournament brackets for the entirety of today as well. So we were playing in the lower bracket just now. Evos Levitain going up against Xerific Gaming. It's a 2-0 victory for Xerific, so they will continue on to their next matchup, which is going to be up against Cakelog. But on the other side of the bracket, for the lower bracket, we got Plain Unite going, Plain Unite dropping 0-2 to Unity Bond, which means their next matchup is going to be up against Moon 9. That'll be a very exciting one. But if we take a look at the upper bracket, Team MYS and RRQ, we've got some old enemies here, Husskkiee.
Oh yeah, I am back and I am recharged for some exciting series. And I believe we would be looking at Moon Knight against Unity Bond up next, another elimination match. I mean, congratulations, right? Team MIS and RRQ have already locked in the slot of Yokohama. Now it's all about seedings, but this lower bracket is just getting heated up. I cannot believe what we've been witnessing. The previous series, EVOS, Levitain, Game 1, so close, didn't check the bush at the end of
Check
Game
the
1.
bush. I mean,
And
okay, fine.
Got
fine.
ran over in Game 2, so we bid goodbye to them. Xerific Gaming, second seed of April, they're still in. Moon Knight, second seed of April. Oh, Moon Knight, I think is from LCQ, still
Yes,
in.
last chance
Kakalop
qualifiers.
also still in. Oh, so much more games to come.
Hey, we've got plenty more to go, Husskkiee. But this next matchup, I think this is going to be a pretty scary one, right? Because we're getting a new name on the stream, which Moon 9, we haven't seen these guys play.
We have.
Did we?
In May.
Oh,
We did.
okay, in May, fine. But I mean
It's
today.
Rave,
I
guys.
meant
It's
today.
Rave. How
I meant
can
today.
you forget?
I meant
It's Rave.
today, okay?
Yes,
so-
it's today, yes. But we've seen them in May, right? This is the first time we see them today.
Yes.
But they have a long lower bracket to go through.
I mean, we've got a lot of games to go, actually. We still have the upper bracket final that needs to be played. We've got 3 more lower bracket games.
We have 1, 2, 3.
Was it
no,
4?
4 more.
4 lower bracket
Yeah,
games.
4
Wow,
more.
I actually cannot believe we're still not halfway through. But
We-
we're already had to say goodbye to so many teams.
We are at the halfway point, right? This is
Out.
series number 4, so it's halfway. We're at the
Almost halfway, assuming we don't get the full 9 games.
Yeah,
We're guaranteed 8 games today.
we're guaranteed a series today. Yeah,
Yeah.
so many things. Oh, so many games to look forward to. But I think the upper bracket, I feel like it's probably the easier ones to kind of stomach if you are a fan of any of these teams. But the lower bracket one, I think it's a tougher journey because you have so many games that you need to play through.
Yeah.
And every single team remaining in the lower bracket, maybe except for Unity Bond, everyone else is pretty stacked.
Yeah, actually, Unity Bond, that's the only team that is still remaining that came in from, I think it was
From the bye,
points
right? Yeah.
miscalculation. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm wondering, can they keep it going? Because if they manage to make it through to the lower bracket finals, that would
boy.
be crazy.
That would be crazy because they have to go through teams like Xerific Gaming, Moon 9, I think Kakalog also there as
Kakalog,
well.
yeah.
I think 2 out of these 3 teams, right? Because
Like the top performers for the past 2 months,
Basically.
3 months, yeah.
basically the top performers. I think Moon 9, they came through from the LCQ, but even then, they still were one of the strongest teams that we have.
Yeah. So, man, ladies and gentlemen, we are not done today. We're not even halfway through as of yet, but we're almost halfway through. But the game's been pretty interesting. Like, we've seen a whole variety of Pokemon, but I think we're also starting to feel like what's the flavor of the month. But before we talk about that, let's take a look at some of the stats here, I believe, for Unity Bond before we look at Moon 9. So, Unity Bond is a pretty new one for us on the desk because this team came in from the points calculation compensation, and they have really impressed us so far.
Yeah, we're about to potentially see a team unnamed. No one knows who they are. Make a potential deep run, and I say this very loosely, right? A deep run in a bracket full of hard hitters.
And I want to remind everybody as well, you know, this team, the only reason they are pushed down to the lower bracket was because they had to face Team MYS, right? Like they ran into arguably the strongest team that's playing in this qualifiers, and that's the only reason why they dropped down. So
But the shortest end of the stick.
they did. So if they beat Moon 9, the stakes for this team, you know, they are running under the radar.
Oh yeah, you're looking at the opponent's Moon Knight, who is a team that that has ex-Renaissance players,
Yes.
ex-No Lucario player, and guess what? They have been to London. And
Yes.
one of them finished 3rd in London last year.
Yeah, veterans of the scene.
Oh yes.
So I think the question is whether it's going to be the new guys on the block to take this series, or is it just going to be the old guys, you know, just teach them a lesson. Say, better luck next year.
In this series, I think Unity Bond is going to be the dark horses again. But
Oh, yeah, definitely.
throughout the 3 months, we have seen new names released right up to the kind of stepped up to the occasion, right? Xeraphid Gaming is a really good example. They just knocked out EVOS.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people were expecting EVOS to make it through because, again, this is a big team in Indonesia. And the scene, the Pokemon Unite scene in Indonesia, from what I've seen, they are running, constantly running local tournaments. They're constantly playing against each other. Like, the scene is active. But outside of that and technically WCS, there aren't really many tournaments really happening. So for these teams to even get competitive experience, it's a rare experience.
It is a very rare experience indeed. And I think Unity Bond is the only team so far that still play the Greedent. I know we saw it in May a couple of times.
Didn't they play it today at their
They did.
first game?
Against
They had
MIS
Greedent.
also,
Yeah.
But I think all the Greedent games that have been played have not resulted in any wins.
Well, I think it was just the one that we saw. I think game 2 they didn't have Greedent anymore.
I'm including the one from May. The ones from
Oh,
May. Yeah.
from May,
We've seen
okay.
many Greedents also, but
Yes.
still no wins. So I'm still trying to figure out, you know, where this Greedent stands. I do feel like, you know, even though he has this pros, it gets outweighed by a lot of defenders.
Well, I know that from the one game that we saw them play that Greedent, they don't play it in the typical fashion that people normally play the Greedent, which is going for the central area invade. You go into the central area, you harass the opponent's central area Pokemon, and if it's someone weak, such as like, okay, technically Eevee is a weak central laner if you're running Glaceon. Like, if it doesn't evolve to Glaceon, it's not a great time. Same thing with Kubfu, right? Like, these two strong central laners, these junglers, if you throw a Squirvet into the mix, and if you can steal away their buffs, their experience, you can really slow down the pressure these two Pokemon apply to the side lanes. So, this is not the style that Unity have been playing, but who knows, maybe in this game, they are actually going to go for the Greedent again, and they will go for the jungle invade.
Yeah, and hopefully they pull it out. I'm very hopeful to see a Sableye in that place, but I don't think we will see that. Sableye has been it's in a rough spot right now.
Oh, I think if I was going to describe Sableye, I think it's mincemeat. You know, it just got hit by the banhammer too many times, and it you know, went from a steak to a hamburger. So not fun times for the Sableye players.
No. I'm very hopeful. I still play him, but I know that we will not see him in competitive.
Oh
at least.
gosh.
I think I mean, aside from the Greedent, I feel like we've been seeing so much more Chandelure. That one really makes me a bit happy because we get to see Chandelure in the right hands, what he can do, right? Chandelure against with Glaceon, just magical combo.
Whoa. Yes, but I do think Glaceon is still like the biggest winner.
Of course.
Have we seen any teams lose with Glaceon? I don't think so.
No.
Like, every team that's picked Glaceon, they have won.
Yes, all the teams that picked Glaceon have won. I feel like losing with Glaceon,
I was gonna say, where's the counter?
I feel like if you lose with Glaceon, it's your problem. You know?
maybe they have to start introducing type matchups. You know, it's like fire beats ice. The
That's
Chandelure should technically be.
That's why I suggested, you know, like, I think I suggested that last month. Maybe down the road we would have
type advantages.
more bands in tournaments. We have tight advantages. Like if Delphox is up against Glaceon, he just two-shots the Glaceon because it's fire into ice.
Sure, okay. But they have to introduce like extra types. Like it would never happen, unfortunately. But it would be like a very fun mode, I guess, if type matchups were really a thing. But let's talk about this matchup, right? Like, what Pokemon are very likely going to be banned? Like outside of the usual cast, which has been Lapras and Glaceon, right? Like these are the two Pokemon that teams have been banning. Do you think there's anything from either? If you were either of these teams, what would you be banning against the other team?
Lapras, Glaceon, I think that's pretty much it. I am not sure if the Hoopa is important in this series. I don't think Unity Bond plays the Hoopa, and I don't remember seeing M9 play the Hoopa either.
I don't think so either, to be honest.
Yeah, you probably stick with the Lapras. Maybe the Urshifu ban, right? You go down the list. Maybe Urshifu is the Pokemon worth banning. Slowbro, I guess. Not much, honestly.
Defenders haven't really been on the list besides like Lapras.
I
right?
really feel like with just one ban per team, you generally just have a very fixed list of Pokemons you want to ban. A lot of the other Pokemons that can be considered to be banned now are like tier 2, tier 3 bans, you know, second, third choices.
Like targeted bans, like a player targeted ban.
Yeah, so we're gonna see Lapras ban.
Yeah,
ban.
I don't think we shouldn't see Lapras, but who knows? Maybe they ban out the Blastoise because we've seen a lot of Blastoise today as well.
We've the surprising part for me is just how Glaceon was allowed in May, and no one bans Glaceon.
I don't think anyone really picked Glaceon either. They just left it unchecked. They were like,
Glaceon,
what is that?
so much more than Glaceon, right? And finally, we're seeing a lot more Glaceon. We're gonna hop into the draft also for this best of 3. I think the first thing that I think some Pokemon Unite fans would be very, very happy to see is that Mevius is also with Moon Knight, and he wasn't with Moon Knight in May. Oh, now he's back. He's back and he's ready to rock and roll.
Yes, so for anyone that might be a little bit confused, like why does Mevius have GR as his tag? So for anyone that didn't know, Mevius was actually playing in the India qualifiers with God's Reign. So it was Mevius and Cameru. Both of them actually played in India for the first 2 qualifiers. And then I guess because of that, they didn't qualify. So they decided to play the last chance qualifier. And then they qualified with their respective teams, right? So you got Mevius here with Moon Knight, and then we've got Cameru still playing as well.
No, but unfortunately, they did lose the EVOS early on, right?
Yes.
So, well, the king is gone, but we still have Mevius around, and you still have some remnants of the God's Reigns player, our veterans here.
Interesting. The bird is here,
The
Husskkiee.
Cramorant. Okay, so the Hoopa does. So Unity Bond does play the Hoopa.
Wow,
I'm interested to see how this Hoopa is going to function in this game. They banned the Talonflame of all things.
That's
which is
interesting. Not many teams play Talonflame. Now, my only guess must be that maybe Moon 9 was playing a lot of Talonflame. So maybe this is a player-targeted ban. We don't have the stats, unfortunately, for Moon 9. But yeah, this one's a really, really interesting ban. But because of the fact that, you know, we've got a Greedent as well as a Slowbro, this means you've got the 2 big Pokemon on Moon 9. And I think this is really concerning for Unity Bond because I think it's a mistake to let these 2 through.
Decidueye?
But is it really Decidueye and Gardevoir?
Ah.
A lot of the Ninetales make a little bit more sense here. I think it's a safer option because you have the freeze, you have the damage over time, and then you have the damage amplification on the Gardevoir, right? Like both of these Pokemon work really well together.
And you also have the Gardevoir, which is one of their most picked, I think like 5th or 6th most picked Pokemon on the team.
Yeah, they did play. This is the first time I think they're playing it today. And I was questioning when it was going to come out.
We wanted to see it against MYS, but they didn't do it. But now, you know, we get to see the Gardevoir for the first time in a long time, honestly, across all 3 months. Not many teams play the Gardevoir, and teams that have done so didn't win their games?
I think it was just because of the domination of the sustain meta, the tank support meta, right? Because yes, Gardevoir does a lot of damage, but ideally you'd want to just pop people, and you kind of can't do that with the sustain comps. And the risk of you being knocked out before you knock someone else out was just so extremely high. But in this game, like, one thing I'm really worried about is, does Moshi feel, and even Stygian, like, do these two Pokemon feel confident going up against a Blastoise and an Urshifu? Because these are probably some of the best backline divers in the game, right? Like, you just rapid spin into the backlines, and then you have Urshifu, which very likely the water variant. He also just dives into the backline. Like, they're just gonna bypass the defenders.
And and also another question is, who can reach the Kramer and the Glaceon, right? You have two artillery type attackers that's going to be hitting you from the back, and I don't think there's anyone that can reach the back.
No.
You are forced to play front to back, and I just realized that on the side of Moon Knight, they have a lot of water-based Pokemon / ability. So if anything, they're looking to basically bring forth a tidal wave and kind of drown Unity Bond in
Wash
this game.
them away, you mean?
Yeah, wash them away.
Oh well, we'll have to see if that's going to be the case here, or if maybe we're going to be in for a really close matchup between these two teams. But this is game one of the lower bracket round here between Unity Bond and Moon 9. Now, unfortunately, loser of this best of 3 is going to be basically knocked out of the tournament, so they have to win this if they want a chance to qualify for Yokohama. But we are seeing a aggressive play there from the Squirvet, but unfortunately came in a little bit too late. And with the assistance, you know, Kazuma wasn't really able to deny any of the farm, but is being a nuisance, actually eating up all the berries, forcing Rufus to just constantly chase him.
Yeah, you're really drawing this Elder Gods away, and now the Kung Fu is forced to share a bit of the experience up top. Squirtle also not looking too healthy. You mean, for
Look at Kazuma just playing hide and seek with Rufus.
props to him, he kind of soft won that top lane just for now, for his team, and then Robin gets to suck a bit more of the experience. Obviously, as the Hoopa, you don't have as much damage compared to what Moon Knight has, but you are getting a lot more space to work with. See, they're gonna make a move on this bottom side to get this Altaria from camp, and actually, get most of it.
So, I mean, it does slow down the level progression of the glossy, the glossy fur, there we go, the pre-fur for the Elder Gods does finally get the evolution in, but we'll have to see if that hide and seek situation there with Kazuna and Ruvius is actually going to really do anything here for Unity Bond, because to see them suddenly play that invade, I think that did come as a bit of a shock here for Moon Knight, because Unity Bond just didn't do it last time.
And they don't really have a Pokemon that can...
Oh, it's Dark Urshifu for Mevius. It's not the Water Urshifu.
We haven't seen this for a long time.
It's a really difficult version of Urshifu to play. Yes, he is still great for getting those last hits on the objectives, but it does mean that he's not able to dive as well as he usually would. He's kind of reserved to using the Unite for any sort of dive, right?
Yeah, and you're not seeing... And this Urshifu doesn't get to snowball as hard, right? You just don't get to chase down targets.
Oh no, Rufus!
And Rufus is going to be in a bad spot, caught out as well. Both teams trading a KO.
Yeah, but so far we're seeing a really good play here for Unity Bond. I think this team is doing rather well considering the composition that Moon 9 are currently running. They are keeping up in levels. They are able to sustain their lanes as well. We're not seeing anybody get crushed on Unity. So I think they're doing rather well. Much better than I anticipated, to be honest.
Yeah, I wonder what this Dark Urshifu can bring in the later stages of the game, because he's not going to be snowballing, which means that...
Objective steal, I think.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a Gardevoir, you are very happy in the central area matchup, right? You are just not getting pressured by the Urshifu. A Gardevoir is 2 levels ahead of Mevius at this point. Even though Unity Bond, they don't have much points for now, I do feel this Gardevoir can get out of control.
It could. You just got to make sure you stay out of range of the Dark Urshifu, right? Don't get united. Don't get caught up with the throat chop. Unfortunately, though, A9 does go down, and here comes that Dark Urshifu, and unfortunately, it's going to be quite difficult to zone. We'll commit with the Unite, but Urshifu gets the final hit onto the Regirock. Very unfortunate, and it looks like they are going to be losing another Pokemon there, the Hoopa. Just getting a bit too close there to Moon 9. It's going to be down to the Gardevoir as well as the Alola Ninetales to defend this, but I mean, between the two of them and with Slowbro here as well, can they really do much? They do get the Glaceon knockout, but I mean, they still lost the goal zone.
They were not ready to fight for the Regirock.
Yeah.
Any capacity. Kizuna continue to be a nuisance on this Greedent. Like is still online. And as long as Unity Bond gets to play and keep this garden more safe, I honestly feel like Moon Knight have just sacrificed a lot of that dive potential for more objective securing potential.
Yeah, well they do. Okay, so one of the things and one of the big combos you have to be very mindful of if you're Unity Bond is the Hydro Typhoon into the Dark Urshifu Unite, right? Because if there's a multi-Pokemon knockup, and if Urshifu can time it right, you can throw multiple Pokemon in the air to go for that big nuke. So as long as Unity Bond can consistently kite or make sure that only 1 or 2 Pokemon's caught by the Typhoon, which we did miss the combination, but 2 Pokemon getting knocked out there from Unity Bond. But yeah, if you can dodge that combo, then you should be good. But Glaceon gonna go for, oh, interesting, just a single Ice Shard. Sorry, a single Icicle Spear connecting onto the Guardy. Not really the best Unite, but you know, it doesn't matter.
I believe they only were able to send the Gardevoir back home, which is good enough, right? It's the highest level Pokemon in the entire game right now, and just holds a lot of value for Unity Bond. We'll try to chase down this Green and Kizuna. He's gonna be fine, running circles around the members of Moon Knight, survives, gets sent back home, and gets a free reset.
Oh, but Gardevoir is in the central area. Gotta be so careful though, but maybe Greedent is going to potentially go for the punish here. This Glaceon is a little bit low. He is alone though, and with the Blastoise there, just gets sent back home again. Have a nap. But Hooper's here though, Rings Unbound, gonna be summoning the whole team. They don't get the last hit though, so a Unite gets committed, but they don't even get the objective. And looks like Moon Knight, they are here to punish. They almost got the Cramorant. They will be able to get the Dive One out in time. But unfortunately, the Alolan Ninetales again just getting deleted in this battle. The Gatling Gulp just shooting too much damage yet again into Unity Bond. The team gets completely wiped. These fights are just too difficult for them to execute.
They were overextending as well. I think Hoopa, the moment you show up late and you don't get the objective, I feel like you just back off, right?
But it was also against the Dark Urshifu. It's not like the Water Urshifu where there's a little bit of time for you to get that final hit in. Like, this is what Dark Urshifu is so good at. If you are not there when the objective is at a healthy health range, you're likely not going to get it.
Yeah, I think Unity Bond definitely overextended a little bit, and it exposed their backline.
Oh,
and right now, there it is. Gardevoir
Wow.
absolutely punished by the Star Urshifu. And Moon Knight, they're putting a lot of immense pressure on this Go Zone. The Alolan Ninetales does use the Unite move.
Oh
able to
my
stop
goodness.
the push just by a little bit. They get 2 KOs for themselves, but the bottom side gets completely cracked.
Beautiful timing as well from Moon 9, you know, just sacking all of their Unites in that push because they know at the 3:30-minute mark it is still a safe range to cast your Unites because by the 2-minute mark, most of your Unites should be off cooldown and you should be good to go. So that was a very big push there from Moon 9, very intentional push. And they do get rewarded for it. They didn't overextend. Now, this is probably going to be one of the final objectives for Moon 9, that top Reggie Alecki. Now, if they play this like MYS, you're just going to time it so that it starts walking down to that top goal zone when Rayquazd's going to spawn. But no, they're just going to burst it. They say, okay, we are going to take the map control. Fair.
And about it, right? It's fair. They get to focus on defending his bottom side, and as much as Kizuna has full AOS energy, he just was not able to dump it. Unity Bond, they will find it a bit hard to contest the Reggie also, the Reggie Steel, because they do have the Slowbro who is preoccupied by the Reggie Alecki up top. It's going to be a 4 versus 5, and Moon Knight, they can easily just win this.
This is scary because you don't have your Slowbro, you don't have access to the Slow Beam, and again, Urshifu just getting that final hit. What can you really do? And without the Slowbro, like Greedent just gets deleted. I mean, the whole team is getting removed, and that was also the Unite from the Hoopa.
Again, it's just another case of them overcommitting, right? I think they put so much emphasis on that Reggie when they didn't really need to. Good news is they respawn in time, and you cannot do that as a Gardevoir. Just a bit of impatience. Unity Bond collapsing at the seams, and Moon Knight, they're going to walk away with this game 1 as if it was not a challenge at all.
Yeah, I just think Moon 9 executed everything to perfection this game. They understood their limits. They also understood the limits that Unity Bond had. The timing of pushing the Reggie Alecki in that top lane and having the Slowbro being the one to defend it. You know, it's understandable why you have to have someone to defend it, but the teams just collapsed.
Oh, yeah,
I think that was the perfect word coming from you.
It's kind of a shame also because Unity Bond, they have a decent composition to play out these fights, but both Reggie fights at the bottom side was kind of
the Gardevoir.
given away because they overcommitted. I mean, Bongo, he's fine going down. The game has already been won.
Look, he's regenerating. he's basically playing with Unity Bond. I mean, okay, you've got 50 seconds to go. Maybe, this is a big ask, maybe if they can go for one big team push and they just constantly score these points, maybe they can make a comeback happen. I mean, there's a Blastoise who's got the shield, 80 points.
Like, they will need to break all the goal zone and still win a team fight in front of Moon Knight's base to have a chance.
Jeez, yeah.
Deficit way too huge.
I have to say Moon 9, as much as I maybe doubted their draft a little bit when I saw that Dark Urshifu, they just played the game to perfection.
So BKC would be really proud of this game. He would be extremely proud of Mebius for running the Dark Urshifu at a time when everyone wrote out this this variation of the bear.
Yep.
It's good to see it again, but clearly Moon Knight just had better decision making, and they were really pushing Unity Bond's buttons, and Unity Bond felt for a lot of the base.
Yeah, and okay, I want to quickly mention this as well. You know, you said earlier on, and we all know this as well, if you follow the Pokemon Unite scene in APAC East and West, or basically the Asia region, Southeast Asia, a lot of the players on Moon 9, they are veterans in the scene. They have been playing since last year. Some of them have actually played on the world stage in London last year, so they have played a lot of Unite. They would have a lot of experience with a whole bunch of scenarios. I think that game was a really good example of their experience being able to position themselves to counter everything Unity Bond had.
Yeah, and that was also off of the early game where Unity Bond, I do think they still did a good invade, right, with Kizuna. Like, you look at the roster, generally you want a +1 for the
central
leader to
laner,
kind of go in to run an invade, but he did it all on his own, and he was able to draw attention from Moon Knight. He just were not able to convert that.
Yeah, I'm still a bit questionable, I guess, about the Greedent pick, right? Because even though you had that early game coming out from Kizuna, what was really the role for the Greedent this game? Because he wasn't able to... when I say he, I'm talking about the Pokemon. What does this Pokemon really bring to the team fights? Because I know in the past, it was a really good backline disruptor, right? You would sit on top of the enemy attackers, you would bullet seed them, you would belch them, he would even be able to get those solo knockouts. That's just not the case anymore. Like, this Pokemon has lost a lot of that firepower. Yeah, he's pretty sustainable, but outside of just being a little tanky, a little mobile, he doesn't really fill a good niche right now.
Yeah, it's just a squirrel that runs around.
It's just a squirrel.
I think
sure.
if you want to look at backline disruptors with damage, once more, right, you fall back to the Trevenant. I still think that you compare some of these defenders in the Trevenant, despite not having as much mobility.
You know, Blastoise does this too,
and
right?
Blastoise also.
Blastoise Rapid Spin Water Spout is actually way better than Greedent.
Like,
if you want to backline disrupt. Yeah.
You do the same thing with more tools at your disposal.
Yeah, and I think to a degree, you know, sometimes you are a little bit more sustainable. At level 13, if you get the Rapid Spin upgrade, that's when you are at a massive power spike. The damage reduction for a Rapid Spin then is huge. But we are just going to quickly recap this game one here between Unity Bond and Moon 9. I think let's look at the game from Unity Bond's perspective. What would you want to target going up against Moon 9 in this next matchup?
I don't even think the Glaceon was the biggest problem. I think in game one for me, it's just, this is a good example, right? The overextension. They used the Rings Unbound, they couldn't get the Reggie, and they just chased Moon Knight all the way. I feel like this is kind of a forced decision from them. Moon Knight just came in from behind with a Blastoise, with a Dark Urshifu, and cut the Gardevoir and Ninetales away from the team.
Yeah.
And it happened again, like a few minutes later, at the same location, where Unity Bond used the Rings Unbound, couldn't get the objective, and ended up losing the entire team right before the Rayquaza. And you can watch here as the Gardevoir gets so impatient,
Deleted.
waiting for the team because he fears that Rayquaza will be gone. He just eject buttons it and gets focus fired.
Yeah, I think the fact that Moon 9 just stopped what they did and was just like, there's a Gardevoir, we've got to get rid of it, because it was just going to unite anyway, and it did. They just got rid of it. They said, we don't want you getting that final last hit.
It was
Sorry.
the highest level Pokemon for a majority of the game.
I mean, okay, I like the Gardevoir pick. I think if I was going to sort of break that game down, I would probably... Very sorry, Greedon. I think we've got to swap you out for somebody else.
I think Greedon gotta go.
I kind of think you also want to get a couple lane dominators, because we didn't really see them win their lanes. Like, they survived. Maybe that's what I'm looking for. Like, they got the levels, they survived, but that was really it. They didn't manage to amass any kind of lead up against Moon 9. Excuse me. And I'm not sure about you, but I kind of got flashbacks of like EVOS in that game, where we saw them multiple times fight on the enemy goal zone. And if you're going to fight on the enemy goal zone, that is such a risky play, because they are the people you're fighting against, they're getting extra shields, they're getting heals from the goal zone. If it's a tier 1 goal zone, there's berries that are going to spawn. They've got the speed flux that they can run back to. Like, I kind of feel people get trapped into thinking they have to commit to a fight.
Yeah, you feel desperate, right, when you're behind. But
Yeah.
Pokemon UNITE, as much as it's just a 10-minute game, it's not over until the last second. We've seen some games where it came down to the absolute millisecond, and I think in game 1, Unity Bond just had so much more opportunities if they weren't that impatient. But I agree, I think Greedon has to go. Replace Greedon with someone else that can frontline better, or just generally does your traditional support role, right? Stick with the team, peel them away from all the backline divers.
Yeah. The Hooper. I'm a bit conflicted about the Hooper pick as well. Like, do you think maybe Hooper isn't really a strong suit for this team? Because it kind of worked at times, but it wasn't like game changing where I felt that the Hooper was really necessary.
I think it's also a combination of having just laners that are not there to win lanes, right? Like Hooper, Gardevoir is like, yeah, you bring him across the map, but what can he do?
I would assume if you're going to run the Hooper, you would want to be the aggressors,
Yeah,
because you have access to all of the hyperspace
Like
holes.
Urshifu, Dodrio, Blastoise, which even a Lapras, right? That's why we see Hooper plus a Pokemon that can snowball. They can kind of follow the hyperspace bow and actually make the first moves. But I think what Unity Bond has doesn't allow that to happen. You are moving members across the map, but these members don't want to be the one who initiates a fight.
Yeah. Well, it's going to come down to the team. This is basically it. For Unity Bond. This is their last chance. If they lose this next game, they are out of the tournament. Moon 9 is going to proceed to the next round in the lower bracket. So, if you've got some cheese, if you have a secret strat, you have to pull it out in this last game, because you have no other options.
Oh, I think for Unity Bond, this has been a very, very, I would say, tough run for them, and they've made it quite far, right, for a team that you probably don't know who they are. And even if they drop now, I think in the future we probably would see more of them. It was never going to be easy from the beginning.
I mean, we're looking at the best teams in the region, right?
It's a very tough bracket, and props to them. I believe they are the only remaining team that came from kind of the April-May bye and are still fighting in the lower bracket. I think most of the other teams have been knocked out.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure all of them have been knocked out. Like, now
is Play U9 still around? I think they also got knocked out, right?
Yes, I think they also got knocked out. So we're basically left with the finalists for all of the qualifiers.
And Unity Bond. Kind of like the last hope of the
last ray of hope.
The last ray of the commoners.
The star. The commoners. Wow. Oh my gosh, they represent all of us. Oh goodness. But as we are preparing for this next game, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to give you a quick recap of the players and some of the Pokemon that they do like to play. And we are going to have a quick look here at Moon 9. This is Bongo C. He is the dedicated support of the team. He loves to play that Blissey and the Clefable, as he generally will play either of these Pokemon. But we did see a bit of a swap up in that last game. I think he played Eldegoss.
Yes, he did play the Eldegoss.
So he's pretty flexible with his support. So he kind of just says like, hey, whatever support you need, gimme.
Yeah, I'm more surprised about how these two teams kind of skip right through the Blissey and the Clefable, right? We are seeing the Eldegoss, we are seeing the Wigglytuff even. But let's look at the guy from the side of Unity Bond. It's going to be Momo in this case. Cramoran and the Slowbro being the more frequently used Pokemons. But I think he ran a Slowbro in game 1.
Yeah. So he was on the Slowbro. Pretty interesting that he pivots between Cramoran and Slowbro, right? Different playstyles between these two Pokemon. But yeah, I mean, he did the best that he could in that game. But I think what it really came down to when it went in that previous matchup is that I think there was just too much he had to do, right? Like he had to frontline, he had to lock down key targets, he had to also protect his backline. And for a Slowbro, like there's only so much you can do. It really depends on what moves you're running.
Yeah.
But it looks like the draft is ready, ladies and gentlemen. So let's go into game number 2 and see who is going to take this match. If it's going to be a 2-0 victory from Moon9 or if it's going to be tied 1-1. And we're going to be looking at a game number 3. Husskkiee, let's jump into it right now as Talonflame and Lapras are going to be the bans for both teams. And first pick is going to be for Unity Bond.
I feel like you just go with the
Glaceon.
Pokemons. The Glaceon is a
Take
good
the
opener,
Glaceon.
right? Just take the
There we
Glaceon. Go with Pokemons that are easier to execute. Forget about the Hoopa +1. Forget about the Greedent. Just go with Pokemons that are easy to use and execute in team fights. You know, you press your buttons. You don't have to worry about your teammates need to teleport around the map. I think Slowbro, Urshifu. You can even take the Urshifu right now, right?
Yeah.
Urshifu +1. But with the Glaceon, it does make it a bit more complicated, so I understand why they would stick with Slowbro.
I mean, I think Slowbro and Hoopa is almost mandatory because you don't want to give the Slowbro over to Moon9. If Urshifu was picked up by Unity Bond, are you serious? Wow. Before I finish my train of thought, you have to get rid of the Slow Beam, right? So you have to pick up the Slowbro. But the fact that Pikachu gets picked up by Moon9 means that Urshifu goes in favor of Unity Bond. Like, you've got 2 major powerhouse picks on the side of Unity Bond plus a Buzzwole. If Moon9 win this, I'm going to lose it.
And a Decidueye.
Oh my gosh, the bird strat. Tweet.
That's not how Decidueye sounds.
Well, actually, no. His Unite's like hoo hoo.
Something. Knock knock.
No. The Unite move is called knock knock. But like when he uses it, it's like hoo hoo.
Oh, there's a sound?
Every time a Pokemon unites, they use their cry. Oh my gosh, Husskkiee, you don't play with sound, do you? This man does not play with
but
sound.
there's so many sounds happening. I feel like Decidueye's cry would be the last thing I focus on in a team fight. That doesn't win me the fight.
Pointless things. But anyways, look, I'm gonna be honest. I do think if
it's
there's
a show of force.
If there's a game to win, this has to be it. Like, I kind of feel the setup is here for Unity Bond. They just have to firstly make sure that Moshi and Kazuna have their level 5s, right? They need level 4 for Glaceon, level 5 for the Urshifu. Evolve. You got to do your thing from that mid game.
If there's a game tree, it's the series.
It has to be. This has to be it. Like we're seeing Pikachu, we're seeing Decidueye, we're seeing Cramoran, like all 3 Pokemon in the same game. Like Blastoise and Eldegoss, like who cares? We see those guys all the time.
To be really fair to Wraith on Decidueye, you do have the Shadow Sneak. You can kind of stop the Urshifu if it's a Water Bear,
Sure.
And the Glaceon that has mobility. It's a very minor thing in this game too. If Moon9 wins this, I think for them it's just a big confidence boost, right? They're here to send a message that they are just miles ahead of Unity Bond.
Confidence boost, and I think it maybe as well, just again, a show of experience. Like, there's a difference between a player that is like very new to the scene and someone that's been like a been there, done that kind of guy. Like they've seen a very complicated situation. 9 times out of 10, they're gonna know what to do. But if it's going to be that new person, it's a fresh experience, they kind of just have to guess.
It's not about the Pokemon, right? It's about the player.
Yes.
Something like that.
Oh, but Buzzwole, he's being pressured by a Gossifleur. Now, this is unheard of in a lot of cases. Like, yes, Gossifleur is an amazing pressure Pokemon, and Hoopa's doing a pretty good job at pressuring, but to do that to a Buzzwole, you don't see that often.
Yeah, normally mosquitoes, they do prefer nectar, but this one bites. This Glossifer fights back. Upside also Urshifu level 5 showing up, and that's what you want to see. The snowball has already begun for Kizuna. This is probably going to push him so close. Yeah, going to push him to that level 6. They get the full Altaria camp. You'll love to see it.
Yeah, although almost taking out the Slowpoke there is going to be sent back to that top lane maybe, but Hooper's going to come in for assistance. Buzzwell's there as well, and they're just going to make sure they zone out Moon 9. So, you know, this early game, it's looking pretty good here for Unity Bond. Good comeback.
Having the Hoopa, right, you can bring the Urshifu around the map, and he's going to start invading the jungle, and there's no one from Moon 9 that can stop Kizuna.
Yeah,
so
you kind of laugh in
KO.
a Pikachu's face.
Yeah, you see the Pikachu, you see an owl, it's electric mouse and an owl. Not a problem. Elder Gods also getting KO'd.
You know, there's a lot of Pokemon on Moon 9 that don't want to run into the water bear. Like, you just don't have a solution for it. If you see the water bear, you see Nurse Joy in the next 3 seconds. So we are seeing some pressure in that bottom lane yet again. And look at this, this poor Cramorant just trying to survive this damage. But again, power of water bear, zoning them away, chasing them. The Electro Ball does not get the cancel on the score there for the water bear. And they're just going to continue on with the pressure. And with the sustain here as well, and with a Glaceon, like, what can you do? You've got a Hooper to get the resets for that water bear.
Yeah, I mean, Moon 9 basically just pushing the limit, playing with fire a little bit. This Decidueye, it's not even Decidueye yet, he's just level 6 on Wraith. Finally evolves into Decidueye. Now you get a little bit more long-range artillery from Moon 9, but still in a 5 versus 5 fight against Unity Bond, I don't think you win this. They will still try it. Okay, Kizuna is the first that needs to go, but gets sent back to base and resets.
Yeah, it comes back. Now, there is some good news here for Moon 9 because up top, Wartortle is getting his levels. He's almost level 9, so we are seeing this Blastoise more or less on track to get the final evolution and have the Hydro Typhoon for that next fight. But Buzzwell's going to try and slow him down. But we are going to see that battle in that bottom lane. Husskkiee, and so far it's not looking too good here for Moon 9.
Moon 9 just loses, what, 3 Pokemons? They did snipe the Registeel away, courtesy of the Decidueye. From long range, gets the snipe.
Spirit Shackle.
Almost got Kizuna also, but I think he was able to kind of weave out of the way with the Surging Strike.
Yeah, that was actually a big steal too, because you are also giving that experience to Blastoise, which, as you can see up top, fully evolved, level 9, Hydro Typhoon is online, and this top fight has just gotten a little bit more difficult here for Unity Bond, because the Hydro Typhoon is now going to be what separates Moon 9 from Unity Bond. If they manage to get a big Unite, I think they could just get rid of him. But Hydro Typhoon is there. They're fighting on top of Unity Bond's goal zone. But look at them. They don't even care. They get the scores in and they break the goal zone.
That will give them full control of the Regieleki. They still have the Gatling Gulp that they can use in case Unity Bond wants to fight this, but there's no chance. And now I think Moon 9, all things considered, right, despite them not having a backline that just doesn't want to be touched, you do have pretty decent sieging power with all these long-range pokes. The Decidueye against Spirit Shackle, very, very deadly. Unity Bond trying to stop this, but the Gatling Gulp instantly gets used and he's untouchable. That is 3 kills for Moon 9 already. The Buzzwell is going to be the 4th, and just like that, Moon 9 gate crashes the Regieleki.
Oh my goodness, one big push from Moon 9, and they've just shifted the game massively in their favor with their big knockouts. And I think Unity Bond, they've sort of lost that momentum from the early game. Like, they had such a great early game, applying this pressure to Moon 9, creating that level gap and making sure that they had the stat gaps, as well as just being an overall threat. Now that the game, I feel, has now suddenly equalized, these team fights are just not going to go as smoothly as they did in that early game. They really need to be careful now, because one of the big things here with Moon 9's composition is that as the Decidueye and Pikachu level up, their burst damage is just going to increase further and further. Blastoise zoning out the Glaceon, doesn't fully get it though, but it's going to be the Cramorant to get the Regi, so no buff again for Unity Bond. Yes, Moon 9 have lost 2 Pokemon so far. They do try to go for a 3rd one. Hooper going to be going down to the Blastoise, and oh my goodness, they can't even get rid of the Blastoise. Oh my goodness, Moon 9, they are not phased, but Glaceon is here to defend Husskkiee.
The Blastoise is the true damage dealer, for sure. They finally get rid of him after so long. Moon 9 doesn't get score any points, but they did take the Regis away from Unity Bond, and the siege continues, right? If this Cramorant, this Decidueye, you can't even touch them without losing half your health, and that bottom goal zone is going to be broken. As Slowbro, I mean, Momo just shows up late and gets absolutely punished.
You know, in a lot of cases, Slowbro would normally survive that kind of damage output, but with the Pikachu Volt Tackle, big game changer because that's a really long stun. You
It
get caught
is.
by that, you are going to be in so much trouble. And oh, the knock, knocking out the Glaceon.
Even when it comes to objective fights, right? You know, Mevius, he can kind of just throw his Pokemon at the enemy, which whoever wants to dive gets Volt Tackle. Volt Tackle, focus fire down. Unity Bond, they need to quickly come up with a different way. I mean, you have the Urshifu Unite, they can make it easier. They're gonna try to fight this one, catching Mevius off. Hydro Typhoon also gets used, but the Pikachu out of the equation already. And now it's just this Blastoise trying to do as much damage as it can, but
It's
Spirit
level
Shackle from
13.
afar, not enough damage. But it gets a snipe anyways onto the Mosquito. But it's 3 KOs for Unity Bond, and they finally
The
find some
Spirit Shackle,
space.
they
Spirit
can't.
Shackle cancelling the cap, and he actually cannot do it. That Ghost stays alive. The Telekinesis being used, but Momo, he has to reset.
Oh man, the Decidueye pick so far is working wonders here for Moon 9 because, right, Desi doesn't have to be in the fights. He can be on the other side of the map. He can throw those Spirit Shackles down. It's a hindrance to the player that gets caught by it. And nobody, okay, nobody in Unity is playing a Pokemon that has the mobility to run around Moon 9 to chase the Decidueye. Like, nobody is playing like that. In most cases, it's supposed to be the Urshifu, but they are so busy trying to fight this front line that I don't really think they can try to go for Wraith at all.
And even if they want to Shadow Sneak, Spirit Shackle, it makes it a bit difficult.
You can scout people out
And
like
you
this.
can scout people
Look
out,
at this.
right? I mean,
Oh.
Volt Tackle guarantees
Momo?
that you connect your Spirit Shackle, and Momo, he's already forced back. And this Decidueye, he's eating up so much space, and it stops the Urshifu from even showing up on the map. Maybe they can get Bongo, but those Icicle Spears gets blocked away.
Yeah, the body box really important to make sure the Cramorant did not get deleted there, but the scouting from the Shadow Sneak, so annoying. Like, the Buzzwole can't even wrap around to go for a backstab. So it might end up having to be Unity Bond just going head first, but you are also going head first into a Hydro Typhoon. They can try and chip away. Pikachu going in with the Thunderstorm, doing a lot of damage there onto Unity Bond. We see a Hydro Typhoon only connecting onto the Hooper, but so far, 2 Pokemon down. It's going to be the Buzzwole and the Slowbro. 3 versus 3. It's going to be down to that
They can't
Water
do
Bear.
this?
I don't know. Maybe they can. Water Bear
Kizuna?
going on to the Desi. Desi is one of the squishiest Pokemon in the game. They will get him. Kazuna, though, he is going to melt down to that Blastoise, but it's a 1 versus 1. Nobody is in a position to score. Nobody is in a position to take Rayquaza. We're at a stalemate, Husskkiee.
Yeah, it's going to be a reset, and the Gatling Gulp is still available for the Cramorant, right? And right now, you
No
don't have-
Unites left.
No Unites left. The Cramorant is going to have a field day unless the Buzzwole or the Urshifu reaches him. And Bongo very out of
Oh,
position.
no.
He's forward,
Not
Pro Tackle,
like
and then
this.
Momo losing
Not like
health. He's going
this.
to get absolutely melted by the Gatling Gulp because the Unity Bond, they're abandoning ship. They are not going for the Rayquaza
But look at
anymore.
Hoopa.
The Hoopa trying to sneak in some extra points. The Pikachu does go down. Mevius falls. They also lose the Cramorant.
There's
But
the
Unity
Ray.
Bond, they will not be able to get the Rayquaza. And even with the back cap, it was not enough. Kizuna would try to break all the shields from Wraith. Finally uses that Unite move, but the base is in danger. Moon Knight shows up and drops a fat 200 stack. And I think Moon Knight, they're moving forward in the lower bracket.
Oh my goodness, Moon 9 pulling out a win with one of the craziest compositions we have seen today. A composition featuring a Cramorant, Pikachu, and Decidueye on the exact same team against Glaceon and Urshifu, probably the 2 biggest Pokemon that are currently dominating the competition today. What a phenomenal performance coming in from Moon 9.
It's not the Pokemon, it's the players.
It is the players.
It is the players.
The execution was brilliant.
Moon Knight has just ruined my solo queue experience with the Pikachu. Thank you very much. I'm going to see a lot more Pikachu now.
Maybe you should blame Mevius for that, but we'll have to, you know, I am down to see some more Pikachu today if they feel confident to run it.
To be very fair, Volt Tackle is one of the more annoying hindrances, right?
The range is huge.
It's huge range, sort of point and click, and it has a long duration.
It's a really long stun. Like, you cannot do anything once
It
you're hit with the
stops
Volt
dives,
Tackle.
you know? Like, I cannot believe I'm saying this, but it actually is pretty effective at stopping dives.
Oh gosh, what an insane series. But congratulations to Moon 9 as they are going to continue on their lower bracket run. But this also means that Unity Bond, their journey ends today, as unfortunately they just weren't able to tie that series up. This team though, they may not have qualified during the normal qualifiers, but they really showed that this is a team. I hope they stay together. I hope they compete again next year because there is a lot of promise between these players.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Kizuna had a pretty good game too, right? This guy was, he was dragging weight for sure. He was heaving the team over the finishing line, but
He threw them over the finishing line. He was like, "Come on, guys, get over me!"
But it's just very unlucky they are up against a team full of veterans.
Well, to be fair, like all the teams that are still playing in the tournament, they're kind of good. So regardless of who you got, I think it would have been an uphill battle.
I heard all the teams left are very good at the game.
Yes, great observation there, Krikos. Oh my goodness. But Moon Knight though, these guys are impressive. And just seeing them play with this composition for this best of 3, I want to know if they're going to be able to pull out some crazy strats like this in their next upcoming games, right? Because they're still going to play today. They have a lot of really tough opponents. Or are we just going to revert back to just the standard meta picks?
I hope we get to see more, you know,
Variety.
individual variety flavor. Because you're looking at Moon Knight, I think they came in from the they're the first team to qualify from LCQ. They came in from stage 1 of the Swiss round. So you can kind of say that from the LCQ, they are the best team there from that pool. Because the May pool was very stacked, right? You have RRQ, you have Kakalot, you have Outwit. Moon Knight came in 4th. Kind of like how RRQ was in the very first qualifiers.
Yeah.
So
just narrowly
it's
missing
narrowly
out.
missing, and I think that time they lost to No Lucario in April. So in this case, I think Moon Knight making it here, they really get to show more of their chops, but they still have a lot more to handle, and
they're not over yet.
they're not over it. I mean, you have Kakalot waiting on the other bracket. If they do win their respective bracket, that one I believe might be coming up next.
Yes.
So the lower bracket is heating up.
I want to see the overall standings. And that's going to be right now to see where everyone currently is on that leaderboard. Who is still here? Who is gone? And it seems like Kakalot and Zephyric Gaming, they're still playing. It's 1-1. We haven't seen a full 3-game series yet. So far it's been happening off stream, but we don't know who is going to be going on to play Moon Knight.
This is going to be very, very interesting because Kakalot and Zephyric, Kakalot, I believe, like what, second seed? Was it
second place team?
Yeah, second place team from May.
May, yeah.
And you up against the second place team from April.
The second place curse.
Second place curse. But we do have a treat for our next series because it is the upper bracket finals. Two teams who have secured a slot to Yokohama. Now they are fighting for the seedings. Whoever wins this will guarantee a top 2 finish and put themselves 1 spot closer for the VIPs, the VIP treatment to Yokohama.
Yeah, the VIP treatment if they want to have a holiday after they compete, that's up to them.
I believe for this one, the last time they met was ACL group stage, right? They didn't meet in ACL for all I remember. So this is an ACL group stage finals rematch in the upper bracket finals of our regional playoffs. Can you believe it?
Oh, wow. I mean, a lot's changed since then, right?
Lot
Like
has
the general meta has changed. I'm pretty sure the players would have grown in their own ways and gotten better somehow. So this next series is going to be very exciting to see if NYS are still way ahead of the competition or if RRQ have somehow managed to close that gap, because this is a big comeback from a team that missed out on qualifying during the first qualifier in April, right? They came 4th.
Yeah, 4th place
Narrowly
in ACL,
missed.
4th place in April qualifiers, and had to play a very dreadful May qualifiers.
Their May qualifier was a Cinderella story.
Basically.
This team, if anyone that doesn't know the context, RRQ, they were pushed to the lower bracket of the May qualifiers during the first round. So after that, they basically were in a position, if they lost a series, they were out of the tournament. And they managed to climb all the way from round 2 lower brackets to the grand final and to getting the grand final reset and to going on and winning it. Like, that was insane.
They technically won a best of 7, right? Because they won 4 games in a row. Well, I think, you know, you can compare these two teams as currently the best from the West against kind of, I wouldn't say the dark horses. I think RRQ they don't deserve that title. They deserve a lot more than dark horses. But
I think they're both Titans.
in terms
like,
of
they're both
power level,
Goliaths.
right? I think you're just looking at Team MYS as the slightly better team. But if this one doesn't go a full 3 games, I would be very, very sad.
You should be sad. I mean, I'm not going to be able to cast that game. I'll be watching it from the sidelines because I know you and Flava are going to be covering that amazing series. But before we have that amazing matchup, we are going to go for a quick break. So as always, if you need to have a snack or go to the toilet, do so now, but make sure you're back in 10 minutes for the upper bracket finals. Unite, I think they could just get rid of him, but Hydro Typhoon is there. They're fighting on top of Unity Bond's goal zone, but look at them, they don't even care. They get the scores in and they break the goal zone.
Untouchable. That is 3 KOs for Moon Knight already. The bus blow is going to be the 4th, and just like that, Moon Knight gate crashes the Reggie Lucky.
Oh my goodness, one big Pikachu Volt Tackle. Big game changer, because that's a really long stun. You get caught by that, you are going to be in so much trouble. And oh, the knock, knocking out the glow. Maybe they can. What about going on to the Desi? Desi is one of the squishiest Pokemon in the game. They will get him. Kazuna, though, he is going to melt down to that Blastoise.
All the shields from Rave finally uses that Unite move, but the base is in danger. Moon Knight shows up and drops a fat 200 stack. And I think Moon...
Now, unfortunately, loser of this best of 3 is going to be basically knocked out of the tournament, so they have to win this if they want a chance to qualify for Yokohama. But we are seeing just getting a bit too close there to Moon Knight. It's going to be down to the Gardevoir as well as the Alola Ninetales to defend this, but I mean, between the two of them and with Slowbro here as well, can they really do much? They nap. But Hooper's here though, Rings Unbound, going to be summoning the whole team. They don't get the last hit though, so a Unite gets committed, but they don't even get the objective. And looks like Moon Knight, they are here to punish. They almost got the Kremmer. They will be able to get the dive one out in time. But unfortunately, the Alola Ninetales again just getting deleted in this battle. The Gatling Gulp just shooting too much damage yet again.
Star Urshifu and Moon Knight, they're putting a lot of immense pressure on this Go Zone. The Alola Ninetales does use the Unite move, able to stop the push just by a little.
Team is getting removed, and that was also the Unite from the Hooper.
Again, it's just another case of them overcommitting, right? I think they put so much emphasis on that Reggie when they didn't really need to. Good news is they respawn in
Gatling
time,
Gulp.
and you cannot do that as the Gardevoir. Just a bit of
feel lucky in that top lane, and having the Slowbro being the one to defend it. You know, it's understandable why you have to have someone to defend it, but the team got the shield. 80 points.
Like, they would need to break all the Go Zone and still win a team fight in front of Moon Knight's base to have a chance.
Jeez, yeah, I'm just like, there's a difference between a player that is like very new to the scene and someone that's been like a been there, done that kind of guy. Like they've seen a very complicated.
But this one bites. This Glossifer fights back. Top side also Urshifu level 5 showing up, and you know, that's what you want to see. The snowball.
And have the Hydro Typhoon for that next fight. But Buzzwall's going to try and slow him down. But we are going to see that battle in that bottom lane. Husskkiee, and so far it's not looking too good here for Moon Knight. Big Unite, I think they could just get rid of him, but Hydro Typhoon is there. They're fighting on top of Unity Bond's goal zone, but look at them, they don't even care. They get the scores in, and they break the goal zone.
Untouchable. That is 3 KOs for Moon Knight already. The Buzzwall is going to be the 4th, and just like that, Moon Knight gate crashes the Reggie Lucky.
Oh my goodness, one big Pikachu Volt Tackle. Big game changer, because that's a really long stun. You get caught by that, you are going to be in so much trouble. And oh, the knock, knocking out the Glow. Maybe they can. What about going on to the Desi? Desi is one of the squishiest Pokemon in the game. They will get him. Kazuna, though, he is going to melt down to that Blastoise.
All the shields from Rave finally uses that Unite move, but the base is in danger. Moon Knight shows up and drops a fat 200 stack. And I think Moon...
Now, unfortunately, loser of this best of 3 is going to be basically knocked out of the tournament, so they have to win this if they want a chance to qualify for Yokohama. But we are seeing just getting a bit too close there to Moon Knight. It's going to be down to the Gardevoir as well as the Alola Ninetales to defend this, but I mean, between the two of them and with Slowbro here as well, can they really do much? They nap. But Hooper's here though, Rings Unbound, going to be summoning the whole team. They don't get the last hit though, so a Unite gets committed, but they don't even get the objective. And looks like Moon Knight, they are here to punish. They almost got the Kremmer. They will be able to get the dive one out in time. But unfortunately, the Alola Ninetales again just getting deleted in this battle. The Gatling Gulp just shooting too much damage yet again.
Star Urshifu and Moon Knight, they're putting a lot of immense pressure on this Go Zone. The Alola Ninetales does use the Unite move, able to stop the push just by a little.
Team is getting removed, and that was also the Unite from the Hooper.
Again, it's just another case of them overcommitting, right? I think they put so much emphasis on that Reggie when they didn't really need to. Good news is they respawn in
Gatling
time,
Gulp.
and you cannot do that as the Gardevoir. Just a bit of
feel lucky in that top lane, and having the Slowbro being the one to defend it. You know, it's understandable why you have to have someone to defend it, but the team got the shield. 80 points.
Like, they would need to break all the Go Zone and still win a team fight in front of Moon Knight's base to have a chance.
Jeez, yeah, I'm just like, there's a difference between a player that is like very new to the scene and someone that's been like a been there, done that kind of guy. Like they've seen a very complicated.
But this one bites. This Glossifer fights back. Top side also Urshifu level 5 showing up, and you know, that's what you want to see. The snowball.
And have the Hydro Typhoon for that next fight. But Buzzwall's going to try and slow him down. But we are going to see that battle in that bottom lane. Husskkiee, and so far it's not looking too good here for Moon Knight. Big Unite, I think they could just get rid of him. But Hydro Typhoon is there. They're fighting on top of Unity Bond's goal zone. But look at them. They don't even care. They get the scores in and they break the goal zone.
Untouchable. That is 3 KOs for Moon Knight already. The bus blow is going to be the 4th. And just like that, Moon Knight gate crashes the Reggie Lucky.
Oh my goodness. One big Pikachu Volt Tackle. Big game changer, because that's a really long stun. You get caught by that, you are going to be in so much trouble. And oh, the knock, knocking out the glow. Maybe they can. What about going on to the Desi? Desi is one of the squishiest Pokemon in the game. They will get him. Kazuna, though, he is going to melt down to that Blastoise.
All the shields from Rave finally uses that Unite move, but the base is in danger. Moon Knight shows up and drops a fat 200 stack. And I think Moon...
Now, unfortunately, loser of this best of 3 is going to be...
Welcome back to the WCS last chance, well, not last chance, regional playoffs, because last chance is gone. Last chance for some of the teams, but not our upcoming teams, because Team MYS, oh, they're about to take on RRQ, and last time they met was when RRQ was to Team Rise at the ACL Finals. Group stage finals, so that means it's a rematch long overdue. I'm Husskkiee, and alongside me is the guy who is also long overdue on the desk, is Flava.
Yes, so welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're tuning in, and of course, next match is going to be a great one. We're featuring 2 of the, I would say, teams that has not fallen to the lower brackets yet. This is going to be the upper bracket finals. It is definitely a match to be waited for. I'm very sure there's a lot of RRQ as well as MIS fans out there. Can't wait to actually see the outcome of this series itself, because at the end of this series itself, one of them will be going to the finals and one of them will be dropping to the lower bracket finals. Let's have a look at the 2 teams, shall we? Let me introduce the first team for Team Purple, the April tournament first place winner, Team MYS. They comprise of Rebongs, Yang, Nightmare Foxy, Froggy, as well as Gimu.
Yeah, and in the orange ring, you have the May tournament first seed, Rex Dragum, Keon, Eeyore, Necro, Zoe, Iluna, and XQ. Well, these 2 teams, good news, they have not changed their roster for as long as we can remember. And last time they met was, I believe, in March or like end of February. So it has been a few months since then. Patches have been updated, new Pokemon have been introduced, and now we get to see them face off against each other. And you're looking at Team MYS, who I think arguably can be considered as the best team in APAC West, 2nd in Asia overall. And then you have Rex Dragum Keon. They did finish 4th in ACL. They finished 4th in April tournament, and they finished 1st in the May qualifier. So maybe they've evolved. Maybe today we would see RRQ take down MYS.
Yep, and of course we're looking at the winner of first place winners, the champions of April versus with the champions of May. Although April, yes, they met as champions first before the other, but we have to admit both of them are actually champions of their own months here.
This is the best of the best.
Yes, best of the best. This is the best of the best. Although RRQ got 4th in April, but then they did manage to come back. They managed to come back. They have shown true grit and power, and they are here for the win, and they're definitely going to showcase that they are the better team compared to MYS. And surely there's going to be a lot of fans out there rooting for both teams.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the info card for Team MYS first. You might realize right off the bat that Mew does not have a 100% pick rate anymore.
Especially this one. The further we go,
all thanks to Kakalok, who did ban Mew for that one game and forcing Nightmare Foxy to pick Glaceon. But we did see Hoopa get a lot more attention, the Urshifu and the Dojo as well. Mamoswine also still the top 6 most picked Pokemons for Team MYS.
Surprising enough, we have been witnessing a wholesome matches featuring MYS, but we have not had the opportunity to actually witness RRQ yet so far. They managed to climb through in the first round in upper bracket, and then they won through in the semi-finals too. And then we jumped into some of the lower bracket matches, and here we are. We're going to be witnessing the match featuring Team MYS versus with RRQ this time about. Now, based on the information card here, we're looking at Team MYS. We see that despite the ban on the Mew, Nightmare Foxy is still able to actually grab a hold on that Glaceon in that game number 2 previously in semifinals 1, and still able to showcase some exemplary, some amazing display of power and convincing win over the opponents over there, and definitely being crowned as MVP for the match itself. So basically, definitely not a problem for them to actually ban out Mew. Still got a lot of options for Team MYS. And based on what is being displayed right here, they have quite a big pool of mons to choose from for the game. I believe that they've been playing around for quite a while, so they know that they have quite a good pool to choose from.
Yeah, I mean, they have a very big pool. They have multiple flex players. I mean, one moment you'll be seeing Yang playing the Urshifu. Next moment he's playing the Chandelure. You know, next moment he's playing the Trevenant, and a different archetype of Pokemon. Same for Reebong. Plays the Koopa, plays the Mamoswine, and suddenly he also plays the Dodrio and the Zora. Right? So multiple flex players on the team, always entertaining to watch, but they are up against their rivals, right? RRQ, Rex, Dracum, Keon, which is a team that they have not faced off for quite a few months, and they are back with a vengeance. Alolan Ninetales and Dodrio being the most picked Pokemons alongside Lapras, Hoopa, Blastoise, and Buzzwole, which is a Pokemon that MYS doesn't really use.
Yeah, and of course Rex Rugikium is trying to uphold the Indonesia pride right here in this match for the finals of the upper bracket. We'll see if they're able to channel their inner Indonesian power here and power through Team MYS. And based on the draft as well, they also are quite flexible in terms of their Pokemon pool as well. So I think that difference is they're still familiar with picks like Hoopa for their drafts. They love to play up with mons such as Blastoise. We have playing with Dodrio, Lapras, as well as Alolan Ninetales. A little bit different. I think we're just not seeing things like Mew and Urshifu much from them. But I guess they're still able to actually play those as well.
Yeah, both teams do play the Hoopa very actively, so I think it will be a very contested pick in this upcoming series. But Alolan Ninetales is more, is more preferred by RRQ compared to MYS. So I think at least on the attacker side, we are going to have a bit more of a variation. Same can be said, for some of the all-rounders, right? Like the Buzzwole, which RRQ they would take, but MYS generally they would go for the Blastoise, Lapras, or even the Trevenant. So there are some common grounds that these two teams share, but there are also some very unique approaches that they take to it for the game.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, I believe that everybody out there can't wait to see what will happen here in this upper bracket finals series here. Will it be Team MYS placing themselves in the grand finals, or will it be Team Rex, Rigum, Keon, RRQ to the grand finals here in this best of 3 series as well? In a few short moments, we're going to kickstart game number 1, the opening match in between these two amazing teams itself. Do share your thoughts on which team is going to be, which one you're rooting for, and we will see whether or not the team that you're rooting for will be moving forward to the next stage. So now, Husskkiee, before we kickstart our drafts right here, what are your thoughts about Team RQ? Since we haven't been seeing much about their matches, I believe that they've already had ample amount of information on the matches of Team MI based on what they've observed in the upper bracket round 1, as well as the semi-finals, whereas they were not able to actually do the same for RQ.
I think for RQ, they just generally have more cleaner plays, right? It is a team that I think in a lot of situations have very, how do I put it, textbook way of approaching the game. But as time passed, when you compare them from April to May, they have definitely cleaned that up a little bit. And there were a lot of moments where RQ, you watch them plays and they lose out a game by the slightest of margins, right? You can kind of brush it off as it being
they put up
unlucky,
a really good fight.
They lose out at the very end, like a half a second margin. Sometimes it does happen, but what RQ showed in May is not only cleaner macro play, but also the adaptability, right? They were able to kind of adapt quickly to what the opponents are doing. That's how they got this massive Cinderella run throughout the entire May qualifiers to force a bracket reset and win the whole thing.
Yeah, and it's been less than a month since we last actually saw them since the May qualifiers itself. They've been featured in April, May, as well as here in the early part of June itself. I believe that they played more matches compared to MYS. They've already had abundant of experience battling up against more teams compared to MYS, as they've already qualified earlier on right here. So we'll see whether or not that could actually carry on towards a victory here against Team MYS. And now a lot of people, I think, are more familiar with MYS, as they've been featured quite a while in a lot of big tournaments before this as well. Quite an achievement as well. RRQ, now everybody knows them as one big esports organization. They've been around for the longest time, and this time about, they're making their mark here in Pokemon UNITE.
It's the last hope of Indonesia, right?
Yeah, it is definitely the last
Is this the last hope, the only representatives from Indonesia that is that has qualified for Yokohama, and now they're just trying to get for that first seed if possible. But for MYS, it is made out of members from X-Renaissance. Again, third placing in London last year, so very, very veteran team. And it's one of the most flexible teams out there as well. And when I say flexible, I mean that they can play a lot of different roles. And sometimes it's very hard to draft against them, but it is not impossible. We're going to jump into the draft of Game 1 right now between RRQ and Team MYS. I think that Hoopa might get banned out. Very highly contested pick.
Very hard for me to actually have seen any of the bans, because even if Hoopa gets banned out as well, I think the MY can still play out with so many other mons that's available. They're not scared to actually pick out that Glaceon. They're not scared to actually pick out the Mew if it's also available as well. So we will see what's the choice for here. And
there it is.
Yeah, it's going to be the Mew ban right here. That's a respect ban towards Night Mew, Foxy. That means that he's going to resolve with something else. Instead, Team MYS is the one that actually bans out the Hoopa, knowing that the opponent is also able to actually play around with Hoopa as well. Now, without wasting any more time, Night Mew, Foxy locks in that Glaceon. And of course, they're going to get that Clefable as well for them. That's a 1-2 response to that Lapras from Team RRQ. RRQ is still waiting for their second pickup here. And it is going to be a lock on the Chandelier as the second mon for the game, followed up with a Blastoise for them.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, these are two teams that know each other way too well for their own good. In this case, I mean, the Glaceon trade is very, very straightforward, but I do like how RQ, they take away the Chandelier, because we've seen Chandelier, the Infiltrator passive, it shreds your special attack, special defense, and it allows the Glaceon to absolutely melt through your health bar. But no, MYS, they're gonna get the Mr. Mime, which I do like. You want to have a way to get on top of the Chandelier. The Dodrio and the Dodrio and Mr. Mime are two good ways to just go for the instant dive. But RRQ bringing the Elder Gods and the Zorak. And Zorak was also a pick that, you know, Rebongs loves to go for. But in this case, it doesn't matter too much because there's already a Dodrio.
Yep, and of course, going to seal the deal here for Team MYS. We're still waiting for the last pick right here to respond to the draft that's going to be completed for Team RRQ. They're looking at the Buzzwole and they're going to be securing it right here. And the draft is complete. We're looking at the Lapras, Chandelier, and Eldegoss, Blastoise, as well as Zoroark. And of course, we're looking at a Clefable, Glaceon, Mr. Mindredger, as well as the Buzzwole for Team MYS. And of course, I'm going to say this. I mean, like, teams that actually pick out Glaceon has a very high win rate in this tournament, and of course in ranks as well. So highly concerning. I believe that a lot of people have been seeing so much of Glaceon. If Glaceon doesn't get banned, eventually it will get picked. So I believe that since RRQ is prioritizing that pick on the Lapras, I guess this opens up an opportunity for Team MYS to take it for themselves with that Dodrio as well. Loads and loads of damage coming off from Team MYS here. And I would say the same for RRQ as well, having that Zoroark together with the Chandelier.
I'm very excited to see this Buzzwole because we don't get to see too much on the side of MYS. Usually, I know that there are a team.
Not much, yeah.
Yeah, you see like Traveling, Blastoise, Lapras, right? I think Buzzwole is kind of like at the more towards the bottom of their list. So this is the first time, I believe, for me, that I'm seeing that Buzzwole on for Yemu, and I'm very excited to see what MYS can bring to the table, because you do have multiple ways to kind of deal with what RRQ has, right? You can kind of like use that Unite move to control this Blastoise. You can punt this Zorak away if he shows up. You can kind of a somersault, slam him with a superpower. There are ways to control RRQ.
Yep, and of course, we're jumping into the game, ladies and gentlemen. For those who do not know, this is game number 1 in a best of 3 series being featured in their upper bracket finals. On purple side, we have Team Rex, Brigham, Keon, RRQ versus with the orange side, we have Team MYS. Draft is complete. We have jumped into the game inside the lane as follows. We're looking at the central area is going to be Zoroark together with that duo, with both of them will be having their full evolutions in no time, having experience all to themselves. Look at the Buzzwole! Not looking so good right here. Body block coming off from that Clefairy. They're going to make an escape, and of course, they're going to get themselves that shields from their own goalpost. Pressure, pressure, and pressure from this Squirtle up on your top.
Wait, so the Zori does have a buff. I might have stolen it from the Dodrio, I'm not really sure. But I mean, Elder Gods, or the Glossifer, right, earlier with the early damage, plus the Squirtle, it is quite deadly. EO even transforms into Clefairy as a disguise. Rebound is looking for a window down the bottom side, whereas for RRQ, they are going to assault the top side and take away the Altara family, and Rebounds couldn't find an opening in. So just a standard start for these two teams. As expected, two very, very experienced squad. And Yemu's going to cash in on a little bit of that experience. He wants to hit that level 5, but now needs to make his way out, attempting to hold on to the eject button for as long as possible as he gets chased down. Froggy does drop bot side.
Yeah, of course, the cavalry has arrived. It's going to be a Dodrio rotating to this top lane, but unable to actually do much, as it is going to be an Eldegoss War Turtle combo going off at the top right here. And of course, we do see this at the bot lane is going to be the Glaceon and Mr. Mime. Still waiting for that rotation from the Zoroark coming through in any of the lanes anytime soon. Of course, they're going to be committing here at the middle lane, trying to actually get this flock of mons for themselves, for all that appears. Of course, Mr. Mime getting in contact as well. Dodrio getting in a pulse in. Oh, Zoroark jumping in.
Yes,
Gets that heal.
tries to cap the point, but he's gonna go down for sure to Eeyore. Just free XP for the Zora. And Foxy, he's going to get mowed right down by Illuna. And look at Froggy, he just hit level 5. So just getting the confusion. But unfortunately, they can't defend this bottom goal post. It's gonna blow.
Yeah, of course, that's a great start for the Zoroark here for the side of RR. Something they do really want. Of course, trying to actually catch up, trying to invade as well as rotating back to the top lane. Knows that Dodrio is somewhere over here, not showing himself and showing himself into the lane. Warthog managed to actually make an escape here, trying to actually grab that. Barry not able to just stop Dodrio from actually going for the scoring as well. Seems that most of the action on the side of RRQ is happening here at the bot lane. Okay, goes to jump in. Dodrio tries to make an escape right here. Zoroark not be able to actually take on anyone here with the Fangs as well.
Yeah, massive damage from Necro. Well, no, Team MYS, they're going to try and go on the Registeel. You do have considerable amount of damage from Foxy on this Glaceon though. Froggy, he's playing a very dangerous game, but just doesn't really have health to stay in the fight. So Registeel goes over to RRQ, and now Registeel and Keon, they're going to go in instantly. EO, I mean, the Unite move kind of misses a little bit. Very unfortunate. Team MYS gets to hold on to this first goal zone.
Yeah, still be able to hold on as well. Seems that both sides are trying to poke at one another. Not much takedowns we're seeing from both sides as well. Still surviving through. It is going to be quite a battle between this Dodrio versus with the Zoroark. They are the ones with the highest amount of XP and levels. And of course, the first few ones actually get online into the back right here. Dodrio still surviving through. Zoroark tries to make an escape as well here. After going about against each other, things are looking interesting, Husskkiee.
Yeah, slowed down by the gravity at the very end also. I'm not sure even if he could have gotten the KO without the gravity, but Team MYS is stopping the Zoroark at the very last second. And keeping Rebounds alive is very, very important, right? He needs to stay in this this kind of the skirmish. They get the Regieleki. They need to look to break open this first goal zone to have more space for the Dojo to work with. But Eeyore is not going to let this happen. Eeyore and Zoe continue to keep their hold, but unfortunately towards the very end, the goal zone still gets crashed by the Regieleki, and they are able to kind of open things up, and we are back.
Yeah, and we're back. Unfortunately, I believe that we're having a little bit of issues, but the game is actually still ongoing right now. We're still able to actually witness some of the action, but since we're not able to actually show you to you right now in the live stream itself, so we're going to talk a little bit about what has happened so far in the match between these two teams.
Oh yeah, so I mean, from the corner of our eye, we can actually see like the second feed. They did break the first goal zone, right? Last we checked, Regieleki did smash into the first goal zone on the top side, which was broken by Team MYS. But also, the state of the game so far was we saw how there was a slight missed opportunity from RRQ where they missed, I believe, the Nightfall Days from the Zoroark in front of the first goal zone. That was really unfortunate. So it did give MYS some breathing space to work with, right? They were able to kind of rotate around the map. And most importantly is to keep the Dodrio in the match. You don't want the Dodrio to bleed out XP. You want him to continue to be able to keep at the same level as the Zoroark, which I believe is Eeyore. So as long as that is the case, I think MYS can continue to keep up with RRQ, especially after breaking the first goals on top. now the Dojo has more space to work around.
Yep, of course, we're having that. We're not having that movement speed debuff anymore from the top as well, which gives more air for Dojo to actually play around as well. Gives him more flexibility to actually invade and actually catch on more mons coming on for the opponents here from Team RRQ. But it seems that we're having a slight pause coming on from the match itself, and until that is being resolved, hopefully you guys are entertained and don't go away, because we're still witnessing our first game here between these two amazing teams. And it's so far, we're already halfway through, 5 minutes down and 5 minutes to go.
Oh, yeah?
Things are looking quite tight from both sides. Both are at the 100-point mark coming up from both sides. 100 siding for Team RRQ and 121 siding with MYS. And still too early to celebrate for them, because at any point inside the game, any one of these teams are able to actually take over in terms of points being scored on each other.
Yeah, and I think, you know, when it comes to those big team fights, I am very looking forward to how MYS executes this. I mean, for the side of RRQ, very straightforward, right? You have the Lapras, you have the Blastoise, who can easily just blow the team fight wide open with their Unite moves. But for MYS, it's a bit trickier, right? They have a lot more conditions that they need to meet. So I think they might have to be looking to pull the trigger. We're going to be back in the game just in time. Y'all didn't miss too much. You know, they're going to use Froggy. The Unite will actually dive towards the back. That is exactly what you want. You need to go for the dive and get rid of the Chandelier as fast as possible. They do a really good job. XQ gets KO'd by Team MYS. They're going to be kind of ambushed by Eeyore from the back. Getting rid of Buzzwole. Yemu does go down, but Rebound's doing considerable amount of damage. Getting rid of the Lapras. Unfortunately, they just don't have health to continue this. Froggy will try to keep Eeyore at bay, shoves him into a wall. Both teams getting 2 KOs each.
Yeah, very smart move to actually ensure that Eeyore gets EC from time to time, so he's not able to actually chain his attacks and go in for any takedown attempts here in the match itself. And of course, there's reset coming up from both sides right here. Really good display. Big use. Oh, Chandelier did manage to take down on the Elder Seal as well. So basically, that is going to be a huge buff coming up from Team RRQ. And Dodrio doing some nasty and naughty things here at the top lane. Managed to score some points for him. Not much, I would say.
He's going to go a bit of back cap. Eeyore trying to chase him down. If you can get Rebounds out of the way, it would be great. And of course, Eeyore sticks right onto Rebounds for the KO. The Zora getting a level advantage even. MYS needs to try and defend that Regieleki, which is exactly what they are doing right now. You can clearly see that Yemu is going to show up alongside Foxy. Hydro Typhoon used, but only connecting onto Yang.
There's no follow-up from behind.
Yeah, no follow-up as well. Froggy, is he getting some experience down bottom? Team MYS instantly starting to work on the Regieleki, but loses Yang in the process. Not the easiest fight to go on. Necro doesn't have the Hydro Typhoon, but the Lapras Express crashes in. RRQ getting 4, and they are going to crack this go wide open.
Wow, that's huge. Husskkiee, they lose out nothing, while Team MYS, they lose out 4 from their end right here. And things are looking pretty nice for them as they're able to actually safely take on this Regieleki at the top lane. Meanwhile, in bottom lane, Mr. Mai managed to score huge on that goalpost, but still insufficient to actually take it down. So while the Regieleki is actually making its move towards that top lane, in the bottom lane, Dodrio making some rotations, managed to get some scores in as well, being more objective, but still insufficient to actually go anything right now. The scores are quite close, 190 to 189, Husskkiee.
And you know what that means? You look at RRQ, right? They only lost 1 goal zone, but Team MYS has lost both their first goal zone.
Yep.
But they are 1 point behind RRQ. Means that MYS, they were over-capping the top goal zone by a lot.
Yeah, it's very smart moves by Val, because you want to make sure that you want to maximize as much as possible when you go in for the scores. If you just make it just enough with 100 gold points, well, basically that's quite a waste right here. So that would explain why they're still that first level here. Meanwhile, here at the middle, Serve not latching on to anyone. Rayquaza has already appeared into the match, and it seems that both sides are raring to go. And Blastoise, of course, we're looking forward to see how the timing of this Hydro Typhoon actually connects towards Team MYS.
Oh yeah, I mean, for MYS, you gotta somehow find XQ, right? There is going to be a potential flank from Eeyore also. This is not going to be an easy fight. If RQ gets to pull the trigger, I think MYS just straight out loses. Foxy even gets knocked out by the Rayquaza. Eeyore does show up Foxy in a very tough spot. They use the Lapras Unite, run straight into him. And like Mew Foxy, he is out of this fight for 18 seconds. Team MYS, you gotta try and hold on with the Froggy Unite move. Eeyore getting forced away, but kept alive by Zoe and RRQ. They are just trying to make sure MYS can't get the Rayquaza. Rebounds was able to get a couple of back caps and now put MYS in the lead. They will be back in the fight, but they only have 2 Unite moves left. I mean, Rex Dragon Kion, they don't have any Unites, so this can be in favor of MYS, but they need to somehow stop the Rayquaza from getting secured by RRQ. MYS goes right in, couldn't get the Rayquaza. RRQ, they're going to be able to turn this game around, and MYS have no way to break the shoes.
It seems that the Indonesian team is doing it. They managed to take down the Rayquaza. They have the advantage in some scoring as well. And looking at that, Lapras managed to have a double takedown on members. We're looking at 4 members down for Team MYS, and it seems that even Clefable coming back to the match, only having himself together with the Mr. Mime will be insufficient to go in for defense right now. And the point gap is insane. You're looking at 690 versus 217. Unit roughly around 473 points to actually make an equalizer for this match itself. It doesn't seem that any of them have sufficient points to score over on Teams Rex, Dragon, Kion right now. And things are looking glim and score for them. Seems that it is gonna be GG here for this game number 1. Team Rex, Regum, Kion wins game number 1.
We got a series on our hand, boys. Team MYS, just a more complicated draft to pull off. So many things needed to go right. And RRQ, they were able to find the best possible engage, catching the Glaceon at the very end. And Foxy was not able to do too much, right? You have Necro diving onto him, you have Illuna to engage, you have Eeyore who is just nasty on the Zora. So much easier to execute in terms of a draft.
Yeah, I agree so as well. I think it's very hard. You need to lay down so many things. The stars need to align for Team MYS to actually execute something very, very nice during that Rayquaza Tamra here. By the time that Foxy actually comes back into the battle after being taken down during the early stages of the 2-minute mark, by that time it was already too late. He returned back to the battle and Rayquaza is already taken down in the hands of AXQ using the Chandelier. So which resulted in a big win for Team Rex, Regum, Kion. As you can see here, 720 versus with 217. That marks the first loss for Team MYS here at the playoffs in the upper bracket, and making Rex Kion having 1 foot into the grand finals and just looking for yet another win in this series to secure their slot in the grand finals.
Yeah, 1 step closer to the grand finals, and of course the seeding is also very, very important. And I just love how these two teams really understood each other a bit too well. You see the Mew band, the Hoopa band, these two are signatures. You know, Mew signature for Foxy, the Hoopa signature for Zoe. A lot of respects being shown as well, but RRQ definitely pulling ahead with this draft. Just so much teamfight potential that MYS finds it hard to deal with, right? All the layering, a lot of weight on Foxy's shoulders, a lot of weight on Team MYS to not let RRQ make the first move, but MYS, they don't have a way to disengage from any team fight, while RRQ has the option.
Including engage as well. I think that they were lacking in that department. I think there was more that RRQ could do compared to MYS here. I mean, like, they can go about together with the Blastoise. They can even do together with the Lapras as well. They can actually go, they even have the Eldegoss, while the Chandelier can actually stick in the back line. Eeyore was just being nasty, and he was being dangerous the whole match. So it was kind of hard for MYS to actually play as they do in this particular match right here. And it seems that they have to go back to the drawing board here and actually come back better in game number 2 in a few short moments. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, here are the highlights, or should I say the replays for that game number 1. Let's have a look. So far here, I believe that throughout the whole match from start to mid-game, I believe that both sides had their ups and downs. This was a really early takedown by that Zoroark on that Dodrio. Here at the bottom, you see that nasty damage coming off from the Glaceon. But unfortunately, Team RRQ still did manage to actually take down on that Reggie as well, giving them an edge in terms of the team fight here. And of course, this is the constant lockdowns on the Zoroark, stopping him from actually continue his engagement here.
And you know, for the side of RRQ, you just have this massive brick wall that is very hard to tear down. Team MYS, I mean, they were able to keep it very, very close towards the very end, right? And they were keeping RRQ on their toes. They even backcapped RRQ, but you watch this team fight. This was the aftermath of, you know, RRQ finding the initial team fight win over Team MYS, and it's just so hard for them to steal the Rayquaza, and RRQ just very, very good composure towards the very end. But I would say, credits to Eeyore. This guy had a massive game on Zorak. Basically, I think in game number 1, right, he just outpaced rebounds on this dojo and was able to keep that snowball going.
Yeah, and of course that was definitely a Viva RRQ moment happening here at the WCS APAC West. One win, one more game away before they actually step into the grand finals here. They have to defeat Team MYS one more time. Whereas for Team MYS, they can't afford to lose. They have to win game number 2, force a game number 3, and win that as well. And this game does show that Team MYS can bleed. They can actually bleed.
Oh yeah, they can definitely bleed. And it's just great to see that, you know, this rematch again. You know, we say that this is a very, very tight rivalry between these two teams. Last time they met is also, I believe, team back then when RRQ was Rise, they did win the finals for the ACL locally.
Yes, ACL.
They did win, right? And ever since then, they have not met. You know, Team MYS, they went on to ACL. They never really got a chance to meet because they were on opposite bracket. And this LDR did favor MYS.
Yes, it did favor MYS.
I mean, here they are, RRQ getting the first game, but even then there is still a lower bracket potential run for MYS. So end of the day, we say that this would go the distance. Well, I think we're already one step there, looking for Team MYS to recover.
We will see as we are about to kickstart our game number 2 in a few short moments, beginning with the draft itself. I believe that a lot of people are ecstatic and can't wait to actually see what will happen here in game number 2 itself. Team MYS, they have loads of fans out there who are probably a little bit surprised by the loss in the game number 1, but don't worry, they're going to be coming back here in game number 2. RRQ, I think they're a little bit confident. They are having that momentum coming into this finals with this one win, and definitely giving them quite a big morale boost for themselves for the game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, you look at MYS, right? You know that they're serious when Rebound pulls out the Memo Swine. We'll see if that is going to be the case. But we got to take a look at Nightmew Foxy first. The most frequently used Pokemon, you have Mew and Glaceon. Nothing out of the ordinary. If it's not Mew, it's Glaceon.
Yeah, it's either those two. I mean, like, the only time that you actually see this ban is, I believe that earlier on, Mew was actually not being banned during the first series in the upper bracket, but then later on, they felt that there was a need to actually ban Mew, but shouldn't be much of an issue. They still banned the Mew, which allowed Glaceon to be picked, but this time about, things didn't go so well for Team MYS as they're not able to actually translate this Glaceon pick into a win for here in game number 1 for this upper bracket finals. We will see whether if Nightmare Foxy will stick around with this 2 months that he's quite familiar with and has been playing throughout this whole upper bracket match, and see if this time it will transpire into a win for themselves. I think for the other drafts, for the other players in Team MYS, they've shown that they're quite flexible in their picks. They don't mind picking something else out of the ordinary they keep showing, which makes it a little bit difficult for opposing teams to kind of read like what kind of draft that they're going to be playing with as well.
Yeah, the Alola Ninetales and the Chandelure for RRQ, right? Alola Ninetales is a Pokemon that they have been picking very actively in the May qualifiers as well. But heading into this, I think, you know, you are just so much more comfortable with the Chandelure and the Glaceon, which I do like seeing from a lot of these teams. So for further game 1, no surprise at all. One of the just massive special attackers also for the current meta. So in this case, I mean, XQ is also considered one of the more aggressive attackers in the region. It's good to see that he's on Chandelure, you know, it will stay behind and just dish out the pain.
Yeah, dish out the pain. And of course, you have to make sure that you're positioned well to a point where your opponent is not able to actually catch you from behind in any way. So it's not that simple. You have to put a little bit trust in your teammates being able to provide you a little bit of cover on the front lines, and at the same time you also have to be responsible in your own position so that you're able to actually dish out this damage as well as stay in a very safe position. So it's not that simple to just play a Chandelure with hopes that you're able to actually sustain and survive throughout the whole team fight as well. Really exceptional play from AXQ, and we believe that there's a very high chance that we might be seeing one of these 2 mons being used by him in the next match itself as well.
Yeah, so I feel like there's a big possibility, right? We talk about that in game 1 where, you know, you see the Glaceon, and, you know, if you have a Chandelure player, you can't deny the Chandelure away. In the event that you get both those Pokemon on the same team, suddenly special defense will cease to exist for the next 10 minutes. So I think, you know, for RQ, they just really understood the game plan and they understood what MYS wanted to go for, and denied a lot of the options especially when you have that first pick, right? Lapras was the first Pokemon that they took away, and afterwards they were able to go get the Elder Gods, which is also a Pokemon that you don't see on MYS side too much. So again, they have some common grounds, but they have a lot of individual uniqueness.
Yeah, I think they love having that first pick Lapras all the time. Yeah, they have to get first pick Lapras over there. Of course, really good CC as well. You can actually be using up with the Bubble Beam. You have the Water Pulse as well, despite a very slight nerf being applied on the Mon in the recent patch itself. But still a very good Mon, I would say. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, as promised, we're going to be jumping into our game number 2. Starting off with the drafts, shall we? Let's hop into it and see what the first ban and what the ban will be coming up from both sides. Let's get into it.
I feel like the bans is probably still going to be the same. They will still be
Are they still going to be banning that Mew though?
I feel like your RQ, you just ban the Mew, right? Both teams will switch sides now. MYS, they do get first dips on the pick, and that means that they most likely will get the Lapras for themselves also. But I think in terms of the bans, it is going to be the same. Glaceon, actually Lapras banned out, so they're willing to give the Hoopa to MYS. Now the question is, does MYS want to take the Hoopa? Because they will end up sacrificing the Urshifu over to RRQ.
Yeah, and this time about, they're not banning the Mew as well, which allows Foxy to actually pick up the Mew. And as usual, they love having the first pick Hoopa whenever it's available. We'll see whether the MYS will be locking in Hoopa yet again. And they're very comfortable with this kind of playstyle with Hoopa as a support. And of course, this time, we're not missing a first pick from RRQ. They're going to lock in that Dodrio. And what will be its pairing? It's going to be a Chandelure.
This could still be a Zorak direction for Team MYS if they want to, right? So you can do Hoopa, Zorak, or Urshifu. You can go for both because I believe in May there was a team that ran the Zorak in the lane instead of the central area. But for now, they're going to lock in both the Mr. Mime and the Mew for themselves. Team MYS, they really are digging the Mr. Mime. I love this team already.
Yeah, they're digging this Mr. Mime. I believe that they were not digging this so much when we saw them in April. It was not as much as this time.
We've seen it like once?
Yeah, once or twice, I think, in some of the series that we actually saw them playing. But not as much what we see here in this particular competition we're seeing for the day itself. And as mentioned just now, they're going to be locking in that Zorak together with a Buzzwole for the second time here for Team MYS. And of course, for the second time here against Team RRQ.
Yep. Very straightforward answers from RRQ, right? You have
tanks.
You have the Blastoise, which has, again, Hydro Typhoon. You hit the backline and you wipe out. And it's also a very good ability to stop any sort of dives, because Hydro Typhoon is just so strong, covers a lot of area, has a good knockup. At the same time, you also have Gravity from the Clefable. You also have the Sing from this Wigglytuff. So, I mean, if you are a Zorak or Buzzwole and you dive into the fight, and even as the Mr. Mime, right, you unite, move to the back, you try to dive the back line, they can put you to sleep, they can slow you down, they can knock you up, and just make sure that you don't touch XQ at all.
Yeah, this is going to be, it feels very familiar, like the way that they want to draft this out for RRQ. They have things very, very simple. We have people in the front line, but people on the back line, so we can actually deal damage. Chandelure's been playing very, very well in the previous matches itself, and hopefully they're able to actually replicate that same kind of gameplay here and make it a win for them once again. And of course, for Team MYS, this time, I believe that draft-wise, they're coming back to their roots. This is definitely a way better looking draft compared to the ones that they actually played about before in that game number 1, making it slightly better compared to previous one because they're able to actually engage better in team fights. Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, here we go. This is game number 2. Team MYS on the purple side versus with Team RRQ, Rax, Ring, and Keon on the orange side. Game number 2, upper bracket finals. If RRQ wins this, they go to the grand finals.
Yemu on the Zorak. You get to see Yang on the Buzzwole. So Ben, again, a little bit of that role swap. Last game it was Yemu Buzzwole, now it's Yang Buzzwole. Team MYS is gonna have a kind of a slower start. You need to wait for the Zorak to hit that level 5 so we can show up, get the Night Slash, show up in the lane, and let's get a little pressure going. But for RRQ, again, right, it's the same matchup from game number 1, the Dojo into a Zorak. It's not an easy matchup, it's just a skill matchup overall.
Yeah.
They're trying to get Zoe and the KO, and they will get it. Rebound secures that, forcing the eject button from Necro. Rebound's gonna hit that level 4.
Yeah, of course, a really take down directly Fairy, giving it a slight edge towards Team MYS here at the top lane. A little bit late for Dojo to actually come up to the top, not be able to actually take down anyone. And of course here, Hoopa just doing Hoopa things here, making it a 4v3 situation in the top lane if we count together with Clefairy at the back on the right as well. They've already shown themselves. They're trying to clear this Altaria family here at the top, and they're going to be able to actually do so as well.
Super power.
Smackdown hitting off on that Dodrio. One of the main cores for Team RRQ gets it on this early into the match. And of course, it's going to be a cute little Squirtle run.
Yeah, they couldn't prevent the 30-point dunk also for from Yang.
Yeah.
And at the same time, you know, RRQ were able to get some points done in the bottom side. But they will see where Foxy is. And Luna running a bit of interference, takes the buff away from Foxy. They will come in with Eeyore to force the eject button out of the Mew. As RRQ have multiple members inside the Team MY Central area. Maybe Foxy able to take that buff away, I believe.
Yeah,
actually no.
No,
It take down, yeah, it take down to Eeyore. Maybe Yemo can get something done while he does. Gets the KO on this Wigglytuff.
Yep, looks like a slightly more aggressive matchup here. We see takedowns after takedowns coming out from both sides. And Smotic's looking close. Coming in hot is going to be the Zoroark. Not be able to actually dish out much from there as they have that buff from the shields. And of course, Hoopa creating this space from here. Sick, catching up from behind. Hoopa gets caught, but there's no follow-up from behind as well. Mr. Mime, few short moments before he gets taken down, but survives through that damage of fire. Insufficient to take him down.
Yeah, and he also gets the reset thanks to the Hoopa from rebounds also.
Hoopa.
Remember confusion, barrier confusion, you can easily catch someone out and get that instant barrier being put up. No confusion though. Foxy actually gets sniped by the Chandelier. XQ getting that very important KO.
Yeah, and of course within him back, seems that loads of action happening right here. So while we see all this happening at the bot, top is just, previously was just between the Buzzwole against the Druid. But of course, with having this dimension teleportation, we're going to be seeing all the members coming on from Team MYS committing to this Reggie Ice at the bottom as well. Of course, it's going to disappear. Zoroark actually gets that last hit in. Mr. Mime takes down on the Clefable as well. And of course, a total reset from Team MYS. Looking fresh and strong.
I would say that, you know, for XQ, he's 2 levels ahead of Foxy, and that is very good news for RRQ. Foxy needs to somehow catch up. Foxy, he's getting a lot of assistance from his team also. The Dojo losing, Eeyore losing like what, 80% of his health just to 1 Solar Beam. They do get the reset and make sure that they finally break the goal zone to kind of constrict the map for RRQ, but RRQ was able to do the same on the bottom side. MYS turning their attention over to the Reggie. Lucky RRQ are not in position to contest.
Yeah, I think that Dojo was really lucky that Buzzwole was not paying attention and he was actually slamming down on the Ashura instead of the Dojo right there. It would have been a takedown there for Team MYS, but either way, Dojo, the damage output still not looking much from his end right now. It needs a little bit help, waiting for that Chandelier to get into all the action and dishing out damage to Team MYS. In the meanwhile, they're trying to defend against this Reggie Lucky here at the top, being pushed down by Team MYS, while they're actually pushing towards the bottom lane instead, trying to go for the score. Wigglytuff trying to get in position, and I believe that he's not able to do much because it's a 4-man rotation to the bottom lane. It's a 5-man rotation as well. Yep, Jojo with the real facts, not hitting out on anyone.
And they overcap it again by like what, 36? The top gold zone still stands, so MYS breaking both the tier 1 gold zones of RRQ. They are gonna start to rotate top, and I believe this gold zone will still stay alive for a little bit more. Good news for RRQ. Can take advantage of that if we get to the final stretch.
Yeah, I think right now things are looking more or less similar. Both are actually very close to one another. 186 to 165. In terms of highest level as well, we're looking at the Dodrio. This time about at level 11 and not the Zoroark. Previously we saw the Zoroark actually having it better in terms of levels as well as experience. And of course this time about is going to be the Reggie Rock attempt. Doesn't look like anyone's coming. Oh, look at the jump from the Blastoise! The Zoroark pushing through 3 of the mods! They're not travel to the bottom. They're coming back here, going for more action as well. And here we go, Chandelier trying to make an escape as well. Reggie Rock looking down, and it's going to be in the hands of the Buzzwole as well, having the extra defense and special defense. Smackdown. Hoopa takes down on the Dojo. They're not done yet. They're going for the Wigglytuff as well. And this now taking out to the behind. Gets CC'd out from behind. Chandelier as well as Wigglytuff still holding on to that tier 2 goalpost.
Yeah, massive Rings Unbound to bring the rest of the team MYS to the bottom side to win that team fight, get the objective. Oh, kind of a shame that they were not able to score any points. RQ was able to disengage with the help of the gravity from Illuna, Illuna, I believe. Team MIS still slightly behind, and you also have to always be careful of this dojo from EO who can go for the back cap, especially in that final stretch. All things considered, not the worst fight for Team MIS. They are still able to do some considerable amount of damage to RRQ.
Yeah, I think it's very true. I think I didn't see whether or not did Blastoise actually use his Unite at the top lane just now, which could have prevented them to actually go and teleport to the bottom to commit for that Reggie.
Probably not, right?
Probably not, right?
Yeah.
Would that have stopped them?
I don't think so. He's gonna try to eject button Hydro Typhoon, only hitting onto one. A zoning 2 from RRQ, MYS. They get to contest this Reggie Lecky, but it's a bit too tough. RRQ looking to crash it towards that go zone, and MYS, I think they might just let it go, right? Because it's just only four scores left, so they just let it crash. Not too big of a problem. Now in the next 30 seconds, we get the last Reggie spawning, and then afterwards we would have that Rayquaza. But RRQ, they have this dojo, and EO is holding on to a lot of points.
Yep, this time I believe that both the Zoroark as well as the Dojo are actually tied in level 12. Together, of course, Blastoise, Chandelier as well as the Buzzwole. Buzzwole is level 13 right now. I think he's ripping off all those experience from that previous engagement at the bot lane, and wow, he's all buffed up and ready to go here for the final Reggie before the Rayquaza actually comes out as well. Who's gonna get this buff here? It seems that Team RRQ is ready to go. Wiggly Top, she gets a last hit in.
Didn't tick. The Solar Ring didn't tick enough at the very end. It was a good attempt from MYS, but that could have been a big game changer. And now all Unite moves are on the table. This is one big fight. Necro on scouting duty.
It could be anyone's game.
It could be anyone's game. They're gonna go for the reset first. Remember, there's the rings unbound, right? So MYS can still do the back cap if they want to.
Yeah.
With rebounds, there is still an outplay potential. Look at where Yemu is. Yemu is about to go for Fat 50. The dojo.
Dojo is able to
EO,
make it
I think EO can stop it.
Yeah,
he has the tri-attack. Yeah, has a tri-attack range to stop him. And if Yemu goes down, this is going to be bad news. They will try to reset Yemu first, get him top back up. RRQ starting on the Rayquaza.
Yeah, I think they're able to actually stop him from that. It seems that Yemu's going to be returning back to the middle, trying to do something about it as well. Dojiro trying to secure that he has the mobility to actually just protect both of those goalposts at the same time to ensure that nobody goes a little bit naughty, just like that.
They just need to stop MYS?
Yeah, they just have to stop, that's it. Oh, it seems like a Buzzwole!
It's going to be 100! They have nowhere to stop this! The dojo's on the bot side! They saw him! They saw the dojo on the bot side, and they're going to go for the big cap. I think RRQ, they're going to start on the Rayquaza right now. He's dropping low, Froggy in with the Unite move! They can't do it! Cannot get the Rayquaza! But they have the point. Can they break the shields? I don't think they can.
Oh no!
EO's going to go for 100.
This is not
They're taking the lead. The rings unbound also used as well. RRQ!
Despite that 100-point score.
So much patience at the end. I mean, MYS did the very best they could, but they just could not win those fights.
Oh no, I feel bad because after Buzzwole actually scored that 100, RRQ was like, you know what guys, it's go time. They need to go for that Rayquaza, and now they're dunking points after points after points at the goalpost of Team MYS, trying to make this yet another win for themselves, looking very similar to the previous one. It is currently at 711 points for RRQ and 286. You need literally 441 points to go for the win right here. I don't think they have to show what. It seems engagement here at the bot. Who is going to be taken down instead?
There's no time.
There's no time,
There's
ladies
just no
and gentlemen. Your first grand finalist here for today is none other than Rex Rigum Keon.
Oh my god, history does repeat itself. 3 months apart, the results still the same. RRQ just, I wouldn't say miles ahead of MIS, but goodness me, this series was complete dominance from RRQ. The understanding of what to do against MYS, the conditions that RRQ set for themselves. I would say this Blastoise pick, this XQ on the Chandelier, fantastic ways to deal with MYS. And not to mention Zoe and Luna, these two defenders, these two support makes it just incredibly tough for Team MYS to go dive the backline. A lot of things have to go their way, and RRQ's decision making towards the very end was just chef's kiss. They see Yang go for the 100, They realize that, well, Team MYS, they have one less member, let's do the Rayquaza. And they make sure they get the objective, and they get the 2-0. First team to go into the Grand Finals, and one step closer to winning the whole thing and becoming the first seed.
Let's assume that what RRQ did was actually a trap that was laid out for Team MYS, where they intentionally allowed either Yang or even Yimu to actually go in for the score, where they knew that if they tried to do it, they tried to create a 5v4 situation at the Rayquaza pit where it would give them a slight advantage. Still quite risky, because if it doesn't go their way, they will lose their Rayquaza, then there's additional points being scored by any one of those two mons as well, and they would have lost out this match. But it seems that if that was the case, that was an amazing play, an amazing trap being laid out for the members of MYS. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we have to say that with RRQ going to the Grand Finals, 2-0 victory against Team MYS, Team MYS will drop to the lower bracket finals. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the highlights and the recap of what has transpired here in game number 2, which resulted in a win for Team RRQ.
It's gonna be a long day, Flava. A long and interesting day. Not in a bad way. I mean, I love these. I love all these, storylines that has been built. I mean, we've been, understandably looking at MYS for a very long time, right? They just demonstrated such good gameplay, such good Pokemon Unite understanding, and then RRQ, they have to take the rougher roads. They have to take kind of the gauntlet. They have to go through the lower bracket runs in May, but here they are with such a strong statement in this upper bracket final. Of course, for Team MYS, they are still in the top 3. I mean, they're guaranteed to head towards Yokohama anyways, but it's going to be the lower bracket. It's going to be, a bit of a longer road, and even if they get into the Grand Finals to win the whole thing, they got to force the Grand Finals reset against RRQ, who has shown us time and time again that this is the team that you cannot count out.
Yeah, of course, RRQ, they are a totally different team altogether since we saw them in the April qualifiers here. They have come back stronger in May and come back even stronger here today, making their way to the Grand Final. They're one step away from becoming the winner and champion here for APAC West. What an amazing series, Husskkiee. What an amazing match.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought we were gonna at least have 3 games, right?
Yes,
I feel like
I
a
agree.
full series would have done this
It
so
would
much
be
more justice.
Yes, so much more justice, yes.
But either way, I mean, nothing against MYS. I just think that RRQ did a fantastic job in this best of 3. We're gonna take a look at the updated bracket just to give you guys an idea of where the teams stand, and most importantly in the lower bracket, Zerfig Gaming out of contention as Kakalog takes a 2-1 win in the 4th round. So in the lower bracket semi-finals, we're gonna have Kakalog against Moon Knight coming up next.
And of course, ladies and gentlemen, after this, we're going to be witnessing another best of 3 series. This time, we're coming close to the lower bracket finals, but before that, we're going to stop by at the semi-finals first for Kakalog versus Moon Knight. We've already witnessed Kakalog previously in the lower bracket matches. This time, we will see Moon Knight. Unfortunately, I believe that I was not actually present here when I actually fought against Rashford and Keon. And this time, they've already crawled their way through the lower bracket, and this time, they're going to be meeting up together with Team Kakalog semifinals, and one of them will be moving forward and meet up together with Team MYS, and one of them will be eliminated from the playoffs here. And of course, joining me here is another familiar voice. Welcome back to All Magical, Danelie.
Magical?
Yes.
I guess I'm fairy type now. Thank you. But oh my gosh, I am... To be fair, I'm glad I watched that as a spectator because
really?
I was internally screaming because people are working here, but I was screaming during that last game, like at the Ray pit. The fact that RRQ was able to get that last hit, and I was expecting a 2-1 series, to be honest. I thought both teams would take a game off of each other and we'd be looking at a game 3. Did not expect a 2-0, but to be fair, RRQ played the end game to perfection.
Yeah, I agree. They thought of things through from start to finish. A very chef's kiss finish to this match. I believe a lot of people were kind of surprised that not only did you manage to actually take down MIS from the competition, but at the same time, you managed to have a clean 2-0 win against them. Of course, it's still not over yet.
Okay, hang on. Technically, MIS is not out of contention.
It's not yet.
Okay?
Yeah. We're just still there. Still there.
Yeah, so they're still there. It's just a matter of, are they going to be making it to the grand final, and are we going to get essentially a rematch?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's really exciting. I mean, we are coming down to our final last contenders flavor. We are getting very close to finding out who our top three.
Top three.
Most
Now
important.
we're top 4, yeah.
Yes, we're top 4 now, but we have to find out who is going to be getting the final spot to Yokohama and who's going to miss out. Because unfortunately with 4, only one of these teams is not going to get anything.
Wow.
They'll get prize money. They won't even get a ticket to go to Yokohama.
I dare say that this has got to be one of the most important matches in the competition, where one team has already crawled so far through the playoffs and unfortunately will not be able to have that spot towards Yokohama, the main event itself, which is going to be happening in Japan. And we'll see it will be in between these two amazing teams in a few short moments.
Yeah. I need to prepare myself because I don't think I've had enough
They need to
camping.
prepare themselves.
I mean, yeah, the players, sure, they need to be more prepared than me because we're watching their games. They're the ones that's going to be under stress. They have to think about their compositions to remain calm and collected. And we also have to remind ourselves too, this has been a very long day for the trainers, right?
Yes.
Everyone competing in the competition that is still playing. It's been a very long day, a very stressful day as well. And I have to really commend them for their mental strength to be able to continue on in such a calm fashion, to not really overextend. We've seen some teams today, like you could tell there were moments of desperation. You know, sometimes you make those really crazy plays out of sheer desperation and they kind of lose it from that moment on. But, you know, everyone that's still in the competition today, mentally as sharp as ever.
Yeah, I have to agree on that. I think everyone who's actually watching and also witnessing all these matches would also agree as well to all of this. And these guys are putting up some really good plays right here. And of course, as we're about to prepare ourselves for our next match, here's an introduction to our two contenders. Starting off with the purple side, our May tournament second place winner, we have Team Cakelock. We evolves of players from PSL 9. We have Sunzek, Nodiza, Margot, as well as Levi.
And then on the orange side, we have Moon 9, the last chance qualifier, first place team that literally qualified yesterday. We have Chubag, Rubus, Wraith, Bungrisi, and Mevius. And for anyone that hasn't been following the Pokemon Unite scene, Moon 9 have a lot of familiar names from last year.
Yes, they do.
Veteran players that have been participating in the Pokemon Unite competitive scene since last year. And some of them have been on the world stage. They did play in London last year. And so with that experience on their shoulders, it might give them a bit of an edge. But look, Cakelock are no walk in the park. These guys have proven themselves to be a extremely deadly force. And I kind of feel like maybe some of the teams playing against them are like underestimating them because, you know, they haven't got that, you know, when you look at somebody and you know them, you give them that instant respect, and then you sort of see like the new guy, you're like, oh yeah.
You're
like
just another team, you know, just joining this tournament, and you're probably not somebody that people will recognize. Therefore, people do underestimate, and those things do actually happen. But interesting enough, Moon 9, they've actually played out. They played out in April. They played out in May, and this time, hey, they made it.
Well,
and here last year's qualifiers.
Yes.
And finally, yeah. So.
Yeah, I think the team did go through a couple changes. So this wasn't like the full roster they played with for the entire season. But yeah, the majority of them would have been the same. So, I mean, both of these teams, they made it this far. They are one series away from just qualifying for Yokohama. This is not trying to go for first place. This is just being a team to represent APAC West at the world stage. You know, this is a dream for a lot of people to be one of the representatives for your region at the Pokemon Unite World Championships. And this is the second year running for the World Championships.
Yeah, and for some, it's their first time stepping into the world stage, and for some are just
They're returning
returning faces into the world stage, as they've already been there. They've already faced the heat of competition on a world level against teams from different regions. So this is a very important match, I would say, from these two teams itself. Will it be a team which a lot of people do underestimate, which made their way and have proven themselves to be a team that has earned the trust and respect from the community as well as their respective competitors, or will be a team comprised of some veterans who have been there towards the world stage, just showing that they do have the right to actually return back to the world stage and earning their ticket there once again.
Exactly. So this best of 3, it is intense, it is important. Very important. Now, I do believe we are almost ready to start the game, but before that, we are going to take a look at some team stats to give people a brief rundown on who these guys are, what Pokemon they love to play, and just overall give you an idea on what they kind of are like, right? So, Kakalog, I think out of all the teams here, technically the newer kids on the block. Like, these are names that we're not familiar with. But they do play a lot of meta Pokemon, right? Urshifu, they love that Lapras, all the Ninetales, Blastoise, Wigglytuff, the Blissey, as well as the Clefable. So
familiar faces.
Nothing out of the ordinary, right?
Yeah.
It's nothing like, for example, NYS, like you've got a stray Mamoswine, and who else played Mamoswine? So we're not seeing anything too crazy out of Kakalog, but at the same time, I kind of wonder, you've made it this far as Kakalog, and as an underdog, you do kind of have a slight advantage if you have been keeping something in your back pocket.
I agree. If you've been keeping strats, if you have been not showing all the cards that you have in your deck, this is an opportunity for you to actually lay it down in front of your opponents and convert that into a win in this particular match, in this lower bracket semi-finals here. Now, this is the advantage of being a team where people kind of know you well enough to a point where people kind of know your playstyle, the way you draft, and the way you play, against a team where you don't have much information, where you're not able to actually really tell what they're able to actually play out in a match. Of course, based on data, of course, they're still able to actually get information based on the previous match, but not really in terms of gameplay, because there's insufficient data to actually read from. So yeah, I agree with you, it does give them a slight edge as well. Of course, we look at the other team, they have more experience, so which gives them the ability to be more flexible as they've played against stronger opponents before, with hopes that this will also give them an edge at the same time as well. It's a different edge, I would say, from both sides.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe a good way to describe it, it's like the team is bomb-proof. Like, no matter what happens, it sounds bad, but listen first, listen.
It's bomb-proof, ladies and gentlemen.
So when you have a veteran team, I like to consider some of them bomb-proof because, again, it's a been there, done that team. Like, no matter what you do against them, they likely would have experienced it somewhere down the line throughout their career, and they know how to deal with it. Whereas with a team that's relatively new, or maybe a green, you know, someone that's brand new to the scene, there's going to be a lot of things that they wouldn't have experienced. And, you know, you're not always going to get everything right the first time round.
Yeah.
So it's much more difficult to navigate, especially against a veteran team, because they have more experience. It's going to be tough to get under their skin. So I do believe the draft is ready, ladies and gentlemen. So Captain Flava, let's get this ship going.
Let's get it going, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be game number 1. We're going to kickstart the draft with the bans from both sides. And as mentioned, time and time over again, coming from both sides, it's a little bit tough when you don't have much information on your opponent, where you go with meta bans instead of going with because you're not able to actually go within your respect bans.
Well, who knows? We kind of don't. We don't know if Moon Knight and Kakalog maybe actively scrim against each other before the tournament.
I agree.
It would be nice if we knew this, but we don't. An interesting ban. So Lapras ban on Moon Knight, understandable, but the Eldegoss ban is really interesting from Kakalog, because this means a whole variety of Pokemon have been let through.
Wow, we're seeing so many things here. There's Zoroark, there's basically Lapras is out. So basically we still have
there's
the Glaceon,
there's
still available.
Urshifu.
Yeah.
And it's going to be the Urshifu. I mean, this is first pick quality.
Yeah, first pick quality, Urshifu. I believe that they're very comfortable with this as an opening pick, and they don't mind it as well. Let's see how Moon Knight actually responds. It's going to be a Blastoise and a Hoopa.
Yeah, so Hooper has been one of the key supports in the game today, and I feel like at some point I think Hooper is going to have to be thrown on the ban table because it's just such an influential support. The resets, the hyperspace holds to help relocate the team. But on the other side, Kakalok are going full aggressive, right? They have a Urshifu and now they have a Zorak. We are seeing a new defender on the field, though, a Snorlax. We haven't seen this at all today, and I'm really excited to see what Kakalok is going to do with this. But Moon Knight are going back with the Pikachu.
Ooh, look
This
at
is not the first time as well, ladies and
Yeah,
gentlemen.
it's not the first time.
This is the second time we've seen this team play Pikachu. Hang on. These twos are making me feel all kinds of things.
Yeah. Wow, I'm surprised they picked the Snorlax. I mean, like, he's been very dormant the whole time. I mean, like, you know, he's been sleeping the whole time. But yeah, Snorlax in this, but he's still a good mon. Is really good defender in the game. Oh, wow, they're playing.
No support on
Wow.
Kakalok. They're going full aggression.
I know we did have this conversation about them big newbies on the
Oh,
block and making surprises.
Deciduous coming back to, oh my goodness. What is this?
We're definitely watching something totally different than whatever we've witnessed throughout the whole day, from the upper bracket first round all the way here to the semi-finals of the lower bracket, ladies and gentlemen. I love it. At the same time, I'm concerned.
Look, I think I'm concerned too. I feel all kinds of things.
At the same time, we love it, yes, but we're concerned.
Yeah. Okay, if you want to play like this for Kakalok, it really just feels like get in Moon Knight's face and just hit the delete button before the hyperspace hole kicks in. That's what it really feels like. And I want to mention this. Snorlax is a really annoying Pokemon to go up against as a Hooper because you can block people off the hyperspace hole.
Don't enter the hyperspace.
They'll just hold the stop sign with the construction hat.
Man.
Back up, beep,
I can
beep.
imagine people doing a meme where they screenshot back when, you know, when back then they have Snorlax blocking the way, right? They'll just put a Hooper wormhole there and then it's like, hey, you cannot go there. Because it's just blocked by a Snorlax. Wow, so for now, I believe that we're having a slight technical issue. We're pausing because we're waiting for a reconnection by one of the players. But the draft still stands, looking interesting so far, coming on from both sides. What are your thoughts on this? I mean, we saw a DCDY on the one end. We saw stock. We have loads and loads of offensive power from one end as well.
Let me think. Look, both of these drafts kind of have me a bit scared. I think the safer pick.
What would be the other one?
You don't even describe like which team. I think Moon Knight.
It was Moon Knight. Moon Knight on the orange side.
I think the safer team, if you wanted to put your money on somebody or to have faith in somebody, is Moon Knight because you have the sustain, you have the Hooper, you kind of have like the escape, the eject button. You know, it's like we gotta leave. Whereas for Kakalok, it's really just balls to the wall. Go get him.
It looks like the kind of draft I would see in ranked games, you know, when you play solo. Like, everybody wants to become an attacker. There was one guy super responsible. He's like, hey, I want to pick a defender. Because I want to win. I don't want to lose rank, you know?
Well, I was looking at their composition, and I was thinking, like, if you're going to play like this, is someone going to pick up Potion? Like, there's really no sustain. You don't even have a lot of lifesteal. So, unless it's Mew coaching. But I'm not sure if that's like the ideal support that you want to really be running for your team. So I really don't know. As much as I'll have to say, the drafts have really thrown me for a loop. But you know what? Maybe this is it. Kakalok is like, this is the strat. We're going to pull it out now. It's the no support strat.
Maybe the
actually it's technically no support melee strat because their only ranged attacker is Mew. That's their only ranged attacker.
You're right. It's only so we're going full melee and one range, and that's it. And pray for the best. I mean, like, I would assume that the viewers know better. What do you think about this? Like, would you have preferred, like, you know, offense is the best defense, or you go with a much more stable and composed draft coming up from Team Moon Knight right here?
I really do think, because I'm just trying to evaluate the builds that both of these teams can play. I really think just a couple of team fights, if Moon Knight can win those fights, they have the kit, like they have the Pokemon with kits that can zone all these Pokemon away. So Decidueye, if you really wanted to, can go for Leaf Storm. That's a way to push Pokemon back into zone away. You've got Pikachu that can play as that zoner. I'm assuming this game it's going to have to be the Volt Tackle because you need to crowd control some of these high damage squishies.
Yeah.
You've got Alolan and Ninetales. If you land a combo on, for example, the Zora or maybe even the Urshifu, that's enough damage to force them back because
that's a
they're
great
playing
counter,
hyper aggressive. So I think the zoning is in favor of Moon 9, but again, it's going to come down to the execution for Kakalok. Like if Kakalok can catch them off guard back to back to back, gain a massive level advantage and just steamroll them all game, that might have to be it.
Yeah, I think early game is very crucial as well. Early to mid game, because both teams are trying to ensure that you're actually between the middle and the middle, the top, and the bottom lane as well. So during that time, I think they're going to capitalize on that and try to catch mons as they don't have support from their members. So maybe that'll be the best time as well. I think when we talk about execution, it falls on both sides. Execution-wise, yes, Team Kakalok needs to execute well for them to actually catch and take down these mons coming on from Team Moon 9. From Moon 9 as well, if you want to CC them, you have to ensure that
You just have to zone. I think that's it. You have
zone.
to zone them. Keep them away because most of them are melee. Like the only ranged Pokemon you're worried about is Mew.
Yeah.
Like everyone else, unless like Lucario just decides to unite for the other ranged attack. But
that's it. I mean, that's
That's
like
it.
that's just one ability, which is a unite. Yeah.
like this, yeah. I'm just wondering, is this going to be like Water Bear? Is this? It has to be Water Bear. I just don't see.
See what Rapid Strike? What single
Yeah,
strike?
Rapid. I really think it has to be Rapid Strike.
Strike,
Like,
yeah.
I think Single Strike in this game, it kind of doesn't make sense when you're trying to dive the enemy composition.
Yeah.
So-
I think they already have sufficient mons in their end to actually do that. I mean,
Yeah.
like they don't have to risk and going for a single strike as well. So probably it's very high chance it's going to be a Water Bear here. Liquidation and Liquidation. I think Water Bear has always been good so far in general.
Oh,
You can just have, like,
it's clearly in most cases the better bear.
yeah, the better
right?
bear compared to the other, unless Unite decides to actually buff him up at one
Well,
point into the patch.
There are certain situations where Dark Urshifu is much better. If you're aiming for a composition that has objective secure, that's where Urshifu shines. If you're up against something like a Guard of Warai, just charging up your move makes you impervious to the disable. So you can actually out CS some of these other really good objective secures. Like Dark Urshifu has his place. It's just in most cases. Yeah, like a Water Bear is just better overall.
And it's a very rare occasion for us to actually even witness that event happening as well. Yeah.
Yeah. So we are still waiting for this game to, one of the players, I'm sorry, to reconnect. So while that's happening, let's take a look at some player stats so we get like a better picture of some of these players. I believe we're going to take a look at Mevius's stats here on the stream in just a second so that you have an idea as to what kind of Pokemon this gentleman likes to play and his stats that he generally runs. We will throw that on the screen when it's available.
Yeah, that's true as well. Yeah, we're still waiting for the information to actually be available as well. In the meantime, how I wish we can actually, just a little recap on the draft if you guys missed out on it because we don't have anything shown. For those who just jumped in, probably they were also wondering at which stage we're at. So we've already completed the draft.
And he's not, when he mentions these Pokemon too, you take him seriously, he's not joking. Because
Oh yeah,
I think
I'm not joking on this.
Some
I'm
people
being very
be
serious.
in disbelief.
Okay, but before that, so let's talk a little
yes.
bit about Mevius first.
Yes, so we got Mevius on the screen right now here. He is on the side of Moon 9. And no, the stats are correct.
The stats are right.
He has played a amazing Pikachu so far. Unfortunately on stream, we've only seen it once before. This is the second time we've seen it, but they did win with that Pikachu when on stream. 67% win, pick rate so far, and Talonflame has been a Pokemon as well that has been on his pick list. I think we've seen a couple teams actually ban out Talonflame, and we didn't even get to see him play
really?
it. So, yes.
Oh, wow. Like, I would assume that was a respect.
Yes, it was
For him
definitely respect.
Specifically. I mean, what are the chances? When was the last time I actually saw a Pikachu ban actually
Never.
happen? Never. So far, in this particular competition, no.
No.
And then in Pikachu. Probably before it would be something different, I would say. But yes, we are witnessing a Pikachu in this particular match featuring Mevius using it for Team Moon 9. And his teammates are Alolan Ninetales, he has the Hoopa, we have the Rowlet, which is going to be the Decidueye, and of course they also have the Squirtle, is going to be a Blastoise at one point to the game. And of course their opponent, it is going to be, we're having the Snorlax.
Kakalok, yes.
Kakalok, yes. We have the Mew, we have the Zoroark, we have the Urshifu. Wow.
and Lucario.
Oh yes, and we have a Lucario as well. Well, they are
Forgot
going
about
for-
one of the movie Pokemon.
Yeah,
wow.
Oh no, they have like a full-on offense draft here. Yeah, I'm not lying. This is legit. I'm not trying to create a fantasy draft
it's
for
a real
fun, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so let's take a look at Wraith's stats here very quickly. And we've seen Wraith play Decidueye again. I think it was only once on stream. It was the previous set that they played. He's allegedly played Absol. We haven't seen this on stream. It must have been earlier on in the day, but he has played a lot of Decidueye. In fact, in half of his games for today.
Ooh.
So here's the thing. Decidueye is an incredibly difficult Pokemon to pilot. It is one of the squishiest, if not the squishiest Pokemon in the entire game. If you look at it, if you sneeze, if you breathe on it, if you look at it, in most cases, it just disintegrates. So it really requires good positioning to play a Decidueye. And the fact that they're able to not only have Wraith play Decidueye comfortably, but to pair it up with some wacky combos like Pikachu, and to successfully do it too. My mind is blown because they've made it this far. That means half of their games today, firstly, they're promised top 4, but they made it with half of their games winning on Decidueye.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Look at this. This Mon actually had a very meme entry in the game. We don't want to. I think if you were doing that at the time, you would understand this. But man, the Decidueye has proven from time and time again, you are able to actually play that Mon out really well into the match. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we're continuing back into the game. It seems that we resolved all the technical issues at hand, and here we go. Just a reminder, this is a best of 3 series, and this is only game number 1.
Exactly. And anything is going to go in this best of 3. Kakalok and Moon9, they have worked really hard to make it this far. And Kakalok, they are here to entertain us with a no support lineup. Now, so far the bottom lane does not look, the top lane isn't looking too great, unfortunately, as Lucario does get knocked out. But we are also getting some support in this mid lane as well, right? You've got Wraith coming in on the Decidueye, providing some support and that knockout. But I'm kind of wondering what the plan is here for Kakalok. Like, what's their timing window? When are they going to press the go button? Because you cannot let Moon9 have an easy game. And I guess that's it, you know?
That's the window.
Just get rid of the Deci. Look, to be real, Decidueye, if you get on top of this Pokemon, there's not much you're going to be able to do until he's fully evolved. He's going to have to get access to that Leaf Storm, and you don't have that until you're fully evolved.
Wow. Look at this, guys. Now, the good thing about playing with Mons such as Lucario, you have the Husskkiee, the highly mobile Mons, they deal a lot of damage at the same time as well. Oh, very unfortunately here, Nullanite's getting himself a takedown here at the bot. Of course, rotating. It's going to be Pikachu here, bot.
Yeah, so nice little KO there. I mean, Moon9 are hanging on pretty well. Even though they had that pressure coming in from Kakalok, they're still managing to secure those wild Pokemon in their lanes, just trying to keep up in experience. Like, that's really the goal here for Moon9, because their late game, I think, is much better than Kakalok's. Kakalok is relying on that early timing, and to do that, you need to snowball. Yeah. Now, here's the issue with the composition. We are starting to see, right? There's a lot of range damage on the side of Moon9. Unless Kakalok can get on top of them, they're just going to be zoned out. And they have no way to reset their health.
I mean, if you want to do any of that, you have Mons like Husskkiee, like highly mobile as well. Even Lucario is able to actually close out that gap as well. Wartortle, despite being able to actually score some points, gets taken down here. Of course, it's going to be yet another Hoopa. Trying to escape, probably not. It's going to be low. Ends a double takedown here in the hands of Lucario at the top. With 7 more points left here, goes to the back, no problem, despite having that movement debuff from behind.
Big overcap.
Oh, it's still not enough. Lucario still surviving through. Rapid spin.
Oh my gosh.
Twice.
Moon9, I kind of feel like they're falling into this trap. Like, they were looking at Kakalok and they're like, oh, you've got no heals. You know, we're going to be able to chip you down. But they're underestimating the damage output. Now, bottom objective, look at this though. Not out, they don't actually get the objective. They didn't fully commit to it, which was a pretty interesting decision. But with this retreat, looks like it's going to be okay. They're relying on their goal zones for this sustain. Unfortunately, Snorlax will go down.
He couldn't actually slam himself into that goal post to actually get some shield score himself right here. Oh, here comes a barrage.
Husskkiee and Lucario.
This
scary combo.
Scary.
Uh-oh. Oh, very nice escape there from Levi. So maybe this is the plan, you know? Is this the duo where you get Husskkiee and mini Urshifu, as I like to call it. Lucario was Urshifu before Urshifu existed. You got the 2 double Urshifu strat in the top lane. And
Oh,
wow.
that was quick. That was a
Big
meltdown for Zoro.
Yeah, big commitment. That was even the Mew as well. Pretty interesting play there for Kakalok to sacrifice 2 Pokemon for those scores. But it looks like now they're going to try and apply some pressure in that bottom lane. But Urshifu isn't there though. He's in the top lane, having to try and get away from all this range damage. Pikachu, the Decidueye, and all the Ninetales. But is this going to be problematic now? There's still 2 Pokemon, 3 Mew is there, but they actually get the delete button off onto the Urshifu. So not too confident with this. Lucario trying to come in, gets frozen as well with the help of the Hoopa. No, Ninetales goes down. And Rufus, he's trying to get the finish off, but maybe Markon, he can finish off the Hoopa! He gets it! This man, he's earned the title of God in his name.
Wow, somebody stop this Lucario. He is unstoppable right now. He's just running down Mon after Mon after Mon from Moon Knight here. And of course, looking at the score, it seems that this might just be the draft that's going to be bringing them to Yokohama. But still too early to tell. We are down to the first half of the match as we have 5 more minutes remaining. And so far, things are looking good for Kakalok. 259 points to 111 for Team Moon 9. And they're definitely going for this Reggie attempt here. At the bottom is going to be a Reggie Rock. Are they able to actually do anything about this? You're not making use here.
Oh my gosh, they've actually lost Lucario already right off the bat. Blastoise securing that Reggie Rock buff for the team, which means they will have the sustain. And, well, is this going to be enough though? Zero goes down, doesn't even finish the Alola Ninetales. 3 Pokemon down and out for Kakalok. They've managed to catch the Mew. Volt Tackle not quite enough to finish him off though, but here comes the Water Bear. And remember, there's a lot of squishy Pokemon on Moon 9, but with the teleport there, they will go home, they will reset. Are they going to come back? Looks like they are going to stay home. It's just the Hooper to come back to protect the bottom goal zone.
Yeah, despite having that advantage of taking down the Reggie, they were not able to actually score anything on Kakalok here. They're still holding on strong as they're able to actually return back to their respective lanes right here. It seems that for Team Muna, they've lost their Tier 1 and Tier 2 goalposts at the top lane, still holding on to the Tier 1 at the bottom as well. Things are looking fierce coming up from both sides here. Seeing Lucario coming up. Oh, they lost it! Look at that! Knock when used as well. It's gonna get hit. Is this gonna be sufficient
pushing
to
him
take down
off.
more mons? We're not seeing the action. Looking at the stall. Oh, Snorlax still survives.
Ooh.
Aura Sphere hitting up in multiple bases. It seems that Yana
my
takedown.
gosh.
Snorlax goes down. It is going to be a Lucario takedown as well.
Can Zoro finish it off though? He uses the Unite, but no, they only get 1 KO. So much sacrifice for Kakalok, but they can't protect that bottom goal zone. They gave so much experience away to Moon 9. So aggressive from both of these teams, but I have to say, props to Moon 9 to have the guts to still go up against Kakalok fighting on their goal zone.
Yeah, they got balls. Yeah, that was interesting. I mean, like we highly advise not to do so. But yeah, things looks good for Team Moon Knight right there. They want those team fights. They want it clean. They only lost out their Blastoise, which is definitely worth the trade, I would say, from both sides. And they're coming close to this Rayquaza attempt right here. And I dare say that Moon Knight would have a better would have a better time in this Rayquaza attempt as everybody's just gathered in the same place.
Yeah, so it looks like they're just going to try and... Oh, they didn't even want to overcap it. They just...
Yeah,
they kind of took it. I thought there was 50 points on Urshifu. They could have maybe tried to go for the 50. Yeah, that one is a bit of a surprise. I thought that they would have tried to go for the overcap there, but they're going to save it for now. It looks like 2 on the side of Kakalok going to defend this Reggie Alecki. We're not going to see any shenanigans where the teams time the Alecki. We've seen it a couple times today. Teams will time it. Someone has to stay back to defend, and there's a numbers disadvantage at the Rayquaza pit. But we are going to look at a 5-on-5.
Oh.
But hang on a minute.
Whoa!
What?
It seems that it's going to be a solo attack from Lucario.
What is Mark
with a double
done?
takedown for him. It's not done yet. It's not done yet. Danelie, the swing away chase forward. This
Rufus!
Lucario right here. Brutal punching, overheating up on him. And it's going to be and this time he's going to be in the hands of the Water Bear. And they're going for this Rayquaza attempt. Do they have anyone?
Can they get the steal? Oh my gosh! Kakalok, they still managed to get the buff. They're going to continue on to finish off the Blastoise. Those 50 points are not going to be 100 anymore. Kakalok coming out of nowhere, just having Mark get in there. Immediate double KO when Moon 9 wasn't expecting it. This series has blown the doors wide open, and now if you're Moon 9, you're going to have to start hitting that panic button going into game number 2. They can still try to score points. We've got a minute to go, but it is going to be so hard, especially with the shields. And Danelie gets deleted.
That's what you get for being a glass
gosh.
cannon. Oh, too much of a glass. Guessing it now really easy. And it has an Urshi for right here. Of course, it's going for a 50-point score. But all the shields are down right here. They're locking him down. I'm sure he's not able to actually make an escape. But of course, he's going to Kung Fu his way out through the top lane here.
Wow.
And this is going for the chase despite knowing it's not going to do much. They still need to go for the objective. 35 seconds on the clock. Do they have enough points? Yes, they do. But are they able to actually score in the faces of Kakalak here?
That's the question. Now, Mark is in the bottom lane. They do have Snorlax waiting in base. He can jump onto the gold pad if he needs to. Block is available, and that's going to make it so difficult for Moon 9 to try and score anything. They're going to bring the whole team, all 500 Typhoon being deployed. They've actually done the damage. Oh my gosh! They've got rid of all the Pokemon. Mark needs to get in there. He's going to stop the score. No one can score. Blastoise is in the center. Can they break it through? 5 seconds to go. Mark is down. 74 points. Blastoise can't score. Has Kakalak managed to successfully defend?
Because I saw 2 Mons having no more. I think it was due to a takedown. Let's see the points, shall we? Oh, it is!
They did it! Oh my gosh!
Oh!
They needed to have everybody in the top lane. Rubus summoning the entire team, bringing in the raid boss, saying we are going for the death push. They knock Pokemon out. Kakalak, I think they gave Moon 9 a lot of respect. They had people expecting maybe someone's going to go down to the bottom lane because remember, Hooper, you can pull people in. If they had everybody in that top lane, I think the defense could have been successful.
I agree. I didn't agree with one thing that what Kakalak did was when Snorlax went and jumped to that top lane. He was trying to go for a jump. He could actually just CC Moon 9 for the Mons right there, but he jumped in too early, and then he wasn't able to actually do all that, and he thought he can actually just defend that on his own. But man, that was such a close call. Moon 9, if one of their Mons was not able to score, the amount of points will be insufficient for them to actually make it a win for themselves.
If Mark God was able to just survive for another couple seconds, I think they would have won it, right?
Oh,
because he was the one cancelling the scores. So if, you know, that's the big question. If they could have just survived a little bit longer, if they didn't get blown up by Tuberg, the Hydro Typhoon was really what set up for them, right? Like it blown the doors wide open. All the damage coming out from Moon 9. Kakalak, they just didn't have the sustain.
I felt that Kakalak must be a little bit devastated by this because they had it in their hands. It was on their palms, and then unfortunately on the last second, Moon Knight manages to make it a turnaround for themselves. Well played. Look at this. It was the only point in the game on the last second where Team Moon Knight managed to actually make it a flip in terms of scores towards their end right here. Kakalak has been dominating from start to finish, and Moon Knight gets the final win here on this match.
Wow. I mean, this feels like a grand final.
This is too much. This is too much. Tickets for Yokohama, I guess.
Oh,
Wow.
I want to see both of these guys go to Yokohama, man. Like after I'm entertained, you're entertained. I know that the viewers have been entertained as well. So seeing some of their reactions were just insane as well. And we still have at least one more game to go. And I'm going to be so upset, regardless of who wins this best of 3. I'm going to be so upset to see only one of these teams make it through. I wish we could have them both going to Yokohama because I'm such a big fan of their play styles.
Wow. I think everyone would agree that they've already started to actually fall in love and actually become big fans of both teams. They've already earned our utmost respect based on this particular day. And of course, Kakalak was not scared to play a draft that is so wild at this point in the competition. And they've shown that it worked up to a certain point. Unfortunately, the small micro actions that was happening in the game which kind of affected their win into a loss here to Team Moon 9. But it's proven that it worked to a point.
Whew. Just watching this over,
So-
my heartbeat is just like dum dum.
So what's waiting for us for game 2? I can't wait. Okay.
Yeah,
I genuinely
where's game
can't
2?
wait.
Come on, let's go.
I mean, I've never looked forward to a draft so much before, but right now I'm like, hey, what's Kakalot gonna bring for game 2?
I'm going to be completely honest. When I saw Kakalot's draft, I thought someone might have disconnected and we had to go
yeah,
for a draft
probably he was
remake.
playing around. Let's just pick whatever. Yeah.
I remember I even asked production. I was like, "Hey guys, do we have?" You guys didn't hear it, but I remember asking, like, "Is this a remake? Is this right?" And no one said we were gonna go for a redraft. So
Yeah, correct. Until I said the thing like, oh, but don't worry, guys, the draft still stands. And then
Wow.
production was like, oh yeah, it's confirmed that the draft still stands. So it was not a joke.
Wow.
This is for real. That game 1 truly did happen, and that draft by Kakalot really blew everybody's mind, together with the way that they execute and play it out as well.
Yeah, so I know this is very unconventional Unite right now. Like
Very.
a lot of the Pokemon that we saw just now, we very rarely see them. The composition for Kakalot is out of the question, out of the box. Nobody in their right mind right now is running no support. Nobody.
Except
Unless
unless you're Kakalot.
unless you're Kakalot. And to see them be able to pull off such like an amazing play like that, it makes you wonder in the future, other teams may be going to consider going for the no-heal strat. Now, very unlikely, they're likely still going to be supports be picked, such as Blissey with Safeguard, like some kind of defensive capability. But it was so refreshing to see a team just not run a conventional support. Like even Mew wasn't really a support. The only support was what, Snorlax?
Yeah. So,
So
I guess the only support we were was literally just pure defense. Like, hey, we need you to do one thing, right?
to sleep.
just sleep and then block everything for us. We'll do everything else. But man, look at that Urshifu. Look at that Lucario just fly. Like, I believe that having such composition enables them to actually do so much takedowns early game. And look at that Lucario.
And I think the shock factor really hit Moon 9 too.
hard.
Because
it hit them hard.
yeah, because this is not a strategy you see ever. Anywhere. We've never seen a team run this kind of comp. Yeah, I think the closest thing is like what, maybe a team running again like Safeguard, Blissey, or Wigglytuff. Like Wigglytuff is it's a support Pokemon, but it's generally a semi-support.
Yeah.
So to see not even a support appear in their comp, and to be able to run it so well, the shock factor must have really hit Moon 9 hard, because there were a lot of cases where they just weren't expecting certain plays, right?
Yes,
You
exactly.
would never...
Nobody could prepare yourself for that, Daddy.
No one was prepared for Mark God. You remember right before Ray,
He has
he
earned
just
that name.
he just deleted.
He deleted.
He deleted. I think it was Pikachu and Decidueye. Like they just deleted. Nobody would have expected that kind of play from that man.
I agree when you say that he has made his mark and earned the title of God at that point in that match, right? That despite not making it a win, but let me just say this. I believe that everyone is heavily entertained
Yes.
by that match.
After one game.
After one game.
It's not
No,
even great
it's not even done yet, guys. That's only the lower bracket
Exactly.
semifinals. Come on.
Oh, gosh.
Okay, if I were to put myself in as an opponent to this team, right?
Okay, hang on. We're looking at Rufus, and I have to ask you, because we still got game 2.
We still got game 2.
Do you ban Levi's Urshifu? Because I feel like Levi's Urshifu last game was a big reason why they had a really good early game. It was Levi paired up with Mark God. Remember, we saw
Yeah.
Lucario and Urshifu just diving into Moon Knight. Do you feel Urshifu needs to be banned? Like,
Would it matter? Okay, my concern is also this. Like, would it matter if you were to ban Urshifu? Probably he has another mon on standby, just as vicious, just as scary as Urshifu.
I don't know though. Like Urshifu is one of those X factors,
That's
right?
well true. Yeah, you can play that as well. But looking at how unconventional they drafted, they could have switched it up and have another 360 draft that we have never seen before. I mean, like, I don't want to read that game 1 draft as their kind of playstyle. because I don't want to assume right now, so it's best to say that probably they have more tricks. But when we come today to do commentaries on APAC West, we did not anticipate any of this. When we had conversations about what new kids on the block, we were not expecting this.
I mean, I remember walking in today and just like shedding a tear that Umbreon wasn't playable, but now I don't care.
Oh yeah, there are other better mons out there that can be played. I mean, like, okay, Umbreon's not there, it's okay.
Gosh, man, I'm really looking forward to this next game though. Like, both teams, they didn't make it here based on luck. They are playing phenomenal. They are understanding their limits. They are understanding what they need to do in their circumstances. They are still surprising. Like, you have to remember, Unite it's not like the game's only been out for a year.
Yeah.
Unite has been around for a fair number of years now. A lot of strats have been discovered. People have a deeper understanding of Pokemon now than they did a year ago. And to still see new things, it blows my mind.
Yeah. And I'm kind of happy that we see such an interesting game which does not revolve around a Glaceon being played. Yeah, so I guess the star of this match, I don't even know who's the star anymore. Like, Urshifu played so well. Lucario also played extremely well as well. I think the team as a whole, I don't want to neglect the Snorlax as well, despite him being the only support defender, whatever he was like a side character the whole match, because everybody was getting all the spotlights and then it was like him. No.
I think he really played a big role in the team. We just didn't notice it as much, right?
Yeah, true. Yeah, he wasn't getting all those takedowns. He wasn't incinerating the opponents, but he was playing a very big role for the team. Yeah.
So game 2, I'm going in with an open mind.
I'm
not even gonna guess.
I don't even know what they're gonna ban. I don't even know what they're gonna pick anymore. I do wonder what are the struggles that the other teams that went up against them went through the whole day. I mean, that should be the right question. What did these other teams went through against them,
Well, the draft is ready, so we are going to see in just a moment what's going to be off the table for both of these teams and what are going to be the first picks.
Yeah.
So as we can see on the screen right now, Cakelock is going to get access to first pick after these bans, whereas for Moon 9, they're going to get access to last pick.
Okay, they banned Eldegoss again.
And I'm really surprised about this Eldegoss ban. Like, I'm wondering...
I would assume it's a respect. I would assume somebody from Moon 9, yeah.
It sounds like a respect, but I also kind of wonder, like, what is it that Eldegoss does that potentially shuts down Cakelock's strat? And look at the respect. They are taking away Mark God's Lucario.
I can't ban him, so I have to think of ways on how to prevent you from taking Lucario. Therefore, I will be playing Lucario this time together with the Cramorant. 1-2 coming on from Team Moon 9.
But they're giving away the Hooper.
Yeah, they gave away the Hooper and Glaceon this time. So you're not playing the Urshifu Lucario anymore. This time it's going to be an Urshifu Glaceon. We're seeing some new stuff here.
They're pulling out the guns. I want to know what Mark God played, because firstly, Lucario is not as strong as it used to be, right? It was a huge pick last year just because, let's be real, Lucario was a little overtuned last year, and Mark God is actually going to be going for the Zoro this time.
It's the same draft!
It's
the same.
No, it's not. It's fine. It's fine.
It's fine.
We are seeing double Speedster on Moon 9, and guess who's on the Talon? Mevius.
Mevius.
This was one of his Pokemon that they showcased. And let's not forget, Moon 9 has no support.
Oh, bring it on, ladies and gentlemen. Like, is that a challenge, Danelie?
It sounds like a challenge.
Are they taking up on the challenge? If you don't play a support, we don't play a support. Come on now, come on.
This is insane. I'm actually really looking forward to this game. It's almost like Moon 9 want to give Cakelock a taste of their own medicine. They're just like, if you get to feel what we felt in game number 1.
You're gonna taste our pain. It's kind of funny because Moon 9 won, but somehow it felt like they wanted to have exact revenge on their opponents. Like, this is what you get. We've been suffering the whole time. Since at the early stages. I mean, it's such a painful situation when you just start off game. You want to play it slow and steady. Fast to a certain point, but not really fast, where your enemies are just jumping on you non-stop. So I guess, is this going to be the game? Is it really the time? I guess, assuming that since Moon 9 is in a safe position where they've already won one match, so they can actually pull this off. But
assume nothing. The game has begun.
It has begun.
Look, I'm not going to assume anything because I I didn't predict anything last game. I was entertained. I'm going to continue to let Cakelog and Moon9 entertain me because these two teams, they are just crazy. And I love a little dose of crazy.
Yeah, I love that too from time to time. I didn't expect to see that today from Unite. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Game number 2. If Moon9 wins this, they get the ticket to Yokohama. But if Cakelog wins this match, they're going to be forcing the first ever game. Is this the first ever game 3 that we're going to be featuring
On stream, yes.
Yes.
But there have been some game 3s off stream.
Off stream, yes, that's right. And of course, live stream, will this be a first game 3 being forced here, or will we be seeing yet another clean 2-0 win, siding towards Moon9 here at the lower bracket semifinals? We shall see.
I want to see a game 3 because these two teams have been so fun to watch, but Moon9 are making it pretty difficult for Cakelog. Now, for anyone that was sort of watching the early game, we did see, I believe it was a double invade, right? We had the Squovet as well as the Fletchling actually invading into Cakelog's central area. It did slow Zoro down a little bit, but not to the point where it really shut him down. And he is coming in to assist, but I mean, Cubfu actually getting eliminated because there's 4 Pokemon in the top lane here for Moon9. And with Mark got reset and ready to go, taking a lot of damage, almost going down, not quite enough damage though. And the team is all here, they're ready to punish. They want this experience and they will get those knockouts. Squovet is slowly going down in the back lines, and there we go. 3rd takedown. I mean, the punishment was there for Cakelog, but down bottom though, you have a happy Cramorant, you know, who's farming for free. It's all good. But look at Marco though, he's like, that's what you get.
This is what you get.
That's what you get for going into my jump.
Lane is better than me. Oh, gotta be careful. Bongo here. He's getting screened up by the Glaceon. I think he should be okay. But then,
nice
very
eject.
close.
Nice eject. Might even still be able to finish. Bongo, just enough shots to finish him off. And now is going to turn onto Wraith. Markgod is here. He's going to provide the vision. Absol tries to turn around, but Markgod says no.
Markgod just showcasing his abilities right here. Not able to actually get his hands on the Lucario this time about, but he's doing exceptionally well with the Zoroark, I would say. Let's see how this is gonna try. It looks a little bit different than previous one. I believe that Moon9 is also showcasing some really good offense from their end, not getting abused too much.
Oh, they're just scoring in the back lines. Only 2 Pokemon here so far, and looks like the Snorlax barely surviving, just healing off with the goal zone, not going down.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, the commitment from Moon9, it just wasn't enough damage. And now we see Levi, this Water Bear, he is going to go absolutely ham on this team because they are a little bit underleveled on the side of Moon9. Finishes off the Cram, scores the 12-pointer, and this man is as happy as can be.
Look at this guy. Like, while the team was scoring on the first tier goal post, he was actually all the way to the back already,
you know,
ready to take down.
You know why he's doing so well? He's flexing. You know, he's the Ghost style Zoro Battle Pass Holoware.
Yeah, just flexing that latest Holoware that we have here in the match here. Of course, still too early right now, but Cakelog still having that lead, 158 to 99 points. Right, look at this gradient. He's all the way deep inside in the camp, just taking out all this. All top lane.
Oh, even ejected
as well.
Yeah, he ejected, wasn't able to connect to Lucario, but they are scoring those points there, Flava. So Cakelog, they are slowly whittling away at Moon9. Now, I'm kind of wondering, deletes the greeted. I'm kind of wondering what is the plan here for Moon9 with their comp, because I think compared to Cakelog, it looks like a very messy game, right? Like the team is trying to hit multiple objectives at the same time. They're doing quite a bit, they're doing good work there to slow down Markgod, but up top they're not able to secure the top objective. Like it's, I wonder what's the ultimate goal here for Moon9. Are they just trying to keep up with Cakelog? Are they maybe wanting to snowball and take over? Like, what is the primary objective?
Are they even used to this kind of playstyle, which is unconventional? There goes a jump right here, and it seems that Ice Cold come from Glaceon will be sufficient to actually take down on the standard flame as well. And it's gonna be enough to get on the Axel as well, making it 2, and 2 takedowns here, 3, making it 3. Getting off on the Greedent as well.
And once again, Cakelog have actually extended to a very sizable lead in game number 2. Yes, they're running something a little bit more standard, but I mean, it's working out really well for Moon9. Ooh, the juke not quite successful there, but Levi's just going to turn onto the bird. No full commitment, showing respect, but they do not have a solution for any of the heavy hitters on Kakalok.
Yep. No, they don't. That's why I'm still concerned if they're able to actually play this very unconventional playstyle. I mean, like...
In your face?
I mean, like, I don't think this is something that they're used to. For Kakalok, if they brought it first, I guess that they're very confident they're able to pull this off.
They're
as
stopping?
Well. They're stopping here. And you see that Zorwar managed to seal the deal here on Reggie Rock. And Hoopa takes down on Talonflame as well. That's a huge win for Kakalok, which creates a little bit space for Axel to score from behind. Together with Greedent at the top lane as well. He's moving from behind. He's going to be meeting with the Greedent machine gun using them nuts. But not be able to actually down. It's going to be sufficient enough. It's going to be the Glaceon winning the battle with the support coming off from the Snorlax as well.
I think if Greedent was able to just stay on the Glaceon, that might have been a knockout there, but the assist was great. I want to say props to Kakalok for the beautiful coordination at that basement Reggie fight. Did you see the team just stop attacking the Reggie when they saw Moon 9? They immediately stopped and they attacked with Moon 9 to get that final hit. Like, a lot of other teams would have continued thinking they get the last hit, but the coordination, just amazing play from this team. Although Moon 9, they are continuing with the aggression. And Mark God, look at this, lots of respect. Coming back to make sure the Greedent doesn't get that back cap.
Yeah, with that nice scoop from Talonflame, was not able to actually put that Zorba out of position.
Oh,
All this ice on the shot, and it seems like Absol is going to get taken down the hands of the Glaceon as well. They managed to secure this top goalpost as well. Look at the slam hitting up a tree by the Snorlax. It's in from behind. Glaceon also, if I'm sure, did manage to take down one. It was going to be the Talonflame as well as Absol, but he has taken down in return as well. Still a big win for Team Kakalok right here, as the Glaceon is now at 11-13. And the Cramorant is at 13 as well, Danelie.
This is a really scary 1v1 though. Mark God against Wraith, and Mark God wins. The Cram, he was nearby, but not quite running the right build to support his teammate, and not just going to walk right past the Cram. And can actually use the hyperspace hole. Will likely get out.
Yes.
The bird a little bit too late. I don't know if they would have gotten the KO there, but so far, Kakalok keeping their composure. They are really outdoing themselves in this game number 2.
Yeah, they are. I think Moon 9 is keeping up as much as they possibly
can.
Yes, they can. Yeah. We're seeing loads and loads of goalposts being taken down here. All the tier 1s already gone. One tier 2 being taken out at the top as well. This time, Kakalok did manage to actually get on that range. He's still at the top, giving him an attack and a special attack buff as well. Going up the chase on the Cramorant. Unfortunately, he's trying to make an escape here through the top as being chased by the Greedent. Absol being a little bit naughty at the top. Managed to score a little bit of points at tier 2-1, and it's going to be
40? Ooh, actually
late.
getting the 40 points in. Very nice though. So looks like it's going to be a game of back caps here for Moon 9, but I don't know if this is going to be enough to really save them unless they can somehow punish Kakalok at this Rayquaza pit. And look at this, Moon 9. They are going right in, but the blocks coming in from that Snorlax slowing them down. They don't really have the damage. Where's the rest of the Kakalok? Just back capped. They brought the entire team. They scored into Moon 9's goal zone, and now they're coming back to play defense, but 2 Pokemon are down and out on the side of Kakalok. Glaceon and Hoopa are out of the picture. 60 points are being scored in by the Lucario, 564 to 315. I think this is absolutely a doable game for Moon 9 if they can score their points. 4-4-5. They're getting so close, but do they have the points?
No, they don't have enough right now. 32 plus
they need
80,
to back cap.
50,
Absol.
160. Yeah, they're not.
Wraith has points. They need to somehow back cap, but it's going to be so hard to pull attention away from the goal zones.
They need to have at least 3 months with at least 27 points each to actually go in for a score to actually make it a win for themselves. Barely enough to actually score over Kakalok right here. For Kakalok, they don't have to do much. They just have to hold on to a little bit of points just in case if they want to do a quick score on their opponents here, where they know that they're going to be able to actually multiply that by 2.
Oh, but Margot,
don't worry. Shooting them nuts at Margot to make this
but look at Hoopa. He's going to score a back cap 80 points, and no one on the side of Moon 9 is in position to defend it.
Hoopa.
So if you're Moon 9, you might just need to go now. Hope you can actually get rid of all of Kakalok and score everything. The gap has been extended, 6-4-4 to 4-4-5. Can Moon 9 get rid of these Pokemon to score their points? But look at this though. Rings Unbound, they're going to score more points into Moon 9's face. 766 to 595. Flava, we are likely looking at a 1-to-1 scenario, and we are maybe looking at a game 3. Points are still being scored. Pokemon being knocked out. Moon 9, do they have the points?
Cramorant has 50.
They
he
can't.
is the only one right now.
Wait, can he score? What?
No,
What?
he's not. No, he's not there. He went for
Oh,
the
defending. You scared me.
I was like, why is he standing there?
Flavor,
It's like,
why
no,
you
no, no.
scaring me? I was like, what?
I was
Oh,
like,
this man.
So why you scolding Cameron? He was.
Man.
It's not that he forgot where the button was.
I'm
He
sorry,
was at
Bongo.
the-
Bongo, you're doing good. Don't listen to Flavor. Flavor, you're fired. You're a terrible coach. Flavor.
You were scolding him for not doing nothing. He is at his base.
You were pointing to Cram as if he was scoring.
No, the thing is, he was a crapper. He's like, no.
Fired. Next caster, please.
All right, anyways, coming back to this, it seems that it is going to be our first game number 3 being featured here on the live stream. K-Clock managed to translate this game number 2 into a win for themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 3, the deciding match for tickets to Yokohama coming up very, very soon. Wow.
The game deciding match. A game 3 is our first 3-game series to happen on stream, and it's the most important one because only one team between K-Clock and Moon9 is going to be going to Yokohama, and I am just as a spectator, I am so proud of these two teams. They have come such a long way, and they have given us some of the best games we have seen today, and we are about to be blessed with a 3rd game. Thank you to everyone playing. You guys have made this an absolute treat to watch as a viewer, as a caster, and to be able to share these games with everyone tuning into the streams. We are lucky.
Yeah, we're very lucky. We want to share this happiness with everyone viewing. I want to say thank you to the players, PSL9, Sunsedge, Margot, Norizaki,
Okay, stop.
Tongo, Mevius, Rufus, Wraith, and Jubert. You guys have been amazing, but unfortunately only one will go to Yokohama, and the next match will decide it. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, these are the highlights and the replays on what has transpired in that previous game number 2, which made a win for Team K-Clock. Danny.
Oh my goodness. K-Clock, they did turn things around. I have to say, Moon9, they really did surprise us with this very interesting no support comp. Now, it was vastly different to what K-Clock was running in the first game, right?
Yes.
Game 1, K-Clock was running in your face, Water Urshifu with the Lucario. Not just any Lucario too, Mark God. I am so impressed with that man's Lucario, but to see him play Zoro in this game, it just goes to show why we see some of these teams having to ban this Pokemon against K-Clock. And to go into game number 3, I do expect one of Markot's Pokemon to just be out of the picture. They can say goodbye
So we
to
took
the
the
Lapras
Lucario.
Bears.
So we took the Lucario. Now we have to ban or pick Zoroark again. We have to take out as much mons as possible from this guy. But this game, I think that it was really not a good idea for Moon9 to just play like how K-Clock did. I mean, I think that it would be better if they just played it the way that they did it. But
well, I think it depends, right? Because at the end of the day, maybe Moon9 thought that they could have done what K-Clock did better, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you want to flip the tables. They had a 1-game advantage too. So again, if they lost that game, it doesn't matter. It's a 1-1. But you know,
Doesn't really-
you
doesn't
can't
matter.
you can't do
Doesn't
that
really-
anymore now. You kind of have to pull out all the stops because you know that ticket. It's there. It's literally within reach. But there's another guy on the other end, like you know, like the little finger things,
Oh, yeah,
like
the
the
finger
harder
thing,
you
yeah.
pull. Yeah, it's like both of the teams right now, they're in a war, and it's a matter of like who lets go first.
let's go first.
So, yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. I really think both of these teams are fully capable of being able to beat each other. It's really going to come down to the draft. I feel like the draft for these teams was so important.
Yeah. Initially, I think Moon9 had quite a stable information when it comes to the way that they draft, like these months, but somehow it kind of shifted after the match against Team K-Clock because they had to go very unconventional. So yeah, I think we're still looking at some really good infos from Moon9 here. They're playing with the Elagos at most, and they're also very comfortable with the CDY. Look at that, 67%, it's insane. Of course, Pikachu being one of the top picks for one of the players as well, Blastoise, Cramorant, which is really not I think not really one of the metas being picked up by the other teams. I don't think we saw any of them being played out in the live stream, or probably in the matches that you.
We've seen. I think it was
including
just.
Absol.
I think it was just Moon9 actually to
Yeah,
play
just
the
Moon9.
Cram.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen anyone else play the Cram so far. I mean, it's been working, but I wouldn't say Cram is one of the must-have Pokemon. Like it fits in certain drafts.
I agree.
And so Moon 9 have really made it work. And I'm kind of wondering, like, what's the plan moving forward? Do they go back to Wraith's Decidueye? Because I have to say props to Wraith, because he is an amazing Decidueye. He lands those Spirit Shackles. He does a fantastic job at scouting with the Shadow Sneak, remember?
Yeah,
So,
like the game #1, yeah.
yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's going to be back on the drawing board here for Moon 9. Whereas for Kakalok, okay, Urshifu has been a big factor for this team. This is going to be a first pick for this team, but, and there's a big but, okay?
Oh,
Going into game #3, first pick may go towards Moon 9, because remember, the loser of a game gets to pick if they want to get first pick or last pick. And a lot of teams, if they've dropped a set, they want to get first pick to deny a certain pick from another team.
Understood.
Unless
It's
they
like a
value
double
last
ban.
pick. Yes.
It's like a double ban, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm wondering what's going to be the retaliation to this, right?
I am also curious to see if Team Kakalak will also allow the Elder Gods or just respect ban again throughout the whole match as well. Yeah, and of course, we're going to be looking at some of the stats for PSL 9 here from Team Kakalak, using up the Lapras as well as the Elder Gods, which we did we even see any of them? No.
The Elder Gods? No.
The Elder Gods, even the Lapras, no, right?
Well, okay, Lapras and Elder Gods have been banned for both games, remember?
Yes, correct. Yeah, so we're not able to
so,
actually feature any
like,
of them.
PSL's like, oh, well, I can't play my most played Pokemon.
My most playable Pokemon is not available. Therefore, since both pick rates combined are 60%,
Yeah.
40% is
Other
most of the time
Pokemon.
they don't even let me play, man.
Well, maybe because he can't play Lapras and Elder Gods, that's why they're not going for any support. He's like, all right, I'm rioting. I'm not playing your support.
I'm not playing support no more. Everybody's banning my stuff. Please. And of course, we're also looking at their opponents here for Team Moon Knight. It's going to be Chuberg. Of course, we're seeing the Blastoise and the Lapras. Remember when they went on conventional, so they didn't run the Blastoise no more. They didn't even have the opportunity to run the Lapras. So I guess, yeah. So most of the time, they run the Blastoise. I think in total, it would have been a higher number. But because of that game too, they just, throw away the Blastoise and simply something else.
Well, I really think Blastoise is going to come back into this final game.
Yeah, it's a very crucial mon.
It's important. I think you also need to consider, can your team can you fit a Blastoise into your draft? Because as good as this Pokemon is, it does require a lot of resources. Level 9. And like, if it's not level 9, that Pokemon doesn't really function at maximum capacity.
It takes a while, yeah.
Yeah, so you have to dedicate that top lane farm to him. And the question is, can you afford to? Because we've seen from those past 2 games that Kakalok apply a lot of pressure in that top lane. Can you afford to put a Blastoise in there?
It's very easy to tell because you just want to punish that Squirtle / Wartortle as much as possible
And
before
look
they
at
actually
that.
go for Blastoise.
Moon 9 are going to get access to first pick, so there's a good chance if they really think Levi's Urshifu is an issue, they can take it for themselves, or they take their Hooper back. Like what? Look, let's take a look at the bans
I'm
first.
so scared of
The
like...
Hooper's gone.
Okay, Hooper's gone.
Wow, so
Okay.
Lapras is available and Moon 9 could grab it.
Finally.
Well, that's if they want to pick
Yeah,
it.
if they want to pick it. That's true as well.
And
And yes, they are. Finally, Schuberg's like, yes, they allowed me to play this. Yeah, because they banned it on their own. And it's going to be an Urshifu again 3 times in a row for Team Kakalok, as they're currently right now in the orange side, and they're running the Glaceon in the hands of Margot. I'm not sure yet. We'll see whether I think previously it wasn't Margot using Glaceon.
It was Sunzage.
Sunzage, yeah.
Yeah, Sunzage was running it. So they're probably just keeping their options open. Like Mark is like, all right, I'm going to lock in the Glaceon. Let's see later on down the line if this is going to be my Pokemon or if I'm going to be swapping it out for something like a Zoro, for example. We really need to see what's on the table here for Moon 9. And it's going to be Clefable and the Cramorant again. So good chance that Gravity is going to be on the field. You kind of don't want to play against Gravity as a Zoro as well. So very likely this last pick might be Mark God's Pokemon. So
what is
PSL
Kakalok doing?
Oh,
Did they
Mevius.
were
They're
they-
back. They're
were-
back, baby.
They're
We're
back. Wait, has Kicklock been playing mind games this whole time? And right now they became normal again, and they're playing with the Blissey, they're playing with the Slowbro, and they're going with the Blastoise. Like all this while, they were building
Hold
up
on.
around the story.
Is Mark God maybe?
Yeah,
Is it confirmed Mark God on the Glaceon? Like, that's what I want to know. And I think it is. We're not seeing any swaps. So it's just Levi swapping with Naughty. I mean, that's
Levi's
to be
still thinking-
expected.
yeah,
Levi. Sanzage's on the Urshifu. So Levi. Is this mid blast?
Okay, quit playing
Wait,
around with our feelings. Stop playing around with our feelings here. Okay, they're giving Mark God because I was trying to see that. I think since he's been doing well on the Lucario as well as the Zoroark, he would have taken the Urshifu, right? Even
This
though
has
he
to
wasn't
be
using
Water
it.
Urshifu. Like, this has to be Water Urshifu again. We saw how great Water Urshifu is into Cramorant, Pikachu, and Decidueye. So I'm not surprised about this. But just to see Levi be on this Blastoise, this is going to be such a problematic game for Moon 9, I feel, because this Blastoise is just going to go in, he's going to spin to win, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, Rapid spin his way into team fights right here. I just want to say that it's a different kind of draft coming from Kicklock. They've been playing around with all this super offensive draft, and then right now it's super unconventional, and somehow they became normal. It's like they went into a
normal.
like it's like they went through a rehabilitation facility and suddenly like, hey, like we're back, we're playing it
That's
normal
not how
now.
this works.
But anyways, ladies
my
and gentlemen, we are ready. This is gonna be game number 3 here for the lower bracket semi-finals on the purple side, Team Moon 9. And on the orange side, Team Kicklock. This is a very important match as the winner of this match gets a ticket to Yokohama, Danny.
I am so excited. I can't wait for the action to really start unfolding. But we are here, Flava. And I'm really excited to see Mark God play this Urshifu because we've seen him play Lucario, we've seen him play Zoro, and to see him now on Urshifu, which is arguably still one of the most overtuned Pokemon in Pokemon Unite. If I was Moon 9, I would be terrified.
I would be scared. But yeah, so far, I think looking at the top lane, I think this is quite an okay start. They needed the support from the Rowlet at the top because Lapras as well as Clefairy, they don't really have good last hit ability. Like Lapras is bad, just bad. I mean, last hit damage output is very, very low as well. Whirlpool, very low damage.
I mean, it does better than Squirtle, I feel like. Chansey and Squirtle, not really the best Pokemon either. They're pretty squishy. But we are seeing Mark God going to the top lane. It's not even the Water Urshifu. He's playing the Dark variant.
Okay.
So they've gone for objective secure with Mark God. They've got the Glaceon for the range DPS, and then they've got Levi. That's just going to be that front line.
I
Pretty
thought
interesting.
they were done with surprises, but they just kept surprising us.
Yes.
Even despite them looking normal now.
Stop them. Okay, you got to stop thinking that they're normal because I just... They have their own style, okay?
Yeah, sure. Okay, they're special. Oh, Lapras in trouble here, trying to get that berry. Madison recover himself.
X-Speed, pretty good.
Oh,
But there's Glaceon, though. That's going to be...
standby.
Yeah, I don't think Chubek's going to get out anymore. His X-Speed's run out. He gets eliminated, and we are about to see the middle Pokemon squad. But hang on a minute. Mark God actually being taken out in that top lane. Nice punishment coming in from Moon 9 to get rid of the Urshifu. That's a good boost of experience for that knockout.
Yeah, I think it's considered one of the priority in terms of knockout mons to be taken out for Team Kicklock here. Very good move by coming from Team Moon 9 as well. And of course, Team Kicklock did manage to secure this middle as well.
Top lane, though, looks like they've got a defense mounting up. And again, Mark God just going to be the front line for this team doing some damage. Now, here's the issue I'm kind of seeing with this, though. Lapras is a pretty good front line up against the Urshifu just because of its passive ability. It negates a lot of that incoming damage. So you're not really at risk of getting one-shot by someone such as that Dark Urshifu.
Yep, correct. Oh, that whole telekinesis putting Cramorant right in front of them. But it seems that he's been chased by 3 months from behind, but he should be able to actually survive all of this.
Oh, almost getting rid of all of Bongo's experience.
Yeah.
These squishies have to be careful of Sanzage. You get locked on by that Glaceon. If it's at max charges, you're in a lot of trouble. But so far, both of these teams fully committing to the Registeel, and it looks like it's going to be Icicle Spears locked in onto Registeel.
And she gets it on the Registeel.
Yeah, that's Dark Urshifu for you. His job is to lock those objectives. You're going to have such an easy time as well. There's no way Decidueye out. Her last hit, a Dark
Oh,
Urshifu.
telekinesis holding him down. You're going to be getting this Clefable here for yet another one, and they're not done yet. And I think they're still pushing through here at the tier 2 goalpost, going up for the scores. Husskkiee scores in 6, but chasing up from behind.
Man, these telekinesis is just pulling in all the squishies, forcing Bongo back though, but we are seeing a KO, the War Turtle. Gonna be collateral damage here. Unite being used by the Urshifu, getting a delete onto Bongo, that poor cram. An extra score as well. Mark God may be getting caught out here. All the range damage, the throat chop over the wall.
Oh, decision-wise, sealing that last hit, sealing the deal.
Sending him to his grave.
Wow, that was much more. If he manages to make that escape, that
would
was
have been so cheeky, yeah. Oh my goodness. But again, you have to be so careful about Wraith now because he has now got access to Spirit Shackle. That's so much damage and a lot of Cake Lock. They require to be in your face to do their damage. So if they can't fully commit, they can absolutely be punished. Lapras Express only connecting onto one though. Does not connect onto that Blissey at all. They do get one KO though. Blastoise out of the picture, but doesn't really matter though. They're on the goal zone. The damage from Wraith. It's a little bit too much. Unite on the Blissey as well just to make sure Glaceon is out there. Extra damage. Almost losing Mark God there. The Gatling Bolt from the bushes doing quite a bit of damage, but now they've caught that Pikachu. The Ice Shard's not going to be enough. The Glaceon can't quite finish him off, and really nice Volt Tackle. Mevia's still running away. He's screaming at the top of his lungs. He gets out. I don't know how Pikachu did not get taken out.
Yeah, he was being chased by the Slowbro from behind, but unfortunately damage output still insufficient to take him out right there, Danny. And of course, we're looking at an attempt on this Regieleki. Cake gets it, and they're gonna push through. I think they're gonna properly overcap this one here at the top, making sure.
Yeah, big 40 points there from that Glaceon, so trying to be as efficient as possible. Mark God, though, scouting the enemy jungle, running into the Pikachu, and very rarely do you see Pikachu running right next to Dark Urshifu's, but he's going to be doing his job. Mevius being an absolute pest. Here comes the Cram as well, looking to finish off Mark God there. He does charge up, no KO, tried to negate the damage, but there's only so much a Slowbro could do. Glaceon, though, has come in to help his team, and it's with the Unite, charging up all of the Icicle Spears, just doing so much damage. Lapras Express doesn't connect, it misses. But the team is here though. Oh my goodness, Bongo on a sliver of health, barely able to get out, but here comes Sanzage looking to do some damage, but the body blocks coming in from Moon Knight, able to keep the Desi alive. Sanzage trying to do God's work. Look at the Blastoise coming in from the back. He does have a Unite available if he wants to. Mark God gets the secure. Hydra Typhoon as well. Moon Knight caught with this backstab. This Pikachu, the last one to survive, but there's only so much Mevius can do.
Wow, look at that. Awesome entry by Blastoise from behind, catching the enemies by surprise here. Now Moon Knight losing out 4 of its members, returning back to the end. Seems that Urshifu is going to be able here. Is the Bishop going to be sufficient? And yes, it is. Pikachu seals the deal, gets a blast it in, and they're going to be catching here. Volt Tackle hitting up on the Slowbro. He's still surviving through, and despite having so much of those, he's still not able to actually sustain all that damage, and they're going to push him here in the bot. Of course, Unite will make sure the Rammer hits up with Glaceon as well, and they manage to get down to the post as well, chasing out on this Blissey. That Eggy is going to get taken down as well.
This Fright Train is not stopping Flava. Every Pokemon they encounter, they just get these knockouts back to back to back. But things are going to slow down a little bit, right? Moon Knight, yes, they got a whole bunch of KOs. Those are big KOs because this was compensation experience for that really rough early game. Their central area is constantly being invaded by Cake Lock, and those knockouts, they're very necessary for them to come back into the game. Yeah. It's not over yet. I really think both of these teams are very much capable of taking this game off each other. It's just going to come down to placement.
Yep, that's
rotations, self-preservation, and trying to figure out what's the best goal for your team. Do you need to play slow?
They need to think fast about what their options are, because right now we're coming close to the final 2 minutes of the match, and you know what time it is. It is going to be Rayquaza time, and it's 25 more seconds, and also an opportunity for both sides to actually go for the Reggie attempt in the next 15 seconds at the bottom lane as well. And it is so close, Danny. It's neck to neck right now, despite having less than 100 point gap in between both teams. It is anybody's game.
Look, I'm a little bit scared here, Flava. Okay, we gotta calm down a little bit. Okay, this is the moment. Levi is alone in that top lane. He's providing vision for his team. Everyone else is in the bush, but remember, right? Desi, great at scouting. He's got the shadow sneak. He's got the spirit shackle, so he can zone if he wants to. So far, just poking down that Rayquaza. But look at this, though. Sunzage already slowly starting to work on Moon 9, and I'm a little bit worried though because what's going to be the timer? I see the Typhoon being used. Pikachu getting jumped on. Margot went really deep, but he's going to be caught by the Whirlwind, and that's going to be it. Margot is out. Kakalok, they're sent reeling. Lapras running forward. Moon 9, they're starting to jump right on Kakalok, and is this the moment to shine? Sunzage's not out. This Glaceon's still doing damage. Actually managing to get into the backlines. Blastoise, Blissey, and Glaceon.
Yeah,
the three defenders, they have to either stop Moon 9 from taking that Rayquaza, or they just have to prevent them from doing any kind of damage. And look at this positioning for Desi. He is above the Rayquaza, looking to get the Spirit Shackle, and it's going to be Moon 9. They got the buffs. Can they break the goals? Can they score their points? Looks like Pikachu is going to be able to get that score on the bottom lane, but you can see Pokemon are running in from Kakalok to defend. Telekinesis, where's the damage? They need the damage. Stop that Pikachu! He gets the score! 248 to 243. Kakalok, they are behind by a few points. And look at this, Moon 9. They only have 2 Pokemon to defend. You see this Fright Train pushing in from the bottom lane. 22 points. Oh my gosh, Flava.
What is going to happen?
It's not over. They have to kill Bongo C. No, Bongo has to go down. The Slowbro, they score the points. 12 points. Puts them back in the lead. Moon 9 have no idea. No one is in position to score. Flava.
Oh no, Kakalok, that was big. Even despite that multiple of scores coming from the Bonds, that Slowbro with only 6 points managed to do immediate scoring in the face of Moon 9 right here. And of course, they managed to get the citywide. Nobody, and I mean nobody from Team Moon 9 right now is in any position to go for any scoring. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our winner. Team Kakalok is going to Yokohama, Japan.
They earned that invitation. They earned their ticket. They, again, it's not just Kakalok, it's Moon 9 as well. Both of these teams, you could see, they played their hearts out. They played with their best Pokemon. They came in with what they knew. And at the end of the day, Kakalok, they come out on top. I'm so excited to see these guys because we're not done, Flava.
We're not done yet.
We still have the low bracket final.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was not the grand finals. Just to tell you guys, right? That was such an amazing series. I believe everybody would agree. Both deserves a standing ovation for such amazing display of skills, amazing display of dedication and focus in this best of 3 series. Moon Knight, unfortunately, they will be dropped as the 4th place here in the competition.
They're so close.
So close.
I was super impressed with everything Moon 9 pulled today. You know, the unconventional Pokemon, the unconventional play styles, the interesting drafts. And again, I hope to see these guys again next year. I hope maybe we're even going to see them next year for ACL. You know, we've got the Asia Champions League coming back again next year. So Moon 9, I don't know if you guys are watching the stream, but we would love to see you guys again. Don't lose hope. You guys were so, so close. And, you know, maybe this might not have been the moment for you, but maybe your moment is in the future.
Yep, I agree. I believe that a lot of great things await for Team Moon 9 right here, and we do wish, I mean everyone, wish them all the best in the future endeavors, in the future competitions. Who knows, we might be seeing them faster than we think in upcoming Pokemon UNITE competition. But unfortunately, they are currently eliminated from competition in 4th place. And of course, congratulations once again from Team Kakalok for winning 2-1 over Moon Knight here at the lower bracket semifinals. I think despite all the excitement in all the matches, we also felt a little bit sad that we have to say goodbye to such an amazing team like Moon Knight from the competition here.
All right, I think we need to sort of turn it down a little bit here, Flava.
Yeah, I'm already down.
We had a fire series. We're going to have a look at some of the highlights for this game number 3, but what a roller coaster of emotions we had in this game.
Yeah, Dark Urshifu making its entry into the competition today was just amazing. It worked out well for Team K-Clog with their team composition. They played out some amazing mons in the draft as well. I have to say the same for Team UNITE. At the same time as well, they did try to respond as much as they can to what K-Clog brings to the table. And yeah, it was a reverse sweep coming up from K-Clog here, where they had to win game number 2 as well as game number 3. Looking at this match right here, K-Clog, as usual, I believe that for all 3 games, including this one, they've always had a good hold of the early game to mid game, where they're always in the lead when it comes to points. From see here, it's had 5 minutes into the game as well. They're able to hold 243 to 84. Look at that set by that Blastoise. Amazing 3-mon hit by the Hydro Typhoon by the Blastoise. Really good set.
Yeah, I think for Moon 9, this game was pretty difficult because it was very even all across the board. Especially when you're a team like Moon 9, you're running a lot of squishies, right? You're running a lot of glass cannons. The ideal situation for this kind of composition is you want to be in a position where you can just instantly knock Pokemon out before they even touch you. And for that to happen, you need a level advantage, or you need to make sure that your opponents are a much lower level than you. And when you're running all of these attackers as well, it's such a delicate balance, I guess, to ensure that you're prioritizing survivability, but also dishing out enough damage. And it's one of the reasons I think why some of these tankier compositions with like bigger, fatter Pokemon are much easier to execute, is that you can take a bit more of a beating before being punished. Whereas for most attackers, it's like, someone looks at you,
you have to put in extra efforts in. Yeah, you have to put in extra efforts to actually take down these tanker and heavy mon. So yeah, and I think that people look at this as like, hey, it's quite easy because they are just focusing on attack. But in terms of execution-wise, it's not that simple. If the execution doesn't go well, then basically they're at a disposition where they're not able to actually return back to the teammates to get any form of support, and then they get taken down freely as well. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the bracket, shall we? And see where all the teams stand right here. Starting off looking at the lower bracket, we have just concluded the lower bracket semifinals. It's a 2-1 win for deciding to Team K-Clog against Team Moon 9, which means that Team K-Clog will be moving to the lower bracket finals, and they're going to go up against Team MYS, who have just lost their match against Team Rex Regum Kion in the upper bracket final.
Yep, so we are not done today, ladies and gentlemen. We have at least 2 best of 3s, but we could be seeing a 3rd best of 3, depending on whether we get that bracket reset. So MYS, K-Clog, it's our next best of 3. You're probably wondering, well, what's the point of playing these games if these teams are guaranteed tickets to Yokohama? So very quickly, what happens here is that the teams are still competing for prize money. But the most important one is actually the first place, not just because of the $15,000 prize for first place, but the first place team gets a fully sponsored trip to Yokohama. They get the travel award where all of their expenses when they go to Yokohama are covered. The second and third place team, alongside their prize money, which is $7,500 and $6,000, is that they do not get a travel award. They will have to fund their own trip to Yokohama to compete in the World Championships. Yeah. So, again, at the end of the day, everything is on the line. You want to aim for that champion title. You want the crown. And really, you want that travel award.
Yes, you most definitely are. And of course, would like to also take this opportunity to say congratulations to all these streams who have made it to Yokohama and themselves. We're definitely going to see them as representatives of APAC West in the upcoming main event in Yokohama, Japan. Of course, we're still waiting for our next matches, which is the lower bracket finals as well as the long-awaited grand finals, to decide which team will be crowned first, second, and third here in the competition. And of course, before we take our short break, just a gentle reminder to everyone that for Facebook, we're going to be resetting our live stream as we reach our maximum limit of 8 hours. Therefore, we'll be cutting off the live stream here in Facebook, and so make sure to go back to our Facebook page and actually check out for our new live stream to witness the lower bracket finals as well as the grand finals. And of course, we're going to be taking a short break. Don't go away, because we'll be right back with more Pokemon UNITE actions here at APAC West.
set and ready to go. Taking a lot of damage, almost going down, not quite enough damage though. And the team is all here, they're ready to punish. They want this experience and they will get those knockouts. He is going to go absolutely ham on this team because they are a little bit underleveled on the side of Moon Knight. Finishes off the cram, scores the 12-pointer, and this man is wondering, deletes the greeted. I'm kind of wondering what is the plan here for Moon Knight with their comp, because I think compared to Cakewalk, it looks like a
And it seems that Ice Cold coming from Glacier will be sufficient to actually take down on the Sandland Flame as well. And it's going to be enough to kill on the Axel as well, making it to an Omega using them nuts, but not be able to actually down. It's going to be sufficient enough. It's going to be the Glacier winning the battle with the support coming off from the Snorlax as well.
From that Snorlax slowing them down, they don't really have the damage. Where's the rest of the Cakewalk? Just backcapped. They brought the entire team. They scored into Moon Knight's goal zone, and now they're coming back. D5, Flava, we are likely looking at a 1-to-1 scenario, and we are maybe looking at a game 3. Points are still being scored. Pokemon being knocked out. Moon Knight, do they have the points?
Cramoran has 50.
They
he
can't.
is the only one right now.
Wait, can he score? What?
No,
What? I'm really excited to see Mark God play this Urshifu because we've seen him play Lucario, we've seen him play Zoro, and to see him now on Urshifu front line for this team doing some damage. Now here's the issue I'm kind of seeing with this though. Lapras is a pretty good front line up against the Urshifu just because of its pack. Decidueye out. Her last hit, a dark Urshifu.
telekinesis holding him down. You're going to be getting this Clefable here for yet another one, and they're not done yet.
That poor Cram, an extra score as well. Mark God may be getting caught out here. All the range damage, the throat chop over the wall.
Oh, Decidueye sealing that.
To get out, but here comes Sanzage looking to do some damage, but the body blocks coming in from Moon Knight, able to keep the Desi alive. Sanzage trying to do God's work. Look at the Blastoise coming in from the back. He does have a Unite available if he wants to. Mark God gets the secure. Hydra Typhoon as well. Moon Knight caught with this backstab. This peak.
All that damage, and they're going to push it here in the bot. Of course, Unite will make sure the Cramoran hits up with Glaceon as well. And they managed to get down to the post as well, chasing out on this Blissey. That Eggy
to prevent them from doing any kind of damage. And look at this positioning for Desi. He is above the Rayquaza, looking to get the Spirit Shackle, and it's going to be Moon Knight. They got the buffs. Cat running in from Cakewalk to defend. Telekinesis, where's the damage? They need the damage. Stop that Pikachu! He gets the score! 2 for 8 to 2.
No,
Bongo has to go down. The Slowbro, they scored the points. 12 points, puts them back in the lead. Moon Knight have no idea. No one is it.
would understand this. But man, the Decidueye has proven from time to time again, you are able to actually play that mon out really well into the match. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we're continuing back into the...
Have an easy game. And I guess that's it, you know?
That's the window.
Just get rid of the Desi. Look, to be real, Decidueye, if you get on top of this Pokemon, there's not much you're going to be able to do.
Getting down here, of course, he's going to be yet another Hoopa. Trying to escape, probably not. It's going to be no, it's a double takedown here to hands on Lucario at the top with 7.
You get the 2 double Urshifu strat in the top lane. And wow,
that was quick. That was a
big
meltdown for Zoro.
Yeah, big commitment. That was even the Mew as well, Urshifu. So not too confident with this. Lucario trying to come in, gets frozen as well with the help of the Hoopa. No, Ninetales goes down. And Rufus, he's trying to get the finish off, but maybe Mark God, he can finish off the Hoopa. He gets it. This man, he's earned the title of
Lucario takedown as well.
Can Zoro finish it off though? He uses the Unite, but no, they only get 1 KO. So much sacrifice for Cakewalk from Lucario. What is Mark
with a double takedown for him? It's not done yet. It's not done yet. Danelie, the second way he chase forward. This Hoopa right here. Brutal punching, overheating up on him. And it's going to be and this time he's going to be in the hands of the Water Bear. And they're waiting for this Rayquaza attempt. Do they have anyone?
Can they get the steal? Oh my gosh! To try and score anything, they're going to bring the whole team, all 500 Typhoon being deployed. They've actually done the damage. Oh my gosh! They've got rid of all the Pokemon. Mark needs to get in there. He's going to stop the score. No one can score. Blastoise is in the center. Can they break it through? 5 seconds to go. Mark is down. 74 points. Blastoise can't score. I've got to reset and ready to go. Taking a lot of damage, almost going down, not quite enough damage though. And the team is all here, they're ready to punish. They want this experience and they will get those knockouts. He is going to go absolutely ham on this team because they are a little bit underleveled on the side of Moon Knight. Finishes off the cram, scores the 12-pointer, and this man is wondering, deletes the greeted. I'm kind of wondering what is the plan here for Moon Knight with their comp, because I think compared to Cakewalk, it looks like a
And it seems that Ice Ball coming from Glacier will be sufficient to actually take down on the Silent Flame as well. And it's going to be enough to get on the Axel as well, making it to, and using them nuts, but not be able to actually, that's going to be sufficient enough. It's going to be the Glacier winning the battle with the support coming off from the Snorlax as well.
From that Snorlax slowing them down, they don't really have the damage. Where's the rest of the Cakewalk? Just backcapped. They brought the entire team. They scored into Moon Knight's goal zone, and now they're coming back. D5, Flava, we are likely looking at a 1-to-1 scenario, and we are maybe looking at a game 3. Points are still being scored. Pokemon being knocked out. Moon Knight, do they have the points?
Cramoran has 50.
They
he
can't.
is the only one right now who has some supports.
Wait, can he score? What?
No,
What? I'm really excited to see Mark God play this Husskkiee because we've seen him play Lucario, we've seen him play Zoro, and to see him now on Husskkiee front line for this team doing some damage.
Welcome back to the WCS last chance, well, not our last chance, regional playoffs. Last chance for some of these teams because we are in top 3, so no more bickering about who's going to make it to Yokohama. We have found our third and final team, and that is Cakewalk. Now it's all about seeding. Who gets the VIP treatment to go to WCS? I'm Husskkiee, and I'm back with Danelie, and we have the lower bracket finals coming up. Team MYS against Cakewalk.
It's a, gosh, I can't even talk about the journey that we've had as well, like not just us, the viewers who've been tuning into all the games today. The incredibly long and tedious journey everyone has made to make it to top 3, to still be competing, to still be aiming for that top prize, which is the travel award and the $15,000 US prize pool. But it's not over yet, and well, Cakewalk was the final team, I guess, to lock in their spot.
Oh yeah, I
And
think that
they whipped out some of the craziest stuff I have seen in a really long time, and it makes me wonder, do they have anything else left in the tank?
I hope they do, and I'm pretty sure they themselves think the same as well. We're going to take a look at the upcoming series. If you guys just tune in or have missed out on the previous action, it's going to be the lower bracket finals coming up between Team MYS against Cakewalk, right? The first seed from April qualifiers against the second seed from May. And Cakewalk, the team that they lost to, was to RRQ, who reverse swept them and got a bracket reset in that very grand final. So, I mean, it's fair to say that we have the top 3 teams in the top 3 already. The first team, 1 from April, 2 from May. But I have to really say, Danelie, I mean, for Cakewalk, the way that they played the game, the way that they took out Moon Knight took me on a trip. I was on an emotional roller coaster watching the whole game.
I know, you were typing in all caps in our group chat.
I was. I could not believe what I was watching. I mean, we saw RRQ take out MYS 2-0 earlier on in the upper bracket finals, and now here they are. History has repeated itself once. I wonder if Cakewalk can also draw blood from Team MYS.
Yeah, because ultimately, only one of these teams is going to make it to that grand final, and someone's going to walk home with $6,000, which is great, and they'll have their ticket to Yokohama, but you want to get that bump up, right? You want at least that 7,500.
The craziest thing about this, if Cakewalk wins this, right?
It would.
If it would be a Maze rematch with Cakewalk coming in from lower bracket.
Actually, it would be crazy, right? Because if we take a look at the teams that are remaining, you have MYS, which was the champions of April. Then you have RRQ, which were the champions of May.
Oh, May? And you have this, I don't
and
want
then you have Cakewalk.
Yeah, they're not unknown anymore. They definitely
No.
are kind of the rising stars, right? So either way, we're going to have a great grand finals later on. But for now, just to refresh on Team MYS's info card, Mew's pick rate has dropped exponentially thanks to teams banning this Pokemon. But Mr. Mime rising up to the top, nothing much needs to be said. I am a happy man.
I think Froggy's happy.
Froggy's been picking Mr. Mime
The
whenever
happiest.
he can, you know.
Literally the happiest man on planet Earth, I think. Because not only is Mr. Mime working for them right now, but also the fact that there's the Aristocrat set coming out real soon, so he's going to be able to walk on out with the new drip.
Yeah, the new drip as an aristocrat, sure. I mean, Froggy is also really happy because he's the only guy on his team that doesn't need to worry about playing other Pokemon. He just needs to play one guy, and it's Mr. Mime.
Well, if he gets banned, I think that'll be a pretty big compliment to Froggy, right?
It would be.
Gonna switch on over to Kakalok, the team that we had just witnessed in our previous best of 3 that made it to top 3 and has made it to Yokohama. This is a team that has really proven that they can run with anything, it seems.
They were the first team to bring out Lucario in May, and at that time it was by Margot. That didn't work out well.
As much, yeah.
And now here we are, him doing the same thing with 3 different Pokemons, Urshifu to Lucario to Zora.
Yep.
And he was tearing up a storm. I think whatever Margot had for breakfast is definitely ambrosia.
You know what I think? They probably had to put like arm guards on him to be like, okay, bro, you cannot show people how good you are until...
It reminds me of the scene from Naruto when Rock Lee
Rock Lee
gets rid of
drops
his
the weights.
Yeah.
Yes, I think that's what's happened. They're just like, all right, bro, you can go. You can show them how good you are. And God, like that man's earned the name God, I feel, in his name.
Yeah, he has ascended to divinity. And also, we have seen our fair share of Dark Bear today, and it has worked out pretty well. I think
in the games that it was chosen, I feel like situationally was really good games. Because you are aiming for objective secure. It wasn't the same as like, you know, you pick the Water Urshifu, you want to assert dominance in those team fights. You're more or less just securing objectives as that Dark Urshifu, right? Like steal away all the Regis, steal away the Rayquaza, and then if you're in a good position, you throat chop forward, you unite those backline Pokemon, and you just like wind up the KO button.
Oh, basically that. I wish BKZ would see this, but he's busy trying to not get knocked out because they are in a tough one against Talon, but that's a story for another time. We're gonna go into the draft for game 1 between MYS and Kakalok, and MYS is going to be on the orange side, so first dibs for Kakalok. I wonder what the bans would be because we have seen from Glaceon to Lapras
Do you
to
reckon Mew?
Hoopa
I think
and
they
the
might
Mew,
get
right?
rid of, I think they'll get rid of Mew from Foxy. Hang on. It's
Okay.
Lapras. Okay. I
Much
think,
respect from MYS, by the way. They banned the Zoroark of all Pokemons.
yeah, I think these respect bans are very much necessary. But this does mean Urshifu can get insta-gibbed as well by Kakalok, right? Like Levi has been playing a lot of Urshifu, and even Margot, like they can pivot between these two
Or the
players.
Hoopa, right? We have
Yeah,
so many options. Dude.
But Sunzage gets priority. I think this is a smart choice as well.
Yeah.
Sunzage, I don't think I gave him, I feel I didn't give him enough praise in that previous best of 3. Like he really kept the team together.
I mean,
his
whoever
Glaceon.
gets Glaceon now Glaceon didn't have a 100% win rate today, which is great because it shows that you can still take Glaceon out. But we have the Chandelure and the Clefable, and this, it's still, you know, uncertain who would be on the Chandelure because Yang does play this Pokemon also.
But I want...
There's a high chance it goes to Foxy, I
Well,
think.
I was going to say it really looks like a Foxy Pokemon, right? Like
Yeah.
that long-ranged attacker. Unless... That was...
Yang did play it, I think, in the first series against Unity Bond. But that was because they were running like Chandelure and Glaceon. In this case, I think it's more of a Foxy Mon.
Yeah, so I guess for Foxy, they're just sort of deciding whether or not he's going to be the one to pilot the Chandelure and they want to bring something else out onto the field. I think getting the Urshifu here just makes sense on the side of Kakalok. I mean, it can be Levi, it can be God's Pokemon. They don't have a support though, so Levi may be looking to pivot into the Blissey pick here for PSL. Although to be fair, I mean, it could be Dodrio mid, it could be Glaceon mid, it could be Urshifu mid. Anyone could really be mid here for Kakalok. It just depends on whether it's going to be on Levi or God.
I hope that Myas have been watching the previous series between Kakalok and Moon Knight because this Blissey is not an ordinary Blissey. This Blissey is a Ray stealer.
A Ray steal.
I cannot get
Steal
over
Rayquaza.
how that happened. Thankfully, thankfully for Moon Knight they won that game, but still it was so hard fought. The Mew getting picked up, nothing nothing too surprising, which means we get a Yang Chandelier again.
Yeah, so Mark God's going to be taking the Urshifu and Levi is going to be taking that Dodrio. So, and of course, Senzage, I mean, this guy is basically the dedicated Glaceon player on this team.
Is he taking XP? I think he is. So this
The
could
Mark
be a
God?
Dark Bear.
It seems like the Dark Urshifu,
Yeah.
unless, there's an unless, it's Safeguard Blissey.
Do you think?
I
do you
don't.
think so?
I feel like it wouldn't be,
Yeah,
to
it
be
wouldn't be,
honest.
right?
I feel like this is soft boil, but who knows? Because then again, it kind of depends. Because Safeguard is very good against Sing, but you also want to outlast the Rapid Spin on Yemu, right? Like Yemu's going to be going for that Rapid Spin Water Spout build. Maybe it'll depend. We'll have to see what the players sort of decide with their skill builds, and then we have a better idea on what the plan is. But I am a little bit worried because if we take a look at MYS's side, they've got two pretty squishy attackers, right? You've got Chandelure, you've also got the Mew. Mew, a lot more mobile than a Chandelure. But I wonder, how are they going to be able to keep Yemu protected?
How do they get to Sunzage? I think that's also a secondary question.
Yeah, because you don't really have a diver, I guess, on MYS.
Can they outlast Kakalot in fight? I think when there's a Glaceon on the enemy team, you just don't outlast them, right? A Glaceon, Glaceon takes you out faster than you can heal up.
And I guess there's also the question of what's the build going to be on the Chandelure. Like, so far, I think the set build people have been going for has been Imprison, Overheat, right?
Oh, yes.
We haven't actually seen Poltergeist at all. And I'm wondering, like, is this maybe the game to run Poltergeist? I don't think so, though, because you're up against the Dodrio.
Like, it doesn't matter. Like, Dodrio doesn't really care, right? He probably would just go for agility and engage whatever you have.
Well, if it's Imprison, you can't agility. So I feel like Imprison's probably the build. We'll see. We don't know. It's a
Could
very
be situational, you know. They have time to decide this, no problem.
Look,
This is the first few times, rare moments you get to see the Urshifu in the lane because there's a Dodrio. But then when you have the Chansey with you, I think you are pretty much gonna hit level 5.
Yeah, you should be fine in most cases.
Dark Bear, right? Like Dark Bear, you don't care too much about hitting 5 early.
And it is going to be the Dark Urshifu.
Yeah.
So once again, Mark God going to be handling that Pokemon. Now, I'm kind of wondering, how does Chandelure fare against a Dark Urshifu when it comes to objective steal? Because remember, right, the Unite move for Chandelure might cause a lot of issues for a Dark Urshifu because you're not going to be able to see your targets at that Ray Pit. Unless you're right under the Rayquaza.
And you're also not able to get close to Chandelure.
Yeah, because I'm referring back to the upper bracket final, right? It was Husskkiee playing the Chandelure. He just united right next to Ray when everyone else was taking it, and he just gunned it. You know, like everyone loses vision, you can't really target onto the Rayquaza. What can you really do? So maybe that's the play here for MYS, to use the blackout from the Unite move to cause a lot of issues for Kakalot's targeted Pokemon. Look at their moves, right? A lot of it requires you to target.
4 members of MYS on the top side trying to get rid of Mark God. This should be an easy task. One goes over to the War Turtle, some XP, but still they can't really stop Kakalot from scoring in these early points. And a very sizable lead attained.
Yeah, a trade between both teams really, right? Like they're all trying to break those tier 1 goal zones. So just getting as many stacks as possible, and 19 is going to be the final score. So I think it's a 14-point overcap for Team MYS. But 20 seconds to go here, Husskkiee. We've got the objectives coming up real soon, and so far, I mean, Kakalot are poised to take the Reggie, but MYS want to take the Aleki.
I think it's a fair trade. I feel like if Team MYS tries to initiate a team fight right now, they probably, like, it would be too big of a risk for MYS. So take the Aleki, you at least draw some pressure away from the bottom side, which has already been broken, but it also opens up space for your team to kind of work around the map a little bit, alleviate some of that side lane pressure.
Yeah. Was that Overheat for Yang on the Chandelure? I think it's Overheat.
I think it is, yeah.
So he's gone for the mobility on the Chandelure. We've got a push coming in for MYS, and Kakalot, they're ready to defend. They're actually even going to be using the Unite there from that Glaceon just to make sure they get the zone away. They managed to catch the Dodrio though. Gets caught with the Solar Beam. The bird goes back to base. Reggie is about to go down though, but MYS, they are sticking around. We're seeing surfs, we're seeing ices. We are seeing everything being thrown out, but no one's getting KO'd.
Yep. big solar
Wow.
beam, and even just a good catch with Foxy's surf onto the Dodrio, but a very great defense from Kekalog, just holding onto that second goal zone.
And I think the restraint as well for MYS, right? Like
Yeah.
they could have pushed in to try and get the Rayquaza in, but they made the smarter play and just backed out. The Eleki, yes.
Oh, imagine if Rayquaza crashes your goal zone.
Sorry.
Holy cow, that would destroy the entire lane.
Well, I think the game would probably just break there. So. Alright, so we're seeing a bit of aggression thrown out by MYS to scare off Kekalog, but both teams, they are so respectful of each other. We're not seeing any small pickoffs. Both teams, as soon as they see somebody, they're just like, you know.
This is kind of like
That's
the
not.
same situation of having a Glaceon and a Chandelier, right? You have the passive from Chandelier to reduce the special defense, and Mew's Solar Beam.
Yeah.
Enough said. That's the word.
That really shreds Pokemon if they get caught out by all the debuffs. Yeah, I totally agree. But so far we have the Wiggly to scout things out. They're not going to fully commit onto the Slowbro, but they will scare him off with the Imprison. Now, the one thing I'm a little bit scared about for MYS is going to be when Yang decides to throw the Imprison. Because mistiming that, I feel, is going to be catastrophic for this team. Because if you can get into the back lines, that's going to be problematic. With the Regirock, they take a whole bunch of damage. Wiggly actually using the Unite move, but Glaceon locks in the Regirock, and now MYS, they're reeling. They're going back. They want to get out of there. Blizzard Assist actually being used onto the Dodrio. They will get one Pokemon, though. It's going to be that Wigglytuff to follow me on the Clefable to try and survive, to build up the shielding. They're trying to go to the back lines. Can they catch the Chandelure? Not enough damage as of yet, and it looks like he will get away. Mark God can't finish off the Chandelure. Big dive there for Kekalog, and they just couldn't get their key targets.
And also huge Imprison from Yang, actually using it onto, I think, the Dodrio as she triple trampled to the back. So it really kind of cut that momentum of Kekalog by a little bit. They did lose Froggy as he was dragged back by the telekinesis, but it's a very small price to pay considering that Kekalog would have basically ran over Team MYS in that fight.
Yeah, although unfortunately the Regieleki goes in favor of Kekalog, so that's going to be a free walkthrough in that top lane. Now we are seeing a bit of a defense here. Nice surf there from Mew to try and push away that Slowbro. They really want to break that bottom goal zone, but here comes the Dodrio. Got to be so careful. There are 4 Pokemon here, and look at this. He's taking a little bit too much damage. Oh, he's overstayed his bounds. Kekalog, though, going for a heavy push in the top lane because the Eleki just walks into the goal zone. They're still trying to slow this down, but I think the bro, he's like, yeah, we've just got to give this away.
Which is good enough. You break the second goal zone on top, you get more than 100 points in lead. It does make life very easy for the Dojo. Now you can just cut straight to the base and get those backcaps during the final stretch.
Yeah, that's going to be very annoying around those raid fights.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I do think Kekalog are going to have to be very careful about trying to go for those backcap plays, because I think the moment MYS see that it's 4v5 in the mid lane, they just say go. Because you don't have to worry about the Dodrio as much. So we'll have to see if the right plays can be made here from Kekalog, or if MYS are going to be able to make the right play happen. It's 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go. You don't want to be using a Unite here if you can afford it. And look at this, though. Oh, they've lost the Clefable, so that's going to be no more Moonlight healing. Oh, beautiful steal, though. Regirock getting secured by MYS with the double slaps.
Yeah, thank goodness, consolation prize for MYS. They need those extra stats going into the raid fight also, right? So
Yeah.
especially against these massive burst damage from Kekalog. Not to mention they have a Glaceon. That itself is already a massive threat. Team MYS is trying to clear out the brush a little bit. This is where Mew goes to work again. It's all about sniping the objective.
Yeah, and we are seeing Dodrio just farming up in that top lane, trying to collect as many points as possible, because of course you want to try and go for that back cap. He can even actually go for a backstab with that triple trample if he wants to. But so far the team, they are spread. They just got to be so careful of that Glaceon. Slowbro actually just getting deleted. This might just be the time to go, because yes, there's no slow beam. Dodrio is scoring. There's only 3 Pokemon in the middle, but remember, it's a Dark Urshifu. He can secure the last hit if he wants to, but do you have the disables?
They got it!
They actually got it! Oh, MYS! They didn't let Mark God cook, and now it's time for them to score 423 to 204, and this is going to be a couple of easy scores as Pokemon slowly get knocked out. Even Glaceon getting deleted, Husskkiee.
Yeah, that was the guy who stole multiple Rayquazas away from High Five a couple months ago. So you can always rely on him to get the job done. MYS very good patience towards the very end. And like you said, right, the slow ball growing down without using the slow beam, the special defense reduction, it is so painful.
This was something that we also spoke about, right? The fact that Levi has to be very mindful of when he's backcapping because that's just MYS's sign to go, right? You see the Dodrio behind. Your backliners are not afraid of getting backstabbed. So that was such a good call for MYS. Now the question is, can they score? Because look up top, there's 42 points on this Wiggly, and this Wiggly is looking to score 84 points. Kakalok, they need so many points to make this work. Can they burst MYS? Can they delete the Pokemon Slow Beam onto the Blastoise? Just not enough damage. I don't think they have enough, Husskkiee.
I don't think they do. They did take out Yangdo for 25 seconds. It's a 4 versus 5 for MYS. All they need to do is to keep this gold on save. Foxy with the Solar Beam from downtown. And that's the Hydro Typhoon right there from Yebu. MYS stopping Kakalok right at their doorstep and getting a wipe at the end, just as the celebratory means MYS with this game 1 in the lower bracket finals. What a showing is Kakalok.
Well, what a showing as well from MYS, right? They made the correct call. As soon as they saw Levi scoring, they said, guys, this is our opening, we gotta go. And to be able to blow up that Slowbro, I think that was really it. You blew the doors wide open, no more Slow Beam to deal with. You're only looking at a Blissey, a Dark Urshifu, and a Glaceon.
And it's a Slowbro that is running Telekinesis, so there was no way for PSL to stay in that fight and kind of just anchor his body in that Ray Pit. So MYS just finding that just enough damage at the end to break this fight wide open, and they still had to deal with Margot, right? Because this one Punch Bear could have easily stopped the comeback, but Foxy a bit more accurate, a bit more sharp with his Solar Beam.
Yeah, not so hard pressed to make that final last hit happen, right? Because Margot knew in that moment he had to try and get the golden hit, the golden Rayquaza hit to make sure that it was going to be difficult for MYS to score. And, you know, maybe it came down to some pressure. A lot happened. So game number 1 going to go in favor of Team MYS. Again, this team, their execution was just on point this game.
Yeah, and I think compared to what MYS did in this game 1, and you look back at their series against RRQ, I think MYS definitely did take a little bit of that downtime to recover and discuss about what went wrong, because against RRQ, you can say that RRQ, they exploited a lot of the timings for MYS, but MYS also felt really hard-pressed to make very decisions that felt a bit rash.
Yeah,
in this game, they were so much more composed.
Yeah, I do think that maybe the pressure is sort of making them focus. Sometimes it's like that, right? Like you need to have that fire underneath you to really get you to play at your very best.
Oh, yes.
Let's flick on over to the highlights here as we sort of break down this game. I think besides that Rayquaza fight for Kakalok, was there anything else, I guess, that they really did that made the game end its way? I really think both teams just did the best that they could.
I think that they both teams played it pretty well, though I would give credits to Foxy, who managed to get a couple of catches with the surf, right? I think those are very, very important, that you have this Mew who is willing to take that risk, walk forward, get a surf catch to kind of sway the fight in your favor.
Yeah, to be the extra disable for your team. Set up for the Wigglytuff sleeves.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a reason why people ban out Foxy's Mew. So maybe something to consider going into this next game here for Kakalok. We don't know.
I mean, let him play the Mew, man. This guy has not played Mew for, what, 2 best of 3s, I think.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, like teams have been actually, they are either banning, or most teams have been banning it and forcing him into like Glaceon, and primarily Glaceon. But yeah, let him play his Mew and you get to see what he's capable of.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. So going into this next game, it's kind of hard to say what was really going to need fixing. You know, I'd even be happy to be like, hey, if you want to play the same comps, go for it.
Yeah, teams are actually going for Wigglytuff more than they would, more than Trevenant, right? I am pleasantly surprised because there hasn't been a major change to Trevenant. They only kind of tweaked that pace split a little bit. And at that time, which was like, what, 2 weeks ago, people were still going Woodhammer, Hornleash, but right now they completely put Trevenant aside.
I think maybe the difference between the two, I mean, they both serve different roles in the team, right? And I kind of feel like in this matchup, they really wanted Wigglytuff for the AoE control. Like, you can pivot between an aggressive Sing but you can also go for a defensive Sing. The Sing debuff, it's really great synergy with both Blastoise and Chandelure, because when you're hit by the sleep, you also get the special defense reduction. So both of these Pokemon can actually hit even harder.
And for the Mew.
And for the Mew as well. So the entire team is synergistically great.
They're a bunch of wizards.
Just put some little
To be
wizard
very
hats.
fair, like a lot of Pokemons nowadays, just a lot of the drafts are very special attack heavy, right? You know, it's just
Yeah,
it's just the state of the meta right now.
You
It's
know,
where we're in.
You want to know why? Slick Spoon. The
yeah.
existence, I feel,
Basically.
of Slick Spoon is the reason why we just see so many special attackers. And it makes me wonder if we ever get a physical, like just a normal attack item that does the same thing.
Fork.
No! No, it's a knife. I don't know.
That's
but
what indicates like Alakazam is going to be the next Pokemon. I don't know, just a wild guess.
sure. I mean,
maybe.
I think I thought it would be like a butter knife or something. But something similar, like maybe would that be enough to bring more physical attackers back into the fold, right? Like, for example, Cinderace. This Pokemon is hardly ever seen.
Yeah, we saw Cinderace like twice last month.
Yeah.
Was it Moon Knight who picked it? I think it was Moon Knight.
Yes,
That
there's
plays
one
Cinderace.
line.
And they finished 4th also in May, which is kind of unlucky. But of course, Mark God, you know, we have to pay respects to the Divine Beings himself.
Are the stats right? I don't think we've seen him play Blastoise and Lapras.
Oh,
I feel
no.
like this is supposed to be stats for...
I think LCQ or Mate, right? Like it could be cumulative from both.
Yeah, so I think we're just going to get confirmation. These are not Mark God's stats, okay? So,
He doesn't play things like Blastoise.
not Blastoise, not Lapras, no.
Where's his Lucario? I feel like Lucario is probably his most picked Pokemon.
I feel like Urshifu would be up there. Oh,
That-
Lucario, I'm wondering if they've played a lot of it today. I feel like Urshifu would be one of them. Oh, maybe Zoro. Zoro might be one of the more picked Pokemon.
It could be. We also need to take a look at Night Mew Foxy, which was basically Mark God's nemesis in that game 1, trying to secure
Yes.
objectives, and the Mew pick rate has gone up.
And we can see that this man has basically only played Mew and Glaceon today, so he's
Basically,
played
right?
nothing else.
Which is, you know, for a lot of people who follow this man closely, it is a breath of fresh air, because most of the times, the frequently used Pokemon tab only has Mew.
Yeah.
You don't have any other attackers.
But if it's Night Mew Foxy, it's Mew.
It's Mew. It's just
I mean,
Mew. 100%.
I like this because I have seen a lot of people question and be like, hey, where's Mew? Is this Pokemon not good anymore? And I think what might have really happened with this Pokemon is that it has really fallen off in popularity because ease of execution is in favor of Glaceon, right? It's you lock onto a target and then you can back up as far as you want whilst using, I think it's Ice Shard.
Who doesn't like aimbot?
It's not an aimbot, but I mean, you know what I mean,
It's
right?
a tracking shot, you know?
Yeah, whereas for Mew, like, there are so many things you can do with this Pokemon, but a simple mistake might just send you back to base.
And not to mention, Mew did receive some minor nerfs, right? Like it made it more situation. Well, it made you consider more on what abilities you want to choose in these fights.
I think there's also just like the added difficulty, right? Like it's not, for some people, this Pokemon is just too difficult, and it's like, why should I learn this? But then you have Night Mew Foxy, and it's just like, this is my best Pokemon.
If I
could
can pick
get.
Pikachu, why would I pick Mew? You know.
Yeah, I guess.
We're gonna head into the draft for
Let's go.
game number 2. I hope we get a full series again. I think Kakalok has come too long of a way. Too long of a journey to not give us a full 3-game series. Maybe we'll see that Lucario again. I would say though, this is one of the few rare times that Hoopa was let through, but no teams went for it.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, like, is it just a case of like they think Hoopa doesn't benefit them in that situation? Like maybe that's really what's happened. But look at this though, the Respect Mew ban.
Finally, it's out.
And that also means Glaceon is available to be first picked for Kakalok. So now Night Mew Foxy's like, well, that's all my
Glaceon, right?
No. That's all my. Oh, okay. Now they can get the Glaceon.
Yeah,
I was gonna think like, okay,
The
if
first pick
Kakalok,
Glaceon.
if Kakalok could take Glaceon, then
there
Foxy
it
has
is.
nothing to play.
There
but
it is.
there we go.
The Glaceon Chandelure.
That's.
Prepare to get one-shotted as a defender. Your special defense means nothing.
I'm sorry, Husskkiee. I hope you're ready to dodge because I think we're going to be collateral seeing these two Pokemon on the same team. Oh my gosh, some of those ice shards are going to hit us. But hang on a minute.
The Dodrio and the Comfy.
It's not just Dodrio and Comfey, but even Comfey and Lapras
Oh,
is
yeah?
a really terrifying pair because you cannot just insta-gib this Lapras anymore.
And now
Urshifu is still available.
you
in
can
the pool.
deliver 3 Pokemons into a fight instead of 2 if you want to pick someone up with the Unite move, right? You have a Comfy stick to you, and then you pick someone up with the Unite move and you deliver them into the fight. I'm not sure if
I think, well, technically Comfey, I think Comfey detaches from, I could be wrong, I think it detaches from the
Sableye?
mounted Pokemon. This is crazy.
it's my boy Sableye.
Oh my gosh. Okay, let's
Strong
do it.
invade, right? Because you really annoy the heck out of the Chandelure, who, without a support,
Okay,
does suffer.
I'm wondering for Senzage on this Sylveon, what's the direction for the Sylveon? Is it Mystical Fire or is it Hyper Voice? Because if you go for Mystical Fire, there's no attack Pokemon on MYS, so you would be reducing a lot of special attack every time a Mystical Fire Flare connects. Otherwise, if you go for Hyper Voice, you're boosting the damage for yourself and Lapras only. I kind of think this might be a Mystical Fire game.
I feel like you just go Mystical Fire this game, right?
Yeah, because every time a Mystical Fire Flame connects onto somebody, it lowers their special attack.
Which is perfect because look at what MYS has. Wow, special attackers.
Yeah, they're all special
They're
attackers.
all special attackers.
They have no attack Pokemon, I guess, like just attack stat oriented Pokemon. So this is a pretty interesting one, and I'm really keen to see how Senzage decides to pilot the Sylveon here.
We saw one Sylveon early on that ran the Hyper Voice, which
And it's Mark God Lapras.
it is Margot Lapras.
Hello?
What did we say just now? He doesn't play the Lapras. I think now
Well, I didn't think he was going to play Lapras.
me neither.
Well, now we're going to be seeing Mark God play Lapras. I mean, I'm so used to seeing him play bipedal Pokemon, but I mean, this is... Sure, let's go.
This is playing one that isn't looking to just one-shot you. Right? He's more of a
Sustain.
sustain.
Get in your face. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though, because my fear for him to be on this Lapras is that what's going to be the guaranteed way to get on top of the Chandelure and the Glaceon? Because they don't really have an easy way to do it. Like, yes, there's a Sableye, but Sableye has been adjusted so much that it is so difficult to play right
I mean,
now.
he stole the buff. That's a
That's a
very
big
good
win.
start. That's
Yeah.
a very big win for Levi.
And it actually pulled a lot of Pokemon from the side lanes as well. Like, look at this. Everyone's just scoring.
And you can leave the Sylveon alone in the bottom side, and you have the Comfy attached to the Dojo. He's coming in to try and get that first KO, and it's not a big problem. Get rid of the Clefty, and now they get to really start dunking in all those massive points, getting those early lead, just like they did in Game 1.
So is this the strat they've been hiding all along? The Sableye on Noriza, maybe? Maybe.
I knew that deep down somewhere, someone plays the Sableye.
He wanted to be mischievous.
Basically.
All right, they are going to be jumping into this. Nice eject there from Foxy. So no backstab there coming in from the Sableye. No punishment at all, but you can see very defensive play for MYS.
I believe it's a Hyper Voice Sylveon also.
Yes. So I guess it's there to buff up Mark God.
Yeah, Dojo mid-side. Found out by MYS, I think Yang saw him also, but unfortunately all the camps on the side of MYS have been essentially taken away. But for Kakalot, they have so much more resources to work with, and look at this, they just dive. Nortiza doing a great job on the Sableye.
Yeah, I guess we forgot to mention for MYS's Comp 2, they kind of don't have the best Pokemon to catch a Dodrio. They don't have anyone with an easy disable. The Glaceon doesn't have an easy disable. You're kind of hoping that you connect and you can finish them off. Oh, was that lag? Uh-oh. They will finish them off though. But yeah, they don't have an easy way to catch a Dodrio. So maybe Levi is going to be the saving grace in this game. Have him on the Comfey and kind of hope that MYS just don't blow him up when he appears.
And Dojo is never going to stay long enough.
He's gone now. He stuck around a little bit too long.
I was about to say he was never going to stay long enough in a sing radius to fall asleep, but they do find the Comfy and the Dojo lurking around in the jungle. That is very good for MYS.
Yeah. I guess it's good, but at the same time, I mean, Kakalot is just farming the entire map.
They do it again.
Yep. Oh, wow. Double Bubble Beam connecting onto both of those Pokemon there for MYS, but luckily for them, they can just walk on out of there. No fear at all. And yeah, I guess Kakalot going back into farming mode, making sure that they get their levels. And both teams are just going to have to get into position for the first objective. And you can see right now, MYS, 4 players already here. Defensive positions for both of their special attackers. But here comes Kakalot. Can they burst that Regice in time? Looks like they are not going to be able to get the steal there with the Dodrio. And Dodrio almost getting out, but really nice body blocks. Here's the thing, right? Comfey is going to be a really good way for Dodrio to not get one shot by the Glaceon, because you could hop off and body block with the Comfey.
Yeah, and look at that, right? Dodrio just mow down MYS, while MYS was taking the Regice. Kakalot decided to just break that goal zone, and then at the second goal zone, nothing the team MYS could do. They're forced to use the eject button on this War Turtle just to get that one knockout, but it's on a Sableye who has already cashed in on his Aeos energy.
Yeah. Actually, I just had a bit of a big brain moment here. Kakalot could make me think. I wonder if Comfey is the solution to Glaceon. Because remember, right, you can body block those targeted Icicle Spears, and if Comfey detaches and just tanks for their partner after a certain number of hits have been deployed, both Pokemon should be fine.
Yeah, I think so too, right? Because you don't get to 100-0 someone unless the Glaceon has this overwhelming amount of shards.
Yeah, unless like as well maybe like a Comfey is attached onto somebody else.
Oh,
so
yes.
as long as somebody is there to get the body blocks in, Foxy should not be getting these KOs.
And that is without the Comfey blocking. That was just the Dojo all on its own. Meanwhile, the Lapras on the side of Margot just runs down Yang.
They've got no damage. How do they get rid of the Lapras? This is Lapras without a Comfey.
This is Lapras with a Comfey without the hyper voice.
Yeah, this is just Margot minding his own business.
Look at that.
Like, this is actually a really scary game here for MYS. Like, they can't get the knockouts. They can't take anyone down. So, what happens from here on out?
And they're bleeding out the points, right? Because every time the Sableye gets his hands on you, he makes you cough out the extra Aeos energy, and you know when he upgrades his ability, if he takes you out, you drop even more Aeos energy that you don't initially own.
Yeah, and it just allows Dodrio to go for more back caps.
Yeah, he makes you print money.
Make quick money, get rich quick schemes. I just pick Sableye.
This is how MLM works.
It does. But this game is just overwhelmingly in favor of Kakalot, and I think MYS, they were not expecting this.
What is the solution to MYS? You are relying just on the Blastoise to get a good opener to a fight, right?
Yeah, we haven't seen a big team fight yet, right? We haven't seen like a big Yemu Hydro Typhoon. And Margot might go down here. There's 5 Pokemon on top of him. But look at him! He's fine! He's got a Comfey, uses the Flowery Fields forever, still surviving. And we see Dodrio just going to be going for the back counts. What is this madness? Sableye does go down and Margot does also go down. So they kind of overstayed their bounds. Scores will be made here for MYS, but just showing off how tanky. Sanzage? Sanzage?
He's down.
That was a really interesting play, but they're going to try and turn this around. Maybe it was a bait to say, hey, we want you to fight on top of our goal zone, but they're looking all right here, looking pretty healthy. Kakalot, this isn't looking that great, but now the connections are being made. Blastoise goes down, and now MYS, they're sent reeling, but can Kakalot continue the chase? No. Wow. They're going to slow it down.
Big Lapras wave by Margot also, like hits the entire team of MYS. Even though Kakalot only got 1 knockout, but it was able to push MYS back. Right? Look at the points. They're more than 200 points ahead in this game. They've already broken the bottom goal zone, and you still have a Dodrio who has a Comfey attached onto him, who can go for these back caps to bring the Comfey around the map, and then also allows the Comfey to also score.
You can bring everybody, just bring
basically.
ults.
And you have a Lapras, right, who can, you know, if he
can
really
Lapras
wants
Express.
to,
Yeah, Lapras.
if he really wants to, he can do that.
And Sableye. I mean, there's so much scoring capabilities on Kakalot.
This is what the comp, I think, is meant to do also, right? You have an alternative to win the game. You have Pokemon that they're either too fast to catch, or you just cannot see them until they show up.
Yeah, and I'm kind of wondering at this point, like, are Kakalot trying to set themselves up to the point where they don't care if MYS get Rayquaza because they've scored so many back caps?
I think that could be...
That might be an alternative win condition.
Yeah. All of them have the Unite move. MYS wants to stretch it lucky.
Regieleki's reset. Do they have the damage to finish him off? You can see, Dodrio, he showed himself. They're going to give it away. Okay, they got 20 seconds to get rid of that Regieleki. But Kakalot are going to focus on that bottom objective. Just work on that Regice, get the experience, and I guess just get ready for the Rayquaza fight. We see Sableye in that bottom lane. I think he got spotted out, scouting for the team just to see where MYS are.
They just let the Regieleki crash because the Sableye saw
I'm
MYS.
scared. Husskkiee, I'm scared. What if MYS just burn? They just rip Rayquaza.
They can do it, right?
Look at where Dodrio is. He's in that top lane.
Yeah, I think they can actually do it. Sableye is going to go do some
Sableye's
back
revealing
cap.
himself. And they're just going to back cap.
Lapras coming right
They're just
through.
back capping.
They can't get it.
They're just going to back cap. They're like, we're just going to back cap. We don't care if you score points. We're just going to race you.
They're not going to have
look at
enough.
that. And Sableye can actually knock points off. I guess that's the play. They're just going to try and draw this for as long as they possibly can. So points are being dropped. They will get one score at least. Middle lane, we're seeing Reebok score. But Kakalok, they've done the damage. 6-3-5 to 4-1-9.
They also brought Foxy's shoe, so he has 100 that he cannot score.
Kakalok coming in with the next level play, saying we are going to outscore you. Rayquaza is not the win condition.
And I believe when the dojo, when Levi brought the Comfy to the MYS base, they had like what, 80 points.
Yep.
On top, 80 points with them. Now they just take away everything from Team MYS. This is going to be a fight that MYS can at least get a pick off on the Sableye himself, but they still have what 200 points that they need to cover.
All right, here's the thing. 3 shields on MYS. Blastoise is going to be the biggest one. Next is going to be the Clefable. Chandelure is literally the last option.
They can brute force through this.
They have to break those shields. Dodrio is here. Can they break them? The points are being scored here. 499. That's not quite enough. Hydro Typhoon. Can they score those points? MYS, where are the points? It looks like they couldn't score them. 22 coming up in the Clefable. I think they've burned all the shields. Blastoise, he needs points. Give the Blastoise points. They're knocking out these Pokemon. They're getting them. 50 points. They can't score it. The Glaceon, Foxy. Is this it? They clean them up. MYS. I think they've made the comeback happen.
They have just enough time, and Yang even scored a 20. Yang and Yemu scored a 20 at the very, very end. There might be just enough time. They might have pulled off what Moon Knight did early on.
I think they did. I think they have gotten
More than enough.
That
That fat 100 point at the end
Oh
from
my
Yemu.
gosh.
Really ending the game. I mean, he has the shield, but he also needed damage, right? We saw Kakalok. I think they probably felt a bit too comfortable in that position. Margot was not. Margot was defending the bottom, second goal zone, and the only person left at the base was Sunzage, who instantly got bowled over, and Kakalok just trickled in. It was always a 1v5, 2v5, and MOS basically did what Moon Knight did to Kakalok in that previous series. You overpower them with sheer numbers and just use those respawn timers to score.
Kakalok, they were so close, but MYS, they are going to the grand final to fight for the Travel Award and the $15,000 US prize pool. But they got to knock out RRQ first.
Oh, welcome back to the ACL Finals.
They got to do it twice.
ACL Finals, again, ACL Finals for West again. Well, last time they met, I say last time, in March? Team Rise won. Just now, RRQ won. So, MYS, as much as we crown them as maybe the best the West has to offer, there is a team that has been stopping them, and that's RRQ.
So, can MYS knock out RRQ in the grand final?
They gotta do it 2 times.
2 times back to back. You know, gotta pull out the crazy strats. But again, I think we also need to congratulate Kakalok. They made it so far in the tournament, and they almost took this game. They just needed a little bit more time to go in their favor. But MYS ultimately winning this series. The good news, we're going to see Kakalok at Worlds.
Yeah. And the even good news is that we have familiar names like people from Team Rise and MYS. Well, at least we have some new faces on that world stage.
New representation.
Margot gets to kind of flex his top 10 server ranking also. And at the same time, this is the team that kind of showed up out of nowhere. We wanted to see one of these teams make it true, right? We had Outwit with Kakalok, with Moon Knight, with LVD. We even talked about Zerfit Gaming, no Lucario. Well, at least one of them.
EVOS Levatine as well. I mean, there were so many teams that could have made it.
At least one of them made it true.
Yeah, so Kakalok, again, congratulations. We're looking forward to seeing you guys play at Yokohama, Japan Worlds. You guys pulled off an amazing performance. Again, looking forward to some crazy strats that you pull out at Worlds. But we're not done here, ladies and gentlemen, because we have a grand final to cast. It is Team MYS, it's RRQ, two very established names in the APAC West scene. I know you're all excited to see it, we're excited to see it, but I'm just wondering, what's MYS thinking about going into this grand final match? Because they got 2-0 by RRQ, and it was a pretty convincing 2-0 as well.
Yeah, it was. Both games had like what, 400-500 point differential, and I think it might have also been the picks might have something to do with it, right? Chandelier was taken by RRQ both games. Hoopa was ignored for by MYS. So overall, I think RRQ just did a lot of prep for the upper bracket finals. But as one final send-off to Kakalok, I think they might have opened up the Pandora box of possibilities on how to play Pokémon UNITE, right?
Yes.
The different kind of strats.
Play crazy, basically.
I know like backcap strats isn't like a new thing, but it has been kind of shelved for so long because people just go for ultra sustained composition, and it's good to see Kakalok kind of bring it back, even though it's a loss. They made MYS sweat for it.
Dude, I want to see these guys make people sweat at Worlds, because they're just going to go into the games against Kakalok and they're just going to be like, just at the drop screen,
It's
like their mind is blown. You know, and then as the game happens, it's just like, what is this? Is this Pokemon UNITE?
What? They are picking Sableye? What?
Yeah.
What, Pikachu? Huh?
Look, I love it. You know, Kakalok, don't change. Okay? No, whatever anybody tells you, please do not change. You guys are brilliant.
Yes, we need more of these people.
Yes, we need you guys.
We need you guys to keep innovating our players. Right? You might ruin my games in rank, but it's okay. I am happier to see representation of just creativity on the world stage. But to be fair to Kakalok, it was a comfy against 5 guys from MYS, right? Nothing much the comfy could do is as close as it can get, but the bare minimum was Yokohama, and Kakalok has achieved that as a team who came out of nowhere.
Exactly. They literally just came out of the blue. Nobody was expecting them to just be this good. So the versatility, these players are skilled, right? They didn't make it here based on luck. It was pure skill, execution. But enough about Kakalok, because unfortunately we're not going to be seeing any more of them today, which means we are going to have to change the topic here, right? Because it's Team MYS, it is RRQ, the two biggest teams remaining in the competition.
Remember when we talked to RRQ, was it Necro? I think it was Necro Eeyore, right?
At ACL?
In May qualifiers. I think we talked to either Necro Eeyore, but I specifically remembered that they were also very aware that, we were first place in May, but it's understandable because some of the best teams have already qualified, right?
Yes.
It really sounded like they understood the circumstances, and them not getting first place is unacceptable. But they just took out MYS 2-0 in the upper bracket, and I think, if anything, RQ, they are making statements and they're continuing to do so. We're going to take a look at the updated bracket just to give you guys an update on what has transpired throughout the entire day. We just got done with the lower bracket final, so Team MYS with that 2-0 will knock Kakalok out of contention for that first seed. But Kakalok still will make it to Yokohama. Now we head into the grand finals, which RRQ will take on Team MYS for the 3rd time this year in a high-stakes match. And maybe 3rd time's the charm. Maybe MYS can finally overcome their demons. But the bad news is they have to do it 2 times, because they win the first series, it's just a bracket reset. But if they win it again, then perhaps MYS will finally be able to crown themselves the best team from APAC West. Speaking about the best team from APAC West, I also have the best man from APAC West. It is Flava.
Hello, and thanks so much, Husskkiee, for that amazing introduction. Yes, I have already evolved from the all-magical Danelie, and we are up and raring to go towards the grand finals right here. And of course, as you were talking about Team MYS just now, yes, they're going to be going up against RRQ once again, and this time it is going to be a rematch, as they've already met against one another in the previous upper bracket finals previously. So
yeah, and I just want to quickly, as a footnote, right? Kakalok is actually a team, I believe, from Thailand. So we have very versatile representation on the world stage. Malaysians, Singaporeans, we have Indonesians, and the Thai. Kakalok, again, thank you for being a part of this regional playoff. They finished 3rd. That means they might not have the travel award, but they are still qualified for Yokohama. PSL 9, Sunzage, Nortiza, Margot, and Levi's. We hope to see them on the world stage very soon.
That's definitely not going to be the last that we're going to be hearing from each and every one of these individuals from Team Kikalog, whether or not they're going to be playing together in the upcoming tournaments we're going to see for Pokemon Unite. But they've definitely shown to us that they're able to actually bring some amazing plays into the game. And of course, some varieties that we have not seen in a long time of the game as well. And of course, hopefully we're able to actually see them in Yokohama, which is going to be the main event right here. The world stage awaits them as representatives for APAC West.
The birthplace of Pokemon and everything great in the world. It's everything that I love as a child.
Everything magical.
And everything magical that I love as a child and as an adult, and probably to the day I pass away. But with that aside, we're gonna have Team MYS up against RRQ next. We have talked so much about these guys, but there's just not enough time to really go through every single detail. But one thing is for sure, this is the third time that they'll be facing off in this year. First time was ACL Finals. At that time, RRQ was still Team Rise. They won that. Second time was early on in the upper bracket finals where RRQ won 2-0, and now in the grand finals.
Yeah, and of course, this is going to be a match that's going to be legendary and everybody is going to be witness to this amazing series. And of course, knowing that RRQ steps into the grand finals as the winner for the upper bracket, meaning that they have an edge where they're only required to actually just win one best of 3 series. And if actually Team MYS manages to actually make it a win for one of the series, basically we're going to be having yet another, it's going to be a grand finals reset happening.
Yeah, and I think the best part is that if I remember correctly, Team MYS did a bracket reset against Xerafig Gaming. I think they did in April. I could be wrong, but I know that RRQ did a bracket reset against Kikalog like 2 weeks ago in May.
Yeah.
So these two teams forged in fire, but only one of them can get the privilege, the luxury of the travel award by the end of this grand finals.
Yeah, and most definitely, I think they've already, since they've already secured the minimum of actually going to Yokohama, it's already an achievement on its own already. So most definitely, we're going to be seeing some amazing representation from APAC West right here, all right? So I think both of them, they should be very proud, and all the fans should be very proud of what they have achieved so far in this competition. But unfortunately, as what Husskkiee mentioned, only one will be crowned the winner and champion here for APAC West, winning back home $15,000 as well as that special ticket, basically flight tickets to Yokohama, Japan for the world stage. And here we are, our upcoming match. We're going to be having the match on the purple side. Is going to be the first place winner for the May qualifiers tournament, Rex Rigum Keon from Indonesia, or RRQ, represented by Eeyore, Necro, Zoe, Iluna, as well as AXQ. Husskkiee, take it away for Team MYS.
April tournament first placement, second place team in ACL is Team MYS. Rebongs, Yang, Nightmew Foxy, Froggy, and Yemu. Rivals that have known each other for way too well for their own good.
Way too well for their own good.
I feel like they know each other better than I know myself. That's how crazy it is. But you look at the upper bracket finals, the prep that RRQ did coming into this regional playoffs as well is incredibly detailed, right? How they were drafting against MYS, the execution in terms of macro. And this is not to take anything away from Team MYS. I think they still are a fantastic team. But you look at what RRQ did, this team has grown so much since we last saw them.
Yeah, and for sure. And we've seen the RRQ, they have tried their level best. This is definitely not the same RRQ we saw all the way back in late February, as well as definitely not the same RRQ that we saw in April itself, despite them not being able to actually make it to the regionals during that period of time. But then on May, they managed to secure first place for the May qualifiers, and they managed to actually take on 2-0 against our April champion, which is Team MYS, in the upper bracket finals. And they've definitely grown so much and definitely ready to rage on and bring in their best here at the grand finals. Let's have a look at the information cards here for Team Rex, Rigum, Keon. And of course, these are some of the top picks coming on from their team itself. Chandela being picked at 75% red together with that Dodrio over there. And of course, we have our amazing defender and somewhat all-rounder is going to be our Blastoise together with the Wigglytuff at 63%, followed by Clefable at 50% and Hooper at 38%, which is quite, it's kind of more or less the meta support being played out right here compared to all the differentiating factors we see.
Yeah, I mean, they share a lot of commonality with Team MYS in terms of the Pokemon that they use, but we also saw how Team MYS pivot towards what they're more comfortable with. We even saw, I believe, Eeyore ran the Zoroark in one of the games they played against Team MYS, so the pockets for both teams are incredibly deep. Though I do wonder if that Chandelure will continue to be a top contested Pokemon, because RRQ did pick it in both games against MYS, and MYS also used it just now in both games against Kakalon.
Yeah, we see a lot of similarities coming on from both teams right here, and they've already had the opportunity to actually go up against one another already previously, and I believe that they've already had a good read against each other. Very unfortunate that we're not able to actually see much of RRQ's games today compared to Team MYS. As we saw them as MYS, we saw them at the first stage of the day. We also saw them in the upper bracket semifinals, and at the same time, we also featured them for the third time in the upper bracket finals, including the lower bracket finals as well. And now we're seeing them here again this time about. But we didn't see much of RRQ going on, and probably MYS have a gist or an idea of what RRQ has on their plates right here. And of course, Husskkiee, what do we have for Team MYS?
I mean, MYS, we have probably the most unique one for me is definitely going to be Mr. Mime that Froggy has been playing in most of the games today.
Yes.
But overall, you know, you still see the Clefable, you still see Nightmare Fox's signature Mew, the Blastoise, the Chandelure, and the Buzzwole. And interesting enough, last month in the May qualifiers, Necro played a disgustingly strong Buzzwole. We haven't seen that so far. They haven't had the need to pull it out yet, but MYS, they did use Buzzwole in both their games against RRQ.
Yep, that's true. I think, and it's somewhat not the kind of thing that they actually played out in their previous matches, and probably it didn't fit into how they wanted to play it in the first round as well as the semifinals of the upper bracket. And we will see if Team MYS is still comfortable to play out this Buzzwole in this grand finals right here. And it seems that their picks right here, something to pay attention to. That's, of course, that Mew over there. There were a number of respect bans going on towards Nightmare Foxy, as he is one of the best Mew users. I dare say it's either regional or even in the world stage as well. So something to watch out for. It's either they actually ban out the Mew, which gives way for Foxy to actually go off for that Glaceon pick. And even given with that as an option, he's still doing exceptionally well in his previous matches as well. So, which makes it a little bit tough for the opponents to respond with. But I think that since RRQ was able to manage really, really well in the upper bracket finals, they should be able to ban out Mew quite comfortably here.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams, even in the ACL or in the April qualifiers when they were up against MYS, especially the more experienced one, they just opt to ban the Mew, right? You just eliminate your biggest headache, and then you put yourself in a position that you can win the game easier. There's lesser things to worry about. But we gotta look at Husskkiee from RRQ, one of the most aggressive attacker players that we have, with an staggering 86% pick rate on the Chandelure, and sometimes going back for the Alola Ninetales, which I think at this point is still one of the most popular pick for Husskkiee alone. And when you look at his average damage dealt, almost 80,000. This guy is dishing out pain.
Yeah, he's dishing out pain indeed. I mean, that's actually quite a high number because we're averaging out for all the matches that they've actually participated in, and to ensure such an average, meaning that you have to perform exceptionally well as well. And of course, based on the percentage given here, if you combine both, it accumulates to 100%, meaning most of the time he would actually play out with Chandelure. It's either as actually being banned out, or he feels at times that Alola Ninetales would fit in better with the dynamic of the team itself during that particular draft. But either way, an amazing player right here from RRQ, Husskkiee, and we'll get to see soon enough what he'll be playing here on game number 1 of the grand finals, and see whether or not will that transfer or will that change into a win for the team itself.
Yeah. Do hope that we get to see a bit more from MYS's side. I think when we look at the attacker pool, we have to look at Nightmare Foxy, right? And I know a lot of long-time fans, when they hear Nightmare Foxy, they're like, yeah, it's just the Mew. And I don't play Mew. It's just the Mew, but he has been forced
Yeah.
He has to play Glaceon because Mew is getting a lot of respect, you know, deservingly from a lot of contenders. So Glaceon is second on the list. But then you look at the average damage dealt, that's where you have a big difference. Husskkiee is dealing 14,000 more average damage than Night Mew Foxy.
Yeah, and that's quite an amazing stat, I would say. I wonder, if given the opportunity, I would love to actually do an interview to ask him, like, how does it feel that every time you played out with Team MYS, everyone wants to ban out your Mew, and you're in a position where nobody pays attention much to your teammates, but everybody's giving this much respect ban towards your main mon here, which is your Mew.
Yeah, because I mean, it's one of the few Pokemons that not much people use.
Exactly.
A bit complicated, has been, you know, tweaked a little bit, and he is still a master at it. I feel like you can't. Like, if I'm playing against MYS, I would also ban Mew.
I would have banned too. Like, I don't want to this guy. But then it's quite tough. Like, after you ban out Mew, there's so many amazing players in that team. Like, you can't afford to actually ban everything. And we come back to the whole discussion that earlier on you had with Danelie, where it will be amazing that I believe at one point Unite will introduce more bans during the draft stage, because we have come to a point where we have so much more mons compared to back then when during the first release, I believe that it makes no sense to even ban any mons, because if not, then your picks are very, very limited.
Yeah, I think right now, I think maybe down the road, hopefully after Yokohama, I believe that, you know, and one day we will get that, right? And when that day comes, I would be very happy, because I think, you know, Pokemon Unite will only continue to evolve in a positive manner. We have so many talented players. Kakalog is a very good example, and even the teams that didn't make it, we have seen so many shining talents, right? So the scene is only going to continue to grow as the format evolves to suit the the growing pool of Pokemons.
Yeah.
You know, the meta will also continue to evolve alongside it. I mean, for a 10-minute per round game, it is complex.
It is very complex, and imagine every second matters. And of course, from time to time, we do see additional mons being added as well, which we love to highlight about. But unfortunately, we are very short on time as we're ready to jump into the draft for game number 1 here for the grand finals. And RRQ, Rex, Rick, and Keon's going to be on the purple side, whereas Team MYS is going to be on the orange side this time about. Curious to see what is going to be banned coming up from both sides.
Flava, $10 that Mew gets banned.
I don't want to take up on that. I feel, and I don't want to encourage betting too.
A free Mew that Mew gets banned.
Come on,
Too late. Thank you. I get a free Mew.
I would have bet that too. But on the next game.
But for MYS, I really like the fact that they respect ban the Chandelure, right?
Yes.
We say that, you know, Night Mew Foxy, he picks the Mew every single time it's available. Teams ban it as a homage to him. Well, I think for MYS, they also recognize that XQ Chandelure is way too much of a problem, because without that Mew, they have to take Glaceon, right? And if they don't, then the Chandelure is going to go over. You don't want to give RRQ a comfortable attacker, so I do like this, but it does give the Lapras, the Blastoise, the Dojo over to RRQ, and MYS, well, at least I get the Glaceon and the Hoopa.
Yeah, and of course, this leaves an opening. That's going to be an Urshifu for the side
baby.
of MYS. And don't forget that Mr. Mime as the 4th pick here for Team MYS. And the response coming from RRQ is going to be that Alolan, Ninetales, and that Clefable. And that seals the deal for Team RRQ. And are we going to be observing a Buzzwole here? We did talk about this previously, that they did play out this for some apparent reason. When they go up against RRQ, they just want to play the Buzzwole, but they don't want to use this against the other teams in the first round as well as the semi-finals.
Actually, I think the Buzzwole in this situation might be even more applicable, right? Because, you know, if you can somehow you use your Unite move or your eject button, you get on top of the Alolan Ninetales, you can basically just kind of grab this Pokemon and just send it out of the fight, right? You get rid of it very quickly, and you can also dive with the Urshifu and the Mr. Mime. We've seen, I think, from High Five or Orangutan right now that they have a variation of dealing with Pokemons that are immune to hindrances. Buzzwole is a more elaborate way because it requires the Unite move. But if you want a simpler way, you go for the Machamp. Just sadly, Machamp isn't in season right now.
Yeah, that's true as well. Of course, you can also use the Ultra Slow Slap on that Dojo if you're able to actually catch him as well. Just shut him down to prevent him from actually building up mobility, prevent him from actually building up speed to actually dish out more damage as well, because he's actually a little bit quick on his feet, so gotta be a little bit careful.
For a bird with 3 hits, yes, I agree.
Yes, 3 hits. Who knew that his mobility is based on the number of hits he actually has. So
Yes.
yeah, so there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. This is a draft for game number 1. Which draft are you most comfortable with? Which team do you think is gonna win? Do drop them in the comments, and let's jump straight into game number 1. Husskkiee, this is it, the grand finals, the finale, the match that we've been waiting for throughout the whole day right here.
The only adjustment, the only noticeable adjustment that MYS has made, or at least a more major one, was the chandelier ban. Everything else kind of was the same as the upper bracket finals. You still see Froggy on this Mr. Mime. You still see the Glaceon getting picked up. The Kung Fu in this play, Glaceon will be taking in the lane. Zoe really wants to get this cap. Finally gets it done. Tries to steal a Citrus Berry, not this time. Getting KO'd by Rebongs.
It looked almost like he was going to get taken down before he was able to actually go in for the score. But he didn't manage to do it, but unfortunately gets taken down. It's in the hands of that Buzzwole. Quite an okay start right here. Wow, what was it? And he's going to steal all those juicy berries for himself and manages to score 2 points and a goal right here. And of course, he's going to stop in the hands right here. In the hands, but he's able to actually screen them out as well. Still surviving through. Unfortunately, it seems that Hooper is going to get that takedown on the Lapras.
XP baby, just way too fast. It's sometimes better than the eject button. But Yang looking for an opportunity to headbutt forward, doesn't connect onto XQ. Was able to score that 10 point, and now he's looking for more, just diving past that speed flux zone and getting rid of XQ. And this is where the power of Mr. Yang Urshifu shows up. The Lapras can't even freeze him in place. Team MYS off to a great start. EO does arrive. The headbutt closes the distance, and Yang is just gonna chase after him for a triple KO.
No, Husskkiee, no. Look at that. What an opening to this game number 1. Look at this. Urshifu managed to have himself a 3 takedown by himself. Well, not really by himself, but he's the one who actually seals the deals on 3 mons coming on from Team RRQ right here. Really good start for Team MYS.
Oh yeah, it's an
Urshifu somewhere.
It's an Urshifu thing, right? This is like what you want to achieve as an Urshifu. We did see RRQ go and kind of invade the central area of MYS, take away some of those wild Pokemons as well. They're also capping some points on the bottom side. As Yang, he's going to show up looking for some sort of entry, but unfortunately can't be supervised by MYS. They will have that Hooper to go for the reset onto Froggy, and RRQ doing a great job in just kind of pumping the brakes on MYS.
Yeah, I think this is definitely what they need to do at this current point into the match itself. And of course, Hooper just doing Hooper things right here, just providing it's a little bit reset for everyone. And of course, we're seeing our Urshifu is still not done yet. Gotta be a little bit careful. It seems that some mons are on the hunt for him. And Glaceon, as usual, being able to deal monstrous amount of damage on his own. Just having that Icicle shard to just give it that extra 2 shards in addition to the 8 charges that he can actually have at max at the same time as well, being used at the right timing. It is going to be huge amount of damage being dealt at a single mon for sure. And of course, this is going to be the Regirock attempt at the bottom with having a Glaceon right there. It's going to be super easy. Gotta be careful. Serving this up with a water that enters into the whole team fight. Is it going to be the Glaceon gets the last hit, hitting off on the Regirock. And with the slide buff right here, will they be able to actually transfer this into yet another takedown? It's going to be the Lowland Ninetales chasing up from behind.
Yeah, just great work from Yang, using the Unite move and just basically keeping splitting the battle lines RRQ and finally unleashing that final 10 flurry of punches onto RRQ at the very end. While all of that was happening, Yemo was just soaking up experience on that top side, scoring points as you go. MYS getting the first objective, and this is the Regirock. And I think, and against what RRQ has, that is even better, right? You are resisting a lot more of the damage from RRQ, which already, sometimes is barely enough to get a KO onto you. And Froggy just being a nuisance as this Mr. Mime yet. Zoe finally gets the score in, but it did take a while.
It did take a while.
They're gonna head to the top side.
Yeah, of course, here at the top right here, we see a 4-man movement here at the top. Try to screen out this Dodrio. Try to watch him through from behind. His damage output going to be sufficient though. It's going to change on Hooper. Hooper, of course, from behind. Yes, he manages to make an escape as well. Dodrio rotating off from the top line right now to the back. Grabs a berry, but he is getting hit by this slow movement here, not be able, and he's just sitting down and is going to TP back to the Pokemon Center as well.
Wow, I mean, Rebongs was able to send his teammate back with the Hyperspace Ball at the last second before EO got any KO, and now they find the Regieleki and gonna send it down the top side. Meanwhile, EO, actually, he was stunned by... Oh, he was stunned up! Even the wild Pokemon wants him gone.
Never look down upon the wild Pokemons in the game. They provide a little bit of assistance for Team
Rings
MYS
unbound.
right here. And it's going to be Hydro Typhoon hitting off on the multiple units. Is there the follow-ups from behind? The Regieleki still pushing through. And of course, is this going to be anything coming on from Team RRQ? Pushing forward. Not be able to take down anyone from Team MYS.
Yeah, MYS used the Rings Unbound. I believe that was the only ability, Unite ability that they had to use. And that itself baited out the Hydro Typhoon. It baited out the Alolan Ninetales Unite. And I think the Lapras also used his Necro. Having to defend that second goal zone against the Regieleki. Now Reggie still goes over to Team MYS. They can easily get the reset and show up top. Froggy just blows his Unite move to stop RQ from getting any caps. And now the Cavalry has arrived with the help of the Hoopa.
Wow, imagine a Reggie Steel takedown by MYS and that buff going to that Glaceon. It's gonna hurt. Pain is definitely something new to the dictionary right here. And of course, looking at the scores, despite it leaning towards Team MYS, there's still a lot of space for RRQ to actually come back on this. We still have 4 minutes left on the clock, and we're 2 minutes away before Rayquaza actually spawns out into the middle of the map. Of course, they're rotating through at the top right here. They're definitely going for that Regieleki. Just gonna pound in the next 18 more seconds, and I think that RRQ is definitely gonna commit right here, and they're also in position to actually do something about it. But at the same time as well, we have Alolan Ninetales and Lapras together with the Clefable from the middle, as well as together with Blastoise. Doesn't look like they're really in position to do anything or going straight for the Reggies.
I feel like they might want to put a bit of pressure on the bottom side, but seeing that this is happening, RQ, they have clear information. They're gonna instantly show up, but it was way too late. Rebounds got the job done way before RQ was there. And they even have to use a Unite move for Illuna. So that's unfortunate, not Illuna, I believe Zoe. So that's unfortunately kind of a wasted resources at the very end. No Unite move, Illuna also getting pressured as the rest of RQ. They gotta deal with the Regieleki. Very unfortunate. I mean, I feel like it was a forced move from Zoe even.
But as you mentioned, it was kind of like super late coming into that Regieleki. I would assume that it's either a delay or probably like, well, there's nothing much. It's either he just tried to go for it or just not do anything about it at all. But of course, we're looking at the bot here, which is definitely going to be our next Reggie. I believe that is going to be
Regice.
It's going to be a Regice. It's going to be the last Reggie that's not yet been spawned up right here. Oh, Husskkiee. Gotta be a little bit careful right here, despite you being a little bit technical. Reset, and they still managed to actually get that Regis right here, uncontested by RRQ, and they look solid.
This is such a good start. Well, I would say good start, but such a good game for MYS so far because both their first goal zone are still up. So this Hoopa, he is just sending his team across the map for free, and they get to control a lot of the map as well because RRQ just was not able to get space for the dojo. They can't get any back caps. They are forced to kind of fight Team MYS head on. And they have very limited resources to work with, but with Rayquaza spawning, MYS, they have more than enough damage to rush down this Rayquaza if they want to. And yeah, I mean, Yemu is about to go for a fat 100. They just need to confirm that all RQ players are at the Ray Pit, and Yemu is going to go for the dunk.
Yep, he's ready to dunk it
Oh,
hard.
here he goes.
At the bottom. Here he goes. 100 points, and of course at the top lane, there's a little bit of secure coming from Mr. Mime.
RQ starting to fight.
Yep, with this information, that means that Rex, Rick, and Keon, they might just go in for the Rayquaza attempt, but are they able to actually melt them down quick enough right now? Jumping in. Oh! But Hydro Typhoon heating up on 4! Is a 4 from behind? Yes, they might be sufficient as well. Not be able to take down. They managed to take down the Glaceon. And they has a Lapras. Double takedowns here. Down goes Urshifu as well.
Yeah, this is bad news for Team MYS. Both their biggest damage dealers have been taken out. They have no Unite moves. They cannot contest this. Is there a way though? Rayquaza most likely will be taken away by RRQ.
Do they have a secure?
Foxy back in. Only just came back. He needs time to travel in. Yemu, he's going to try Reebox as well. He's just going to port himself in. Good restraint from RRQ, securing the Rayquaza. And despite MYS' best efforts from the early game until now, they got to play defense. RRQ has already taken the lead. MYS can defend the bottom side. But what about the top? I feel like it is just a bit too much for him MYS to salvage this. RRQ once more pulls the trigger. And Danelie did point this out on broadcast, right? If you go for these back caps, experienced teams will immediately take the fight, and RRQ just played it perfectly.
Yeah, and of course, I think this is any experienced team to be able to actually read the map and actually tell when it's a good time to actually go for it. And of course, going in for the dunks one more time right here, but it's not going to be that easy having these Mons going off for defense as they're not able to score. But at the same time as well, Team MYS is not able to actually do the same as well on the other goalposts. Therefore, they will not have sufficient points to actually make it a win for them here in game number 1.
RRQ in these crucial team fights are just impeccable. It really felt like you could not find any sort of chink in the armor, but I would give props to MYS also. This was so much closer than what we saw in the upper bracket finals. Unfortunately, at the very end, it was RRQ out team fighting MYS.
RRQ still having that 3-0 win streak against Team MYS right here if you count together that 2 wins in the upper bracket finals, and it seems that they already have secured 1 win here in this best of 3 series. Team MYS, despite them being able to actually get back on track into the grand finals, unfortunately they lost this game number 1. Now, coming back into all this, it's very unfortunate for Team MYS for RRQ, because I think that the Excalibur and even the Wild Mons is also siding towards RRQ on this. So, yeah, it's very tough.
Yeah, I mean, the Wild Mon actually didn't side with Eeyore.
It was siding towards MYS right there. Yeah, I think they were going to the left side.
But unfortunately, it just wasn't enough, right? You look at overall what RRQ has been able to bring in this game. I don't want to say I am losing faith in the Mr. Mime, but Mr. Mime clearly has limitations, right? This is not a kind of all divine being that can instantly win you the game when you pick it. There are certain kind of workarounds around Mr. Mime. If he doesn't have the Unite move, if his abilities are on cooldown, he essentially doesn't do too much. And at the same time, this is also a support that doesn't sustain the team in the fights, right? He's more of just utility. He's building terrain. He's stunning people. He's pushing people away. But he doesn't keep you in these long, drawn-out team fights, which was what Zoe on the Clefable does.
Yeah, and of course, if you look at this fluctuation in terms of points, it was very unfortunate because for Team MYS, they've been having that lead since the start of the match. Of course, there was a little bit of shift at the 2-minute to 4-minute mark, but then after that, at the very end, unfortunately, Team RRQ is able to flip it into their end after securing that amazing Rayquaza right there. So yeah, so they're able to actually score. Very unfortunate for Danelie as they were trying to score, but they were not able to as well for both sides. Yeah, MYS, that was very, very unfortunate to them. But it's never too late. That it's only game number 1, knowing this is going to be a best of 3 series in the grand finals. There's still an opportunity for Team MYS to make it a turnaround to win their next 2 games, which is game number 2, as well as forcing game number 3 and winning that one as well. And of course, forcing a reset.
It's going to be a long, long journey for MYS if they want to win this grand finals. But I mean, RRQ, again, just great composure at the team fight that matters. I mean, you look at MYS, right? This is a team with the Glaceon, and we give so much props to the Glaceon being able to just melt through front lines. But in this case, I think RRQ, they just got the team fight formula right. They have big abilities, big Unite moves, Hydro Typhoon, Lapras Express, that the Alolan Ninetales, all these basically, if you get caught in them, that's it, back to Nurse Joy. And in that Rayquaza fight, you have a Hydro Typhoon you need to blow through, and MYS don't necessarily have burst damage to kind of blow through RRQ's defense health bars, right? It's all about chipping them bit by bit. You have an Urshifu that snowball, but even that snowball has its limitation, and RRQ did a great job of just making sure that this Yang issue didn't get out of control.
Yeah, and of course, I just want to highlight this part is actually very crucial as they actually lost 2 of the top damage dealers. They lost out the Glaceon. They also lost out their Urshifu. Therefore, when you lose out 2 of your top attackers, it's going to give you a huge disadvantage when you're coming into the fights at the Rayquaza pit right here. And look at that Lapras. I mean, despite everybody, I think it's a joint effort. It was very fortunate that the Lapras was able to actually get all those last hits in, managed to get those multiple KOs, as well as getting that last hit into towards that Rayquaza attempt. And nevertheless, that concludes game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Coming up next is going to be game number 2 in between Team RRQ versus with Team MYS here at the grand finals for APAC West. But both of them, they've already secured Yokohama. Now, this is very crucial. One of them will be having that extra tickets.
Yeah, the travel,
The travel.
right? The travel award, I believe they call it. And I remember Danny mentioned something to me. Was it Necro or I think it was Necro? But one of the RQ players said that he has going to Japan was one of his dreams, right? And
Wow.
you know, they're heading to Yokohama, and the first thing they would do is to travel.
You will definitely travel. You will, my good sir.
Have you been to Japan before?
I have, yes, once. But unfortunately, I didn't go to the good part. I didn't went to Yokohama. It was just Sapporo, so it was like our country. Yeah.
My mom went to Japan. She didn't bring me along.
Oh,
Yeah, she went on her own and with her friends.
you need a hug?
No,
Okay.
no, I
You
don't.
okay?
She brought me back a figurine, which I was very happy with.
Okay. Whoa. Okay.
She brought me back some anime figurines.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
my-
So just to compensate back the whole idea of not bringing you along.
Yeah,
right?
I was still in school, like I got to score 100, I got to score A+ in my exams. Apparently,
I
that's
see.
more important than.
It's one of those situations where 100's not enough,
Yes, yes,
I
yes,
see.
yeah.
I
It's
understand.
more important than exposure to the outside world.
Okay. Yeah,
Don't
so-
worry, I'll go there one day.
One day, most definitely. Of course, we are truly happy for those who are able to actually secure that slots here towards Yokohama right here. Our two top teams here are battling it out here for that first prize win, which is going to be $15,000 here. Seems that our team right here, Team RQ, is just one game away from becoming the winner and champion for APAC West. We will see if they're able to actually secure that game number 2, or will Team MYS be bringing them trouble here in the upcoming match?
Yeah, it
Very,
will
very
be
soon.
such a sweet conclusion to RQ's storyline if they become the first seed, right? If they win the next game and then the entire grand finals, because even though they won ACL West finals against MYS, heading to ACL, I think a lot of people might have forgotten about them. They finished 4th place, but I think MYS stole a lot of people's heart, right? High 5 T2, and then coming into this regional qualifiers, the fact that they didn't make it in April, I think there were some doubts. There might be some questions out there. So this, I think, is a story that hasn't ended for RQ yet, but it's getting really close to drawing the curtains.
Yeah, and I think that just by being here in the grand finals has shown that they've matured, they've grown so much, and they're able to actually showcase their abilities, their talents to all their fans and all the viewers out there who enjoys Pokemon Unite as much as everybody does. That they are a force to be reckoned with here, and they definitely deserve to actually represent APAC West here for the year 2023 on the world stage. All right. So, and of course, Husskkiee, what do we have up next?
We have Luna from RRQ. We're going to take a look at some of his numbers, as he was one of the big, I would say, the big influencers in game number 1. I believe he was playing on the... Is he playing on the Clefable? It's either him or Zoe, but point is, one of the defender support players for the team, 56% on the Wigglytuff, 33% on the Lapras, but overall, just a very solid anchor for the team.
Yeah, he played some good Lapras in the previous match as well for game number 1. Managed to secure some kills as well. And of course, he was also the man that actually secured that last hit, secured that Rayquaza for their team right here, making it a win for themselves after having that numerous amount of points being scored in the faces of Team MYS. And of course, everybody is looking forward to see how well Luna is going to be playing out in these upcoming matches. Whether or not it's going to be playing Lapras or even Wigglytuff, he is definitely going to be bringing his A game here in the grand finals. And of course, let's have a look at their opponents right here. Team MYS, they're also bringing their A games as well. This is going to be Yemu on his most pick hero. Quite a good balance here between Blastoise as well as the Buzzwole. These are two mons that we kept seeing him using throughout the whole competition most of the time.
I have a very wild thought. When
wild?
MYS are in a pinch, they bring out the Mamoswine, right? We all know that.
Ooh.
But remember when in ACL when they were in a pinch, they brought the Yemu Garchomp. I don't know if we would see it, but
they brought the Mamoswine in April as well.
They did
bring the Mamoswine in April.
It's a very long shot, but it would be nice to see it. I mean, everyone on Team MYS are flex players, right?
Yeah.
Like one day you can see Yemu playing a Buzzwole, and then tomorrow you will see him playing like a Glaceon. It's good flexibility.
It's a good sign.
You can't draft against a team that plays everything,
That's true, that's true. When you have a really big pool, it makes it difficult for the enemy to anticipate some of these good mons for you to take out. Of course, because of the restrictions in terms of ban and all this, it makes it easier for anyone in your team to draft things out. as you're not limited to just a few options. So this is a really good example right here. It's definitely Yemu from Team MYS. I would say it's the same for everyone here for Team RRQ as well as Team MYS. If we're going to go this far into competitions, you can't be a one-trick pony. Of course, it's a great thing for you to be able to focus on one mon to be good and then focus on. But anyways, enough of that talk, ladies and gentlemen. It seems that we're ready to jump into the draft for game number 2 in between the Rex Rigum Keon or RRQ versus with Team MYS here for the grand finals. Husskkiee, 10 bucks.
A free meal that Mew gets
10
back.
bucks that Mew gets back.
I'll return you your 10 bucks.
Okay.
RQ on the purple side again.
Thank goodness. Okay, Chandelure, respect back. And again, of course, the Team MYS. We're going to be saying this throughout the whole series.
I'm pretty sure that would be the case, right? I think
Lapras.
And the thing is that RQ gets to be on the purple side again, so they call first dips once more, getting the Lapras. Very big opener. The question is for MYS, what do they want to open with? Because I believe they open with the Mr. Mime +1, Mr. Mime plus Hoopa, if I'm not mistaken. But they're gonna take the Hoopa and the Blastoise this time. I like this so much more.
Yeah, right now they have a huge CC and setter for team fights right here. The Blastoise in the hands of Team MYS, which gives space for Team RRQ to play out that Glaceon instead. This time about Husskkiee, this might be it. It is going to be the Decidueye.
Give me the Yang, the Decidueye. Let's go.
Oh, no. Oh, just fling around. Urshifu. Okay,
so that's the Yang Urshifu. 100%. That's a Yang Urshifu. That's a Yemu Blastoise, and that's
they're going with the Mime.
That's a Froggy Mime. Okay, I mean there's still a chance.
I thought they were going to be playing that Decidueye there, but it's
Mew.
okay. Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, Mew was banned.
Yeah, Mew's already banned.
Trevenant, okay.
I'm quite fine with the Alolan Ninetales. We'll see if they want to run this Trevenant here. And wow, why the flaunting this Venusaur in our faces? Let's see if they really want to run this for this game number 2. And of course, this is a very crucial match for both teams because it's either this match will decide whether or not RRQ becomes the champion immediately after the conclusion of the match, or will Team MYS force a game number 3 here in this grand finals match? Will it be Team MYS waving their flags here at the grand finals game number 2? Or will Rex Rigum Keon and his fans be chanting Viva RRQ here by the end of this game number 2? We will see. The draft is complete. Husskkiee, this is the draft that we're going to be playing with for both sides. So RRQ on the purple side and Team MYS on the orange side.
Exciting times. We finally see the Trevenant being picked up after so long, and you know, interesting enough, in this series so far, we haven't seen Slowbro even once, right? Teams are going for the Lapras, the Blastoise. Slowbro was completely ignored, and now we see the Trevenant back in Necro's hands. One of the more proficient Pokemon that he has played, especially back in ACL. The only adjustment that MYS made was instead of the Glaceon, well, now they do have a Venusaur.
Yeah.
That's because Glaceon was taken away.
Yeah, and of course, they didn't prioritize on picking that as well. They went with that Blastoise early pick for themselves, which just gives an opening for Team RRQ to actually snatch that Glaceon for themselves. I think they were like, hey, we got the Lapras, we got what we wanted. I mean, we didn't want to prioritize on having the Glaceon there, right? So like, hey, we got that, and now we have Glaceon on our hands. Let's see how lethal this Glaceon will be in the hands of RRQ. Instead, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to game number 2 of the grand finals. Team RRQ versus Team MYS.
Once more, RRQ just has big team fight capabilities, especially with the Phantom Forest, right? On Necro, we've seen them really prioritize these Unite moves. They just give you big AoE coverages. It has always been the Blastoise, but it's good to see Trevenant being picked up as kind of the alternative for that. RRQ getting some early dunks, and this time MYS will still be able to get Zoe. Once more, it's going to be Rebounds picking up that KO, but it'll be harder for them to brute force their way to score. Well, because you're dealing with, you know, kind of the Phantom on that top side.
Yeah, it's going to be just a slightly difficult, I would say. And of course, right now, we're seeing some really good actions happening as we can see the Urshifu rotating towards that bottom lane. Probably, maybe not, we're not able to actually engage because by that time, they've already disengaged and probably rotating to the top instead and providing a little bit of support for the Squirtle as well as this Hooper. Now, something to note is that we look at Team MYS, they have 2 months that requires double evolution. So we have the Squirtle as double, so it's going to take a little bit time for them to actually get to their final evolution, which is stage 2. Venusaur as well as the Blastoise. I would say the same coming on from Team RRQ, as they're quite immediate. It requires only 1 evolution at max for their end. And all of them has already reached to that point, which is Luna Ninetales as well as the Glaceon right here.
Koopa rebounds, bringing in the entire team, but RRQ disengaging just in time. So didn't get punished at all, and that also frees up the top side for Necro. As you can see, Yang moving into the jungle, the central area of RRQ, starts to steal away some of that XP as well. And also able to get out safely. I think that is the best case scenario for Team MYS.
Yeah, and of course, playing with the Water Bear. I mean, now every time I look at Urshifu, I'm like, I'm not even sure whether it's going to be a Water Bear or it's going to be a Dark Bear anymore. After looking at the previous matches we see, oh, really nice secure by Team MYS right here, clearing up all those wild mons in the middle. And of course, they're going to be returning back to respective lanes and actually getting back their experience. Now I'm curious, in this Ivysaur into the Venusaur, what is he gonna be playing, Husskkiee?
I wonder if you want to go pedal dance, right?
Pedal dance, mobility, and then you have your...
So you just dive the back, you know, you
Giga
dive
Drain.
with the Mime, you dive with the Urshifu, you dive with the Blastoise. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a Solar Beam Venusaur, but I kind of have a feeling that this could be the Giga Drain pedal dance. We'll see. We're getting very close to that.
I think they still have time to actually see whether or not which one to play with. Because if you actually play with a Solar Beam, you do have the range. You don't have anyone who has that crazy range and damage as a range. So probably you can actually go down that option as well. But just gotta be a little bit careful. When you play Solar Beam, you're quite fragile. You do not have the mobility from Pedal Dance. You don't have recovery, sustainability from Giga Drain at the same time as well. And of course, there you have it. You see that Solar Beam in use over there. He's gonna be that range attacker, that S-class special attacker right there. And of course,
Whoa!
Urshifu gets a last hit on the Registeel.
What a steal on that Registeel by Yang, and they also have support from the Solar Beam also. RRQ, they're gonna have this first goal zone getting almost popped. Necro not able to score the 28, even has that back cancel by Rebound, so Necro finds himself stranded as they lose that first goal zone. Yemu looking to pick him up. Team MYS have a great start to this game, and now they can turn their attention over to the Lucky.
Yep, didn't need the War Normal to actually become a Blastoise for him to actually get online. He's able to actually do wonders by just doing that rapid spin on his own right there. And of course, doing a double takedown in the previous encounter. And of course, looking at the top lane right here, Hoopa trying to go in for a score, unable to actually do so as he's being interrupted here by the Clefable. Go from behind, look at that score in from behind. And Glaceon doing his magic, and he's able to have sufficient amount of damage right here to actually go in for the takedown as well. And we'll see what will happen right here. Gotta be careful. This is Hydro Typhoon hitting up onto from behind. Urshifu gets a Regieleki. He's on from behind. Unfortunately, Blastoise still gets taken down despite having that last hit on the Regieleki. Solar Beam being shot from behind. Unfortunately, insufficient damage to take down that Glaceon.
I mean, just absurd damage. Obscene damage from this Glaceon, just 100 to 0 into Koopa, who wasn't able to reset with the Hyper Space Bolt in time, but at least Yang was able to grab the Regieleki for his team, although it wasn't able to do too much aside from the stalling time. Meanwhile, Rings Unbound for Rebound straight to the bottom side. They really want to put a pain onto RRQ. Getting rid of the Glaceon, Eeyore goes right down, but they still are facing massive resistance from the side of RRQ, and now Necro shows up with the Phantom Forest. They do take care of that Luna Ninetales. They lose Foxy in the process, but Necro, he abandoned his post just for a little bit. So MYS gets to score some extra points, but RRQ, they're back to strike onto MYS just a little bit more. Yang looking for another KO if possible, can't find it. RRQ gets rid of them.
Look at RRQ, Husskkiee. They are punishing Team MYS for actually trying to actually take on a fight literally under their own goalpost over there, and they are heavily punished indeed. Takedown after takedown. Here we go. It seems that the Hydro Type is really being utilized as well. Trapper makes that last hit, hitting off on the Registeel, so the Blastoise is taken down at the same time, making it a huge win for Team RRQ in this encounter at the Reggie attempt at the bottom lane right here, Husskkiee.
Yeah, and also RRQ, they pulled the Registeel just out of range of the Solar Beam. so Foxy couldn't steal it.
Yeah, the
I'm not-
burst, he wasn't able to secure.
I'm not so sure if that was intentional, but if it was, that is an extremely big brain move by RRQ.
Play of the game. Play of the game.
That is probably one of the play of the games for sure. RRQ.
Oh,
Zoe,
getting locked by multiple barriers.
Okay, I don't think he has barrier. Oh boy, that one's out of range. MYS looking to contest this Reggie Ilecki. Verdant Anger instantly used by Nightmare Foxy as Yang heads towards the back with the help of Yamu, but watch out, those damage. It is overwhelming. Good barrier from Froggy to block RRQ to prevent the chase.
And of course, they're going to retreat back on this, which gives a little bit space for RRQ trying to go for the tab right here at the top. And Hooper being a little bit naughty here at the bottom, trying to go for secure. And the Alolan Ninetales and Mr. Mine gets taken down right here in hands of this Glaceon, making a double takedown for him. Of course, Solar Beam being smashed out right here. Insufficient damage to take down anyone from RRQ. First Hooper. Oh, he is backcapping here while everybody's doing the work here at the top. So despite winning off over and over again over Team MYS, it seems that Hooper is doing his job right here at the bottom lane, being a nuisance here to RRQ.
Yeah, Reeboks is stealing every single thing away, and he's going to be able to get back to his own base without getting contested at all. I mean, Reeboks definitely extended the lead for MYS, and the Reggie Lecky not able to do too much damage on the top side. Now, MYS will summon the entire team to this bottom for this final Reggie.
Now, they were not able to actually win any Reggie attempts here at the bottom lane so far. It's deciding towards RRQ. Will this be yet another victory for the purple team right here? Here we go. Jumping in at true. It means a rapid spin. Blastoise will manage to reset back to the base. And this is Alolan Ninetales will be the one. Yet a third win for RRQ on the Reggies. All the brethren of Reggies all sided towards RRQ. This about in game number 2. And we are ready to rumble and go in for the Rayquaza attempt right here in the middle of the map.
I mean, RRQ have more than enough damage to just rush down this Rayquaza, but you always have to keep in mind that there is a Blastoise and a Mime and a Solar Beam Venusaur
and they have the Unite.
that can contest, and all of them have their Unite. So you can see that RRQ, they are just poking and prodding slowly on this Rayquaza, also knowing the fact that MYS can easily snipe this away. Necro actually getting the zone onto Foxy! Foxy in grave danger! He is taken now, RRQ! Might have found the biggest opening. Necro keeping all of them control with the Wood Hammer. They were able to get rid of Eeyore thanks to a rebound. Yang still in the fight, heating up with a Surging Strike, but he's frozen in place. RRQ finds him. Triple KO for X kill. MYS down to just 2 members. The Rayquaza still fairly healthy. RRQ looking to rush it down with the amount of damage that they have. Rebounds showing up as just a Hoopa. He's buying time. Foxy back in the game. Solar Beam coming through. And RRQ waited until the very last second. They used Foxy to wear out Rayquaza and to secure it for themselves. And Flava, I think we are looking at another comeback, another Ray flip, unless MYS can get rid of his shields. They were able to protect the bottom side, but top side is gone.
They have the
RRQ, they have almost 100-point advantage.
Yeah, they have the Urshifu right there to try to skin them out, but then they need to score as well. And it seems that they only left with 35 more seconds. Do they have an opening? If they can actually score 50 points, multiply that by 2, it should be enough for it to actually make it a win. But RRQ can be a little bit naughty. All they have to do is just
they need to brute force this.
Yeah, they need to brute force this.
They're
and
gonna
then
try.
go in at the top.
The Blastoise in great danger. Verdant Anger, even use Foxy, needs a big snipe. Finds Zoe, but RRQ, they're holding on. 10 more seconds left. MYS, you need a bit of score. There's 50 on Yamu, but there's not enough time, Flava. RRQ once more, just as history has dictated, RRQ have done it again, I believe, in this grand finals.
Yep,
the regional playoffs. Rex, Regum, Keon, truly the kings of kings of APAC West. They are your first seed heading to Yokohama.
Yep, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Your winner and champion, first seed for WCS APAC West is none other than Rex, Regum, Keon, or RRQ from Indonesia. You can subtly hear the chantings of Viva RRQ echoing through the region right here, celebrating this amazing victory from the team from Indonesia. And of course, we want to say a big congratulations also to Team MYS for such an amazing display of Pokemon Unite action here in the
grand finals. Although they were not able to actually make it a win, but they are our second-seeded team here for APAC West.
Absolutely. I mean, RRQ, what a journey it has been for these boys. From being crowned the best from the West in March, and then we looked at ACL, finished 4th. Then we looked at A-Pro qualifiers, finished 4th, and having to play an entire Cinderella fairy tale run from the lower bracket in May. And here they are, not dropping a single game, I believe, in the upper bracket to become the final winners. They have truly deserved it.
Yep, they have come a long way, Husskkiee, and have truly earned their spot as the champion right here. And I believe that Indonesia has proven themselves to be a worthy country within the region as the best team in APAC West represented in Yokohama, Japan. And of course, this gives us the opportunity to highlight that not only that they are the first seeded team here for APAC West as well as the champion, they've also earned themselves, winning themselves $15,000 cash prize. And at the same time, Husskkiee, what else did they win?
They win the travel award, everything covered heading into Yokohama. And I believe their wish has been granted. Wanted to go to Yokohama, qualify for Yokohama, and the best part is it is covered. But of course, we gotta relieve some of those moments from that game number 2. RQ once more just with the discipline, the patience, the restraint that they had against Team MYS.
Yeah, I think there was one point I wanted to highlight, which I can actually bring it up later on during the late game series of the Rayquaza attempt. But look at this. I believe that this is during the time where they will actually manage to actually make it a win for themselves at this Reggie Steel. This is the time where they try to actually secure this top spot and scoring over on Team RRQ. And I think that they would try to actually go for it, to continue on, but I think it didn't work out so well for them. At the same time as well, halfway through the game, things are still looking okay coming up from both sides, but this is when things change. This is when the mistake happens. Team MYS trying to brute force their way here to that Tier 2 goalpost from Team RRQ at the bottom lane, which they are heavily punished over there, making it an option for them to actually gain experience, gaining levels for themselves.
And overall, you know, for Team MYS, they did have a decent idea on how to kind of take the lead, and they did, right? But, I mean, you give props to RRQ. XQ once more, just once a little 9-2. Big threat. The fact that they were able to find Foxy in the beginning, courtesy of Necro, that was also fantastic. And of course, towards the very end, assessing every single possibility, seeing that Foxy back in the fight, waited for the Solar Beam to come out before finally finishing off the Rayquaza. It was all a game of chess. And RRQ have found the checkmate onto Team MYS again. And the past 3 official matchups, these two teams faced off. RRQ, they're an up 3-0.
Yeah, and of course, I do want to highlight on that Venusaur part. It was very unfortunate because when he was on the back end, he did try to actually get the last end on the Quasar, but unfortunately, Trevenant tried to be a nuisance and tried to shove him onto the back. And because you don't have that mobility, you don't have that escape ability other than you actually having your skill as either you want to eject or as using X-Speed, which is highly unlikely, I would say. During that position, you're not able to actually escape. If anybody tries to go in and catching you, trying to perform any form of CCs, you're in trouble. You need space. You need to make sure you're in a good position where nobody's able to actually stop you from doing what you're doing, which is just dishing out damage, and you have your Sludge Bomb at the same time as well. You focus on that and then hit it up with the Solar Beam. But I guess, you know, you can't change back history right here. Loss is a loss, a win is a win. And of course, congratulations to all 3 teams who have qualified themselves to represent Asia Pacific West to Yokohama, Japan on the world stage itself. You have truly deserved the spot and earned yourself an amazing spot to represent this amazing region, and we wish you all the best, maybe whether you're in 1st, 2nd, or 3rd place.
Yeah, and also you guys have achieved a lot of the childhood dreams that many people out there, I think, will be placing on your shoulders to help realize on the world stage. The birthplace of Pokemon, the birthplace of Pokémon UNITE, and they got to play, the biggest Pokémon UNITE games, in the entire world. But for now, we gotta give you guys a final run through of the bracket and what has transpired today. We had 16 teams coming into this, and of course MYS, they had a very flawless upper bracket run up till they met Rex Drake and Keon, who knocked them down into the lower bracket. But even then, MYS was able to pull through and go back to the grand finals for a rematch where RRQ decisively beat them again. So again, top 3 teams, RRQ our first seed, Team MYS our second, and Kakalok our third. But we also want to thank all the other teams who are part of this, who are veterans, who are, regardless of whether you're veterans or new bloods, you have made this the best qualifiers that we've ever seen. Moon Knight, Zerofit Gaming, Unity Bond, LVD, playing Unite, Outwit. These teams have all shown us incredible talent. Also, EVOS Leviathan, who came in April, May, and finally made it into July. They did into June.
Yep, they've already made their mark right here in the competition. Although they were not able to actually make their way towards the world stage itself, but this is definitely not going to be the last time we're going to be seeing them. We are definitely going to be witnessing some amazing Pokemon action from them in upcoming tournaments, and most definitely they're going to try to battle their way to represent the region once again next year, hopefully, and try to take down these monsters who's representing us this time about for the year 2023. Yeah, and looking at this whole run for RRQ, they almost had a perfect run right here. Yes, they did not drop towards the lower bracket. They only lost one match in one of the series against Team Moon Knight in the upper bracket semifinals, but beyond all that, they won clean 2-0. 2-0 clean victory.
Yeah, but we're gonna first congratulate Team MYS, our second seed from APAC West, heading into WCS 2023 in Yokohama. Rebongs, Yang, Nightmew, Foxy, Froggy, and Yemu. These boys have done amazing job following their story up to this point. They were the first seed of the April qualifiers, and they are the only team from April that made it all the way.
Yep. Oh, I do agree on that as well. And they've definitely proven themselves to be one of the best teams in the region right here, as they will be representing APAC West on the world stage. So we wish them all the best as the second seed for the region, and we'll see how well they perform. We're definitely looking forward to see how well they're going to be competing on the world stage against teams from different regions.
I mean, for some of these guys, it's a return to the world stage, right? Because some of them were with Renaissance last year. They went to London. They finished third. Well, it's a repeat. They're going to head back onto the world stage, this time in the heart of Yokohama. But no, we will have a little bit of a chatter with Rebongs, the captain, the head honcho of Team MYS. Hi, Rebongs, can you hear us?
Yeah, hi guys. How are you guys?
We're doing great, but it's been a great journey. But first of all, how does everyone feel? Congratulations for qualifying to Yokohama also.
Thank you for the congratulations. I think we are all so tired. I mean, we are so happy at the same time because we qualified, but it's just, we really aimed for the first place this time, but it's just another upset, I guess.
So no, I want to head to the happy stuff, but I want to quickly get the sad one out of the way. Just very quickly, if record serves, right, the last 3 times you guys officially fought RRQ was ACL, I think the group stage finals, just now in the upper bracket and the grand finals, and they have overcame you guys every single time. And what do you think was kind of like the biggest advantage that RRQ has over you guys, that they are kind of the kryptonite of MYS?
I didn't even realize that, but I think I can say for today, right, RRQ really did well to maintain their composure, and they also had like the 2 minutes fight at the Rayquaza pit. They really did very well with their decisions, and they did not panic, I guess. So they really did a good job throughout the whole day. And yeah, I think it's the decision making that's the most important. As we know, like 2 minutes is the most important. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think looking at the games that you've played so far, you've done exceptionally well. You managed to make your way all the way to the upper bracket finals. Unfortunately, you had to drop and just refight your way through the lower bracket and then get back up in the grand finals right there. So do share with us, like, what are your thoughts on RRQ as a team? Did you guys have sufficient information about them before going into the matches you have for today? Or did you guys have to wing your way out through all the matches?
I think we did a lot of preparation. We started like 2 weeks ago for like serious preparation all the way through, and we faced a lot of troubles. But yeah, we did a lot of preparation. I think with RQ, I don't think it's about the comm. The comm, I think both sides are very well balanced, but I think it's still like the 2 minutes fight, which really made the difference. Yeah.
One interesting thing that I realized, because my favorite Pokemon is the Mr. Mime, and you guys have been parading Mr. Mime almost for majority of the matches. Where did this idea come from? Right, where did this idea come from, Rebongs?
Yeah, actually, Mr. Mime, even the Wiggly, right? We didn't even take it out of like until like 3 days ago, maybe. Yeah, so the Mime is actually we decide to put a wall to shut most of the Ninetales skills. Like, is it Blizzard? I'm not too sure, but yeah, we use it to block the skill, and that's how it came about because we noticed that our region is full of Ninetales. Yeah, and actually it was very hard. Yeah, it was very hard to prepare for this because like for the past 2 weeks we've been trying like many things, many insane like lineups, but yeah, in the end like Froggy really did very well in like finding things to actually counter the opponent like Mr. Mime and like Wiggly, and Wiggly like
Right.
actually helped us a lot.
Hey, that's good to know, right? Innovation. And correct me if I'm wrong, but you know, some of you guys, I believe including you, are also, this is not your first time heading back onto the international stage, right? Like some of you, were in London. But if so, how does it feel like heading back onto the world stage, after a year? What was the biggest change?
I think talking about the biggest change, I would feel like the whole team itself. Like only to get things straight, it's Yang and I who went to WCS last year, and like we changed 3 members, and I feel like this team is really full of mature individuals that are willing to take constructive criticism, and that helps the team a lot because like we are able to just point out every single thing without any like without feeling like it's a personal attack. And yeah, I think with that we can really strive for something at this year's WCS.
That's awesome to know. I mean, once again, congratulations to you and the rest of the team. Congratulations to you and Yang for returning back onto the world stage for the 2nd time in a row. You guys deserve a bit of good rest. We're gonna send you guys off and hope to see you very, very soon in Yokohama. I can't wait for that to happen.
All the best, all the best.
Thank you very much. I hope you guys take a good rest. I hope you guys enjoy the games.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, absolutely. Wow,
Always.
no doubt.
I enjoy the Mime a lot.
Well, on a personal level there. Make sure to buy some anime styles for Husskkiee because he's not going, right? Yeah, all right. Thank you, Rebounds. Thank you so
very
much.
much.
That was so
Okay,
refreshing to actually hear Rebounds actually give such an amazing response based on all the questions given as well. Congratulations, Team MYS, once again for making their way towards Yokohama. And I think everyone, all the supporters out there, want to wish all the best to them in the future endeavors, and especially on the world stage.
Oh yeah, so many things to expect. Again, right? For APAC West, we have so much diversity, right? We have a Malaysian Singaporean team, we have a Thai team, we also have an Indonesian team, and when you look at these 3 representatives, only one of them is backed by an organization, right? And that is RRQ.
Yeah.
So it really shows that whether you are on tier 1 or whether you are a team who are made out a bunch of tier 2 players or just a bunch of friends, the miracles can be achieved, and we are just starting to grow more and more as a region.
Yep, it could be an opportunity. Speaking of that, this might be an opportunity for the teams who are not being picked up by big esports organizations to be picked up. We're like hinting like being picked up by big esports organizations out there with hopes that they'll one day become the world champion here for Pokemon Unite, as they've already taken the first step into the world champion here. Okay?
Yeah, I mean we again, right, for Yang and Rebongs, it's their 2nd time back on the world stage. This must be a wonderful feeling, right? And I think, I don't know if what was going through their heads, but when you look back at the history, they did finish 3rd in London, right? If that was an expectation that they could carry forward for MYS, then of course there's a lot of work that needs to be done. But
a lot of work.
But regardless, it's a new team that they feel very comfortable, very happy with. They're coming out with some wacky stuff, and maybe when we head to Yokohama, that is going to continue, and I'm sure it will continue because we've watched games from other regions. Teams from other regions are also pretty nasty.
Oh yeah, they are pretty nasty indeed, Husskkiee. And of course, it's going to be interesting to see how they actually prepare themselves to battle out against different metas, different playstyles from other regions, which is going to be a different thing altogether because now they have to, they need to have a little bit of rest after finishing up this APAC West region itself. And after this, they need to get back in grinding and try to study up and do some analytics on the other regions, how they played out as well. Right? So once again, we'd like to take this opportunity to say thank you so much. Not just from myself and Husskkiee, of course, together with our amazing and magical partner, Danelie, who is apparently not here at this moment here for the grand final, but
she's actually here. She's a shapeshifter. Sometimes it's her, sometimes it's you.
Yeah, sometimes she's her. Sometimes it's you too.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're truly happy with all the matches that was being shown right here, and thank you so much everyone for staying on and witnessing this whole regional matches together. And of course, let's have a look at recap back on the brackets, shall we?
Yeah, one last time.
One last time.
One last
Look at
time.
this. Yeah.
For those that weren't sure what happened, if you guys, if you guys read from right to left, you'll be like, wait, why is there an empty bracket? Well, because RRQ won the finals. They came in from the upper bracket, so no grand finals reset this time. Our three teams making it to Yokohama: RRQ as our first seed, MYS as our second, and Kakalok as our third. And of course, we also will be talking to Necro from RRQ later on in just a little bit, because I have plenty of questions to ask for a team that is going to debut on the international stage in WCS for the very first time.
Oh yeah, and I think that I'm very sure that they have all smiles. I think they're very happy celebrating together with the whole team and their organizations right there. You can clearly see all the fans just chanting Viva RRQ, celebrating this amazing victory for RRQ right here. And of course, being first seed, wow, I think there's a lot of questions also that comes to mind, like what's going through the mind since I would say that since they got fourth for a longer time, and then right now becoming number one and beating basically the champion of the April qualifier, and right now beating everybody else. Top one of the 16 teams being featured here.
Yep. We're going to congratulate RRQ once again, Rex, Regum, Keon, Kings of Kings, Eeyore, Necro, Zoe, Iluna, and XQ, our first seed from APAC West, heading into WCS 2023 at Yokohama, Japan, which is going to be happening really soon with how fast time flies.
Oh yes, most definitely. Of course, I think that it was quite fast between the May and the June itself. That's why we can see teams really, really fast right here, and we're able to actually see RRQ in action from April, May, as well as June here for the WCS itself, which is truly an amazing experience. And they are definitely going to cherish this moment. I think they've come a long way. A long way. It didn't come easy to them. Let's admit that it didn't come easy to them, which makes this victory much more sweet and juicy for them.
Yeah, it is a very crazy journey when you look back at what RRQ, the trials and tribulation this team has to go through, right? I mean, they were pit up against the best from APAC West and also the best from APAC East, and we kind of saw a bit of that chink in the armor for RRQ. And they were able to recover just as nice. And Rebongs did give credit, right? They said RRQ, great decision making, just great team
great
fight,
communication.
great communication. The composure was also kind of a top notch, and that is why they are our champions for today.
Yeah, that's true. And of course, we would love to actually get in touch with the recap in a few short moments right here and get to hear from them on what's going through them right here. So let's have here with Necro, our representative, or should I say team captain here for Team Rex, Rigum, Keon. So Necro, are you there?
Hello. Can you hear my voice?
Oh yes,
we can.
Lovely
we
voice.
can.
That's the voice of a winner. First of all, congratulations, Necro.
Thank you.
And for the rest of your team, first seed of APAC West heading to Yokohama. You got the travel award also. First of all, is it you who mentioned that your dream has always been to travel to Japan? Was it you?
Yes.
Right, so congratulations.
Congrats!
Your
Yay!
wish has been granted.
Thank you.
You get to travel to Japan, Yokohama, enjoy a good time, play Pokémon UNITE. But this is also the first time the entire squad is heading towards a world stage, right?
Yep.
How does that feel?
Yeah.
What is the atmosphere?
Of course, we all feel very happy and excited.
All right, so basically the energy, like how is your team, like how are you guys going to be celebrating at the end of the day today after having such a convincing win? Not only did you manage to actually have a really clean run in the upper bracket, but you have a convincing 2-0 victory against Team MYS.
I don't know. I think I cannot explain it by using a word.
Yeah,
But
we can
we
hear
all
You
the,
can make
feel very
sounds if
happy
you
about
want,
it.
you know, to explain the whole situation.
Yes.
we can hear the excitement. But I want to quickly take you back. So I think the last 3 times you guys face off against MYS, the grand finals, the upper brackets, and I think in ACL groups finals, you guys have always been able to kind of overcome them, right? And looking at the journey of the team from Rise to RRQ, 4th place ACL, 4th place in April, 1st place in May with a Cinderella lower bracket run until the regional playoff champions. How has that entire journey been? Because it was a long and arduous journey, but you guys made it.
I think we learned a lot from our past. At first, we lost at. We managed to only get 4th position at April, and then after that, we realized that we lack of practicing. So we decided we have to practice harder. We need to think more wisely so we can overcome our next tournament. And then we just practice and practice and practice, and yet here we are. We managed to win this championship series, and we feel very excited.
All right, so, and of course, I do have a question for you. Now, we had an interview together with Rebound just a while ago from Team NYS. They've already said their piece about your team, some really good things about your team. Now, of course, everyone's curious. What are your thoughts about Team NYS as you had the opportunity to go up against them twice today, which is once in the upper bracket finals as well as the grand finals itself. So what was going through everybody's mind during that time when it comes to drafting and playing, the communication between everyone, especially when you're going up in such a strong team?
We know that they are a super strong team. They have proven from last year that they managed to get 3rd position even in the world stage. So I think we learn a lot from them. We try to practice harder to become like them, and yet we managed to beat them, and we feel very happy. But actually, we feel that they are super strong, and we just learn a lot from them, and I don't even know what to say, but we feel that they very strong team.
He's out of words. He's out of words, Husskkiee.
So we can hear how excited you are. So final question for you, Necro. I know the first thing you want to do when you head there is to travel, but is there anything in particular that you really feel like you must experience when you head over to Japan? Care to share with us?
I think just go hopping into one place to another place, but yet of course we feel that this one is not enough. We want to win the World Championship also. So we will grind after this.
Wow.
Right, that's a declaration, Husskkiee. They're going to win
I
the
look
World
forward to
Championship.
that. So the one thing that they must do is to win the World Championship. We look forward to your performance in Yokohama. All the best. Get good rest today. You guys have shown us incredible games.
Thank you.
And congratulations once more.
Thank you.
Well, there you have it. Necro, our captain here for Team RRQ. He's out of words. I think he's too happy. You can feel the grin. I mean, you can't see him.
I feel like I'm going to Yokohama, and I didn't win the thing.
You didn't win the thing. We're going. I feel like
we're going to Yokohama.
I think we're just happy for him. I think they've come a long way. They work hard. Let's put it this way. I think that they admit that they did not practice enough. I think that was very humble of them to admit that they know how they are. What their situation and they need to work harder, and that has translated into a first seed win in May, and right now they are our champion here, first seed for APAC West.
And just a footnote, right? He also mentioned that they wanted to be like MYS, but I think they are not MYS, they are RRQ, Kings of Kings. They've overcame MYS, and they've done it multiple times. Let's recap on the teams who have made it to Yokohama. I know we talk a lot about RRQ and MYS, but do remember we have 3 teams. First one is RRQ with Eeyore, Necro, Zoe, Illuna, XQ. Second seed, Team MYS, Rebonks and Yang returning back to the world stage for 2nd year. Nightmew, Foxy, Froggy and Yamu joins them. And of course we have Kakalog, the team that showed up in May and proven that they can also take on the best the world has to offer. PSL 9, Sunzage, Notiza, Margot, and Levi's.
Yeah, and of course, I think everybody is just proud to have them to represent this amazing region here for APAC West, and truly we wish them all the best in their match on the World Championship itself here.
Yeah, you can't even like be like, oh, there's no representation here and there, because everyone is here. We have Indonesians,
Yes.
we have Singaporeans, Malaysians, Thais. This is the most diverse roster that we're sending onto the
Oh,
world
yes.
stage. I mean, APAC West, you gotta be really, really happy that we have made it.
We have made it, and it's truly, I like the way that you describe it, that we have such a beautiful representation. So rather than just having one single country, this shows that every single country that we have here within the region is a force to be reckoned with. Unfortunately, we only have space for 3 teams. If we're able to expand this, most definitely we're going to have more countries to be included in this pool. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, these are your 3 teams that are advancing to the WCS 2023 with hopes to become the world champion for this year's Pokemon UNITE.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, with that out of the way, we still want to leave you guys with something in case you missed it out. Remember holowares? Your favorite things in Pokemon UNITE? I know I love holowares, and we have some that we want to share with you, those the upcoming ones especially. And there's a video for it. Enjoy. And of course, you saw the holowares, stock up on your Eos gems and prepare for that. But also, remember that Umbreon and Leafeon are making their debut. I say Umbreon, Leafeon. Umbreon has already made his debut. Leafeon is coming very, very soon.
Officially.
Officially on June 8th. So that's in like, what, 4 days? You guys can also play the Appeal-O-Rama, the Eevee Festival in-game.
It's quite a mouthful.
Yeah, it's quite a mouthful. The fun mode to enjoy what the evolutions can do on their own.
Yeah, and that's true. I believe that since Umbreon is already out I think it's almost more than a week. So I guess that you've already had some of you have already had the opportunity to actually play the Mon out at the same time as well. Quite amazing. It's very unfortunate we're not able to actually experience Umbreon played out here for today, but we will definitely be seeing it in the nearest Pokemon Unite, and hopefully be able to actually see this at the world stage as well.
Even for Leafeon, right? By the time Yokohama rolls around, we probably have Leafeon and maybe more Pokemons down the road. Who knows? But I'm very sure that this will only keep growing. But for those who have watched all these amazing games and you feel like you're itching for a fight, you're itching for a friendly match, well, we have the Pokemon Unite Challenge Day happening on June 17th, which is a Saturday. We have 2 sessions for this. The AM session, which starts from 12 to 12:30, supporting both Japanese and English, or the PM session starting from 5 to 5:30 with 2 separate sessions, one strictly for Japanese and one strictly for English. All you gotta do is to find up to 3 people, or you can enter on your own and we'll match it with other people. It's a Swiss style format, all best of 1, and you get to play up to 4 rounds. And remember, you can note down all these times, just put a side note that it's in JST, Japan Standard Time. Don't get that wrong.
Yep, of course, that is a very important key information right there, because you don't want to miss out on all this crucial timing itself. It is also an opportunity for you to actually make new friends through joining this competition. Of course, you get to actually meet new friends. With an option, probably you might just encounter some really good, or maybe some of the pro players who are being featured in the tournament might just join in as well to just spice up all the fun. And of course, if you're itch for a fight.
And if you're itching for a fight friendly, okay? Fight in Pokemon Unite. But it has been, wow, what a journey it has been. It has been 3 months of qualifiers and today's regional playoffs. We cap it off once more for the last time. Congratulations to Rex Rackham, Keon, Team MYS, and Kakalot for being our APAC West representatives heading into Yokohama. We wish them all the best. But that's it for us. What an honor to be on the desk, sharing it with you, Flava, and of course our friend Danelie.
Yes.
And on behalf of everyone behind the scenes, we wish you guys a very, very good night. Support APAC West in Yokohama. That's coming really soon. We'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye.
They're still going to continue. Greed at the next one to fall. Along with Ninetales, even using the Unite as well. 4 Pokemon down. It's just going to be the Chandelure on their own. But look at this Mew. Boosted attack. Knocks him out. It's a fighting. And so far, looks like the Blastoise goes down first. Doesn't even get the Hydro Typhoon off. They continue with the assault. They missed a mine deep in enemy territory. But the second Pokemon to get knocked down for MYS. But
even with the Unite move, but it's up against the entire team of Team MYS, who will quickly take care of 2 Kakalot members. But this Urshifu is going to show and try to defend the goal zone, which is a futile attempt, pushed away by the confusion and taken out. Rebounds, even using the Unite move, based out the Hydro Typhoon from the Blastoise and can't.
Sylveon, very unfortunate, despite having not in the Glaceon, takes out the Lapras this time about. It is a 5v4 situation right now with Lapras coming back into the match. Down goes the Urshifu as well as the Eldegoss this time about. They need to recover from this. They can't afford to actually use out more Mons coming up from Team K-Clock, and they need to recover.
I think that may have been a game-winning move here for the team, but it's not over as of yet because Chandelure is coming into the battle. Dodrio's hiding in the bush. Can he steal it? He gets the steal!
Will they be able? Oh, there goes the Wood Hammer hitting off on the wing top. Is the damage going to be sufficient? Still surviving, true.
So shielding!
They managed to going for the up on the weekly top here. Still chasing up from right wall. Hydro being used up as well. Going up for the chase from behind Hooper. A Chandelure gets taken down, then has a Mew. Hooper gets taken down as well. Has a Blastoise. And of course, the other is
that. But Hooper's here though. Rings Unbound. Going to be summoning the whole team. They don't get the last hit though. So a Unite gets committed, but they don't even get the objective. And looks like Moon 9, they are here to punish. They almost got the Kremeret. They will be able to get the Diamond out in time. But unfortunately, the Alola Ninetales again just getting deleted in this battle. The Gatling Gulp just shooting too much damage yet again. A Pikachu Volt Tackle. Big game changer, because that's a really long stun. You get caught by that, you are going to be in so much trouble. And oh, the knock, knocking out the glass.
And looking at that, Lapras managed to have a double takedown on members. We're looking at 4 members down for Team MYS. And it seems like even Clefable coming back to the match, only having himself together with a Miss Mine will be insufficient to go in for defense right now. And the point gap is insane. You're looking at 690 versus 217. Unit goes a little bit naughty, just like that.
They just need to stop MYS.
stops. Yeah,
Yang-
you just have to stop, that's it. Oh, it
Oh
seems
yeah,
like a
oh, he's going.
buzzsaw.
It's gonna be 100. They have nowhere to stop this. The dojo's on the bot side. They
Yeah.
saw him. They saw the dojo on the bot side, and they're gonna go for the big cap. I think RRQ. They're gonna start on the Rayquaza right now. He's dropping low, Froggy in with the Unite move. They can't steal it. Cannot get the Rayquaza.
From the Lucario, with a double takedown for him. It's not done yet. It's not done yet. Danelie, the way he chase forward. This move
Brutus!
right here. Brutal punching, overheating up on him. And it's gonna be and this time he's gonna be in the hands of the Water Bear. And they're going for this Rayquaza attempt. Do they have anyone
Can they get
here?
the steal? Oh my gosh! And from that Snorlax slowing them down, they don't really have the damage. Where's the rest of the Kakalon just backcapped? They brought the entire team. They scored into Moon Knight's goal zone, and now they're coming to
No,
Bongo
Slowbro.
has to go down.
Slowbro
The
has
Slowbro,
six.
they scored the points. 12 points, puts them back in the lead. Moon Knight have no idea. No one is it. I don't think they have enough, Husskkiee.
I don't think they do. They did take out Yang though for 25 seconds. It's a 4 versus 5, but for MYS, all they need to do is to
they're
keep this
sad.
goal zone safe. Foxy with the solar beam from downtown.
Hydro
and that's the Hydro
Typhoon.
Typhoon right there from Yemu. MYS stopping Kakalon right at their doorstep and getting
The points. It looks like they couldn't score the 22
They might be
coming
able
up
to.
in the Clefable. I think they've burned all the shields. Blastoise, he needs points. Give the Blastoise points. They're knocking out these Pokemon. They're getting them. 50 points. They can't score it. The Glaceon, Foxy. Is
They have
this
time.
it?
They have
They
time.
clean them up. MYS. I think they've made the comeback happen.
They have just enough time and yet
Is a 4 from behind? Yes, they might be sufficient as well. Not be able to take down. They managed to
They
take
got
down
the
the
Glaceon.
Glaceon. And it has a Lapras. Double takedowns here. Down goes Urshifu as well.
Yeah, this is bad news for Team MYS. Both were able to get rid of Eeyore thanks to a rebound. Yang still in the fight, heating up with a surging strike, but he's frozen in place.
this
RRQ
it?
finds him. Triple KO for X kill. And Foxy back in the game. Solar beam coming through. And RRQ waited until the very last second. They used Foxy to wear out
Go
Eeyore.
in at the top.
The
rapid spin.
Blastoise in great danger. Verdant Anger even use Foxy, needs a big snipe, finds Zoe. But RRQ, they're holding on. 10 more seconds left. MYS, you need a bit of score. There's 50 on Yemu, but there's not enough time, Flava. RRQ once more, just as history